I, Colleen, find myself thrust into a hellish difficulty right from the start. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, I have become that bald, short figure, precisely at the moment in the original story when I meet my demise. The minions of Piccolo Daimao are already positioned. With my petite frame, a mere kick could spell my end. Ding! The ultimate cultivation sign-in system has been bound. Good grief. This is a sci-fi combat series, and yet you present me with a cultivation system? From this moment forth, the plot diverges. While Goku toils away in his martial training, I've already signed in at the pinnacle of the Korin Tower, acquiring the Innate Dao Body. Saiyan invasion? Frieza's reign over the universe? You know nothing of power. At this moment, I sheathe my flying sword, and my inner spiritual energy surges like a tempest. It is time to proclaim to the world, this bald head is a cultivator. Chapter 1. Transmigration of Krillin. Facing imminent death? Krillin. When Krillin turned upon hearing the voice, he found 9 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. He was momentarily stunned, for these faces seemed eerily familiar. The bald elder, the child with hair standing on end, the blue-haired beauty, and the turtle on the ground, the floating cat, and a pig. He turned to face the crowd, their gazes unwavering. The child on the far left, with hair spiking upwards and clad in a turtle-emblazoned martial arts uniform, suddenly scratched the back of his head and said, "I forgot what I was going to say." Krillin's companions burst into hearty laughter, their mirth radiating warmth. He was momentarily bewildered, still grasping the situation. Suddenly, a wave of memories surged forth. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong, Tianshan Fan. Krillin. With a jolt, Krillin lowered his head. Indeed, he saw a blue children's suit and a pair of dainty hands. I have transmigrated. I have become Krillin, the Krillin of Dragon Ball. And now, it is the moment right after the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, where Tianshan Fan has miraculously defeated Sun Wukong and invited everyone to feast. This pivotal moment, Krillin suddenly recalled that at this juncture, it was precisely when Krillin faced his first death in the original narrative. The cause of death was his attempt to retrieve Sun Wukong's Dragon Ball from the venue, only to be swiftly dispatched by a kick from one of Piccolo Daimao's lackeys, Lingu. What? I have just transmigrated, and now I am to die? He hastily sought to raise his gaze for assistance from Sun Wukong, the true protagonist of Dragon Ball, while he, Krillin, was merely a minor character. But upon looking up, the crowd had already entered the hotel amidst laughter and merriment. This would not do. Krillin promptly set off to catch up with the group and clarify the situation. Just then, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The ultimate cultivation sign-in system has been bound. Ding! Sign-in location detected. World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Would you like to sign in and receive a novice gift package? For heaven's sake, this is the Dragon Ball world, not a cultivation realm. What do I need a cultivation sign-in system for? Krillin was acutely aware that the power levels in this world were grotesquely inflated. Ever since the Namek saga, power levels have soared into the millions, with some even surpassing trillions. Such a leap in power is incomparable to Eastern cultivation. Ding! Sign-in location detected. World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Would you like to sign in and receive a novice gift package? The system's prompt interrupted Krillin's thoughts once more. Fine, let's sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Would you like to open the novice gift package immediately? Naturally, I want to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Chi Refinement Technique, 5 Elements Clone Technique, and Chi Refinement Level 5. The 5 Elements Escape Technique and the basic 5 Element spells are commonly utilized in the realm of cultivation. The 5 Elements Escape Technique comprises methods for fleeing based on environmental conditions. Basic spells include small fireballs, minor earth spikes, and little water cannons, which serve both protective purposes and significant assistance in daily life. Krillin immediately grasped the intention behind the system's novice gift package, suggesting that the system intended for him to feign death to escape. According to official revelations regarding power comparisons, during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, most participants possess combat powers not exceeding 200. At that moment, Krillin's power was the lowest among the main characters, approximately around 120. However, 3 years later, during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, although Krillin was no longer at the bottom, he still ranked as the weakest among the main characters, aside from Yamcha and Chi-Chi. Having been given a second chance at life, Krillin certainly did not wish to become as irrelevant as the original Krillin after the Saiyans made their entrance. Since he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, who wouldn't desire to witness a Super Saiyan, who would not long to partake in those exhilarating and fervent battles? Vegeta, Frieza, the androids Sha Lu, Majin Buu, and the gods of destruction, it would be incredibly thrilling to confront these apex warriors in the flesh. Thus, stepping away from a main cast and relying on the signing-in system for power enhancement became exceedingly vital. With this thought in mind, Cultivator felt no further resistance against the system's arrangements. He allowed his fingertips to emanate a yellowish glow, and with his left hand forming a seal, he silently recited the incantation for the 5 elements clone technique. The spiritual energy within his dantian instantly split. 80% of the spiritual energy surged towards his fingers, and a blue-suited figure, identical to him, emerged from his left side. The movements were somewhat stiff, but after a brief period of adaptation, Cultivator found the clone gradually becoming agile and lively. Go. Quickly retrieve the Dragon Balls. Cultivator commanded in his mind, simultaneously pressing his right hand against the ground while silently intoning Earth Escape, burrowing technique. The ground beneath him silently cracked open, and his body rapidly sank. Utilizing the escape technique, Cultivator followed in the footsteps of his clone towards the venue. As he entered, he heard a sharp sound cutting through the air overhead. A greenish-blue humanoid bird was hanging upside down from the ceiling. The spectacle was about to unfold. As in the original narrative, the tambourine player dispatched the clone with a swift kick within mere moments. After casting a glance at the lifeless body to confirm its demise, the tambourine player clutched the Dragon Ball and soared into the distance, seemingly oblivious to Cultivator's true form concealed underground. At that moment, a distant voice called out urgently, "Cultivator, where are you?" It was Sun Wukong, and the footsteps of the crowd followed his lead into the hall. Everyone soon noticed Cultivator's clone lying awkwardly on the ground. Thus far, the events unfolded precisely as they did in the original plot. Cultivator felt a sense of relief as he observed Sun Wukong rushing towards the exit. He employed the Earth Escape to closely follow behind him out of the venue. Meanwhile, the turtle sage within the hall furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. However, he did not reveal his thoughts, continuing instead to explain the history of the Demon King Piccolo to the crowd. Chapter 2. The Little Figure of One. 3 meters races 500 miles upon departing from the conference. Cultivator parted ways with Sun Wukong. It was not due to a lack of desire to accompany him into the unfolding narrative. Rather, his spiritual energy had been depleted. The creation of a doppelganger had consumed 80% of his energy, and with the remaining essence, he could merely sustain the Earth Escape technique for a maximum of 10 minutes. However, this was fortuitous, as the plot dictated that Master Roshi and Kairatsu would meet their demise, while Piccolo would seize control of the Earth. There were still several months before these events transpired, and during this interval, Cultivator had no intention of interfering with the narrative's progression. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe's Earth, he felt compelled to visit various notable locations: the Korin Sacred Land, Master Roshi's humble abode, Bulma's residence in West City, the Frying Pan Mountain of the Ox King, Gohan's Bun Mountain, and the Muscle Tower of the Red Ribbon Army. Even a penguin village, associated with Aral, beckoned him. Each of these sites promised worthwhile rewards for his visits. His first destination, however, would undoubtedly be the Korin Tower. Not only did it house the extraordinary ultra-divine water, but the magical Senza beans were also a compelling reason to prioritize this location. If he could earn the favor of the Flying Nimbus, obtaining a cloud for himself would be an exquisite bonus. In his past life, Cultivator had long dreamt of possessing Sun Wukong's Nimbus cloud, and now, as a cultivator, he pondered whether he might gain its acknowledgement. Before embarking on this journey, however, Cultivator needed to restore his spiritual energy. Utilizing the scant remnants of his power, he constructed a modest cave upon a ridge. Sitting within the confines of this cave, he endeavored to recuperate his energy, only to realize a disconcerting truth. He was incapable of replenishing it. The 5-element clone technique, bestowed upon him as a part of his novice gift package, was not a method of cultivation, but rather a skill that was activated. Moreover, the spiritual energy he possessed was solely derived from the system's rewards, with no means of cultivation at his disposal. Alas, was this reward truly a one-time boon? With no alternative, Cultivator reluctantly abandoned the notion of restoring his energy. Fortunately, the original body he inhabited, Krillin, had also practiced martial arts. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was situated in the southern part of the Earth, where the climate was temperate and the weather pleasant, adorned with numerous islands. Thus, aside from the tournament venue, the only other place of significance for Cultivator at that moment was Master Roshi's abode. After some contemplation, Cultivator calculated that the distance from the World Martial Arts Tournament to Master Roshi's home was approximately 500 kilometers. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and the others awaited Sun Wukong's return at the tournament until nightfall. It was imperative for Krillin to reach Master Roshi's dwelling before night descended, sign in, and depart. With time pressing and the task demanding, he had no choice but to sprint fervently towards Master Roshi's abode, propelled by his diminutive stature of 1.3 meters. Krillin could only vent his frustration, pondering why he had transmigrated into the body of Krillin rather than that of a tall, handsome young man like Yamcha or Tien Shinhan. Official records indicate that Krillin stands at a mere 1.53 meters, a rather diminutive stature, even in the real world before his transmigration. However, Krillin soon came to a realization. Despite Krillin's height, he had won the affection of the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Ball universe, Android 18, which could be seen as a fortunate turn of events. It is worth noting that by the story's conclusion, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha remained unmarried and childless. After a frenzied journey, Krillin finally arrived, disheveled, at Master Roshi's humble abode. Inside, everyone was still occupied at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, leaving the little house desolate and shrouded in darkness. Without hesitation, Krillin called upon the system. System, sign in. Ding. Master Roshi's house, sign in successful. Rewards have been distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Chi refining technique, turtle, breathing method, and 3 minor elixirs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a Nimbus Cloud affinity buff. Krillin quickly reviewed the rewards he had obtained. The turtle breathing method, a fundamental Chi refining technique, not only restores spiritual energy, but also absorbs the natural energy of the Dragon Ball world, converting it into spiritual power. The minor elixirs rapidly replenish spiritual energy, sufficient to fully restore energy before reaching the 10th level of Chi refinement. This was an immediate solution to his pressing needs. While on his way, Krillin had contemplated whether cultivating immortality would conflict with the martial arts of this world. Unexpectedly, just as he had wished, the system provided him with a technique that allowed the natural energy of the Dragon Ball world to be cultivated into spiritual energy. As for the Nimbus Cloud affinity buff, it was unnecessary to elaborate. He could simply request a Nimbus Cloud from Korin and not worry about travel anymore. However, it was not yet the time to restore his spiritual energy, for the sky had darkened, and Krillin knew that Master Roshi and the others would soon return. He needed to leave this place promptly. Without delay, Krillin took a minor elixir from the system and swallowed it. The elixir dissolved instantly. A gentle and pure spiritual energy surged from his dantian, and in an instant, his spiritual power was fully restored. Indeed, the products of the system were of the highest quality. With his spiritual energy replenished, Krillin felt motivated to continue his journey. Stepping outside Master Roshi's house, he employed the water escape technique towards the sea. Before departing, he glanced back at the humble abode, silently vowing, "Next time I return, I shall be your pillar of strength." With ample spiritual energy and the effects of the turtle breathing method, the long trek was no longer a daunting challenge. The turtle breathing method required approximately 2 hours of practice to restore spiritual energy each time. The Korin Tower, located in the western part of Earth, was a considerable distance from Master Roshi's southern residence. Krillin meandered along the way, taking a full 10 days to reach Korin Tower. As he emerged from the depths of the forest and lifted his gaze skyward, even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was profoundly awed by the spectacle before him. A colossal red pillar, beyond imagination, soared into the heavens, disappearing entirely into the clouds, its pinnacle obscured from view. Krillin gazed at this towering structure, his heart swelling with excitement. Korin Tower truly was a remarkable place. Not only did it provide the divine beings bestowed by the Korin sage, but it also offered the miraculous water and even a direct pathway to the heavenly temple through the Time Spirit House, where one could encounter the celestial beings of Earth. Upon arriving at the base of Korin Tower, Krillin refrained from disturbing the father-son duo, Bora and Upa, who were vigilantly guarding the site. Seizing the opportunity while they slumbered, he stealthily began his ascent of the tower. Sun Wukong had first climbed Korin Tower prior to the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. According to the official power level announcements, Sun Wukong's combat strength at that time was merely around 100. Remarkably, with such a modest power level, he had managed to scale the tower. Thus, it was evident that Krillin, with his current capabilities, could ascend with ease. Although he had now embarked on a path of cultivation, Krillin discerned that the spiritual energy utilized in this practice was fundamentally akin to the ki employed in martial arts. The distinction lay in the fact that ki could not be released as freely as the spiritual energy of cultivation, nor could it facilitate long-range combat through techniques. Based on his 10 days of training with the turtle breathing technique, Krillin estimated his combat strength to be between 180 and 200. This estimation was merely a reflection of his self-control and the application of spiritual energy within his body. The actual mastery of the spells of cultivation surely endowed him with far greater power. With a determined leap, he affixed his hands to the smooth surface of the tower, using both hands and feet to climb. Chapter 3. A bountiful harvest at Korin Tower. Time passed, and Krillin's arms grew weary, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Just as he felt he could no longer bear the strain, a novel sight emerged above him. A circular temple, imbued with an essence of Indian culture, stood majestically at the pinnacle of the tower. Upon witnessing this structure, Krillin understood that he had finally reached his destination. With a deft maneuver, he landed securely on the platform at the temple's edge. Oh, has another visitor arrived? A rather peculiar little bald fellow, it seems. At the sound of the voice, Krillin looked up to behold a plump, white cat wielding a wooden staff, grinning at him with delight. Having read the original tale, Krillin instantly recognized him as the guardian of Korin Tower, the Korin Sage. Beside the Korin Sage floated a golden, fluffy cloud, undulating gently as if also assessing the newcomer. Nimbus Cloud. Krillin's heart raced with exhilaration, for he knew that with the affinity buff from the system, acquiring the Nimbus Cloud was certainly within his grasp. However, he did not show it. Instead, he took a moment to steady his breath and respectfully bowed his head. Greetings, Mr. Korin. My name is Krillin, a disciple of Master Wutian. Master Korin stroked his beard, a look of intrigue crossing his face. You're also a disciple of Wutian. You seem particularly fascinated by the Nimbus Cloud. Krillin swallowed hard, instantly recalling the portrayal of Master Korin in the anime, as one who could hear the thoughts of others. Your energy is quite unique. Moreover, you appear to be quite favored by the Nimbus Cloud. As if to affirm Master Korin's words, the golden Nimbus Cloud suddenly floated next to Krillin. A surge of joy filled his heart. The buffs granted by the system were indeed remarkable. He suppressed the urge to leap onto the Nimbus Cloud for a thrilling experience and respectfully addressed Master Korin. Master Korin, I have come seeking some senza beans and ultra-divine water. It seems you are well informed. The ascent of Korin Tower itself is a test. You have passed this trial. Thus, I can grant you the senza beans. Without hesitation, Master Korin turned and retrieved a small handful of senza beans from a jar behind him, handing them to Krillin. Krillin quickly accepted them and cautiously placed one in his mouth. However, disappointment soon followed, as he realized the senzu beans only restored his physical energy and did not aid in the recovery of his spiritual energy. Within Krillin's body, his energy and spiritual power were dispersed in different locations. His spiritual energy lay dormant in his dantian, only surfacing when needed, while his physical energy roamed throughout his entire being. Nevertheless, Krillin did not dwell on this too much, for these were senza beans, a precious treasure that could save lives. After securely storing the senza beans, Krillin looked expectantly at Master Korin. His purpose for visiting Korin Tower encompassed 4 objectives, of which he had completed 2. The remaining tasks involved signing in at Korin Tower and acquiring the ultra-divine water. The ultra-divine water was said to unlock all latent powers within the drinker. In simpler terms, it could break the genetic locks within the body. While it did not directly enhance one's strength, it released all potential hidden within. In the original tale, Krillin, as the strongest earthling, had potential far less than that of a Saiyan. However, Krillin was different. He was a cultivator. If the sign-in system could yield a reward related to physical constitution or bloodline, the significance of the ultra-divine water would be paramount. To this end, Krillin had even purchased a container specifically to hold the ultra-divine water during his journey. With this thought in mind, he promptly asked Master Korin, "Is it possible to take the ultra-divine water with me?" The ultra-divine water is a form of poison, although I'm unsure where you heard about it. I must advise against consuming it, Master Korin replied, unhesitatingly pouring a bucket of cold water on Krillin's enthusiasm. During this period, Sun Wukong had yet to be vanquished by Piccolo Daimao, leading him to the Korin Tower to drink the super divine water. As a supporting character, Krillin undoubtedly received a different treatment compared to the protagonist, Sun Wukong. When turned down by Master Korin, Krillin did not dwell on it too much, as his innate battle power was merely in the tens of thousands. From Master Korin's perspective, Krillin clearly had no necessity to consume the super divine water at that moment. Thus, he decided to sign in. System, sign in. Ding. Korin Tower, sign in successful. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special physique, Innate Dao Body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the secret technique, Chi Observation Technique. A series of notifications resonated in his mind. Krillin was instantly invigorated and hurried to examine the rewards he had received. The Innate Dao Body, a rare and supreme cultivation physique in the realm of immortals, bestowed an extraordinary affinity and perception towards the flow of energy in the universe. It would seamlessly integrate with the rules of this world, perfectly unlocking all of the host's potential for cultivation and gradually enhancing his physical form. The Chi Observation Technique, a fundamental exploratory secret art in the realm of immortals, offered increasingly detailed observations with higher levels of mastery. Krillin grinned widely. The system truly lived up to its reputation, always providing him with precisely what he needed. This innate Dao body seemed tailor-made for the super divine water. As a fifth-level Chi practitioner, Krillin was certain that his physical potential had yet to be fully realized. The super divine water would be the key to unearthing all of it. With the rewards now in hand, a transformation began to occur in Krillin's aura. A natural and harmonious essence emanated from him. Albeit faint, its extraordinary nature was palpable. Suddenly, Master Korin, who had previously maintained a neutral demeanor, expressed a note of astonishment. His feline eyes widened slightly, fixating intently on Krillin. Curious, Master Korin circled around Krillin twice, his nose twitching as if detecting something. Even the nearby flying Nimbus seemed more jubilant, circling Krillin several times before coming to a halt, its golden glow intensified. A smile graced Krillin's face. He recognized that the innate Dao body was beginning to manifest its effects. Master Korin, may I now drink the super divine water? Still processing the changes in Krillin, Master Korin paused for a moment after hearing his question. The super divine water is highly toxic. If you truly wish to grow stronger, I shall grant you this opportunity. In a distant land far to the north lies a terrifying maze of ice and snow. Navigate through this maze. Venture forth into the darkness, and you will find the super divine water. Krillin nodded, aware of the storyline. Master Korin, no more dilly-dallying. Please open the portal to the ice cave. Master Korin's mysterious tone faltered abruptly. The diminutive figure of just 3 meters seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity with him, even displaying an extensive knowledge of the entire Karlin Temple. However, as a member of the clergy, one must adhere to established protocols. Thus, the immortal Karlin escorted Li Kolin to a vessel, lifting its lid, just as he intended to impart a few words of caution. He noticed that half of Li Kolin's foot had already crossed the threshold into the container. I am well aware of the regulations, mused the immortal Karlin. And if son Wukong happens to arrive at the temple, please do not disclose to him that I am still alive. With that, Li Kolin had fully immersed himself within the vessel. Chapter 4. The Shadow was bewildered. After a dizzying swirl of sensations, Li Kolin found himself tumbling onto the frigid ice surface. Raising his gaze, he indeed spotted a circular opening in the darkness above, with Karlin's feline visage peering down. Li Kolin waved dismissively. There is no need for concern, immortal Karlin. Kindly close the vessel. I shall not be returning home this way. With that, he disregarded Karlin entirely and ventured forth alone. From his vantage point at the vessel's opening, Karlin observed the vanishing figure below, furrowing his brow in confusion. As an immortal, he found it perplexing to comprehend this 3-meter-tall youth. Nevertheless, he did not dwell excessively on it. After centuries of existence, if one were to become entangled in every trivial matter, what would become of the dignified demeanor expected of an immortal? Continuing along the icy path, Li Kolin journeyed onward for an indeterminate duration until he arrived at a grand hall composed entirely of crystalline ice. Suddenly, the ice layer fractured, unleashing a gust of frigid wind, and before Li Kolin appeared a colossal figure formed of melting snow and ice. Nodding in recognition, he felt the familiar essence. Without hesitation, Li Kolin turned and sprinted ahead. Gliding down the icy path, he found himself enveloped in darkness. At that moment, the figures of Master Roshi and son Wukong materialized before him. Li Kolin recognized this as the willpower trial conducted within the Cavern Shadows. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed the Kamehameha, directing it towards the two figures. A blinding flash of white light erupted, yet the pair remained unscathed, standing firm. Li Kolin, what on earth are you doing? It's me, Wukong. Li Kolin merely scoffed. Futile. Do not impede my progress. I am determined to obtain the super divine water. With that, he launched another Kamehameha. This time, the two illusory figures appeared momentarily perplexed, caught off guard by the sudden escalation. I understand you wish to test me, but it is of no consequence. My singular desire is to grow stronger. Hand over the super divine water at once. Li Kulin had positioned his hand at his lower back, beginning to channel the Kamehameha once more. Sensing that Li Kulin would not be swayed by these deceptive apparitions, a voice resonated from the darkness. I shall grant you the super divine water. Instantly, the scene before Li Kulin shifted, revealing a lake of pure blackness. From its depths, a colossal head emerged, though its features were obscured, as it spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. The super divine water is laden with lethal toxins. Those who consume it, unless endowed with robust vitality and unwavering will, will perish shortly thereafter. Li Kulin waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on this. I'm already aware. The dark silhouette fell into silence for a moment, then gradually faded from the surface of the lake. Suddenly, before Li Kulin, a small wooden table materialized, adorned with a teapot and a cup. He recognized this as the super divine water. Without hesitation, he grasped the teapot and poured a cup. The violet liquid appeared both enigmatic and ominous within the cup. Yet, devoid of any trepidation, he gulped down the potion in one swift motion, fully prepared to experience its toxic effects. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety. But as the super divine water coursed through him, a gentle energy enveloped his body. There was no pain. Instead, the potion gradually enhanced his physical attributes and unearthed latent talents within him. What? This is it? The shadowy figure in the darkness suddenly gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Li Kulin, however, did not afford the figure an opportunity to elaborate, dismissively waving his hand. He activated the wind escape technique. A gust of wind surged forth, lifting him upwards. Within mere moments, he found himself back at the icy entrance through which he had initially entered the labyrinth. Looking up, he observed that the entrance to Master Carlin's jar was indeed shrouded in darkness. Without hesitation, he continued to ascend, using the wind escape technique until he reached the pinnacle of the ice layer. Employing a foundational metal-based spell from the 5 elements techniques, the flying blade technique, he sliced through the uppermost layer of ice and effortlessly emerged into a world blanketed in snow and ice. In the northern expanse of Earth, there exist 2 notable locations worthy of Li Kulin's visitation. One is the central capital situated in the heart of the northern region, while the other is the northern base of the Red Ribbon Army, Misruda. However, the base of the Red Ribbon Army had already been vanquished by Little Wukong. Thus, his only option was to venture to the vicinity of the village of Zinger, near Misruda. Within this village resides the peace-loving android number 8, one of the few benevolent androids amidst the ranks. Furthermore, there's a little girl named Sino in the village. This petite girl, in Li Kulin's past life, was once thought to have the potential to become Sun Wukong's wife. Yet she ultimately became a mere supporting character. Li Kulin felt a tinge of regret. For Sino was undeniably adorable, with her wine-red hair and large, expressive eyes, complemented by her diminutive stature. Anyone could foresee that she would blossom into an unparalleled beauty in her adulthood. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The timeline of Dragon Ball spans vast epochs, and Li Kulin had ample opportunity to await her maturation. In the meantime, he could forge a kindred bond with her. With this thought in mind, Li Kulin ceased his hesitations and called out to the heavens, Nimbus Cloud. In an instant, a golden cloud swiftly floated towards Li Kulin from the distant sky. With a gentle leap, as soon as his feet touched the cloud, he felt a soft force cradling him securely. This sensation was akin to being enveloped in the comfort of his own sofa. Yet even more so, the cloud was more enveloping, softer, and warmer. Li Kulin's heart brimmed with joy. With a mere thought, the cloud surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the horizon. Before long, he spotted a sparse forest amidst the icy expanse below and eventually discovered a village with wisps of smoke curling upwards. Without a second thought, this must be Jinger Village. He guided the cloud to descend gently, landing on an open space at the village entrance. Just as he stepped off the cloud, a clear voice rang out. You have a cloud too. Who are you? Do you know Sun Wukong? A little girl with 2 pigtails and wine-red hair, clad in an ill-fitting military coat, stared curiously at Li Kulin's bald head with her large, expressive eyes. At that moment, Sino was merely 5 or 6 years old. Her small cheeks flushed like little apples. It must be said, she was truly adorable. If Li Kulin were to age another 20 years, he would undoubtedly consider Sinua as his goddaughter. I am Kulin, the senior disciple of Sun Wukong, he said with a gentle smile, gazing at the petite Sinua. At the same time, he communicated with the system in his mind. System, sign in. Chapter 5, The Fall of Master Roshi. A sense of urgency emerges. Ding. Sign in at Jinger Village successful. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special talent Mechanical Affinity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blueprint Basic Spirit Gathering Array. After the rewards were issued, before Krillin could examine the specifics of the rewards, a towering figure appeared before him. This figure was at least 5 meters tall, resembling a giant. However, in comparison to the various races and characters within the Dragon Ball world, this height was relatively normal. You must be Android 8. I've heard Goku mention you. Krillin said, looking at the robust Android 8 with the same warmth on his face. Android 8's eyes were filled with a sense of confusion and kinship. You're different from the others, he clumsily remarked. Krillin was taken aback. He did not see how he was different, especially since Android 8 was an artificial being. Suddenly, he recalled the recently issued Mechanical Affinity. Mechanical Affinity granted the host a profound understanding of mechanical creations, along with talents for communication and modification. How astonishing! The Mechanical Affinity was effective even on androids. Krillin instantaneously envisioned the formidable androids 17 and 18 from the future. Yet, here was a cultivation system issuing rewards of Mechanical Affinity. Wasn't he that a bit peculiar? What was this? Cyber cultivation? Shaking his head to dispel those absurd thoughts, Krillin once again glanced at Old 8 and Sino. I am a senior disciple of Sun Wukong, and naturally, I am also your good friend, so there's no need for surprise. His words successfully convinced Old 8 and Sino, prompting Sino to warmly invite Krillin to her home as a guest. However, Krillin politely declined the invitation to stay, as his primary purpose for being there was to sign in, and, secondly, to become acquainted with Old 8 and Sino. With both objectives accomplished, there was no reason for him to linger. Did they truly expect the 14-year-old Krillin, standing a mere 3 meters, to do anything for a 5 or 6-year-old girl like Sino? Once more taking to the Nimbus Cloud, Krillin prepared to journey to his next sign-in location. Currently, he found himself in Zinger Village, situated quite far from the various sign-in points, residing at a remote corner of the Earth. The nearest locations lay to the south, approaching the eastern deserts of the planet, where 2 sign-in spots awaited. The place where the story began, Bowsy Mountain, and the home of Kiki, the Frying Pan Mountain of the Bull Demon King. Reaching these 2 places would require a considerable amount of time, even with the Nimbus Cloud. Thus, while on the Nimbus, Krillin began to study the second reward he had obtained from today's sign-in, the Basic Spirit Gathering Array, a fundamental formation in the realm of cultivation that could concentrate the essence of heaven and earth within a small area, enhancing the density of spiritual energy within the formation to assist in cultivation. This was indeed a valuable asset, capable of improving his cultivation efficiency. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that setting up a formation required a formation eye and spirit stones. He had the formation, but where were the formation eye and spirit stones? One could only say that this reward left something to be desired. Nevertheless, the emergence of this formation also served as a reminder for Krillin. Having received so many rewards, he had yet to earnestly engage in cultivation. He could not rely solely on the system's rewards to navigate life. He needed to put in his own effort as well. After awakening the potential of the innate Dao Body and the super divine water, Krillin felt that he was drawing ever closer to the 6th level of Chi refinement. Seated cross-legged on the Nimbus Cloud, Krillin commenced his meditation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, Master Wu Tian was recklessly unleashing his magical sealing wave. This elderly man, already 800 years old, startled Old Bick with his sudden action. He nearly succeeded in sealing Old Bick within a rice cooker. Unfortunately, Master Wu Tian's execution of the magical sealing wave was slightly off, allowing Old Bick to escape. As a consequence of this failed attempt, Master Wu Tian lost his life. Old Bick successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Instantly, dark clouds loomed over the entire Earth, casting a shroud of darkness across the sky. Observing the sudden dimming of the heavens from his Nimbus Cloud, Krillin immediately grasped the gravity of the unfolding narrative, and a sense of urgency surged within him. The emergence of the Divine Dragon signifies the demise of both Master Roshi and Kairatsu, within a span of no more than a month. The climactic battle against King Piccolo shall ensue. Although, according to the original narrative, King Piccolo's combat power was merely a paltry 260 points. Lillian is not one to be swayed solely by numerical data. A being capable of creating vast craters with a single blow undoubtedly possesses a combat prowess that far surpasses the mere figure of 200, likely exceeding 400 points. It may be attributed to the absence of a clear concept of combat power during that period. Yet Lillian firmly believes that King Piccolo's strength eclipses that of all contemporaries. Hence, within this month, Lillian must elevate his own power to at least 400, if not beyond 500, to effortlessly triumph over King Piccolo. Additionally, he must swiftly secure all obtainable rewards on Earth to further enhance his abilities. Most of the rewards currently acquired require extensive cultivation or significant transformation to convert into combat power. Time is indeed of the essence. Not to mention the staggering combat power of over 10,000 points that Vegeta will attain in a few years, if he does not expedite his progress. How can he keep pace with the protagonists and transition from a mere supporting character to a leading role? With this thought in mind, Lillian once again centered himself and commenced the Turtle School breathing technique. Thanks to the Innate Dao Body reward, Lillian's innate talent for cultivation is exceptional, allowing him to progress at an impressive rate. By the time he reaches Frying Pan Mountain, he has already attained the late stage of the 6th layer of Chi refinement, all within a mere 5 days. From afar, on the flying Nimbus, he glimpses the opulent castle of the Bull Demon King. Lillian has no intention of greeting the Bull Demon King or Chi, as they are, after all, the spouse and father-in-law of Sun Wukong. Should they spot him, it could lead to Sun Wukong discovering that he is still alive, a revelation Lillian wishes to avoid. Thus, he quietly descends behind the Bull Demon King's castle, landing discreetly in an unnoticed area to complete his sign-in. System sign-in. Before he could even register the system's notification sound, Lillian suddenly noticed a flying craft darting across the sky. Focusing his spiritual energy into his eyes, he promptly discerned the figure aboard the craft, a bald man with 3 eyes, his face twisted with hatred and cold determination, racing towards a specific destination. Dean! Lillian gasped in alarm, quickly concealing himself even better. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Chapter 6. Sign in at Frying Pan Mountain. Rapid ascend to the 7th layer of Chi refinement. Ding. Sign in at Frying Pan Mountain successful. Rewards have been dispatched. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the fire-based finger technique, Blazing Sun Finger. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the wind-soaring steps. Indeed, he has received offensive techniques and a method of movement. Krillin was filled with joy, as offensive techniques could directly and effectively enhance his combat prowess. Indeed, the fundamental elemental spells offered limited growth in attack power. However, the emergence of the Blaze Finger provided Krillin with a means for explosive offensive capability, akin to the Kamehameha, establishing a foundational remote attack. Without hesitation, Krillin promptly opened his reward pouch to examine the rewards he had received. The Blaze Finger, a mid-level yellow tier technique, compresses the spiritual energy within the Dantian to a high degree, channeling it through the arm's meridians to the fingertips, pursuing ultimate point-to-point penetration and sustained burning damage. The Wind Step, a high-level yellow tier movement technique, infuses spiritual energy into the legs, allowing him to perceive and merge with the surrounding airflow, enabling ultra-fast maneuvers in limited space, rendering his form as elusive as willow fluff in the wind. Krillin noticed that this time S rewards featured a distinction in levels, unlike the previous techniques and spells, which lacked such classification. Thus, he inquired of the system, why were the earlier technique rewards not categorized by level? The system responded, the elemental clone technique and the turtle breathing technique are currently classified only at the Chi refining stage and do not possess levels. The elemental escape technique and the elemental spells are both entry-level foundational spells and are similarly unclassified. The system's explanation enlightened Krillin regarding the mechanism of the techniques. The quality of the elemental clone technique and the turtle breathing technique was undoubtedly higher, but due to their classification at the Chi refining stage, they had not been assigned levels. In contrast, the Blaze Finger and Wind Step were complete techniques, thus meriting classification. It appeared that rewards from signing in on Earth were standardly yellow tier techniques. Higher tiers, such as Xian, Ditian, and Shin might require signing in on Namek, or even in the cosmos. Suddenly, Krillin recalled a reward he had not thoroughly examined when he signed in at Korin Tower, the Chi observation technique. Since receiving this reward, he had neither utilized it nor studied its application in detail. Following the provided operational route, Krillin activated the Chi observation technique for the first time. Spiritual energy surged from his Dantian into his eyes, and a refreshing sensation emanated from them. Extending his hand, he focused his gaze upon it, and indeed, a line of small text appeared in his field of vision. Krillin, Chi refining level 6. He could only discern his own realm, yet no other specific information was visible. Krillin couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Was this reward truly so lackluster? Moreover, within the entirety of the Dragon Ball world, he should be the only one with a cultivation realm. What would others see? Scratching his head, Krillin decided to disregard the Chi observation technique. Time was of the essence. To avoid detection by the Ox King and Chi, he needed to depart swiftly. Summoning the flying Nimbus, Krillin set off directly to the birthplace of Sun Wukong. Mount Bowsy. Mount Bowsy was not far from the Frying Pan Mountain where the Ox King resided, and within just a few minutes, he reached his destination. System, sign in. Ding. Success in signing in at Bowsy Mountain. The rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 Spirit Stones and 1 Formation Flag. Additionally, congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 Gathering Spirit Pills. The rewards from Bowsy Mountain are indeed practical, truly befitting the legendary homeland of Sun Wukong. Moments ago, Krillin had felt disheartened due to the formation he signed in at Jinger Village being of no use. Yet the system intelligently provided him with Spirit Stones and a Formation Flag. Furthermore, the Gathering Spirit Pills are evidently designed to enhance one's cultivation level. At this point, only 2 locations remain on Earth that require sign-ins. One is Bulma's home in West City, the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. The other is Penguin Village, where Aral resides, linked to the Dragon Ball Saga. System, retrieve the Formation Flag and Spirit Stones. With a flash of light, 10 crystalline Spirit Stones and a seemingly ancient small flag materialized in his hand. Following the blueprint for the basic gathering formation, Krillin discovered a secluded valley deep within Bowsy Mountain. Subsequently, in a specific orientation and sequence, he buried the 10 Spirit Stones around the formation flag. With a soft hum, an invisible force field approximately 5 meters in diameter quietly took shape. Krillin could distinctly feel the concentration of spiritual energy steadily rising, reaching about 1.5 times that of the outside world. Without hesitation, he stepped into the formation, sitting cross-legged and promptly consuming a gathering spirit pill. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a gentle stream of energy, flowing into his dantian and merging seamlessly with his own spiritual power. Under the dual enhancement of the Innate Dao Body and the gathering formation, his spiritual power surged at a visibly rapid pace. Indeed, products from the system are of unparalleled quality. Krillin wasted no time, centering his mind and fully operating his techniques to absorb the medicinal power and break through the bottleneck of the 7th layer of Chi refinement. 7th layer of Chi refinement. Accomplished. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, Krillin opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shining through. Estimating the time, less than half a day had passed in the outside world. At this rate, with the aid of gathering spirit pills and the gathering formation, I have a genuine opportunity to break through to Foundation establishment before the climactic battle with King Piccolo. He rose and moved to an open area in the valley, beginning to practice the 2 newly acquired skills. With his fingers poised like a sword, he executed the incantation. With a soft hiss, a concentrated crimson ray shot forth, striking a massive rock several dozen meters away. The ray pierced through the stone as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, leaving a hole the width of a finger. Such formidable penetrating power. Next, he focused his thoughts and activated Wind Step. Infusing his legs with spiritual power, he moved, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the confined space, his speed far exceeding the limits he had previously achieved through Chi-enhanced running. What a tree. Krillin couldn't help but laugh aloud. Having familiarized himself with his newfound strength, Krillin composed himself, directing his gaze toward the next target. In the westernmost reaches of the earth lies West City, home to Bulma, a considerable distance from the eastern region where Bowsy Mountain is located. Without delay, Krillin summoned the Kinto-un and swiftly set off towards West City. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the formidable Demon King Piccolo had regained his youth through the Dragon Balls and was currently in Central City, harboring ambitions of dominion over the planet. Goku had ascended to the Korin Tower, embarking on a quest for the ultra-divine water alongside Yachirobe. Unbeknownst to them, a figure was quietly observing all of Krillin's movements. At the southernmost shores of West City, within the palace of the fortune-telling elder, a diminutive silhouette perched atop a crystal ball, squinting at the reflections in the water, keenly watching Krillin's journey. Intriguing, this young man. I seem unable to decipher him. Chapter 7. Signing in at the Sacred Body. Encountering Tien Shinhan again. While en route, Krillin sat atop the Kinto-un, diligently practicing the turtle breathing technique. Though unable to set up formations on the cloud, The ample supply of spirit-gathering pills sustained the foundation of his training. He consumed an average of 3 pills daily, resulting in his level reaching the late stage of chi refinement at the time he arrived in West City. Through careful calculation, Krillin estimated that the final confrontation with the Demon King was approximately 15 days away. At this moment, Bulma was not at her home in West City. Only the Briefs couple remained at the Capsule Corporation, overseeing affairs. Krillin chose not to disturb them, and simply signed in at the Capsule Corporation before departing. Ding. Successful sign-in at Capsule Corporation. Rewards have been distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a low-tier storage ring. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a low-tier robe. The technological prowess of the Briefs family was indeed remarkable. One reward served for storage, while the other enhanced defense. Upon activating the low-tier storage ring with his spiritual energy, Krillin discovered a compact storage space of about 5 square meters within. Though not vast, it sufficed for holding pills and senzu beans. While the Dragon Ball world also possessed its own storage method, capsules, the storage ring was nonetheless superior in comparison. The low-tier robe, a magical artifact usable at the chi refinement stage, could transform into various forms of clothing according to Krillin's desires. It boasted self-cleaning and self-repairing properties, along with commendable defensive capabilities. However, its effectiveness was limited. Still, Krillin appreciated its value, knowing full well that battles in the Dragon Ball universe often resulted in Goku's garments being torn asunder. Having a reliable outfit that would sustain damage was indeed a blessing. Without pausing, Krillin made his way directly to Penguin Village, where Aral resided. As a delightful Easter egg in the Dragon Ball saga, Penguin Village had not made a reappearance in later chapters. Krillin understood that Aral was a predecessor in the Dragon Ball universe, a notable creation of Akira Toriyama. Thus, he held high expectations for signing in at Penguin Village. This shall also serve as the final sign-in location on the map of Earth, at least prior to the arc of the Namekians. Subsequent to this, locations such as the homes of Chi-Chi and Son Goku, the training grounds of Son Gohan and Tien Shinhan, and the city of Satan will emerge. However, within the time frame of the Dragon Ball saga, these places have yet to materialize. One can only await the day when they return to Earth for another sign-in. Soaring through a realm filled with absurd landscapes upon the Nimbus cloud, Krillin circled above, witnessing pencil-shaped peaks, cows leisurely strolling atop rooftops, and a young girl with oversized glasses gleefully dismantling a police car. It was clear to him that he had arrived at the right destination. System sign-in. Ding. Penguin Village sign-in successful. Rewards dispensed. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a fragment of the ancient barbarian Saint Body 1. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired Barbarian Essence 3. Gazing at the rewards, Krillin was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't he already received a physique-related reward during his sign-in at Korin Tower? Why was there yet another physique-related reward? Upon opening the reward, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Fragment of the Barbarian Saint Body 1. Total 8 physical strength increased by 3-fold. Recovery ability increased by 3-fold. Barbarian Essence can directly nourish the fragments. 1 drop can temporarily unleash the full power of the Barbarian Saint Body at level 10, lasting for 1 hour. Goodness. A single fragment enhances physical strength and recovery ability 3-fold. If he were to collect all 8, what marvels could unfold? Moreover, with 3 drops of Barbarian Essence, he could invoke the complete power of the Barbarian Saint Body at level 10. This could undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card. The precise effect of the essence was unknown to Krillin, but he dared not experiment, given that he possessed only 3 drops. Indeed, the linked map offers far more abundant rewards than the original. Once the rewards were claimed, Krillin instantly felt the surge of ferocious power and the robustness of his body. However, during this phase, there were no Saiyans present, and Bulma had yet to devise a combat power detector. Consequently, Krillin lacked a comprehensive understanding of his own battle prowess. What awaited next was his re-entry into the public eye. In just 10 days, after assimilating the rewards obtained and enhancing his strength, he could engage in the climactic battle against Demon King Piccolo. Perched upon the Nimbus cloud, Krillin meticulously tallied the gains from his Earth sign-in. 5 elements clone technique, turtle breathing technique, blazing sun finger, wind walking technique, chi observation technique. Foundational 5 elements spells and escape techniques. Innate Dao Body, fragments of the Barbarian Saint Body, 18. 3 drops of Barbarian Essence. Mechanical affinity talent, basic spirit gathering, array blueprint. Low-tier storage ring, low-tier robe, 10 spirit stones, a formation flag, 100 spirit gathering pills, 3 small elixirs, and a small handful of divine beans. This list is truly luxurious, encompassing nearly every aspect of cultivation, combat, defense, assistance, and evasion. More importantly, through the potential unleashed by the super divine water and the transformation of his innate physique, his foundation has been solidified, and his potential far surpasses that of Krillin in the original narrative. His gaze fell upon the West Capital, specifically a shadowy canyon below. This was the training ground of Tien Shinhan, who was diligently practicing the Mafuba technique, having reached its final stage. In the original story, Tien was the first to confront the Demon King Piccolo during the climactic battle. Deep within the canyon, Tien, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, was struggling intensely. Before him lay an unassuming old rice cooker, and with great difficulty and pain, he was concentrating his energy into a swirling green vortex. Indeed, he was practicing the Mafuba. Krillin understood this clearly as he observed quietly. Suddenly, the energy trajectory of the Mafuba wavered slightly, grazing the edge of the rice cooker and striking the rear rock wall, creating a large crater as the energy dissipated. Damn it! Another failure. Tien knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his face etched with frustration and fatigue. Observing Tien's despondence from below, Krillin knew it was time to make his presence known. He ceased to conceal his aura, maneuvering the flying nimbus to descend gently at the canyon's entrance before stepping forward. The sound of his footsteps echoed distinctly in the silent canyon. Tien abruptly looked up, his 3 eyes filled with alertness. Upon recognizing the visitor, he froze momentarily, his pupils dilating in shock. "Why, you are Krillin?" Tien's voice brimmed with incredulity. "I can't believe you're alive." Krillin smiled, offering no extensive explanation, instead chuckling lightly at the sight of Tien, who was half kneeling. "Tien, it's been a long time." Chapter 8. Tien in awe. Want to learn the wind technique? I'll teach you. W, what are you, a human or a ghost? Tien instinctivement assumé à combatance. Still wary of Krillin despite his fatigue. Krillin smirked, aware of Tien's disbelief. Thus, he manipulated his energy to dispel the illusion of his doppelganger. "Of course, I'm human. Tien, if you don't believe me, you can ask Bulma if I'm still in that capsule." Krillin's words left Tien momentarily speechless, prompting him to rush to the spacecraft and call Bulma at Master Roshi's place. After repeatedly confirming that Bulma had no corpse of Krillin in her capsule and that the living Krillin stood before him, Tien finally accepted the truth. Krillin was indeed alive. With his doubts dispelled, Tien rushed forward and embraced Krillin. "I'm so relieved you're not dead. Krillin, do you know? Master Roshi and Kairatz." Krillin gently patted Tien's back, speaking solemnly. "I know. I will avenge them." Though aware of the subsequent plot, where Sun Wukong seeks the Celestial Hall to restore the dragon and resurrect several individuals, Krillin has no intention of revealing this to Tianjin Fan. He harbors his own aspirations. After defeating the Demon King Piccolo, he wishes to train alongside Sun Wukong in the Celestial Hall. Pushing away the embrace of Tianjin Fan, he places his hands firmly on his shoulders and gazes intently into his eyes, stating, "Our current mission is to thwart the Demon King Piccolo's dominion over the world and safeguard the innocent from his tyranny." A renewed spirit of determination and vengeance ignites within Tianjin Fan's eyes. The Demon King Piccolo has already subjugated Central City and is poised to unleash a massacre in District 43 of Earth. "We must stop him," he declares. "Indeed, let us train together, and when the time comes, we shall confront him side by side." The bittersweet joy of their reunion is swiftly overshadowed by the urgency of their reality. As Krillin anticipated, the threat posed by the Demon King Piccolo looms over them like the sword of Damocles. The upheaval caused by his resurrection among the protagonists pales in comparison to the necessity of preparation. Krillin feels no dissatisfaction with this. It is precisely what he desires. "Krillin, your aura feels markedly different," Tianjin Fan observes, sensing the change with a furrowed brow. Krillin nods, refraining from elaborating on the intrinsic differences between spiritual energy and ki. With a mere thought, he channels his spiritual energy following the path of the wind step. In an instant, his figure becomes a blur, not merely an illusion born of explosive speed. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes fixate intently, astonishment flickering within them. Such a peculiar movement technique. "Your power now far surpasses mine." As he struggles to discern Krillin's actions amidst the shifting shadows, Krillin emerges from the execution of the wind step, chuckling as he regards Tianjin Fan. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you. But first, let's engage in a spar." Upon hearing Li Kulin's words, Tianjin Fan pauses momentarily before his three eyes ignite with fierce combativeness. Very well, he exclaims, unhesitatingly creating distance and adopting the initial stance of the crane school. Li Kulin smiles subtly, achieving the desired effect. Be cautious, before his words fully escape his lips. Li Kulin's figure blurs once more, instantly closing in on Tianjin Fan's left side. He refrains from employing any spells or gestures, merely extending his fingers like a blade, infused with pure spiritual energy, aiming directly at Tianjin Fan's ribcage. How swift! Tianjin Fan's heart races. As he blocks with his left arm, his right fist gathers power, propelled by a fierce gust of energy toward Li Kulin's face, embodying both offense and defense. Li Kulin stands firm, unflinching, as his right arm, reinforced by the fragment of the savage holy body, tenses in readiness to meet the strike. With a thunderous clash, their fists collide, sending shockwaves rippling outward and stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Tianjin Fan finds himself involuntarily retreating several steps before regaining his stance. In stark contrast, Li Kulin remains rooted, unaffected in the slightest. How is this possible? Tianjin Fan exclaims in astonishment. Tianjin Fan understood that he could not possibly match Krillin in close combat. He suddenly retreated a step, crossing his arms before his chest as immense energy surged around him. Kikaho, he exclaimed, a momentous challenge. Krillin brought together his right hand's index and middle fingers, their tips instantly glowing a fierce crimson. A red energy wave shot forth, aimed directly at Tianjin Fan's Kikaho. Arriving with swiftness, the scarlet beam struck precisely at the center of the Kikaho. Rather than an earth-shattering explosion, the powerful Kikaho, capable of flattening a small mountain, was pierced through by this slender crimson ray. The energy structure collapsed instantaneously, dispersing into chaotic gusts. The red ray continued its course unabated, grazing Tianjin Fan's ear and silently melting a brilliant hole through a massive boulder behind him. Tianjin Fan stood frozen in place, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. The canyon fell into an abrupt silence, leaving only the sound of his slightly hurried breaths. You have won, he admitted, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Just months prior, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Krillin had been an opponent he could easily vanquish. Yet now, he had decisively overpowered him in both close and range combat. Frustration swelled within Tianjin Fan. Krillin smiled gently, having gained a clearer perception of his own combat prowess through this encounter. Presently, Tianjin Fan's officially documented power level was approximately 220. However, with the mastery of the Mafuba technique, his true strength should be nearing 300. Remarkably, Krillin could defeat such a Tianjin Fan with a single strike. It could be said that he had now attained the capability to contend with King Piccolo. Yet, he remained cautious. Noticing the dejection on Tianjin Fan's face, Krillin could surmise his thoughts. Tianjin Fan, you are the world's #1. Do not be disheartened. I will teach you, and together we shall become the mightiest warriors on Earth and even in the universe. Taken aback by Krillin's encouraging words, Tianjin Fan's expression slowly rekindled with determination. Indeed, at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, he had triumphed over formidable opponents like Master Roshi and Sun Wukong, claiming the title of the world's strongest. A mere setback was inconsequential. Seeing Tianjin Fan regain his fighting spirit, a smile graced Krillin's face. Having been given a second chance at life in the Dragon Ball universe, he could not allow those extraterrestrial beings to dominate. He, Krillin, would proclaim to the world that Earthlings were the greatest. Every member of the protagonist group from Earth would rise to prominence, conquering the universe. Come, let me first teach you the foundational techniques. Chapter 9. The battle in West City commences. Krillin had not anticipated such a smooth teaching experience. Perhaps it was due to their shared heritage as Earthlings. Or perhaps Tianjin Fan's extraordinary talent played a role. The turtle breathing technique proved to be exceedingly simplistic for Tianjin Han. In merely 1 or 2 hours, he successfully attained the first level of chi refinement. Possibly due to his native background, Tianjin exhibited an extraordinary proficiency in the conversion and application of spiritual energy. This greatly enhanced his capabilities instantaneously. Lee Clinton was momentarily taken aback, questioning why his own training did not yield such conspicuous results. However, Tianjin displayed little interest in Lee's solar flare technique, possessing a robust confidence in the energy cannon he had developed himself. In the original narrative, the energy cannon required both vitality and chi for its execution, with potential risks to one's lifespan when pushed to the limits. Yet, with the infusion of spiritual power, the energy cannon underwent significant refinement. This revelation prompted Lee Clinton to harbor greater aspirations for the inclusion of a cultivation system within this realm. Thus, within a single day, Lee not only imparted the turtle breathing technique to Tianjin, but also taught him the wind walking technique, along with some fundamental elemental spells and evasion techniques. As for the 5-element clone technique, Lee refrained from teaching it to Tianjin, as his own escape had been under the guise of death, a closely guarded secret. Tianjin, on the other hand, became enamored with the knowledge imparted by Lee, immersing himself in training with fervor. Lee, feeling somewhat helpless, commenced his own cultivation. After setting up a spirit-gathering array and generously providing spirit-gathering pills, both of their advancements accelerated rapidly. In just a few days, Tianjin's prowess soared to the 4th level of Qi refinement, with his other skills harmonizing seamlessly. In battle, Lee could distinctly perceive that Tianjin's combat strength had undoubtedly surpassed 400 points. Compared to his former self, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Simultaneously, Lee calculated his own combat strength, which had now far exceeded Tianjin's 400 points. At that moment, Lee felt he was nearing his own limit, having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Just then, a call from Bulma interrupted. Klein, Tianjin, the Demon King Piccolo, is preparing to attack West City. My parents are still there. Can you find a way to save them? Hearing Bulma's urgent voice on the other end, Lee understood that the plot had reached a critical juncture. Unlike the anxious and determined Tianjin from earlier, the current Tianjin exuded confidence and an unwavering resolve to triumph. After hanging up, Tianjin and Lee exchanged a glance, each reading the fire of determination mirrored in the other's eyes. Shall we set off? Let us go. They boarded Tianjin's flying craft, embarking towards West City. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was also hastening in the direction of West City. A grand battle was imminent. In West City, near the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, the once thriving streets lay in ruins, with the sounds of explosions and the cries of panicked citizens echoing through the air. The rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo, clad in a flowing white cloak, exhibited a particularly menacing visage under the dim light, his green skin accentuating his fierce demeanor. Suspended in midair, he surveyed the chaos beneath him with an air of indifference. At that moment, Tien's spaceship came into Piccolo's line of sight. He immediately recognized the three-eyed bald figure at the helm, accompanied by another small bald head. It was Tien, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. And was that Krillin? Had he not perished? A flicker of confusion crossed Piccolo's eyes upon spotting Krillin, the 8th-place contender from the previous tournament. Yet, he dismissed the thought. To Piccolo, both the 1st and the 8th were mere trifles. The spacecraft hovered before Piccolo as Tien opened the cockpit. Hey, Piccolo, come down and fight, he shouted, leaping from the vessel without waiting for a reaction. He landed gracefully on the ground. Krillin raised an eyebrow and smiled, understanding Tien's current fury and refraining from uttering a word as he followed suit. Above them, Piccolo observed their provocative actions, an icy smile gracing his lips. One of his subordinates, Dorum, approached Piccolo, inquiring, "My lord, shall we attend to them?" Dorum, with a draconian head and an exceedingly rotund physique, appeared rather grotesque, serving as a mere pawn in the original narrative. Piccolo nodded, deciding it was fitting to teach these audacious youths a lesson, to remind them that not everyone is trifled with. With that, he leapt from his lofty perch, landing directly opposite the duo. Unlike the original storyline, Tien displayed little apprehension, exuding a fierce determination instead, while Krillin appeared somewhat anxious. After all, this was his first encounter with a formidable opponent since his arrival in this world. Having watched Dragon Ball, he was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by Piccolo, who had once pushed even the protagonist, Goku, to his absolute limits. As the two landed, their reactions did not escape Piccolo's keen observation. Without a moment's hesitation, his face contorted slightly, and then suddenly his abdomen convulsed violently. A circular object surged up his esophagus, and, ultimately, Piccolo expelled an enormous oval egg from his mouth. The sight repulsed Krillin. While it had seemed less grotesque in the animated series, witnessing it in reality proved genuinely nauseating. As the shell shattered, a colossal figure emerged from within. "Your name is Drum. Let them witness the might of the demon race." Piccolo's chilling voice resonated from behind the monstrous entity. Drum, with a sinister smile, prepared to confront the challengers. As if prompted by some unseen command, his gaze shifted towards the repugnant Lee Kulin. "Baldy, Your opponent is me. With that, Goku charged forward with great speed, his sights set firmly on Krillin. Krillin, somewhat bewildered, turned to Tianjin Fan, who wore a knowing smile. It seems, Krillin, that you have been underestimated. Krillin shook his head in disbelief, casting a look of pity towards the advancing Goku. Sensing the expression on Krillin's face, Goku was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. However, there was no time for contemplation as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Krillin. A thunderous crash echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. When the haze finally cleared, only Tianjin Fan and Krillin remained in the arena, while the others were left in a state of profound shock. Durham, standing beside the great demon king Piccolo, gasped in horror. How is this possible? Chapter 10. A dramatic turn in the West City battle. As the dust settled, the spectators beheld the astonishing sight of Goku's gigantic fist being effortlessly grasped by Krillin's small hand. The crowd was left in awe, except for Tianjin Fan, who remained composed. In that moment, Krillin's free left hand gathered a glimmer of red energy at his fingertips, which swiftly pierced through Goku's forehead. In the original storyline, Goku was depicted as relatively weak, on par with Tianjin Fan, possessing a combat power of merely around 300. When Son Goku arrived, he effortlessly dispatched Goku with a single kick. Now, Goku was similarly feeble, failing to execute any demonic techniques before being instantaneously eliminated by Krillin. Observing this scene, the great demon king Piccolo felt his temples throb. The disdain in his eyes vanished, replaced by profound seriousness. Yet almost immediately, a confident smile returned to his face. The rejuvenated Piccolo believed there were no rivals left on Earth. Foolish little brat, to defeat me, the great king Piccolo. You still have much to learn. I have matters to attend to in the West. I have no time to play games with a child. With a self-assured grin, Piccolo advanced step by step. Sensing the formidable aura of the great demon king, Krillin and Tianjin Fan exchanged a glance, both taking a deep breath as they assumed a battle stance. Tianjin Fan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Krillin. Without turning around, he fixed his gaze on the great demon king and coolly declared, Krillin, allow me to take the lead. Conserve your strength. Krillin nodded, recognizing the necessity of engaging in combat to gauge the difference in power between himself and the great demon king. He stepped back, observing the impending clash between the two. Tianjin Fan's initiative took Piccolo by surprise, quickly morphing into irritation tinged with condescension. You know not the dangers that await. With a disdainful snort, Piccolo made no effort to defend himself, casually raising a hand. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. No sooner had the words left his lips than he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a robust green energy beam that surged towards Tien Shinhan like a cannon shot. Yet, Tien remained unfazed in the face of this onslaught. With a swift movement of his feet, he executed the wind step, gliding past the edge of the energy beam with an almost ethereal grace that defied the laws of physics, the violent energy merely ruffling the hem of his garment. In that very moment of evasion, Tien counterattacked. His hands swiftly formed intricate seals before him, harmonizing the spiritual energy of his fourth stage of chi refinement with his own life force. Kikaho! A flicker of surprise crossed Piccolo's eyes. He could no longer afford to be overconfident. Crossing his arms, he erected an invisible shield of powerful energy before him. Boom! 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 The Kiko waves crashed against the shield, erupting in violent bursts of energy. Tien, blending the wind step with the Crane School's techniques, drew nearer to Piccolo with a spectral agility, the phantoms of his four arms reappearing. Relying on his overwhelming energy and extensive combat experience, Piccolo defended and countered. The clash of fists and feet resonating with thunderous roars, waves of energy bursting forth. In a heartbeat, the battle reached a fever pitch. Yet, Krillin understood that the might of the Demon King Piccolo extended far beyond this. With a resolute restraint, he suppressed the urge to intervene, intently observing the duel. Gradually, Tien began to gain the upper hand in the fierce exchange. The number of blows landing on Piccolo increased, bolstered by the enhanced potency of Tien's attacks. Courtesy of the infused spiritual energy, the Demon King found himself momentarily on the defensive. Finally, with a powerful hook, Tien struck Piccolo, sending him crashing into the structure behind him, cleaving a towering edifice in two. Piccolo emerged slowly from the debris, his expression dark yet adorned with a smile. Well done. You've successfully provoked King Piccolo. I shall unleash my full strength upon you, even if it shortens my life. such as of no consequence. As he spoke, Piccolo clenched his fists before his chest, letting out a fierce roar that contorted his features in agony. A formidable aura began to emanate from him, muscles bulging with visible veins, exuding a terrifying power. Upon completing his charge, Piccolo smirked lightly and surged towards Tien in a flash. In a single blow, he sent Tien hurtling far away. Emerging from the wreckage, Tien bore a bloodied lip, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Krillin, observing the situation, began to comprehend the limits of Piccolo's power. He reached out to intercept Tien, preventing him from advancing further. "Allow me, Tien Shinhan," he declared, casting an unassailable gaze towards him. Tien, taken aback by the formidable confidence reflected in Colin's eyes, hesitated momentarily before nodding and stepping aside. "What a reckless young man. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." A chilling smile spread across the face of King Piccolo as he regarded Colin. Based on his analysis of the previous battles, Colin estimated King Piccolo's power level to be around 500. With this realization, Colin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Energy coursed through him, and the remnants of his primal bloodline began to stir within. A potent aura enveloped Colin, instantly suppressing all of King Piccolo's unleashed strength. A look of astonishment crossed Piccolo's face as he pointed at Colin, momentarily rendered speechless. However, Colin was not inclined to grant him the opportunity to speak. With a swift motion, he activated his wind step technique. Appearing instantaneously behind King Piccolo, he delivered a powerful punch to Piccolo's lower back. The impact echoed with a resounding crash as King Piccolo was sent hurtling through the air. Yet this was not the end. Colin quickly reappeared above the airborne Demon King, raising his right foot to strike his abdomen, folding him in half. Another deafening boom resonated as dust and debris filled the air. Below, a massive crater, several hundred meters in diameter, formed in the ground. At the center of this void lay King Piccolo, motionless, his limbs twitching slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of his injuries. Yet, at this moment, rather than fear or shock, an unusual smile graced King Piccolo's face. Colin was suddenly struck by a foreboding sensation. Indeed, in the next instant, King Piccolo, who had been lying in the crater, vanished and reappeared behind Tien Shinhan. With a swift chop to the back of Tien's neck, he rendered him unconscious. King Piccolo then held Tien's head aloft with one hand, directing it towards Colin. Chapter 11, A Twist. The Multiplication Technique. This scene echoed a moment from the original storyline, where a severely wounded Tien Shinhan was similarly threatened by Piccolo to coerce Son Goku. Fearing for his friend's safety, Goku had allowed King Piccolo to incapacitate his legs and right arm. Ultimately, when King Piccolo lowered his guard, Goku had rallied his remaining strength in his left hand to pierce through Piccolo's chest. The current scenario mirrored the original tale almost perfectly, yet the protagonist under threat had shifted from Son Goku to Colin. However, Colin was evidently not Goku. Witnessing King Piccolo grasping Tien Shinhan, Colin felt a rush of anxiety. Unlike Goku from the original story, he was not one to hesitate. However, Tianjin Fan has been the indigenous companion that Colin has been in contact with for the longest time in this world. Young man, do not act rashly, otherwise I cannot guarantee that your companion will not suffer a catastrophic fate. Holding Tianjin Fan firmly, Bic's eyes were fixed on Colin, a chilling smile spreading across his lips. Colin took a deep breath. He was not particularly afraid of the harm Bic might inflict upon him. After all, he had merged with fragments of the ancient, primal sacred body, granting him formidable defense and a recovery rate 3 times greater than before. Even if he were struck heavily by Bic, he could swiftly recover in a short time. Not to mention, within his storage ring lay 2 restorative sacred pills and a generous supply of magic beans. Yet, what unsettled Colin was his aversion to threats. He could not bring himself to relinquish the power of choice to another. Do you still wish to resist? Bitsk observed Colin's tightly clenched fists, a cruel glint flashing across his face. With a sudden, forceful grip, Tianjin Fan's face contorted in pain. Even in unconsciousness, it seemed he sensed the suffering, his brows furrowing deeply. Colin inhaled sharply and gradually relaxed his fists. Indeed, after Bic's demise, he could journey to the God Temple with Goku, beseeching the divine to resurrect the dragon and wish for Tianjin Fan's revival. This would be the most straightforward solution. However, Colin could not reconcile this notion within himself. Even knowing his companion could be revived later, he would never abandon or forsake his comrades. Yet Bic continued to hold Tianjin Fan tightly. Although Li Kulin possessed greater combat prowess and speed than Bic, he dared not wager on the hope of rescuing Tianjin Fan before Bic could crush him. Was there truly no alternative? Like Linus Totsreist. That's right. Little bald head. There's an ancient saying in the Far East. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Surely, you do not wish to witness your companion perish here? Bic, standing opposite, keenly noticed Li Kulin's relaxed hands, a triumphant smile emerging on his face. One must admit, as the malevolent incarnation of the deity Bic, he possessed an extraordinary understanding of human emotions. Li Kulin's mind was continuously pondering solutions, his gaze scanning the surrounding environment. Spells? No, too weak in offensive power. Stealth? No, the speed would not suffice. As for wind walking and solar finger, those were out of the question. The initiation was too slow, and any movement would easily reveal his intentions to Bic. Time ticked away. Opposite him, Bic slowly raised his left hand. The index finger aimed squarely at Li Kulin's right knee. Li Kulin understood that Piccolo intended to gradually incapacitate himself, only to ultimately deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, his gaze suddenly shifted to the distant, lifeless body of the large drum lying on the ground. A flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Indeed, he recalled the technique he had employed upon first arriving in this world, the 5 elements clone technique. Of course, he did not intend to feign death once more, but rather to create a clone. He turned to evaluate the distance between himself and Piccolo, and his eyes gleamed with newfound determination. It was feasible. Noticing the once furrowed brow of Li Kulin suddenly relax, a shrewd expression emerged in his eyes, causing a jolt of unease within Piccolo. A sense of foreboding washed over him. There was no time to waste. With a swift motion, his left index finger coalesced a vibrant green light, forming a circular energy sphere at its tip. Originally aimed at his knee, the finger abruptly redirected towards Li Kulin's heart. In an instant, the green light transformed into a massive energy beam, hurtling towards the motionless Li Kulin. Just then, Li Kulin sprang into action. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a hand seal, while his left hand casually swatted at the energy beam as if brushing away a fly. The beam was instantly deflected, striking the building behind Li Kulin instead. In a spectacular explosion, debris filled the air, reducing the structure to ruins. Piccolo, momentarily stunned, felt a pang of dread. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he prepared to exert force with his right hand, which was still gripping Tianjin Fan's head. He could not afford to overlook Tianjin Fan, as his recovery would pose a significant threat. However, at that moment, Piccolo felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Bayu, a blood-red beam, no thicker than a thumb, appeared behind Piccolo, striking his right elbow joint. In an instant, he found himself unable to exert any strength through that arm. Tianjin Fan slipped from Piccolo's grasp, collapsing to the ground. Piccolo was utterly astonished. When had someone managed to approach him unnoticed in such a critical moment? Whipping around, his pupils constricted in shock. Approximately 10 meters behind him stood a small bald figure, raising a hand in his direction. He quickly turned back, and his eyes widened once more. For that same figure remained steadfastly in place, just 10 meters ahead, with a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. Li Kulin formed a gesture that Piccolo had never encountered before. The technique of creating clones. The world of Dragon Ball does indeed feature such an ability, as evidenced when Son Goku first entered the northern base of the Red Ribbon Army, known as Muscle Tower. They are a minor antagonist, and a ninja also employed the technique, albeit his was merely a product of being one of quintuplets, a facade rather than true mastery. In contrast, Li Kulin's clone technique was undeniably authentic, leaving Piccolo astounded. He sensed no fluctuation of energy. It was as if Li Kulin had merely performed a hand sign to conjure a duplicate. Upon realizing that Tien Shinhan was no longer in peril, Li Kulin felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, as he observed the panic etched on the face of Demon King Piccolo, his gaze turned icy. Chapter 12. Narrow Victory. Goku arrives. Under Li Kulin's unwavering gaze, Demon King Piccolo was engulfed in profound dread. As a formidable being, his instincts regarding danger were finely tuned. At that moment, he felt an ominous certainty of his impending demise. Almost as if to affirm his fears, Li Kulin's right hand shifted into a different stance. With his index and middle fingers poised like a sword, he mirrored the actions of the small bald figure behind him, directing his attack at the heart of Demon King Piccolo. No! Piccolo exclaimed in alarm. Yet, what awaited him was a beam of light, as thick as a thumb. With a swift motion, the fiery solar finger, launched from Kullin's core, pierced through the exact location of Piccolo's heart in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Piccolo's eyes bulged as if they might burst from their sockets, his mouth gaping in agony, struggling to utter a sound. Almost immediately, however, a violent churn erupted within his abdomen. A spherical object surged up his esophagus, clearly indicating that the dying Demon King Piccolo was expending his last ounce of strength to expel an egg. Kullin, well-versed in the narrative, recognized that this was the future Piccolo, the vital supporting character among the protagonists. Moreover, due to his Namekian heritage, he would later become the mentor to Goku's son, Goten. Before joining the heroes, however, this Piccolo had served as a villain for a time. With his eyes bulging, the egg was now lodged in Piccolo's throat. Suddenly, Piccolo's body convulsed as he concentrated all his strength at that point. Boom! The egg erupted from his mouth without warning, soaring skyward at a speed so rapid that Kullin nearly failed to react. Yet, with foreknowledge of the unfolding events, he was prepared. In the face of Piccolo's desperate gaze, a gust of wind swirled beneath Kullin's feet, and in an instant his figure vanished from sight. He reappeared midair. In his raised right hand, he held a colossal egg standing at a height of 1 meter, nearly as tall as the diminutive Krillin himself. Yet, in the grasp of Krillin's small hand, it remained utterly still. The formidable Demon King Piccolo witnessed the last flicker of hope extinguished, and in despair, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Even in death, his face bore a mixture of shock and hopelessness, evoking a semblance of pity. Just then, a golden cloud appeared in the distance, the very nimbus that Krillin had been riding for several months. Sun Wukong had arrived. Hastily, Krillin dismissed his clone, intending to store the small egg of Piccolo in his storage ring. After all, Sun Wukong had witnessed Piccolo's egg-laying before. Krillin wished to prevent the hero from inadvertently obliterating a key character from their future adventures. However, he soon discovered that the storage ring could not accommodate the egg, not due to its size, but because the egg was alive. It is well known that living beings cannot be stored in such rings. With no other choice, Krillin embraced the egg and descended to the ground, awaiting Wukong's arrival. He also created a small water bubble to revive Tien, who had been offline for a while. When Wukong arrived on the battlefield, he beheld a bewildering sight. Krillin, clad in Master Roshi's martial arts uniform, cradled a 1-meter-high egg beside the immense corpse of the Demon King Piccolo. Not far away, Tien sat on the ground, scratching his bald head in confusion while surveying the surroundings. Wukong was momentarily stunned. The scene before him was nothing short of shocking. First, how had Piccolo met his demise? And how had Krillin survived? Furthermore, what was this egg that Piccolo had laid, now held in Krillin's hands? Tien, too, had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation, casting a shocked glance at Krillin while regarding the lifeless body of Piccolo, who was renowned for his extraordinary power. Tien was well aware of the Demon King's capabilities. When Piccolo had not revealed his full strength, they had been evenly matched, but when he unleashed his true power, he had sent Tien flying several meters with a single punch. Having frequently battled against Krillin, Tien had assessed his strength, concluding that even if he could defeat Piccolo, it would likely be a narrow victory, with the potential for both to be gravely injured or perish together. Yet, he had merely lost consciousness for a brief moment. And now Piccolo was dead. Moreover, Krillin appeared unscathed, without a single mark of injury. After a fierce battle, it was surprising to find that Krillin was merely a bit dusty. When did he become so formidable? Moreover, it appeared that during the previous fight, Krillin had been holding back. This revelation left Tien in a state of disbelief. As Krillin met the unwavering gazes of his companions, a hearty smile spread across his face. Ah, a narrow victory. A narrow victory. Sun Wukong, lacking in discernment, took Krillin's words at face value and beamed with joy. Krillin, you are truly amazing. A look of pride illuminated Krillin's face. After all, receiving praise from the destined hero, Sun Wukong, was a testament to his prowess. However, before he could bask in his triumph, Wukong's next words caught him off guard. Then let's have a match. Krillin was left bewildered, staring at Wukong, who was radiating intense battle spirit and had already assumed a fighting stance of the turtle school. Krillin couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing he had forgotten Wukong was a Saiyan. Boasting to him was akin to issuing a challenge. Although still brimming with energy after the recent conflict, Krillin had no desire to engage in another bout with Wukong. It wasn't a matter of capability. Rather, fighting Wukong was a precarious endeavor, as he possessed a reckless tenacity that was unmatched. When it came to adversaries, he exhibited unwavering resilience, but towards allies, His enthusiasm bordered on madness. There was no need for that. Ryukong, perhaps we should refrain from fighting. The Demon King Piccolo is already dead. Shouldn't we share this good news with Bulma, Yamcha, and the others? They've been quite worried about us. Krillin hastily interrupted the eager little monkey. All right then, Ryukong replied, scratching his head, showing no signs of disappointment. Let's hurry. I haven't seen Grandpa Turtle in ages. By the way, Krillin, weren't you dead? How are you alive again? Observing Ryukong's return to his usual carefree self, Krillin secretly sighed in relief. Chapter 13. Return and reactions after a wave of light obliterated the remains of Demon King Piccolo. Krillin and his companions set off toward Master Roshi's abode. Due to their relatively smaller physiques, Krillin and Ryukong shared a single Nimbus cloud, the one ridden by Ryukong. As Krillin climbed onto the Nimbus, Ryukong looked on in astonishment. After all, when they first met at Master Roshi's, Krillin had not possessed the right to ride the Nimbus. It had only been a short while, yet Krillin had earned the cloud's approval. But in Ryukong's simple mind, which was primarily preoccupied with combat, there were no convoluted thoughts. He was simply elated that his good friend Krillin could ride alongside him on Nimbus. Tien's presence was of little consequence. Throughout their journey, Krillin shared with Goku the recent actions of King Piccolo, as well as the tragic news of Master Roshi and Kaiotsu's demise. He casually revealed that there exists a method to resurrect the eternal dragon atop Korin Tower, stirring a wave of emotions within Goku. Until now, Goku had always regarded Krillin as his junior disciple, and having grown up alongside Gohan's grandfather, Goku, who lacked emotional connections, treated Krillin as though he were his own brother. They had spent countless joyful moments together, training and living in the Turtle Hermit's abode. However, following Krillin's death at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku was astonished to find that Krillin seemed transformed. His manner of speaking and acting exuded an air of maturity. This shift only intensified Goku's affection for him. After all, having been nurtured and educated under his grandfather's guidance, Goku naturally felt a sense of kinship towards someone so grown up. Krillin, your transformation is remarkable. You possess a compelling charm, Goku remarked, his innocent smile radiating warmth as he gazed at Krillin. Having lived over 20 years in the modern world, Krillin found himself momentarily unaccustomed to such candid emotional expressions, his cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, Goku chose not to dwell on this topic, quickly transitioning to another matter. Now that the crisis posed by King Piccolo has been averted, what are your plans moving forward? And what shall you do with this egg? Krillin understood that for Goku, whose essence revolved around combat, a lack of crisis represented the greatest peril. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I intend to accompany you to the Korin Temple. There, we can train together under the Earth-S sages. I sense that the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years will bring forth much excitement. Upon hearing about the divine beings at Korin Temple and the forthcoming tournament, Goku's previously waning spirits ignited with fervor. Such was Goku's nature. He possessed an innate zeal for training and battle. This fervor was not exclusive to him. Most members of their group shared the same enthusiasm. Krillin chuckled softly, opting to remain silent. However, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. Currently, Earth offered few viable locations for sign-in opportunities. The absence of such places meant that, prior to venturing into the cosmos, Krillin had limited means to acquire potent rewards. At best, the Divine Temple might qualify as a sign-in site, but finding additional locations on Earth seemed increasingly improbable. Yet they were already in the year 754 of the age, with merely 7 years remaining until the Saiyan invasion of 761. The first invasion by Vegeta had showcased a battle power of 18,000. This is a chasm, with a battle power of several hundred, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Apart from divine beings like the Celestial and Bobo, Krillin has become an invincible presence on Earth. However, the gap between several 118,000 is one that Krillin believes cannot be bridged solely through his own efforts. Though he harbors this anxiety deep within his heart, he does not express it nor confide in son Ryukong. Upon arriving at Master Roshi's abode, everyone gazes at Krillin and son Ryukong with astonishment. Through remote communication, Bulma and the others have learned much about the events that transpired, even before Tianjin Fan arrives at the cottage. As the Nimbus cloud touches down, the group encircles the two, their eyes shimmering with joy and admiration. Although son Ryukong does not display his power, he remains an emblematic savior in the hearts of the people. Conversely, it is Krillin's sudden ascent that ignites extraordinary excitement among the main characters, particularly Yamcha. This is because Tianjin Fan has clearly informed them that Krillin possesses a unique cultivation method, far surpassing his own abilities, even eclipsing the formidable Piccolo, who once dominated the world. This revelation fills Yamcha, who yearns to enhance his own strength, with exhilaration. As one of the earliest members of the protagonist group, Yamcha's pinnacle moment was when he exchanged blows with a young Wukong. Unlike Krillin, who received the guidance of Master Roshi's system, he lacks the prestigious background of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, making him the one most eager for a breakthrough in power. Krillin's sudden rise bestows upon him immense hope. For Tianjin Fan serves as a prime example. The might of Piccolo is deeply etched in the minds of many, particularly during the battle for the Dragon Balls, where numerous witnesses beheld the prowess of Piccolo and his minions. Yamcha was nearly felled by a single blow from Piccolo's subordinate, Lingu, who was merely of average strength among Piccolo's formidable followers. Yet, this powerful Piccolo, rejuvenated by the Dragon Balls, was met with Tianjin Fan, who managed to hold his own and even gain the upper hand at times. How could such a feat not stir one's spirit? It is noteworthy that even during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Tianjin Fan narrowly triumphed over Wukong, securing the top position. However, all were acutely aware that at that time, Tianjin Fan's chances against Lingu were exceedingly slim. This line of thought led to the unanticipated outcome of the once-beloved son, Wukong, being momentarily overshadowed, as everyone flocked around Krillin, chattering animatedly. Fortunately, son Wukong possesses a remarkably pure heart. Witnessing this scene, he feels nothing but happiness for his dear friend Krillin, devoid of any jealousy or discontent. Surrounded by an eager crowd, Krillin felt a sudden sense of overwhelm. He had not anticipated that merely revealing a fraction of his abilities would elicit such a tremendous reaction. He hastily interrupted everyone, saying, "All right, everyone, the pressing matter at hand is to resurrect Master Wu Tian and Jiaozi, as well as to aid those innocent souls slain by the malevolent Piccolo." Chapter 14. Return to Korin Tower, resolve the Akira Lobe crisis. After successfully persuading the enthusiastic crowd and the fervent Yamcha, they finally unified their objective, steering the conversation towards the salvation of Master Wu Tian and Jiaozi. It was at this moment that Tianjin Fan finally arrived, albeit fashionably late, which brought a sigh of relief from Krillin. After all, he could hardly withstand Yamcha's penetrating gaze, those burning eyes filled with anticipation and fervor, made Krillin feel quite uneasy. Following a lavish lunch, Krillin, accompanied by son Wukong, prepared to take his leave. The urgency of rescuing Master Wu Tian and Jiaozi, along with the innocent victims of Piccolo, loomed large. "Wukong and I shall head to Korin Tower to seek out Master Korin. Everyone, please remember to retrieve the bodies of Master Wu Tian and Jiaozi. As for the training techniques, Yamcha, I have entrusted all my knowledge to Tianjin Fan. Should you wish to learn, you can ask him." Indeed, Yamcha's gaze swiftly shifted from Krillin to Tianjin Fan, causing the latter to startle, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to face Yamcha, who wore an almost frenzied expression of longing, making him swallow hard. However, before he could refuse, Krillin summoned his flying nimbus, beckoning Wukong to leap aboard. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, soaring into the sky with a semblance of clumsiness. Korin Tower is situated in the western region of Earth, while Master Roshi's abode lies in the southeast. The journey from Master Roshi's dwelling to Korin's sacred domain would take approximately 7 to 8 days. During their travels, Krillin grew increasingly familiar with Wukong, fostering a stronger bond between them. Whether it was an instinctive reaction from his past life or Wukong's innocent and cheerful demeanor, Krillin formed a profound connection with him in a remarkably short time. Throughout this process, Krillin endeavored to impart his cultivation techniques to son Wukong. However, it seemed that due to the differences in physiology between Saiyans and Earthlings, Wukong struggled to grasp the turtle-breathing technique and the 5-element spell. Conversely, he quickly comprehended the principles of wind walking and solar finger, adeptly internalizing the techniques and demonstrating them with remarkable skill. He expressed high praise for both wind walking and solar finger. However, the fiery technique proved to be rather convoluted for Wukong, prompting him to designate the fiery technique taught by Krillin as the heat hollow wave. Indeed, the fiery technique bore significant resemblance to the Crane School's hollow wave, both in form and activation method. Krillin, amused by Wukong's whimsical creativity, readily endorsed his idea. Upon returning to the caring Holy Land, Krillin encountered the portly Akira, who had not arrived at the scene in time due to the rapid conclusion of the battle. Krillin found a lasting impression in this little chubby fellow, especially since later, when Vegeta descended upon Earth, Akirabai voraciously consumed all the senzu beans out of hunger. This incident indirectly hindered Wukong's immediate journey to Namek, resulting in numerous complications. Thus, the moment Krillin laid eyes on Akirabai, he did not extend a warm demeanor towards the rotund lad, despite Akirabai's seemingly endearing appearance. After Krillin elucidated the necessity of locating the creator of the Dragon Balls to ascend to the Heavenly Temple, the caring sage was taken aback. He nearly forgot about the existence of the Heavenly Temple above. The revelation that Krillin was aware of it piqued the caring sage's curiosity. However, as a being of divine stature, the caring sage refrained from prying too deeply into Krillin's secrets, for he could sense the purity and unblemished energy within Krillin's being. Such individuals are often inherently kind-hearted, virtuous, and brimming with potential. Moreover, he had survived after consuming the super divine water. Consequently, the caring sage began to introduce the Heavenly Temple and the means to reach it. The temple floated far above the Caring Tower, and the only way to ascend was through Wukong's golden staff, which could bridge the Caring Tower and the temple. Only those deemed worthy by me may ascend to the Heavenly Temple to meet the deities, and it is crucial to possess strength, resilience, and a pure heart. Akirabai, however, did not qualify. Akirabai, with arms crossed at the edge of the railing, wore an expression of indignation. Cut the nonsense. Krillin frowned at Akirabai's defiance, harboring a less than favorable impression of him. Yet, Akirabai had provided pivotal assistance in several key battles, notably during the Saiyan saga. When Vegeta transformed into a great ape and despair enveloped the group, it was Akirabai who severed Vegeta's tail with a single stroke, saving them all. Furthermore, when Krillin and Gohan found themselves unable to defeat the severely injured Vegeta, Akirabai commandeered the Cultivation ship, delivering the final blow that forced Vegeta to retreat. Though he appeared selfish, cowardly, and gluttonous, he occasionally exhibited flashes of brilliance at critical moments. Had it not been for his insatiable appetite for senzu beans, Akirabai could have undoubtedly been an indispensable member of the main cast. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Krillin's mind. Yes, Akirabai. Are you not adept at ambush and escape? Upon contemplating this, he hastily approached Akirabai, presenting him with a sheet of paper detailing the 5 elements escape technique and the tortoise breathing method. Akirabai, I have something of great value here that I believe you would be eager to learn. Although Akirabai was not well acquainted with Krillin, the latter's amiable demeanor, despite his modest stature of 1.30 meters, was quite inviting. With a haughty expression, Akirabai accepted the paper. Initially dismissive, he muttered, "What could possibly be of value? Akirabai have seen it all." However, upon reading several lines about the 5 elements escape technique, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. For a practitioner of his caliber, enhancing one's strength was not the primary concern. However, a means of escape was undoubtedly appealing. Instantly, his gaze towards Krillin transformed from aloofness to one of astonishment and gratitude. "Krillin, you mean to say I can learn this?" Krillin nodded with a smile, and indeed, while excellent horses are often found, a discerning trainer is rare. Akirabai merely lacked a mentor like Krillin. Naturally, this was also part of Krillin's design. Mastery of the 5 elements escape technique would undoubtedly require the presence of the 5 elements, and it was clear that Kalantari lacked these elemental forces. To practice, one would need to venture beyond the sacred grounds of Kalantari. Krillin needed to divert Akirabai's attention to prevent him from recklessly consuming his limited supply of celestial beans. In truth, there were quite a few, but Akirabai tended to devour them in large quantities, making it difficult to maintain a sufficient stock. After some contemplation, aware that Akirabai's prodigious talents might exceed the demands of the 5 elements escape technique, Krillin produced another sheet containing spells of the 5 elements and presented it to Akirabai, who expressed his gratitude once more. In an instant, Akirabai lost his interest in mere amusement and swiftly descended from Kalantari, presumably to seek a location for his cultivation. After Akirabai departed, the Celestial Master Krillin regarded Krillin with curiosity. "Krillin, do you have more of those papers?" Chapter 15. The Astonishment of Master Krillin. Ascending the Divine Temple. "Of course," Krillin replied, retrieving a substantial stack of papers from his storage ring. These documents encompassed his acquired knowledge of the tortoise breathing method, 5 element spells, 5 elements escape technique, radiant sun finger, and wind walking technique. This considerable collection contained dozens of copies. This was also one of the reasons for my visit to the Divine Temple. I have discovered a cultivation method accessible to all. and I wished to seek the Divine Master's assistance in promoting it. Indeed, this was one of Liklin's intentions. The state of Earth was dire. The world of Dragon Ball was fraught with peril. Following the Saiyan saga, each new antagonist seemed to threaten the near extinction of humanity. Throughout the narrative of Dragon Ball, the act of resurrecting all of Earth's inhabitants with the Dragon Balls occurred multiple times. Liklin was determined not to witness such a scene again. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education in the modern world, Liklin had a profound understanding of what it meant to endure. To prosper is to benefit the world. While in adversity, one should cultivate oneself. Without debating the notions of good and evil among humanity, when confronted with external threats, we should unite as one, forming a formidable collective strength. It is disheartening that each time extraterrestrial beings arrive, the inhabitants of Earth are rendered powerless, akin to ants, subjected to merciless slaughter. Only a handful of Earth's heroes exert themselves to save the planet, and often it is the Saiyans who come to the rescue. Krillin has resolved to generously share some suitable cultivation techniques he acquires with the deities, intending for them to promote these globally. Upon receiving the documents provided by Krillin, Master Korin was instantly stirred with excitement after perusing a few pages. He recognized within them numerous possibilities that even the celestial beings of Earth could not achieve. If these techniques were truly disseminated worldwide, it would herald a new era for the entire planet. His gaze toward Krillin transformed instantaneously. Where there was once an air of divine arrogance, now only boundless admiration resided in Master Korin's eyes. This not only granted all Earthlings an opportunity for cultivation, but also offered humanity the potential to ascend from a primitive civilization to a higher one. Should that moment arrive, Krillin, the seemingly unremarkable, noseless, petite bald figure, would undoubtedly earn the title of Earth's hero. He trembled, momentarily lost for words. Krillin smiled, not contemplating the future of humanity. He merely desired that all Earthlings would possess some degree of resistance against potential extraterrestrial invasions. After all, he harbored little faith that these rudimentary cultivation techniques could truly forge a few top-tier warriors with exceptional combat prowess. The gravest dangers would still necessitate the courage of a select few protagonists. Come now, Master Korin, we must ascend to the heavenly palace. Krillin interjected, breaking Master Korin's overwhelming emotions. Taking a deep breath, Master Korin acknowledged the importance of the matter, realizing he needed to discuss the details with the deity Bic. With this thought, he nodded. Very well, for now, there is no need for Goku's magical staff. I too must visit the heavenly palace. I shall lead you up. With that, Master Korin proceeded to the edge of the tower. Krillin and Goku exchanged glances, sensing a notable change in Master Korin. Goku quickly tugged at Krillin's sleeve, whispering, "Do you feel that Master Korin seems a bit off?" Krillin understood that his selfless dedication had altered Master Korin's demeanor toward him. However, he preferred not to divulge these intricate dynamics to Goku, the pure-hearted protagonist, who simply needed to focus on his cultivation and join the fight. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "That is of little consequence, Goku. However, the celestial being above is indeed formidable. Do you not wish to engage in battle with him?" Upon hearing Krillin's enticing words, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded vigorously. "Then let us depart." The three of them, Korin, Krillin, and Wukong, began their ascent from the Korin Temple, gracefully soaring upwards. The Celestial Temple, in later stages, became an accessible destination for many as their powers grew. In fact, Bulma, at that point, could simply fly there in an aircraft. Krillin speculated that, as the narrative progressed, either the Celestial or Korin might have lifted certain restrictions on the Celestial Temple, allowing a multitude to reach it freely. After all, by that time, the main characters boasted battle powers in the tens of thousands. No matter how powerful the Celestial was, he was merely a deity of a lower-tier planet, Earth. He surely did not wish to offend such formidable beings and invite their displeasure. In no time, the trio successfully arrived at the Celestial Temple. Upon entering, the innocent-minded Wukong could not help but exclaim in awe, "This place is magnificent, so vast." The Celestial Temple was an expansive, semicircular structure floating in midair. The lower half formed the foundation and overall framework of the temple, while above it lay a grand plaza and a palace adorned in Arabic style. At the center of the plaza was an open area, paved much like the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament, a true martial arts venue. Surrounding this arena were lush greenery, vibrant plants, and pedestrian pathways, creating a lively atmosphere, where even butterflies danced amidst the foliage. In the central position of the plaza stood a diminutive figure, shrouded in darkness, adorned with an Arabic-style headscarf, a vest, and loose-fitting trousers. This individual, with only white eyes and red lips contrasting against his otherwise inky exterior, bore an appearance that was anything but conventional. Krillin recognized him as another one of Wukong's early mentors, Baba. One should not underestimate his seemingly deceptive appearance and attire. Baba was no ordinary being. Official data listed Baba's battle power at a mere 1030 points, but this was undoubtedly a facade. He not only adeptly guided Krillin, Tien, and the other Z fighters after the Saiyan saga, but also, during the Buu saga, effortlessly countered the combined attacks of Goten and Trunks, who had both transformed into Super Saiyans. His true battle power undoubtedly began in the millions, with no upper limit. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary evasion ability akin to the Ultra Instinct. It could be said that Baba, as a servant of the celestial being, was indeed underappreciated. However, Krillin dared not voice any internal criticisms of Baba, for although both were divine figures, Korin embodied the archetype of a deity, aloof and methodical. Bobo never strays beyond the confines of his assigned duties. In stark contrast, however, Bobo conducts his affairs with a sense of whimsy, heeding only the directives of the great King Piccolo. Even the illustrious son Wukong has faced many a closed door at Bobo's hands. Thus, as they approached the heavenly temple, Krillin hastily cleared his mind, directing a gaze of utmost respect toward Bobo. The moment Krillin set foot in the heavenly temple, the long-silent system abruptly chimed with a notification. Ding! Checkpoint detected, Earth's heavenly temple. Would you like to sign in and claim the ultimate gift pack of the current version? Chapter 16. Wukong, it's you. The ultimate gift pack of the current version? A wave of elation washed over Krillin as he quickly verified the system's claim. Indeed, it was the ultimate gift pack. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only reasonable. The principal narrative of the Dragon Ball saga revolves around the World Martial Arts Tournament and the dominion of King Piccolo. The Heavenly Temple now stands as the pinnacle of power on Earth within this narrative. With the presence of the deity, Bobo, along with King Piccolo's egg nestled within a space capsule, and son Wukong himself, the elite forces of the Dragon Ball saga had converged at this moment. Furthermore, the Heavenly Temple was known as the most elusive and challenging location for sign-in. Quite reasonable. Given this, it was time to unveil the ultimate gift pack. Ding! Sign in at Earth's Heavenly Temple successful. Ultimate gift pack has been distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the foundational cultivation method primordial unity Qigong. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the elementary mystic spell, 5 elements annihilation cannon. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special reward, heavenly deity contract. In an instant, a cascade of system notifications echoed in Krillin's mind. A gleeful expression illuminated his face. The ultimate gift pack was evidently filled with invaluable treasures, a foundational cultivation method, a mystic spell, and a formidable-looking heavenly deity contract. However, before he could delve into the specifics of his rewards, Bobo, standing a short distance away, interrupted Krillin's reverie. You appear quite pleased, he remarked, fixing his gaze upon Krillin, while son Wukong and Master Korin exchanged puzzled glances. Krillin scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. Lord Bobo, I merely recalled something delightful. His age and appearance rendered such a gesture fitting. Bobo remained silent, his lifeless eyes fixated on Krillin, causing a slight unease to stir within him. At that moment, Master Korin promptly stepped forward to ease the tension. Lord Bobo, we come seeking a favor. Might we have an audience with the great deity? Bobo turned to regard Master Korin, his expression unchanging. Suddenly, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. The once unyielding, lifeless eyes, reminiscent of dead fish, now flickered with astonishment and joy. A subtle smile graced the corners of Krillin's mouth, for he realized that Bobo had discerned the method of cultivation he had provided through his mind-reading abilities. I understand. Follow me, Bobo stated, his words still laced with an icy demeanor, despite the evident change in his gaze. Son Wukong leaned in to whisper to Krillin, Krillin, how did you know that he is addressed as Lord Bobo? Moreover, I find Lord Bobo quite peculiar. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, swiftly smacked son Wukong on the head, causing him to clutch his head in bewilderment as he looked at Krillin. Your words can be heard by Lord Bobo. Furthermore, Lord Bobo is a celestial being, capable of hearing your thoughts. You must show respect to Lord Bobo. This was no jest. He was a genuine powerhouse, with combat prowess exceeding millions. While Bobo typically maintained a low profile and refrained from ostentation, Krillin, well-versed in the narrative, was privy to the truth. He dared not jest with a formidable figure like Sun Wukong did. Sun Wukong had attained his million-level combat power during the battle against Frieza in his Super Saiyan form, a feat that would not occur for nearly another decade. For Saiyan to reach 1,000,000 in combat power took decades, let alone for an ordinary human. How could Krillin possibly lack respect for Bobo? As Bobo strode ahead, his expression remained inscrutable, and he offered no commentary on the events unfolding behind him. Sun Wukong, still cradling his head, nodded in a dazed manner. I understand. Following Bobo, they traversed the martial arts arena situated before the Celestial Palace, and the four of them arrived at the entrance with ease. Krillin observed the curious Sun Wukong, who was glancing around in wonder, and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In the original tale, Sun Wukong had endured months of being bested by Bobo in the very same arena just to gain an audience with the celestial being. Yet now, they effortlessly approached the celestial deity, Piccolo. Could this be considered a roundabout way of aiding Sun Wukong? The elder deity, Piccolo, had already taken his place at the entrance of the celestial palace, eager to greet them, even before Bobo announced their arrival. Upon the elder deity's appearance, Sun Wukong felt a wave of trepidation, for the elder bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon king Piccolo, albeit older and more withered. Krillin quickly interjected, "This is the celestial deity. The demon king Piccolo we defeated on Earth was merely a manifestation of the celestial deity's malevolent thoughts. There is no need to worry, Wukong." Sun Wukong found solace in Krillin's words, thus relaxing his combat stance and displaying a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the celestial deity, Piccolo, disregarded Sun Wukong entirely, fixating his gaze directly upon Krillin's face. After addressing the authorization of the cultivation techniques and discussing the subsequent provision of even more advanced methods of training, they continued their discourse. The celestial beings, without a moment's hesitation, readily consented to Krillin and Sun Wukong's request to train together in the Celestial Hall alongside Bobo. At long last, Sun Wukong faced off against the formidable opponent he had long yearned to confront. However, Krillin chose not to partake in their instruction and training. Instead, he allowed Bobo to engage in one-on-one teaching with Sun Wukong, while he sought solitude to cultivate independently for a time. The abundance of spiritual energy in the Celestial Hall far surpassed anything found on Earth. Moreover, it was only natural for deities residing in this realm to progress swiftly in their cultivation. Krillin aimed to swiftly transcend the Qi refining stage and reach the foundation establishment stage within a short period. Finally, Krillin found the opportunity to examine his rewards. The Hunyuan Qigong was a technique that no longer rigidly differentiated between spiritual energy and Qi. Its essence lay in the perfect fusion of both, resulting in a purer and more refined Hunyuan Qi. This new technique emerged from the harmonious integration of the cultivation system and the Dragon Ball universe. The potency of Hunyuan Qi would surpass that of the Qi from the Dragon Ball realm or the spiritual energy from the cultivation world. Krillin sensed that practicing this technique would lead to a remarkable enhancement in his combat prowess. The 5 Elements Annihilation Cannon was essentially an upgraded version of Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha, boasting greater power without any side effects, relying solely on Qi for its execution. Tianjin Fan would likely find it intriguing, but Krillin dismissed it for now, as he was not yet at the foundation establishment stage and could not practice it. Next came the centerpiece of this ultimate reward, the Celestial Contract. This allowed for the establishment of a symbiotic contract with a character, sharing a portion of their cultivation and vitality, limited to once. This was presumably the exclusive reward obtainable from signing in at the Celestial Hall, derived from a symbiotic relationship between the celestial being Piccolo and the evil Piccolo. However, the celestial contract awarded by the system was fundamentally different from their relationship. It resembled a form of resource sharing. Upon successful binding, it would create a scenario of mutual prosperity, where the wealthy would assist the less fortunate on the path to a better life. What was there to deliberate? Wukong. It was decided you would be the one. Chapter 17. Hatching the Great Demon King before the Celestial Beings. Once the contract was bound, Sun Wukong, who was currently being bested by Bobo, suddenly sensed a change. He could instantly perceive a notable increase in both the Qi within him and the strength of his entire body. Although the increase in Qi was modest, the transformation in his physique made Wukong acutely aware of his newfound prowess. He scratched his head, momentarily stunned in place. Witnessing Sun Wukong's reaction, Krillin could not help but let out a soft sigh. He, however, felt no discernible change within himself. Although Sun Wukong had surpassed the strength of the main cast by a considerable margin at this stage, he still paled in comparison to Krillin, who had been granted extraordinary abilities. Yet, Krillin soon arrived at a realization. This represents an infallible investment, contingent upon a modest initial input. Once Wukong attains the Super Saiyan stage, the returns will become exceedingly substantial. There is no risk involved. Following the binding of the divine contract, Krillin commenced the arrangement of the Spirit Gathering Array within the Divine Hall. After utilizing the Spirit Gathering Array for over 10 days in conjunction with Tianjin Fan, the 10 Spirit Stones have begun to lose their luster. Of the 100 Spirit Gathering Pills, only around 20 remain. Fortunately, Krillin has now reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, bringing him closer to the foundational stage. The remaining energy of the Spirit Gathering Array and the leftover Spirit Gathering Pills should suffice for his cultivation to the foundational level. Future cultivation supplies will no longer rely on these formations and pills from the Qi refinement phase. However, contemplating the future, Krillin sighed. With no contract secured on Earth, the source of subsequent rewards remains a genuine concern. Setting aside these distractions, Krillin seated himself at the center of the Spirit Gathering Array and began his meditation. Observing Krillin enter a state of cultivation, Bobo quietly led Sun Wukong a distance away from the array. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The dragon had been restored by the divine being, Krillin, under Sun Wukong's guidance. Master Rashi and Tianjin Fan's companion, Dumpling, had also been successfully revived. By the 3rd day, Krillin had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Over the next 7 days, he attempted to break through to the foundational stage twice. Yet both attempts were unsuccessful. The Spirit Gathering Array contained but one final opportunity for breakthrough, with the Spirit Gathering Pills already depleted. Consequently, Krillin resolved to take a step back. Indeed, from receiving the Novice Gift Pack as a system reward, progressing directly to the 5th level of Qi refinement, and now reaching the 10th level, he had only spent a few months. Such rapid advancement inevitably leads to an unstable foundation, a conclusion Krillin derived from his 2 failed breakthroughs. Next, Krillin prepared to deal with Bic. He retrieved the universal capsule containing the egg of the Demon King Bic from his person and released it onto the ground. Almost instantaneously, the aura of the egg captured the attention of everyone present in the Divine Hall. The divine being Bic and Bobo swiftly approached the egg, their expressions reflecting a complex array of emotions. Gazing at the egg, the divine being Bic swiftly comprehended the reason for Krillin's survival. Despite having slain the old Demon King Bic, a flicker of struggle passed through his eyes, soon replaced by resolve. Krillin, observing the expression of the divine being Bic, understood his thoughts. In the original narrative, the divine being Bic once contemplated eliminating his malevolent counterpart, Bic, and nearly disrupted the climactic battle between Sun Wukong and Bic. This selfless spirit is undoubtedly commendable. However, Krillin harbored no intention of ending Bic's life. Recently, the old Supreme Kai has been practicing the turtle breathing technique, which is indicative of the high status of the Namekians as an advanced race. It may also be due to the enhancement of divine power, or some unknown reason, but within a mere 10 days. The realm of God Piccolo has already ascended to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Even with his innate Dao Body, a superior physique, Krillin must concede that in the world of Dragon Ball, extraterrestrials indeed possess an advantage over Earthlings. Setting aside the chaotic musings in his mind, Krillin gazed at the old Supreme Kai and offered a gentle smile. I did not intend to slay Piccolo. Rather, I wish to mentor him and take on the role of his teacher. Upon hearing this, aside from the ever-innocent son, Wukong, both Bobo and the old Piccolo were taken aback, their eyes filled with bewilderment as they looked towards Krillin. Yet, Krillin merely smiled softly. Having interacted with this egg for many days, he sensed that after the demise of the great Demon King Piccolo, this reborn egg had significantly diminished in its malevolent inclinations. He was confident in his ability to guide him. Furthermore, judging by the progress of your cultivation, esteemed Supreme Kai, Piccolo's potential may indeed be extraordinarily high. This explanation garnered the approval of God Piccolo. Indeed, the Namekians inherently possess a remarkable sensitivity to natural energy, with each one endowed with a talent for serving as spiritual leaders. It seems as if they're naturally suited for this vocation. Old Piccolo was one such individual, and in the future, when he passes, the young Namekian dandy will also follow suit. It is worth noting that Dandy is still a child. The cultivation methods proposed by Krillin are almost perfectly aligned with the physiology of the Namekians. However, the Namekians themselves do not revel in battle. They yearn for peace. Just like the old Supreme, Kai. Even after practicing the arts of cultivation, he may not be able to abandon everything to partake in a defense when Earth encounters peril. Yet Piccolo is different. He embodies the malevolent essence of the old Supreme Kai. He is innately drawn to combat. If, as Krillin suggests, Piccolo's evil inclinations have diminished, then Krillin could successfully master the reborn Piccolo. This would greatly enhance the safety of Earth. No one understands better than the old Supreme Kai how well suited he is for cultivation. With this contemplation, the old Supreme Kai quickly convinced himself and acquiesced to Krillin's notion. Krillin, no longer hesitating, tapped on the enormous egg, which was nearly as tall as himself. With a crisp crack, a distinct fissure appeared on the surface of the giant egg. It rapidly expanded, and soon the shell shattered, revealing the infant Piccolo within. The moment the shell broke, the infant Piccolo opened his eyes, which still radiated with malevolence. God Piccolo observed this scene, his breath becoming somewhat hurried. This malevolence, having lingered for so many years, had become akin to his inner demon, and the sight of it stirred an intense desire to eradicate it. Yet Krillin's words echoed persistently in the mind of God Piccolo. The cultivation techniques have disseminated through his energy, resonating well on this planet. He can almost feel the flourishing energy of Earth each day. Regarding the matter of entrusting the malevolent thoughts of Bik to Krillin, the deity Bik felt a sense of reassurance. Suppressing the murderous intent within, the deity Bik turned his gaze towards Krillin. However, his mouth gaped wide in astonishment. Chapter 18. The 3-year pact planet Namek. Clap. Krillin struck the head of the infant Bik with a resounding smack. What are you staring at? Little rascal. Let me make it clear. I shall be your master from now on. Follow me, and I have but one requirement. Obey. Do you hear me? The 3 onlookers were left agape, shocked by Krillin's sudden action, particularly the deity who was especially taken aback. Although the infant Bik was an embodiment of malevolence, he was, in essence, the same being. Krillin's strike felt as if it had landed squarely on his own forehead. The infant demon king Bik had just been born, with some memories already synchronized, yet a significant portion remained to be assimilated as he matured. Coincidentally, among the memories that synchronized in Bik's small mind was the moment when he had pierced through his heart with a single finger. In an instant, the recollection surged forth. Facing Krillin, an instinctive fear washed over him. Upon hearing Krillin's inquiry, he hurriedly nodded, not even pausing to detach the umbilical cord connecting him to the egg. Krillin nodded in satisfaction. Those familiar with the original tale know that the reborn Bik was not truly malevolent. He had even abandoned the notion of world domination. During Vegeta's invasion, Bik had confided to Gohan that he felt only Gohan regarded him with respect, leading him to be willing to sacrifice himself to protect Gohan. In essence, he was a typical child shaped by an unhappy upbringing. Krillin believed that under his guidance, Bik might transform into a humble, kind-hearted young man who understood civility and manners. Indeed, Bik grew to 2 meters tall within 3 years. Childhood was non-existent for him. Having extracted Bik from the egg and placed him on the ground, the onlookers gazed upon the obedient and understanding little demon king, whose eyes sparkled with innocence, leading to no further objections regarding Krillin's intention to mentor him. After some contemplation, Krillin decided it was time to leave the Divine Palace. The 2 failures and breakthroughs seemed to remind him that he needed some time for reflection. Now that Bik had been born, he could begin a planned approach to nurture this promising individual. Thus, he addressed the 3 within the Divine Palace, saying, "Deity, Mr. Popo, Goku, I must take my leave. The Divine Palace is not conducive for my cultivation. I shall practice below instead. 3 years hence, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, we shall meet again." With regard to Krillin's decision, neither Bobo nor the deity expressed any dissent. After all, they too were weary of witnessing Krillin chastise and instruct by Ku daily, especially the deity. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong seemed somewhat reluctant, having only recently reunited with Krillin for a mere fortnight, and now their next encounter would be 3 years away. Sun Wukong, diligently follow Mr. Bobo in Yeir training. At the Grand Martial Arts Tournament 3 years from now, I hope you do not disappoint me by losing to my young disciple. Krillin declared with a smile, establishing a challenge. Indeed, Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon the respectful Ku standing nearby. In memories of his earlier battle with the Demon King, Ku surged forth, igniting his fighting spirit. He vigorously nodded in agreement. Yes, Qu'est-ce qui vit, Colin? You must train the Demon King by well until we meet in 3 years. Observing the spirited son Wukong, Li Colin's lips curled into a smile. He then cradled the freshly born, half-meter-tall Baiku and leaped from the deity's temple. A month later, at Baozi Mountain, Bulma, will you be able to repair this spaceship or not? Li Colin inquired, observing Bulma jumping excitedly in front of the circular spacecraft, at times clapping her hands joyfully, and at others furrowing her brow in concentration. Of course, there is no problem. I am a technological genius, she confidently proclaimed, patting the spacecraft's cockpit. But Colin, how did you come across this spaceship? Where do you intend to go? This spaceship is the very one that Wukong arrived on when he first came to Earth. What? Wukong ISNT from Earth. Li Colin smiled faintly, opting not to respond. Indeed, he was preparing to venture into the cosmos. In the original narrative, after son Wu Fan's birth, Baiku had come to Baozi Mountain to train him. Wu Fan's emotional turmoil had triggered a reaction from the spaceship, creating an artificial moon that transformed Wu Fan into a giant ape, nearly leading to the demise of Baiku. Consequently, Baiku unleashed a wave of energy that destroyed this very spacecraft when it initially landed on Earth. Li Colin would not squander such a resource. There was little left on Earth that warranted his attention, and he had been unable to break through to the foundational stage. Fortunately, with a 3-year window ahead, he could prioritize his journey to Namek for a sign-in. Thus, he sought the expertise of the technological prodigy, Bulma. Not only is son Wukong not an Earthling, but neither is the Demon King Baiku, Li Colin remarked, turning to the small green figure gripping his finger tightly. Bulma gasped in astonishment. What? Are you saying that the Baiku beside you is also not from Earth? The young Demon King Baiku looked at Li Colin with bright eyes, then turned to Bulma, remaining dutifully silent. Indeed, my purpose this time is to take Baiku back to his homeland, Namek. Understanding the intentions of Krillin, Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly inquired, May I accompany you? At this moment, Bulma had yet to experience the devastating invasion of the Saiyans, and was blissfully unaware of the brutal nature and formidable power of extraterrestrials. Furthermore, the youthful Bulma was brimming with energy and insatiable curiosity. Krillin's lips twitched slightly. Do you really think this spaceship is capable of accommodating 3 individuals? Bulma, undeterred, retorted, so if the ship can hold 3, you would be willing to take me along to Namek? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Krillin's forehead. Before he could respond, Bulma decisively declared, all right, it's settled. She promptly retrieved her communicator and summoned her company staff to transport the single-person spaceship. Krillin, grant me a month to prepare and be ready. We shall embark together to Namek. Watching Bulma bustling about, directing the crew as they moved the spaceship, Krillin found himself momentarily stunned. Little Piccolo tugged at Krillin's finger, asking, Master, are we truly taking this woman to Namek? Krillin turned to regard the obedient Piccolo, feeling a sense of helplessness. Yet, he ultimately acquiesced. After all, Bulma was a technological genius, and having her along would ensure that any potential issues with the ship could be resolved. After some contemplation, Krillin resolved not to disrupt the original storyline, and thus admonished loudly, Bulma, this matter must remain a secret. No one is to know. Chapter 19, Bloodshed and the Destination, Namek. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Krillin had imparted all his cultivation techniques and skills to little Piccolo. True to expectations, Piccolo absorbed Krillin's knowledge with remarkable efficacy. In a short span, his abilities had reached parity with Krillin's. Indeed, due to his innate Namekian talents, he even surpassed Krillin in certain aspects. However, Krillin, possessing the ancient and formidable sacred body fragment, remained the superior fighter, rendering Piccolo no match for him. Nonetheless, this instilled in Krillin a sense of urgency. Having nothing left to teach, Piccolo felt like a personal failure for a mentor. Though Bulma could be somewhat temperamental, her adherence to promises was commendable. The arrangements for Krillin and Piccolo's journey to Namek remained undisclosed to any of the main cast. The day of their rendezvous approached swiftly. In West City, at Bulma's residence, the bathroom was equipped with a surround sound system, manga, cosmetics, and snacks. I believe I have everything I need for this interstellar journey. Bulma counted on her fingers, contemplating her preparations. Krillin, do you think we should bring some gifts for the Namekians? Should we extend a gesture of earthly courtesy to our extraterrestrial hosts? At this moment, Krillin was feeling quite exasperated. Perhaps we should prepare some delicacies for them, allowing them to savor the exquisite flavors from Earth. Observing the excited Bulma, who was nearly the same height as the diminutive Piccolo, Krillin felt compelled to speak. However, we do not consume food. We can survive solely on water. Bulma instantly felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right, Bulma, we are venturing to an unknown planet, which may harbor numerous unforeseen dangers. This is not an excursion, Krillin reminded her. All right, thank you for the reminder. We should also prepare some firearms and ammunition. If anyone proves hostile, I shall let them experience the might of Earth's bullets. With that, Bulma rushed out of the spacecraft in a flurry, disappearing in an instant. Krillin shook his head, feeling quite helpless. He began to doubt whether bringing Bulma along to Namek was indeed a prudent decision. Piccolo tugged at Krillin's sleeve. Master, will we encounter danger on Namek? Krillin recalled the storyline. At this point in time, Namek had yet to be visited by extraterrestrial beings. Frieza's army and Vegeta were still unaware of the Namekians' existence, nor did they know about the Dragon Balls. Logically, Namek was not particularly perilous at this juncture. However, Krillin distinctly remembered that during the Namek saga, Namekian warriors boasted power levels exceeding 3,000, with his own power level barely surpassing 800. Venturing there indeed posed a significant risk. After all, aside from a few Namekians, there existed a multitude of alien creatures. The environment breeds strength. If the Namekians possessed power levels in the 4 digits, then the alien beings residing there would certainly surpass the capabilities of Earth's inhabitants. I'm not entirely certain. We shall see when we arrive. Krillin could only reassure Piccolo. Upon reaching Namek, besides the necessity of signing in, Krillin also yearned to gather the Dragon Balls of Namek to fulfill 2 wishes. These wishes were somewhat embarrassing. He did not intend to collect the Dragon Balls on Earth for this purpose, as only on Namek could they be realized. Before long, Bulma returned to the spacecraft, cradling a large box of firearms and ammunition. This spacecraft had been modified by Bulma and her father, Dr. Briefs, resembling the vessel Goku had piloted during the Namek saga. However, unlike that ship, this one lacked a gravity modification device, greatly enhancing the available space within. In the circular interior, aside from the cockpit at the front, there was approximately 60 square meters of open space. The living and bathing quarters for the group were situated down a staircase in the center of this open area, leading to a lower level. It must be said, as the technological marvels of the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma and Dr. Briefs truly possessed exceptional ingenuity. Not only was Krillin pleased, but also Bulma and Piccolo expressed their satisfaction with the enhancements made to the spacecraft. Once Bulma had finalized all preparations, the trio settled into their seats, fastening their safety belts. Nameless planet, here we go. A sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness engulfed them as the ship soared rapidly into the sky. According to the original star map aboard Goku's spacecraft and the modifications made by Dr. Brief, the journey to Nameless Planet, which would traditionally take 2 months, could now be accomplished in merely 6 days. As the vessel ascended into the heavens, Krillin's excitement grew palpable. Nameless Planet, such a splendid place. Not only does it boast 7 colossal Dragon Balls, allowing for 3 wishes at once, but it is also home to the Grand Elder, who can unlock latent potential, alongside picturesque landscapes and numerous signing locations. It was nothing short of paradise. As the spacecraft breached the atmosphere and officially entered the cosmos, the violent sensation of weightlessness gradually dissipated, leaving the entire ship in a state of tranquility. Bulma was the first to unfasten her seatbelt. Now that they were in space, there was no need to remain seated for the next 6 days until they reached Nameless Planet. I shall indulge in some beauty sleep, she remarked, unfastening the thick flight suit that she wore, revealing her alluring form and loose undergarments beneath. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. As for Piccolo, he was indifferent. Being a hermaphroditic Namekian, he had no concept of gender. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo remained unperturbed. However, Krillin was a different story. Bulma seemed oblivious to Krillin's astonished gaze, perhaps entirely unaware of it. Stretching leisurely, her loose tank top barely concealed her vivacious curves. Krillin, Piccolo. I have stocked the fridge with beers and drinks. Feel free to help yourselves. There are plenty of snacks in the pantry, so eat if you're hungry. I'm going to take a quick nap, Bulma announced as she gracefully passed by Krillin and Piccolo towards the stairway at the back. As she walked, her fair skin appeared strikingly luminous under the ship's lights, and her long, slender legs swayed enticingly past Krillin. He could even catch a whiff of a peculiar, milky fragrance emanating from Bulma. In an instant, Krillin's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. Blood surged from his nose, forming 2 jets of crimson. Piccolo quickly noticed Li Kulin's distress and exclaimed, "Master Li Kulin, what is wrong?" Bulma, alerted by Piccolo's voice, turned to glance at Li Kulin, only to see the torrent of blood gushing from his nose and his gaze fixated on her chest. A piercing scream resonated throughout the spacecraft. Chapter 20, System Upgrade. Foundation established. The combat prowess of Bulma, and indeed all female characters on Earth, remains an enigma. Just like now, even the new King Piccolo could not leave a mark on Krillin, yet Bulma effortlessly landed single punch, causing a sizable bump to rise on Krillin's bald head. In pain, Krillin was on the verge of tears. Truly, she is a worthy disciple of Master Roshi, exhibiting the same lecherous tendencies. With her arms crossed and a disdainful glint in her eyes, Bulma regarded Krillin with contempt. His expression contorted, Krillin gasped for breath, clutching his head, momentarily rendered speechless. "Yet, you are merely 15, aren't you? It's remarkable how the pupil surpasses the master." Krillin found himself at a loss for words. "Though I am but 15 in this world, in another realm, I am a fervent youth who has remained solitary for over 20 years. With a cold huff, Bulma disregarded the injured Krillin and turned away, descending the stairs. Piccolo, astonished, watched Bulma's retreating figure. How frightening. This woman, after all, was the one who had disrobed. How outrageous. Krillin felt utterly aggrieved. He was clearly the victim, yet found himself wrongfully accused. Nevertheless, Bulma's figure was undeniably impressive. In the following days, Bulma seemed to recognize the presence of an impure-minded youth aboard the spaceship. She became notably more modest in her attire, no longer dressing as provocatively as before. Consequently, Krillin and Bulma refrained from exchanging a single word after that incident, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness within the spacecraft. At last, 6 days swiftly passed, and an announcement resonated through the ship. The destination, planet Namek, was expected to be reached in 10 minutes. A shared sense of exhilaration lit up the faces of the trio. While 6 days may not seem long, in the vastness of space, the initial novelty of the darkness and the enchanting vistas of various celestial bodies and meteor fragments soon gave way to monotony and solitude. The three travelers found the 6-day journey more exhausting than anticipated. Finally, planet Namek arrived. After a tumultuous descent, the spaceship landed successfully on the planet's surface. Namek, known for its harsh environment yet unique resources, was a world devoid of night, with 3 suns perpetually cycling through the sky. The surface was predominantly composed of red rocks, and the atmosphere appeared green, maintaining a temperate climate year-round. Truly a commendable habitable planet. The terrain was characterized by vast plains and crystalline mountains, with the spaceship of Krillin and his companions landing upon an expansive plain. Once nearly extinguished due to catastrophe, the Namekians now numbered just over 100, allowing the planet to retain its natural beauty, largely untouched by human influence. Upon descending to Namek, Li Kulin was the first to leap from the spacecraft. The moment he set foot on this alien planet, a chilling notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your arrival at Namek. The system has activated the second phase. Upgrading 150100. Ding! Upgrade successful. The second phase of the sign-in system is now open. Current map, Namek. Available sign-in locations, 4. Grand Elder's Residence, unlocked. Frieza's Spaceship, locked. Frieza's Main Battlefield, locked. Dandy Village, unlocked. Ultimate Gift Package, locked. Random sign-in opportunities per month, 1. Li Kulin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the system had indeed upgraded. However, upon scrutinizing the subsequent details provided by the system, he furrowed his brow. There were only 4 sign-in locations, and 2 of them remained locked. This revelation left Li Kulin, who had initially been filled with anticipation for Namek, utterly disheartened. According to the original narrative, Namek's diameter was over 10 times that of Earth. For such a vast planet to offer merely 4 sign-ins seemed rather absurd. Yet, the newly introduced feature soon rekindled Li Kulin's enthusiasm. Monthly random sign-ins. Did this not imply that from this moment forth, he would have 1 opportunity each month to sign in at any location of his choosing? Wonderful. Master, I can feel my body reveling in the air here, exclaimed Little Bick, interrupting Li Kulin's immediate desire to sign in as he exited the spacecraft. Finally, sunlight. I could hardly breathe. Bulma, stepping down from the ship, gazed towards the bright sun with a smile, stretching luxuriously. However, inadvertently, her gaze fell upon Li Kulin. In a moment of unintended connection, their eyes met. prompting both to swiftly avert their gazes in opposite directions with a soft huff. Just moments ago, Krillin had overlooked it. But now he suddenly realized that his previously stable cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, which had shown little fluctuation on Earth, was now subtly agitated on Namek. His face lit up with joy. Turning to Bic, he noted that Bic's energy was similarly unstable, as if the environment was compelling their spiritual energy to surge forth. Krillin instantly understood. The opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage had arrived. Bic, execute the Hunyuan Ichigong I previously taught you. Sit cross-legged and prepare for your breakthrough. With that, he swiftly retrieved from his storage ring the once lustrous spirit stones and ancient formation flags. He meticulously arranged a spirit-gathering formation around himself and Bic, then sat cross-legged beside him, commencing their meditative breathing. Bulma stared blankly at the two individuals who began their training at the slightest disagreement, momentarily rendered speechless. Once she regained her composure, her expression transformed into one of exasperation. How absurd! Upon arriving on this alien planet, they abandoned me, a beautiful maiden, to pursue their training alone. There is not a shred of gentlemanly conduct. Yet, she soon recalled the awkward atmosphere aboard the spaceship with Krillin, which only fueled her indignation further. And you, Krillin, although I struck your head, you also gazed upon my body. Why can't you be the one to apologize? Must I, the fair maiden, be the one to extend an apology? After venting her frustrations towards Krillin, who was absorbed in his training, Bulma felt considerably calmer. She then began to mutter to herself as she activated a pre-prepared universal capsule not far from the two practitioners. In an instant, a charming pink two-story villa materialized on the ground. Shaking her head, Bulma entered the house to prepare a meal. 2 hours later, Krillin felt the ethereal energy within him had already liquefied, and the total amount had increased significantly as he clenched his fist. Finally, he had established a solid foundation. Turning to glance at Piccolo, he noticed his friend, still meditating, brow furrowed, seemingly at a critical juncture. Shaking his head, Krillin chose not to pay further attention to Piccolo. After all, Piccolo was undoubtedly more suited for cultivation than he, a natural body of Tao, and failure was simply inconceivable. Casting a glance at the gathering spirit formation, which still held a hint of energy, Krillin turned his gaze toward the suddenly appeared pink villa. A mysterious fragrance wafted through the window, and an overwhelming sense of hunger surged within him. Chapter 21. Bulma's Apology, Tranquility of the Mind. Upon entering the house, Krillin immediately spotted Bulma, adorned in a white apron over her pink skirt. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Bulma was undeniably a striking figure. Coupled with the immense wealth of Capsule Corporation and her exceptional scientific talent, she would undoubtedly be the lead in any other narrative. Yet in this combat-centric world, she could merely play a supporting role. Prior to the spaceship incident, Krillin had never harbored any particular feelings for Bulma, knowing full well that in 10 years she would become Vegeta's wife and mother to the handsome Trunks. Krillin held great admiration for Trunks, whether in childhood or adulthood. Trunks was always remarkable and exceptional. Bulma's parenting style contrasted sharply with Chi-Chi's, resulting in a brave, charming, and responsible Trunks, unlike Gohan, who exhibited weakness in childhood and later chose to abandon combat for a life of scholarship, squandering his potential. In the past, Krillin felt a surge of frustration while watching these events unfold. However, after the spaceship incident, an inexplicable array of thoughts began to take root within him. Thoughts he could scarcely articulate. This caused him a moment of discomfort, which was one of the reasons why Krillin was reluctant to engage in further conversation with Bulma aboard the spacecraft. Have you finished your training? Perfect timing. I just need a little more to complete it. Bulma's face brightened with a cheerful smile. She was not a petty person. In the early days of the original anime, many had sought to take advantage of her. Master Roshi, UPA, and even the young Goku had all benefited at her expense. Yet, the magnanimous Bulma never held grudges, treating past grievances as mere jokes. This is one of the reasons her popularity remained high. Her open-mindedness, generosity, and imaginative spirit set her apart. Krillin felt somewhat out of place, as if he owed her something. His stomach growling from hunger. He shyly responded and took a seat at the dining table in the center of the room. Bulma emerged from the kitchen, placing the final dish on the table. Observing Krillin sitting awkwardly, she laughed and placed her hands on her hips. Don't take it to heart, Krillin. I have my shortcomings too. It was wrong of me to treat you like a child. From now on, I will regard you as an adult. I'm sorry. A wave of guilt washed over Krillin. Ultimately, he realized he had benefited, yet Bulma was the one apologizing. What a shameful situation. Just as he was about to speak, Bulma continued, but you mustn't fall in love with me. I prefer those tall, handsome types. I'm telling you in advance. Or you might end up heartbroken. With that, a starry-eyed expression crossed Bulma's face. Krillin, although he knew from the original storyline that Bulma was attracted to looks, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter entirely, and he felt a pang of hurt. Let's eat. I am starving, he exclaimed fiercely, and his feelings of guilt towards Bulma evaporated in an instant. Simultaneously, his determination to search for the Dragon Balls on Namek intensified. Before the meal was finished, Piccolo burst into the room, brimming with excitement. Master, I have successfully broken through. Meanwhile on Earth, Goku was learning to sense ki with King Kai and Bubbles when he suddenly felt a surge within his body. A powerful force surged through him, instantly augmenting his strength by nearly 30%. Goku abruptly halted his blindfolded game with Bubbles, scratching his head in confusion but unable to identify the cause. Ultimately, he attributed his progress to his training with Mr. Bubbles, letting out a hearty laugh. I become stronger, Mr. Bubbles. You better watch out. But he was promptly met with a thump on the forehead from Bubbles. Ouch, ouch, ouch. After dinner, Krillin engaged in a sparring session with Bick, and he experienced a palpable enhancement in his abilities. Indeed, it is often said that establishing a foundation marks the commencement of one's cultivation journey. Upon entering the foundation-building phase, the spiritual energy within his Dantian had transformed from a gaseous state to a liquid form. Although this liquid spiritual energy occupied only a small fraction of his Dantian, the augmentation in power was nothing short of exponential. If the strength of a 10-layer chi refinement practitioner is considered to be 1, then his strength at the initial stage of foundation building would be a remarkable 5. With the elevation of his spiritual energy, combined with the Hunyuan Ichigong technique, Krillin estimated that his combat prowess now surpassed the formidable threshold of 5,000, while Bick hovered around 3,000. The disparity in their strengths was undeniably attributed to the enhancements bestowed by the ancient barbaric sacred body. This provided Krillin with an intuitive understanding of the ancient barbaric body's effects. The stronger he became, the more pronounced the enhancements would manifest. Having finally broken through the bottleneck that had plagued him for several months, Krillin's spirit soared. In such a jubilant mood, he decided to indulge himself further. After enjoying a delightful bath, he sat on his bed, eagerly rubbing his hands together. System. Random sign-in. Ding. Successful sign-in at the northern plains of the Maka Star. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Ling Tai Jing Xianju. Is that all? Krillin stared blankly at the system's reward interface, which displayed a solitary line of text. Just one. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had even taken the time to bathe and change before signing in for the lottery. Was this the outcome? Irritated, he retrieved his reward to examine it. As the Ling Tai Jing Xianju unfolded before him, he momentarily forgot his anger, becoming utterly engrossed in this technique. Only after perusing the foundational text did Krillin exhale with brightened eyes. This technique was, astonishingly, for cultivating one's spiritual consciousness. Those who have practiced cultivation are well aware of the immense significance of spiritual consciousness. Unlike the vague perceptions of energy that the protagonist group learned from Bobo in the Dragon Ball universe, which are attainable only by those with combat power, spiritual consciousness serves as the cultivator's third eye. It is a form of mental energy that can be activated to perceive everything within its sensory range. In simpler terms, it is akin to opening one's heavenly eye. This allows one to view their surroundings from a third-party perspective. Mastering this technique will be immensely advantageous in battle. Furthermore, the technique not only enables exploration and introspection, but also provides robust defenses against mental pressure. In that moment, Krillin pondered whether he had been overly critical of the system at times. Chapter 22. A modest objective, combat power of 1 million. At the break of dawn the following day, at the dining table, Krillin contentedly patted his satiated belly. It must be said that Bulma's culinary talent was indeed remarkable. After 6 days of subsisting on canned and instant foods, indulging in Bulma's delectable dishes felt nothing short of a divine salvation. Krillin, since we have arrived at Namek, what should we do next? Bulma inquired, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed out at the breathtaking scenery. Piccolo's eyes shifted back to Krillin's face in response to her question. Although Krillin had previously mentioned to Piccolo his intention to bring him to Namek for ancestral recognition, being on this entirely unfamiliar planet left Piccolo uncertain about Krillin's specific plans. I intend to first gather the Dragon Balls of Namek and make 2 wishes, Krillin replied, a smile gracing his lips as he followed Bulma's gaze out the window. After that, I will take Piccolo to meet the Grand Elder of the Namekians. The Grand Elder possesses the ability to unlock potential, and I wish to have him enhance Piccolo's abilities. The latter statement evidently fell outside Bulma's purview of concern. She dismissed it entirely, exclaiming, Dragon Balls? Namek has Dragon Balls too? Observing Bulma's expression of shock intertwined with excitement, Krillin chuckled softly. Indeed, not only are there Dragon Balls here, but they differ from those on Earth. Here, the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes at once. 3 wishes? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening as she quickly began counting on her fingers, contemplating her desires. I want to remain forever young, to have 10 handsome companions, and to possess a figure that allows me to indulge in snacks without gaining weight. Krillin promptly collapsed to the ground in disbelief, while Piccolo's eyes sparkled with interest, evidently having absorbed the essence of Krillin's second statement. However, now having been trained to be quite obedient, he refrained from immediately inquiring about the details. The Namekians possess an extraordinary sensitivity to human emotions, and Piccolo could sense that Krillin was genuinely considering his well-being when he spoke of introducing him to the Grand Elder. Thus, he allowed Krillin to take the lead. Well then, let us set forth. In the open space before their dwelling, Krillin regarded the exhilarated Bulma and the composed Piccolo, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Piccolo, follow the guidance of your lineage to locate the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Bulma and I will search for the Dragon Balls. Piccolo paused for a moment, taken aback by Krillin's decision to have him act independently. Having been by Krillin's side since birth, the prospect of sudden separation left him with a tinge of reluctance. Krillin gently patted Piccolo's round head. Go ahead. Bulma, her face alight with excitement, produced the Dragon Ball radar and glanced at it. Indeed, on Namek, the Dragon Balls were flashing incessantly on the screen. Krillin, let us depart swiftly, but first, allow me to store the house. Krillin hurriedly stopped Bulma, who was eager to retrieve the dwelling capsule. There's no need to store it. Namek is quite secure. There's nothing to worry about. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma concluded that, although they had only been on Namek for a day, the environment was indeed incredibly safe. Moreover, she still possessed a spare dwelling capsule. Very well, let us hasten. Bulma, not one to dither, retrieved another capsule and tossed it to the ground with a resounding pop, revealing a 2-seater flying vehicle. Krillin discreetly stepped back a couple of paces, forming a hand seal and silently reciting a mantra. 5 elements clone technique, activate. A surge of spiritual energy swiftly emanated from Krillin's dantian, and 2 shadowy figures detached from him, merging seamlessly into the ground. One shadow, utilizing the 5 elements escape technique, soared into the distance, pursued closely by Piccolo. The other shadow melded into the earth beneath the house, remaining inconspicuous. Once preparations were complete, Krillin followed Bulma's lead and leaped into the flying machine. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Krillin's ability to produce clones had expanded to 2, each inheriting 60% of his attributes. This provided him with the freedom to explore at will. One clone accompanied Piccolo to seek out the Grand Elder, safeguarding him while ensuring he did not succumb to malevolent thoughts in Krillin's absence. The other clone remained at home, engaging in solitary cultivation. Although he had attained the Foundation establishment, the rewards from signing in at the Celestial Hall, the 5 elements annihilation cannon, and the meditation technique he had acquired just yesterday required considerable time for mastery. Since reaching this stage, the system's rewards no longer directly infused skills into Krillin's mind. Instead, it provided only techniques, necessitating independent practice. Thus, allocating a clone for cultivation was indeed essential. Krillin intended to resolve the matters of signing in and collecting the 7 Dragon Balls on Namek in the near term. Despite his combat power exceeding 5,000, making even Goku no match for him on Earth, Krillin remained acutely aware of the formidable adversaries that would later arise: Frieza, Android 17 and 18, Cell, and Majin Buu. Their combat powers were all in the billions. The gap between 5,000 and the billion level was not something that could be bridged easily. Therefore, after concluding his affairs on Namek, Krillin would need to traverse the cosmos continually for sign-ins, aside from the already destroyed planet Vegeta in the year 737 of the age. There remain numerous planets available for sign-in, including Frieza's homeworld, the planet Yardrat where one can learn instant transmission, and the planet Namek where the fusion technique can be acquired. Additionally, there are the North Kai's planet and the Grand Kai's planet, along with the realm of the Supreme Kai. These locations represent the current frontiers accessible to Krillin. However, certain areas are indeed terrifying in terms of combat prowess. Given Krillin's current battle capabilities, venturing there would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a mere offering. Nonetheless, Krillin harbors modest expectations. He merely hopes to claim as many sign-in rewards as possible within the next 3 years. The true challenge lies ahead with the arrival of Vegeta on Earth, heralding the onset of the Dragon Ball Z saga. As the narrative unfolds, it is certain that more sign-in locations will be unlocked. Thus, Krillin has set a humble goal for himself, to surpass a battle power of 1 million within these 3 years. To diverge momentarily, after Clone 1 caught up with Piccolo, the Namekian quickly located the first village of his kind through a bloodline instinct. Krillin is aware that the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek are safeguarded by the elders of various villages. Consequently, Krillin's clone, accompanied by Piccolo, descended upon the entrance of this village. The Namekians within were astonished by the arrival of Krillin and Piccolo. A tall, serious-looking Namekian warrior emerged, inquiring in the Namekian tongue about their intentions. Chapter 23. Good Fortune Arrives. Sign in at Dandy Village. Namek, as a celestial body with gravity and ecological conditions remarkably akin to Earth, presents a landscape entirely distinct from that of Earth. Within a flying vehicle, Krillin and Bulma exhibited a demeanor of leisure. Bulma admired the picturesque view outside, while Krillin engaged in a mental dialogue with Clone 1. There are over 100 Namekians on the planet, divided into 7 villages. Each village is overseen by an elder, supported by several warrior Namekians whose primary duty is to protect their community. The conditions for acquiring the Dragon Balls from these villages are straightforward. One must gain the elders' approval and engage in friendly sparring with the warriors to obtain the Dragon Balls. Securing the elders' approval is remarkably simple. Both Krillin and Piccolo are practitioners of cultivation, and although Piccolo embodies the dark thoughts of the Namekian race, his cultivation has imbued him with a pure and profound aura. Moreover, Piccolo harbors no desire for the Dragon Balls, negating any concerns regarding malevolent intentions. As for Krillin, he has already provided cultivation methods on Earth, earning the recognition of the Supreme Kai and, by extension, the entire planet. The Elder did not even question Krillin's need for the Dragon Balls and readily acquiesced to his request, thus progressing to the next stage. Engaging in a spar with the combat-type Namekians is a matter that does not warrant concern from Krillin. Although the combat prowess of his clone is below 3,000, Piccolo's strength surpasses that threshold. A battle power of 3,000 is more than adequate to contend with these ordinary Namekian warriors, and the participants are not inclined to fight with lethal intent, opting instead for a friendly exchange. Consequently, when Krillin's clone and Piccolo departed from the first village, they had already acquired a Dragon Ball of 6 stars and were met with accolades and encouragement from the entire village. It must be acknowledged that the Namekians, as a peace-loving race, are genuinely endearing. Aside from their somewhat sinister appearance, they possess no other flaws. However, Krillin does not possess the benevolence to impart all his cultivation techniques to the Namekians. He is not one of them, and must prioritize his responsibilities to Earth. Furthermore, the Namekians will ultimately be revived through the Dragon Balls later in the narrative, ensuring a favorable conclusion for this kind-hearted race. After 2 leisurely days of flight, Bulma and Krillin, aided by the Dragon Ball radar, located the site of a new Dragon Ball. This journey granted Krillin a fresh perspective on Bulma. This self-absorbed beauty chattered incessantly throughout the flight. It was Krillin's first experience dealing with such a girl, leading him to ponder how Vegeta, as her husband, could possibly endure her presence. Upon arriving at the village, the locals seemed to harbor little curiosity regarding the arrival of Krillin and Bulma. Krillin understood that this was one of the Namekian's innate abilities, allowing for long-distance telepathic communication. This capability is also a key reason why the villages, though distanced from one another, maintain a harmonious development. As soon as they disembarked from the aircraft, a system notification echoed in Krillin's mind. Ding. Check-in location detected. Dandy Village. Would you like a check-in? Krillin was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on his remarkable fortune. He had scarcely arrived on Namek when he successfully identified his first check-in point. A rotund Namekian, with a large head and hands clasped behind his back, approached them, inquiring, "You warriors from another world are here to collect Dragon Balls, are you not?" In an instant, Krillin recognized this individual from his memories. This was none other than the village elder, Muley. After the passing of the Great Elder, it was Muley who assumed the mantle of leadership, becoming the new Grand Elder of the Namekian people. Indeed, they had arrived at Dandy Village. Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, stepped forward and scrutinized Muley from head to toe. He looks just like Piccolo. So, Piccolo is truly a Namekian, she exclaimed. We are here to collect the Dragon Balls. Please hand them over. Krillin swiftly grasped Bulma's arm, which elicited a wave of discontent from her. Indeed, we hail from the earth. You must be the elder of this village, correct? I have learned from Piccolo about the conditions for collecting the Dragon Balls. Do you require me to undergo a trial? Standing behind Krillin, Bulma was momentarily taken aback, muttering softly to herself, What? A trial to collect the Dragon Balls? How cumbersome. Krillin turned to glare at Bulma in exasperation, only to receive a fierce glare in return. I can sense the purity of your spirit. You may battle directly with the warriors of our village. Muley said with a cheerful demeanor, clasping his hands behind his back as he turned to the crowd behind him, among whom stood a Namekian. Krillin recognized this individual as Dandy's older brother, Karkur, when Frieza came to their village to collect the Dragon Balls. Karkur courageously stood up to resist him alongside 2 other combat-ready Namekians, ultimately meeting a cruel demise. At that time, Dodoria's scouter had detected their battle powers, with Karkur exceeding 3,000, while the others were slightly weaker. Karkur, wearing a gentle smile, stepped forth from the crowd. Krillin returned the smile and assumed a combat stance. The 10 or so Namekians in the village immediately retreated to a distance of 10 meters, while Bulma stood frozen, watching the 2 before her. Krillin, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned to her. Hey, Bulma, could you step back a bit? What if you get hurt? Upon hearing Krillin's reminder, Bulma finally snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head before swiftly retreating. She eventually halted behind a massive boulder, hiding her entire body except for her head. As she observed the unfolding scene, Krillin shook his head in bemusement. Sometimes Bulma was exceedingly clever, yet at other times she could be remarkably foolish. He found it truly perplexing to comprehend the workings of her mind. As the battleground was established, the energies within the 2 began to rise gradually. Unlike Piccolo, Karkur's energy was distinctly purer, imbued with a sense of natural essence. At this pivotal moment, Krillin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, beginning to pray within his heart. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I beseech the system for a favorable reward. System, sign in. Ding. Successful sign-in at Dandy Village. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Successful sign-in at Dandy Village. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the advanced swordsmanship of the Xian tier, Han Yuan Liuguang sword. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the advanced magical artifact, Liuguang sword. Advanced swordsmanship of the Xian tier. This is indeed a prized possession, based on the experiences garnered from sign-ins on Earth. The advanced Huang tier should correspond to the latter stages of Qi training, while the advanced Xian tier corresponds to the later stages of Foundation establishment. A top-tier sword technique of the Foundation establishment stage. However, it pertains to the art of cultivation. Within Krillin's heart, a subtle anticipation began to stir. Even as he remained entrenched in battle, he opened his eyes, a fierce combat spirit igniting within them. Huh! With a thunderous shout, Karkur charged towards Krillin, and the skirmish erupted instantaneously. In accordance with the combat conventions of the Dragon Ball realm, the encounter commenced with an intense melee, followed by ranged attacks, culminating once more in close combat to conclude the fray. Krillin, conforming to the local customs, refrained from immediately employing his blazing sun finger or the 5 elements annihilation cannon. The fragment of the ancient barbarian sacred body endowed him with formidable physique and recuperative abilities, a fact he had perfectly validated during his training sessions with Piccolo. Furthermore, his primordial chi offered a significant enhancement to his striking power in close quarters. He was confident that, even against opponents whose combat prowess slightly exceeded his own, he could engage them head-on without trepidation. Thus, after a dazzling display of offensive maneuvers, the 2 combatants re-emerged in the arena, yet their conditions were starkly contrasting. Karkur was clearly panting, beads of sweat cascading from his brow, while Krillin exhibited a composed demeanor, his breath steady and unlabored, devoid of any signs of fatigue. How about it? Do you still require ranged attacks? Krillin inquired with folded arms, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the breathless Karkur. No, that's unnecessary. You have one. Karkur conceded graciously, acknowledging the palpable disparity between himself and Krillin. Observing the conclusion of the duel, Muley approached with a broad smile. Congratulations, warrior. The Dragon Ball has been retrieved for you. Please take it. Krillin turned to see a diminutive figure timidly standing before him. clutching a Dragon Ball that was larger than his own head. "Ah, is that not little Dandy?" He chuckled, affectionately tousling Dandy's hair as he accepted the Dragon Ball. "Thank you, Elder. I apologize for the intrusion. We must hasten to the next village to collect more Dragon Balls, so we shall take our leave." At that moment, Bulma approached with an expression of astonishment, eagerly taking the Dragon Ball from Lee Colin's hands. "Such a large Dragon Ball. Krillin, these Dragon Balls are unlike those on Earth." Lee Colin chuckled softly, making his way towards the two-seater spacecraft. "Indeed, the Dragon Balls here are the authentic ones. The Earth-S Dragon Balls were crafted by the Supreme Kai based on his recollections, and thus they are considerably smaller." "Are you implying that the Supreme Kai is also a Namekian?" Once aboard the spacecraft, Lee Colin and Bulma set off without delay towards the next Dragon Ball location. After fielding a barrage of inquiries from the ever-curious Bulma, Lee Colin feigned fatigue, citing the need for rest to gracefully decline further conversation. Yet, his thoughts were ensnared by the presence of clone number 2, fixating on the delicate, glimmering flying sword in his hand, measuring merely 5 centimeters in length. Unable to suppress his admiration, Lee Colin marveled. As anticipated, the swordsmanship rewarded by the system is indeed the art of flying swords. In the realm of cultivation, who does not dream of soaring through the skies on a flying sword, or wielding a blade to command it, decapitating foes amidst the throngs of battle? Initially, Lee Colin had contemplated that this was the world of Dragon Ball, where rewards for signing and would necessitate adapting to local customs, and that any modifications would only be distributed after the transformations in this universe. It seemed highly unlikely that such artifacts as flying swords would exist here. However, to his astonishment, the system presented him with a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Lee Colin guided his clone, number 2, to commence the practice of the Hunyuan Liuguang sword technique. 2 months swiftly passed, during which Lee Colin and clone number 1 amassed 6 Dragon Balls on Namek. Only one remained, which was in the possession of the Elder. The planet was indeed several times larger than Earth. It was no exaggeration. In the anime, characters like Vegeta and Frieza seemed to traverse the vastness in mere hours. Yet, it was only upon taking flight himself that Lee Colin truly comprehended the immense scale of this celestial body. Despite the planet's vastness, each Namekian village was distanced far apart. Now, having finally gathered 6 Dragon Balls, only one remained. Lee Colin summoned his clone and resolved to reunite with Piccolo. For without this encounter, the 3 Dragon Balls in Piccolo's possession would remain ineffective. Before that reunion, however, Lee Colin meticulously instructed his clone to keep the existence of his duplicity a secret. Piccolo had fully assumed Lee Colin's form and adhered to his every command. Now standing at an impressive height of over 1.60 meters, Lee Colin felt an intensified eagerness regarding his wish to the Eternal Dragon. "Let's go, Bulma. It is time to meet with Piccolo. Are we finally on the verge of completion? How splendid. I wonder what the Eternal Dragon of Namek will look like." The two once again boarded their spacecraft, heading toward the luminous point on the Dragon radar that indicated the positions of Piccolo and clone number 1. During the flight, Lee Colin's thoughts were largely absorbed in clone number 2's training with the Hunyuan Liuguang sword. The high-grade magical artifact, the Liuguang sword, seemed to possess a life of its own under the nurturing and manipulation of his foundational spiritual energy. Initially, it could only clumsily hover and dart within a few meters of its master. However, as Lee Colin deepened his understanding of the sword technique and honed his control over spiritual energy, the speed and agility of the Liuguang sword increased dramatically. He envisioned a scenario where, while enemies were still accustomed to anticipating energy waves, his silent flying sword would strike with lethal precision. This could serve as a formidable killing move, a deadly alternative beyond the primal blood technique. The spacecraft gently descended on a flat ground. The hatch opened, and Lee Colin alongside Bulma emerged. Almost simultaneously, a green figure swiftly approached from the direction of the buildings, landing gracefully before them. It was Piccolo, now standing at an impressive height of over 1.60 meters. "Master," Piccolo greeted Lee Colin with a respectful bow, and behind him, 3 colossal Dragon Balls floated serenely. Lee Colin took the Dragon Ball and patted Piccolo's shoulder with satisfaction. "Well done, Piccolo. It seems you have not been idle during this time." He could sense that Piccolo's aura had become more refined and profound than it was 2 months ago, clearly indicating that he had mastered the foundational techniques exceptionally well. After the 3 of them regrouped, their objective was clear. They set off toward the last remaining Dragon Ball, located in the village where the Elder resided. However, at that moment, a peculiar flying vehicle suddenly entered Lee Colin's line of sight. Simultaneously, a powerful energy emanated from the craft. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Krillin felt particularly puzzled. At this juncture and on this planet, how could there be other visitors? Moreover, the intensity of this presence was terrifying. Who could it be? Chapter 25. Trunks? A decade too early. The flying machine descended slowly from the sky, landing before the trio. Krillin gazed at the transparent, egg-shaped craft, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it struck him, wasn't this a time machine? Trunks? Or perhaps Cell? This segment was absent from the original plot. The glass canopy of the vehicle opened, and a striking figure leaped out. With striking lavender hair parted down the middle, a sharply defined face, and dressed in a blue vest over a black tank top. He wore loose martial arts pants and carried a long sword on his back. Indeed, it was Trunks. Krillin's brow furrowed deeply. How had Trunks arrived here? The timing and location were all wrong. After disembarking from the time machine, Trunks surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Soon, he noticed the trio standing not far away. While he did not recognize Krillin and Piccolo, he immediately identified the young visage and beautiful blue hair of Bulma, his mother. Krillin stood pondering with a furrowed brow, while Piccolo took a combat stance. Perceiving a looming threat, only Bulma gazed dreamily at Trunks. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Upon hearing this, the three in the scene collapsed to the ground. Trunks twitched the corner of his mouth, murmuring softly, "Was my mother so frivolous when she was young?" Piccolo's ear structure differed from that of humans. While Krillin and Bulma failed to catch the remark, he heard it distinctly. Thus, he looked at Trunks in shock before glancing at Bulma. Trunks politely inquired, "May I ask where this is on Earth? Is it the year 764 of the age?" Before Krillin could respond, Bulma hurriedly interjected, "This is Namek. The year you mentioned, 764, is 10 years from now." As Bulma gazed at Trunks with infatuation, he instinctively felt a flush of embarrassment. However, upon comprehending Bulma's words, his pupils dilated in alarm. Before anyone could react, he swiftly retreated into the time machine. Almost immediately, Krillin heard Trunks' voice from within, filled with a mix of shame and frustration. Indeed, it is the year 754. What am I to do?" Krillin understood that Trunks had initially traversed time to deliver medicine for Goku's viral heart disease in 764, as well as to warn everyone about the impending arrival of the androids 3 years hence. At that time, he was unaware that time travel would result in the division of the primary and alternate timelines. Naively, he believed that revealing his lineage to Bulma would risk his own existence in the future. In reality, these were two entirely distinct timelines. It appeared that his alterations had inadvertently caused a disruption in the narrative, leading Trunks to arrive at this juncture. Krillin empathized with Trunks' predicament. Presently, Goku was a year younger than the original host, Krillin, at merely 14 years of age. Was it necessary for the 20-year-old Trunks to inform the 14-year-old Goku of the android's imminent assault in 13 years? Such a revelation seemed entirely unwarranted. Furthermore, the time machine's energy could only sustain 2 journeys through time, one to arrive and one to return. Failing this attempt would mean squandering a precious opportunity to traverse time. Faced with this dilemma, Krillin found himself in a difficult position. Trunks had already achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, boasting a combat power exceeding 100 million. Should he join the ranks of the protagonists, the narrative would devolve into chaos of an unprecedented scale. Vegeta had yet to make an appearance, and Bulma was still in the early stages of her romantic involvement with Yamcha, having yet to share her first kiss. Trunks would find it impossible to elucidate his origins. In fact, it was conceivable that even Dr. Gero had not yet commenced the creation of androids at 17 and 18. At that moment, Trunks emerged from the time machine, his expression one of utter dejection. His original intent was to traverse time to thwart the destruction wrought by androids 17 and 18 while simultaneously saving Goku from his heart ailment, thus restoring peace to his timeline. However, having arrived at the wrong time, that objective now seemed unattainable. Upon returning, Earth would still face the onslaught of the androids, which was a source of profound dismay for him. Krillin contemplated the situation, resolute in his determination not to allow Trunks to disrupt the original narrative. A fragmented storyline would lead to the emergence of even more outrageous adversaries. He had to prevent such occurrences. Thus, he pondered and then addressed Trunks. "Trunks, may we speak privately for a moment?" Trunks, taken aback, glanced at Krillin in astonishment. From the moment he arrived here until now, he had never introduced himself. How could the bald little man before him possibly know his name? Ignoring Trunks, Krillin ascended into the sky, soaring into the distance. Before departing, he turned to face Piccolo and declared, "Piccolo, do not eavesdrop. If you dare to listen in, our master-disciple relationship shall be rendered void." Piccolo's face registered shock at Krillin's audacious threat, indicating the gravity of the matter. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he hastily shut off his senses. Meanwhile, Bulma, filled with indignation, shouted at Krillin, who was already flying away. "Hey, Krillin, what is it that I cannot hear? Where are you taking this handsome young man?" Yet, at that moment, neither of the three paid her any heed. After flying approximately a kilometer with Trunks, Krillin found an open area and came to a halt. "Trunks, you need not be astonished. I am aware that you have come from the future. I also know your lineage and your purpose." At these words, Trunks could not help but gasp in shock. "You have arrived too early. Furthermore, I must inform you that traversing time and space will cause your original timeline to exist independently." Upon hearing this, Trunks' pupils constricted. "What do you mean? Even if you have time-traveled to the present, eliminated Dr. Gero in advance, or cured Goku's heart disease, it will have no effect on the timeline you come from. The fated will still perish, and androids 17 and 18 will remain." In the original narrative, Trunks was a character who valued counsel, and upon hearing Krillin's words, he did not harbor any doubts. Krillin had successfully gained his trust through knowledge of his background and intentions. Despite Trunks perceiving Krillin as exceedingly weak at that moment, his words resonated with sincerity. Thus, upon learning that his time travel would not alter his original timeline, Trunks found himself engulfed in confusion. What was the purpose of creating the time machine with his mother and traveling back? Krillin, well aware of Trunks' inner turmoil, let out a slight sigh. "I cannot allow you to disrupt the natural progression of this world." Trunks nodded, understanding the potential impact of his time travel given his abilities. However, he felt a flicker of hope. "What can we do? I will accompany you back." Chapter 26, Comfort. Embrace. What? Krillin's words left Trunks in a state of astonishment, but he quickly retorted. "Though I am unaware of how you have come to learn about my origins, intentions, and the events that may unfold in the future, it is utterly impossible for you to accompany me back. The power of androids 17 and 18 surpasses your imagination. Even as a Super Saiyan, I find myself no match for them." With that, Trunks halted his explanation, not wishing to further wound the pride of the bald man before him. Of course, Krillin was acutely aware of his current battle power of 5,000, which was insignificant compared to Trunks' power exceeding 100 million. In the presence of such might, he felt akin to an ant, especially when considering the formidable androids. He was gambling on a past event when, in the village of Ginger on Earth, he had received a reward through a sign-in, a mechanical affinity. Indeed, this seemingly inconsequential talent granted its bearer profound understanding, communication, and modification abilities concerning mechanical creations. In the past, he had experimented with Android 8, and all androids exhibited a sense of closeness towards him. Moreover, he had acquired the ability to comprehend and alter the emotions of androids. He was wagering that, through this talent, he could evoke a semblance of affinity from the malevolent androids 17 and 18, thereby transforming their personalities through his gift. The risks were exceedingly high. With a battle power of merely 5,000, a single encounter could result in his swift demise at their hands. Yet, what if he succeeded? "Trunks, you have no other choice but to trust me," Krillin asserted. Trunks furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He could see no glimmer of hope in the diminutive bald man before him. Yet, this small figure was steadfastly confident in his ability to save Trunks' world. Krillin refrained from pressuring Trunks further, knowing he could not divulge his mechanical affinity to him, as it would seem utterly absurd to those from the Dragon Ball universe. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Very well, Trunks. Since you have arrived in this world, why not stay a while longer? Remain by my side and observe my extraordinary methods before deciding whether to take me back." Krillin's suggestion relieved Trunks. He had no rationale for trusting Krillin, and if, as Krillin suggested, the timelines were indeed split, then returning sooner or later would yield the same outcome. "All right, but I must clarify that I will not assist you in battle," Trunks stated. "That is acceptable. I must also caution you against revealing your origins to Bulma. You must not disclose any potential future events to her or Piccolo." Trunks nodded, understanding Krillin's determination to safeguard the development of this world. Seeing Trunks acquiesce, Krillin smiled and nodded in return. "Very well, let us return. By the way, I am Krillin. In your timeline, I should have perished long ago." Trunks was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the words his mother had once spoken while reminiscing about the past. "You are Uncle Krillin?" "Indeed, but in their presence. It's best not to address me that way." You may simply call me Krillin. At this point, I'm 5 years younger than you. A look of confusion flickered across Trunks' eyes, for in his mother's recollections, Uncle Krillin was not like this at all. At this moment, Krillin appeared enigmatic in Trunks' gaze. Upon their return to the vicinity of the spacecraft, they found Piccolo standing still, cradling his head and keeping his eyes closed, utterly motionless. Krillin couldn't help but chuckle. Piccolo was obedient. When instructed not to eavesdrop, he indeed refrained, having clearly shut off his 5 senses. Satisfied, Krillin gently patted Piccolo's head. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Krillin smile, Piccolo exhaled a long sigh of relief. Since his youth, before parting ways with the deity Piccolo, he had always been alone upon arriving on Earth. After their separation, while the deity Piccolo was perpetually accompanied and cared for by Bobo, he remained solitary. Thus, after Krillin took him in, he cherished this bond immensely, even willing to forsake his own dark desires for it. It seemed Krillin had no intention of abandoning him. Noticing Klin's smile, Piccolo reciprocated with a joyful expression. What a Bulma! Krillin pondered, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of her. Piccolo, confused as well, had shut off his senses and remained oblivious to the recent events. Unable to locate Bulma, they began searching the area together. Eventually, Krillin discovered her sitting on a rock behind the spacecraft, arms crossed, turned away from them. It became evident to Krillin that this young lady was upset once more. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. Krillin sighed softly and turned to Piccolo and Trunks, saying, Piccolo, take the Dragon Ball radar and lead Trunks to the Elder. I will join you shortly. Trunks and Piccolo shared a knowing look, aware that Krillin had taken it upon himself to soothe Bulma. Without further words, they grasped the Dragon Ball radar from Klin's hand and soared ahead. Krillin, on the other hand, cautiously seated himself beside Bulma. Sensing the movement beside her, Bulma pushed her arms forward, burying her head in her knees. Krillin observed her actions with confusion, only to soon notice her shoulders trembling. Was she crying? This left Krillin at a loss. The original Krillin was 15 years old, and with the previous life's Krillin being 25. For a span of 4 decades, Krillin had never experienced the tender emotions of love, let alone the distress of causing a girl to weep. In his moment of uncertainty on how to console her, he could only gaze imploringly at Bulma, burdening himself with the weight of guilt. Bulma, I am truly sorry. Please do not cry. Yet, rather than alleviating her sorrow, his words seemed to exacerbate it, causing her shoulders to tremble even more profoundly. She lifted her head, her exquisite visage adorned with tears resembling the delicate petals of a pear blossom. Bulma turned to Krillin, her eyes filled with a pitiable sorrow that nearly shattered his heart. Overwhelmed and at a loss for words, he could only flail about in remorse. Unexpectedly, in a surge of emotion, Bulma threw her arms around Krillin, burying her face in his shoulder. Her previously suppressed sobs erupted like a torrential flood, resonating in his ears. Krillin, momentarily frozen with his arms outstretched, was unsure how to respond. However, he soon mustered the resolve to gently encircle Bulma in an embrace as she wept on his shoulder. Shaolin, am I truly so useless? Have I been a hindrance to all of you? The anguish in her voice pierced through him, and he quickly offered a soothing reply. No, Bulma, you could never be a burden. Without you, we wouldn't even have made it to planet Namek. You are the most invaluable among us. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Bulma's wails gradually subsided into soft sobs. She then pulled away from his embrace, her eyes still glistening with tears as she regarded him. Then why did you take that handsome boy away from me, deny me the chance to meet him? Krillin, Chapter 27, 3 Sign-ins. 5,000 against 40,000. The 4 of them arrived at the village where the Elder resided without incident. As soon as they disembarked from the plane, Bulma joyfully rushed towards Trunks. Krillin exchanged a glance with Piccolo, both reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. Bulma felt an inexplicable affinity for the charming young man, Trunks. Krillin, however, shook his head, knowing he had no power to alter Trunks' fate. He could only hope that Trunks would remain tight-lipped and reveal no information. Turning his attention to the circular edifice that housed the Elder, he realized they had finally reached the last sign-in location on planet Namek. Over the past 2 months, he had refrained from utilizing his random sign-in opportunities, leaving him with 2 remaining, in addition to 1 at the Elder's location. In total, he had 3 sign-in chances stored. Indeed, as he leaped off the plane, the system's notification chimed in promptly. Ding. Sign-in location detected. Elder's residence. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. The signing at the residence of the Elder has been successfully completed, and the rewards have been dispensed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blueprint of the Spirit Recovery Array. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fragment of the ancient barbarian's sacred body. A fragment. Another fragment has emerged. Lee Clinton's heart surged with joy. The ancient barbarian's sacred body was a crucial element in bridging the gap in strength between him and prodigies like Bick. Previously, a solitary fragment had enabled him to surpass Bick's prowess by nearly half, despite their equal cultivation levels. Now, with the acquisition of another fragment, it signified his newfound capability to engage in battles beyond his current tier. Lee Clinton promptly examined the rewards from this signing. The blueprint of the Spirit Recovery Array, once deployed, could gradually rejuvenate the spiritual energy of Earth, thereby enhancing the strength of all cultivators over time. This is indeed a remarkable asset. Lee Clinton speculated that his previous inability to break through to the Foundation establishment stage on Earth might have been significantly influenced by the planet's environment. At the very least, a considerable part of the blame lay with Earth's conditions. Now, with the Spirit Recovery Array, the spiritual environment of Earth could be ameliorated. This is a monumental boon for the populace. Fragment of the ancient barbarian sacred body, rock, which, when subjected to attack, automatically forms an invisible layer of barbaric energy on the surface, capable of mitigating 30 of any form of damage. Lee Clinton was momentarily taken aback. This fragment of the ancient barbarian sacred body even had a name. He hastily glanced at the previous fragment he had obtained. Fragment of the ancient barbarian sacred body, iron bone, which enhances physical strength and bone hardness by 300 and improves bodily recovery by 300. The effects are astonishingly different. This caught Lee Clinton by surprise. He had initially assumed that all fragments of the ancient barbarian sacred body would yield identical enhancements, each providing a boost of 300. He did not anticipate that this particular fragment would offer defensive capabilities. Yet, the provision of defensive strength is indeed formidable. 30 damage reduction, coupled with his exceptional physical strength and recovery speed, rendered him akin to a human tank. A splendid start, having reaped commendable rewards from his first signing. Lee Clinton eagerly proceeded to complete the remaining 2 sign-ins. Random sign-in, Grammy success for both. The notifications echoed in Lee Clinton's mind. The signing at the residence of the Elder has been successfully completed, and the rewards have been dispensed. The signing at the residence of the Elder has been successfully completed, and the rewards have been dispensed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Frieza Legion badge. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Universal Symbiosis Technique and a Beast Taming Bag. A series of system alerts resonated within Lee Clinton's consciousness. This time, the rewards exceeded his expectations. The Frieza Legion badge. Lee Clinton was momentarily bewildered. Did the system imply that he needed to sign in at the Frieza Legion? The Frieza Legion badge allows one to masquerade as a member of the Frieza Legion, enabling infiltration into enemy bases without detection, ineffective against Frieza himself. Indeed, it is a delightful destination. However, Lee Krillin has no immediate intention of venturing into Frieza's Legion. His forthcoming objective is to accompany Trunks back to the future. As for the Universal Symbiosis Technique, it is a growth-oriented martial art capable of advancing from the yellow rank to the heavenly rank, allowing the establishment of a soul link with spirit beasts to share life, strength, and insights. The revelation that it is a growth-type technique astonished Lee Krillin, for it was his first encounter with such a martial art after signing in for so long. He instantly envisioned the myriad of bizarre creatures on Earth, dinosaurs, monsters, wolves, leopards, and various non-human beings. Could the purpose of this technique be to popularize beast taming among all, transforming Earth into a realm akin to a Dragon Ball world of beast masters? Upon reflection, this notion is not entirely implausible. On Earth, the habitats of humans and wild animals are distinctly segregated, and the dinosaurs and other extraordinary beasts dwelling in the forest possess immense combat potential. If every individual could tame beasts, combined with a resurgence of spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of Earth's creatures. The transformation of Earth into a grand beast-mastering sect is not beyond the realm of possibility. This would not only augment the overall power of humanity, but also engage numerous creatures in the struggle against external invasions. Lee Krillin was thoroughly satisfied with this reward. After instructing his avatar, who was cultivating the Universal Symbiosis Technique back at the base, to continue its training, Lee Krillin slowly stepped into the dwelling of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, with his colossal form, sat at the heart of the room. Yet, his immense stature did not exude a formidable pressure. Rather, the aged Grand Elder radiated an aura of harmony with nature. Beside him stood a tall and handsome figure, Neru, the mightiest warrior of Namek. When Frieza invaded the Grand Elder's abode, Neru bravely intervened, diverting Frieza's attention. A heroic figure indeed. Ultimately, upon Piccolo's arrival on Namek, Neru willingly sacrificed his life to merge with Piccolo, enabling the Demon King Piccolo to surpass the million-level power threshold. Presently, his combat strength stands an impressive 42,000. Lee Kulin was momentarily taken aback, having previously overlooked Neru's existence. It was only upon seeing him that he recalled Neru's formidable power. However, the conditions for acquiring the Dragon Balls on Namek necessitate defeating the strongest warrior in each village, and confronting 5,000 with 40,000 is a daunting challenge. Even if Lee Kulin and Piccolo joined forces, they would still be unable to contend with Neru's single hand. This situation is dire. Upon entering the room, Lee Kulin observed a one-star Dragon Ball gently shimmering above the Grand Elder's seat. At that moment, the Grand Elder, seated above, began to speak slowly. From the earth, "Brave warrior, could you come a bit closer?" Chapter 28, 3 Wishes, Enhancing Potential. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Lee Kulin was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly recalled that in the original narrative, the Grand Elder had previously discerned all events that transpired on Earth merely by stroking Kulin's head. Memory reading. Lee Kulin was suddenly struck with apprehension. He could not allow the Grand Elder access to his memories. If the truth surfaced that he had traversed from another world and possessed a system, what would become of him? After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the Grand Elder, stating, "Grand Elder, Vic has likewise survived on Earth for over 800 years. He possesses far more knowledge than I do. Perhaps you should read his memories instead." A subtle smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face as his gaze shifted towards Bic. "You too are Namekian." Bic felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he was a manifestation of malevolence, not a true Namekian. What if the Grand Elder read his memories and caused his demise? Yet, upon meeting Lee Kulin's encouraging gaze, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Indeed, I am a Namekian, but I have resided on Earth since my birth." The Grand Elder's immense hand slowly descended to caress Bic's smooth, round head. Bulma and Trunks observed this extraordinary scene with curiosity, while the expressions on Lee Kulin and Bic's faces were far from tranquil. "Oh, you are indeed a manifestation of malevolence. Such a phenomenon has never before occurred in Namekian history. Is it true that even a hint of malevolence cannot make one a deity? I have gleaned some understanding of your past. Warrior from Earth, you seek the Dragon Balls. What wishes do you wish to fulfill?" Relieved that the Grand Elder had not crushed him, Bic exhaled deeply. However, the Grand Elder's inquiry left Lee Kulin momentarily speechless. His desires were, in truth, somewhat difficult to articulate. Glancing at Bulma, Lee Kulin felt a flush of embarrassment but steeled himself and declared, "My wish is to grow taller." At this proclamation, neither Bic nor Trunks reacted, but Bulma behind them suddenly erupted in laughter. Lee Kulin turned to see Bulma clutching her stomach with one hand, the other pointing at him, tears of mirth nearly spilling from her eyes. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Lee Kulin quickly added, "My second wish is to use the Dragon Balls to eliminate the malevolence within Bic, allowing him to become a true Namekian." At this, Bic's gaze turned towards Lee Kulin, astonished. He had never anticipated that, after all their efforts and struggles to collect the Dragon Balls, Lee Kulin would allocate one of the remaining 3 wishes to him. Tears welled in Bic's eyes. Yet his pride prevented him from allowing Lee Kulin and the others to witness his disheartened state. He could only lower his head in silence, allowing tears to well up in his eyes. Lee Kulin's second wish successfully silenced Bulma's mockery. She glanced at Piccolo, who stood beside the Grand Elder, hands clenched, head bowed, and struggling to contain his emotions. Her perceptive heart was touched. The time they had spent traveling together, Piccolo's commendable actions, and Lee Kulin's concern for him were vividly etched in her memory. It was fair to say that Lee Kulin's wish was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable in Bulma's mind. However, she suddenly realized that Lee Kulin had already utilized 2 wishes, which meant only one remained. Before she could voice her thoughts, she heard Lee Kulin continue. "Let the third wish be for Bulma. Without her creating the spaceship, we would never have reached Namek. Moreover, she has indeed worked quite hard during this time." "Very well. Your request is quite reasonable, and I do not sense any malevolent intent. I shall grant you the Dragon Ball," the Grand Elder said with a smile, his voice deep and steady, as he reached up to his head and retrieved the 1-star ball from the top of his seat. Holding the 1-star ball, Lee Kulin felt momentarily bewildered. He turned to glance at Neru, who had been standing silently nearby. He had prepared himself for failure, expecting to train for a while longer before challenging Naru again. He never anticipated that the Grand Elder would directly hand him the one-star ball, completely bypassing the combat segment. However, he soon recalled that he had another matter to address with the Grand Elder. Thus, he quickly spoke up. "Grand Elder, I have a small request that I need your assistance with." The Grand Elder, with a gentle demeanor, regarded Krillin with warmth. "What is your request?" "I would like you to help awaken the potential within me, Piccolo, and Trunks." Initially, his intention was solely to seek aid for himself and Piccolo, but halfway through, he remembered that Trunks was standing behind him. Since he was already there, and this would not affect the Grand Elder's lifespan, having Trunks included would not be a detriment. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, looking at Krillin and Piccolo before his gaze settled on Trunks. "I can assist you and Piccolo in awakening your potential. However, it seems that the potential of that warrior exceeds my capability. I am unable to assist him." At that moment, Trunks understood that Krillin was clearly seeking benefits for him from the Grand Elder on Namek. He quickly waved his hands. "Uncle Krillin, you need not help me awaken my potential. It has already been sufficiently enhanced." Krillin contemplated this, recognizing that the Grand Elder's potential awakening had previously elevated the combat power of individuals like Sun Wukong and Krillin, whose strengths had initially only been in the thousands to tens of thousands. For Trunks, who boasts a combat power exceeding 100 million in his Super Saiyan form and maintains a regular combat power of several million, the prospect of enhancement does seem rather trivial. "Very well, I shall trouble you, esteemed Elder, to assist in augmenting both my and Piccolo's potential." "Certainly." Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly temple on Earth, Son Goku, having entered the hyperbolic time chamber just a couple of days prior, found himself languishing in boredom as he gazed upon the stark whiteness of this realm. How dreadfully dull, how excruciatingly tedious. This hyperbolic time chamber is utterly devoid of amusement. I yearn to return. The hyperbolic time chamber, situated within the heavenly temple, is a realm that defies the conventional laws of time. A year spent within its confines equates to merely one day in the outside world. However, each individual is permitted a maximum of 48 hours within the chamber throughout their lifetime. This was Goku's inaugural experience in the chamber, and according to the original narrative, he could scarcely endure a single month before hastily exiting. Remarkably, only 2 hours had elapsed outside. His subsequent entry would coincide with the battle against Cell during the Cell games. As Goku idly played with his tail in the empty space, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy surging violently through his body. In an instant, his limbs bulged with muscle, veins protruding prominently. What on earth is happening? Chapter 29, A Wish. They have arrived. Unbeknownst to Krillin, events transpiring on Earth were entirely foreign to him. Following the Elder's stimulation of his potential, Krillin felt an intense pressure enveloping his entire being. Ultimately, the Elder's enhancement was still rooted in the energies of the Dragon Ball universe. Consequently, Krillin sensed his body brimming with a radically surging energy. In the original plot, when Krillin and Gohan approached the Elder for potential awakening, Krillin's combat power soared from approximately 1,500 to a staggering 13,000, an increase of nearly 87 times. However, this was merely his standard combat power. During his later confrontation with Frieza, Krillin's power surged to an astonishing 75,000. This is one of the reasons he was heralded as the strongest Earthling. Gohan's enhancement was even more astonishing. The Elder merely unlocked a fraction of his potential, resulting in a tenfold increase. In the subsequent battle against Frieza, with a surge of rage and inspiration, Gohan's power skyrocketed to the hundreds of thousands. Though Krillin is a traveler from another world and has received various rewards from the system, he humbly acknowledges that his augmentation through potential awakening is not as extraordinary as Gohan's. Nonetheless, he can distinctly perceive that, without restraining his energy, the total energy within him now reaches approximately 10 times its previous level. This implies that Krillin's current combat power exceeds 50,000. As for Piccolo's enhancement, Krillin is less informed, but as a native of Namek, Piccolo's potential undoubtedly surpasses that of Earthlings like Krillin. The expression of joy on Piccolo's face is a clear indication that his augmentation has far exceeded his own. However, the total amount of energy within the body is one matter, while the ability to exert that energy in actual combat is quite another. Even if Piccolo's strength were to temporarily surpass his own, Krillin remains entirely untroubled. As an embodiment of evil thoughts, Piccolo's innate talents are undeniably limited. Even within the original storyline, it is only after truly assimilating Nail and merging with the Grand Kaishin that his combat power begins to soar, reaching astronomical levels. Prior to that, Piccolo's potential was merely a few 100,000. After declining the Elder's generous invitation and Nail's challenge, the quartet embarked on their journey back to the base. It was not that Krillin was unwilling to battle Nail. Rather, he sought to ensure the integrity of the storyline as much as possible. In the current team of 4, aside from Bulma, Nail was no match for any of them. Krillin feared that defeating Nail might shatter his confidence, leaving him hesitant to confront Frieza when the time came. Upon returning to the base, the 4 promptly summoned the Eternal Dragon. As a pure-blooded Namekian, Piccolo was fluent in the Namekian language from birth, making the summoning of the dragon a simple task. In a dazzling flash of light, the Namekian dragon materialized before them. On Namek, night did not exist. 3 suns perpetually illuminated its surface. Yet, with the dragon's arrival, the sky instantly darkened. The Namekian dragon, muscular and imposing, bore no resemblance to the dragons of Earth, appearing more akin to a malevolent cult than a benevolent being. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. I shall do my utmost to fulfill 3 of them. At the sight of the dragon, not only Bulma, but also Piccolo, Krillin, and Trunks were rendered speechless by the spectacle. However, it was Piccolo who first regained his composure. Master, quickly state your wish. Krillin, snapping back to reality at Piccolo's prompt, hurriedly addressed him. For my first wish, I desire to grow to a height of 1.80 meters. According to official lore, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Son Goku, stands at a mere 175 centimeters. Although he appears quite tall and formidable in both anime and manga, considering the cultural context of Japan and the average height of its males, Akira Toriyama's design for Goku was set at 175 centimeters, with Vegeta being a mere 164 centimeters. However, Krillin was different. Before his transmigration, he was Chinese and stood at 180 centimeters, making it entirely reasonable for him, as a Chinese person, to surpass the protagonist of a Japanese narrative in height. Piccolo nodded, turned to the dragon, and spoke rapidly in Namekian. Understood, the dragon replied, its eyes flashing with light. Krillin suddenly felt a remarkable change within his body. In an instant, the world he perceived transformed before his eyes. Once he regained his senses, he extended his palm to discover. Indeed, his hand had grown larger, and his arms had lengthened. He clenched his fist and adapted to the newfound dimensions. Accustomed to his diminutive stature of 1.3 meters, the abrupt transition to 1.8 meters left Krillin somewhat disoriented. Yet, before he could fully acclimate to his body, the startled exclamation of Bulma emanated from behind him. Krillin, you've truly grown taller, and you look so handsome. Turning his gaze, he observed the sparkles of admiration dancing in Bulma's eyes. Her expression transformed into one of infatuation. Without needing a mirror, Krillin was acutely aware that his appearance had undoubtedly surpassed his former self. However, he momentarily disregarded Bulma and instead addressed Piccolo. Let us proceed with the second wish. May the dragon eradicate the dark thoughts from your heart. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Piccolo paused momentarily, but eventually nodded slowly. He then began conversing with the dragon in a rapid succession of words. Seizing this moment, Krillin turned his attention back to Bulma. The next wish is yours, Bulma. Have you decided what to wish for? Bulma's expression shifted to one of conflict and hesitation. Although she had previously mentioned numerous desires, when confronted with the opportunity to make a wish, she realized that those things were not genuinely necessary for her. Coming from a privileged background, her needs had always been met. Even the desire for handsome companions was merely a jest. What she cherished more was the thrill of participating in the adventure of searching for the Dragon Balls. Ironically, she found herself devoid of any true aspirations to fulfill, just as she prepared to concoct a casual wish to satisfy the moment. Her attention was suddenly drawn to Krillin and Trunks, who wore solemn expressions, both gazing intently at the sky. Someone is coming, Trunks murmured, but almost immediately, his pupils constricted, and he was engulfed in profound shock. The words that followed sent a wave of astonishment through those present. Androids 17 and 18 are here too. Chapter 30. Androids 17 and 18. Let the battle commence. The atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense. While Piccolo and Bulma were unfamiliar with the identities of androids 17 and 18, they keenly observed the expressions of Krillin and Trunks. Trunks was anxious due to the impending confrontation with formidable foes, while Krillin experienced a headache from the unraveling of the storyline. Not only had Trunks arrived a decade earlier than anticipated, but how could androids 17 and 18, who had never traveled through time, also have emerged from the future? In the original narrative, the androids of the primary world, 17 and 18, were inherently benevolent beings, despite their creation being intended for the purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong. However, they have never engaged in indiscriminate slaughter along their journey. The gravest of their transgressions amounted to merely stealing a set of clothing and an ice cream truck. While this is hardly commendable, in comparison to Vegeta from the protagonist group, who often massacres the Namekian villages and regards Earthlings as mere insects, they appear rather benevolent. Yet, from the alternate world traversed by Trunks, the androids 17 and 18 are far from virtuous. They are indeed villains who take pleasure in murder and view destruction as a game. With a sigh, all of this can only be attributed to oneself. Having altered the narrative, it can only be described as a butterfly effect, resulting in Trunks and the androids crossing over. Krillin turned to Trunks and said, "You all stay here. I will handle this." Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, Krillin now appeared robust and handsome. Although still bald, his face had matured with distinct features. Coupled with his physique, he exuded a compelling aura of authority. Yet, even with his wish-granted maturity and reliability, his personal strength had not seen much alteration. Without hesitation, Trunks stepped forward, rejecting Krillin's proposition. "Oncle, qu'est-ce que vous Krillin? I do not understand your unwavering confidence in being able to deal with 17 and 18. They are merciless killers and must have followed me here. I will take care of this." As his words hung in the air, Trunks' dormant energy erupted suddenly. Golden flames ascending skyward as his hair transformed into a brilliant gold and his pupils shifted to a vibrant green. A powerful surge of energy radiated from him, sending debris skittering across the ground. However, before Krillin could respond, a mocking chuckle resonated from the sky not far away, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Oh, is that not Trunks?" This remark instantly captured the attention of all present. Even the hovering Shenron shifted its gaze towards the source of the voice. In midair, two figures leisurely floated. To the left was a black-haired youth clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and a black vest, paired with dark trousers, a playful smirk gracing his face. To the right stood a striking blonde girl with blue eyes, dressed in a similarly styled white top and fitted jeans. Her expression was relatively aloof, yet her gaze held a teasing glint as she scrutinized Trunks, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. It was none other than androids 17 and 18. Krillin recognized that the very nature of the androids meant they could not be sensed unless they emitted their energy. Clearly, they had arrived unnoticed, their deliberate release of energy intended to draw attention. Indeed, Trunks had taken the bait. 17's gaze shifted from Trunks' face to the imposing Shenron floating in the air. Letting out a click of his tongue, he glanced over at the three individuals on the ground, resembling ants in their insignificance. However, when his gaze fell upon the face of Krillin, his pupils abruptly constricted. He swiftly turned to his sister, and indeed, they both perceived the same sense of bewilderment in each other's eyes. The trio present was familiar to them in their alternate world. After the unlocking of androids 17 and 18, both Piccolo and Krillin had perished at their hands. Bulma had fought against them for years, being the mother of Trunks. Although the Krillin below bore a different stature and appearance from the diminutive figure they once knew, his essence remained unmistakably unchanged. What perplexed them was the inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from this Krillin, a sentiment they had never experienced even from the creator, Dr. Gero, whom they had personally slain. Yet before they could ponder this further, Trunks below grew anxious. "Hey, androids 17 and 18, what do you want with me? Don't involve anyone else." Krillin's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Trunks. The intent of their adversaries had clearly been directed at him, and Trunks' plea seemed to be an obvious signal to the others to refrain from focusing solely on him. Nevertheless, Krillin sighed, choosing to forgive Trunks, as it appeared that every Saiyan in this world bore some peculiar flaw. Goku's excessive compassion, Vegeta's blind arrogance, Gohan's crippling insecurity, and Trunks' emotional ineptitude rendered any hope of salvation through Trunks futile. Shaking his head slightly, Krillin sought to capture the attention of androids 17 and 18. Lapis Lazuli. He pronounced their true names with unwavering certainty. These names belonged to their past as humans, remnants that Dr. Gero had attempted to obliterate. "Who are you?" 17's voice turned icy, laced with an imperceptible scrutiny. Trunks was taken aback, for he had never heard these names before. Despite having battled androids 17 and 18 for over a decade, unaware of their true identities. Yet, Krillin had confidently articulated their names, seemingly correct in his assertion. You possess an infinite energy core within you, which grants you power, but also an inescapable void, correct? The flippancy on 17's face waned slightly as he squinted. Reassessing Krillin. You seem to know quite a bit. However, do you believe that stating these truths will deter us? This era appears quite intriguing. Annihilating it should provide ample amusement. Despite his chilling words, his gaze remained fixed on Krillin's reaction. Krillin sighed inwardly. Indeed, mechanical affinity seemed to persuade only those like Android 8, who possessed an inherently benevolent nature. In another realm, the malevolent androids 17 and 18 clearly do not adhere to the principles of mechanical affinity. Thus, the only recourse is to engage in combat. In the world of Dragon Ball, where strength reigns supreme, weakness equates to a lack of influence. To put it bluntly, even if one possesses power comparable to that of Android 17 and 18, their discourse would not mirror the current exchange. With a heavy sigh, Krillin acknowledged the vast disparity in strength, yet he yearned to test a trump card he had never before utilized. After all, should he perish, the Dragon Shinran could revive him, and surely a Saiyan would eventually deal with the androids. He decided to take a gamble. After consuming a drop of primal blood from the system, Krillin raised his gaze towards androids 17 and 18. Let's find another location for our battle. Chapter 31. Unexpected Wishes. Not only were androids 17 and 18 taken aback, but even Trunks and Piccolo expressed their astonishment. It was evident to all that this was a fight destined for defeat. In the presence of androids 17 and 18, they could subdue Krillin without lifting a finger, merely by exerting their overwhelming presence. Thus, when Krillin proposed to battle the androids, Trunks was the first to intervene. Uncle Krillin, you will die. Even Bulma realized that the individual before them was beyond their capacity to confront or resist, and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Krillin's arm. Qu'est-ce Krillin? You. Not being a martial artist, she was at a loss for how to persuade him. Krillin, however, merely smiled and waved his hand, gently pushing Trunks aside, while offering Bulma a reassuring glance. Had his challenge been made before consuming the primal blood, it would have been akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet after ingesting the primal blood, he believed he truly had a chance to contend with androids 17 and 18. At that moment, he finally comprehended the functions and effects of all the fragments of the ancient primal sacred body, aside from the iron bone and rock fragments he had already acquired. The remaining fragments were boiling blood, immortality, battle spirit, soul devouring, magic resistance, and unity. Collecting these 8 fragments would not merely result in a simple accumulation of abilities. Rather, it would awaken the dormant essence of the sacred body, achieving a perfect internal cycle. The primal blood merely activated the effects of the ancient primal sacred body at level 10. Krillin could scarcely fathom the implications of gathering all fragments of the ancient primal sacred body. The question of who would be stronger, he or the Saiyan bloodline, remained uncertain. Without responding to Trunks and Bulma, Krillin digested the primal blood, and a formidable aura began to emanate from him. Boom! Instantly, everyone sensed that Krillin was no longer merely a human. He resembled a ferocious beast awakening from a millennium-long slumber. The fierce energy radiating from him caused those standing nearby to draw a sharp breath. Even the hovering figures of number 17 and number 18 displayed an unusual expression. Nevertheless, within their perception, despite Krillin exuding an air of overwhelming ferocity and a notable enhancement in strength, they still felt he paled in comparison to themselves. Exchanging glances, number 17 and number 18 were about to speak when the dragon, not far from them, suddenly interjected. You still have one wish remaining. Please state your desire promptly. It was evident that the dragon wished to avoid embroiling itself in their conflict. This successfully alleviated the tension in the atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention to the dragon's visage. The dragon began to sweat profusely, its previously imposing countenance now betraying a hint of trepidation. Krillin quickly realized that the wish had not yet been granted. After contemplating for a moment, he reined in his aura and addressed the hovering number 17 and number 18. Could you kindly wait a moment? I would like to make my wish first. Number 17 and number 18 displayed no signs of discontent. They merely looked up, indicating for Krillin to proceed as he pleased. In the world of Dragon Ball, whether by rule or an unwritten convention, it seemed that minor requests before a battle were often accommodated by the opponent. When Krillin watched the anime, he often felt impatient, as Goku would invariably create distractions just as a fight was about to commence. Little did he know that he would find himself in a similar situation one day. Shaking off his thoughts, Krillin turned to Bulma. Bulma, please make your wish. This unexpected inquiry left Bulma momentarily flustered. Me? You wanted a wish? She had indeed contemplated various desires, such as remaining eternally youthful, having an endless supply of snacks, and being surrounded by handsome men. Yet, confronted with the peril of two formidable adversaries from the future, those whims were instantly cast aside. Yes, think of something quickly, Krillin urged, nodding in affirmation. Trunks anxiously glanced at Bulma, silently urging her to hasten. He was acutely aware of the unpredictable nature of the androids. Any delay would only heighten the uncertainty. Although Piccolo remained silent, his clenched fist signified his readiness for confrontation. I. Bulma felt her mind go blank, struggling to conceive a wish worthy of articulation. At that moment, all she desired was for Krillin to triumph over his formidable foes, or for no. 17 and number 18 to willingly return to their original timeline. However, having previously made wishes on Earth, Bulma understood that any desire surpassing the dragon's capabilities was unattainable. Perhaps you should go ahead, she finally conceded, unable to withstand the weight of the collective gaze upon her, relinquishing her chance to wish to Krillin. This left Krillin momentarily taken aback. Having already had his two wishes fulfilled, he found himself without a pressing desire. Yet, with imminent combat on the horizon, it would be inappropriate for the dragon to linger idly. Moreover, given that the dragon had been summoned, it would be even more improper to forego the opportunity to make a wish. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Piccolo and spoke. Very well, Piccolo. For the third wish, let the eternal dragon remove the bombs from the bodies of androids 17 and 18. Upon uttering these words, not only did the three individuals below display expressions of shock, but even the floating androids 17 and 18 exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment, gazing blankly at Krillin. Trunks immediately grew anxious. Uncle Krillin, have you lost your mind? Why would you assist them? In my future, 17 and 18 are the harbingers of endless slaughter and despair. They are foes that must be eradicated. To remove the bombs is to aid their malevolence. Although Piccolo and Bulma did not share Trunks' fervent agitation, their faces were equally marked with confusion and gravity. Krillin's actions were evidently offering assistance to formidable adversaries. I can sense that Lapis and Lazuli are not as you perceive them, Krillin replied, his gaze steady upon androids 17 and 18. Indeed, while 17 and 18 represented evil in the timeline Trunks traversed, in any timeline they were pitiable beings having been transformed by Dr. Gero and deeply brainwashed. Moreover, the deceased on Earth could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. If 17 and 18 could be transformed into virtuous entities, then upon their return to their timeline, Earth would possess its own powerful guardians. As for the act of killing, it is hardly significant in the Dragon Ball universe. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Bu, who among them has not taken a life? Yet their redemption was met with forgiveness, ultimately allowing them to integrate into the team. Furthermore, in the original narrative, Krillin captured Android 18's heart by disarming her bomb. Krillin naturally hoped that through this act of goodwill, he could lessen 17 and 18's hostility, facilitating the success of his plans. Ignoring Trunks, Krillin urged Piccolo once more to confirm the wish. The Eternal Dragon's crimson eyes glowed again, and two slender beams of light precisely shot towards androids 17 and 18, instantly penetrating their bodies. With this step completed, the Eternal Dragon swiftly transformed into a radiant light and vanished, the 7 Dragon Balls soaring into the sky. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 32 Battle, a turning point. Finally, after remaining silent since their arrival, Android 18 spoke. It is rather unexpected, despite our not yet being created in this era. You know so much about us, and seem entirely unafraid. How intriguing. Suspended in midair with her arms crossed, after a brief moment of astonishment, she found herself filled with curiosity towards Krillin, not merely due to his suddenly handsome visage, but because of his unwavering, equitable demeanor. Feeling as though the bomb within him had been dismantled, number 17 was in remarkably high spirits. A smile graced his lips as he addressed Krillin, expressing his surprise at the unexpected joy that time travel had brought him. Hey Baldy, weren't you eager for a fight? Lead the way. Standing beside Krillin, the golden-haired Trunks was filled with rage. He could not comprehend why Krillin would squander a wish to disarm the bombs embedded in the bodies of number 17 and number 18. In his timeline, his mother Bulma had been diligently researching number 17 and number 18, seeking a method to neutralize them. although no significant breakthroughs had been achieved thus far. The presence of the bombs had always suggested that a solution could eventually be found. Yet now, the sole vulnerability of number 17 and number 18 had been eradicated by Krillin, should they prevail in their confrontation with him. Both in this timeline and in the future, they would become Earth's nightmare. How outrageous! Why would Uncle Krillin make such a decision? Krillin paid no heed to Trunks, aware that the effects of his savage bloodline would last only an hour. He felt the cells in his body quivering with excitement, yearning for a thrilling battle. Turning back, he instructed Piccolo to protect Bulma, casting her a reassuring glance before transforming into a streak of light and racing into the distance. Gritting his teeth, Trunks unleashed a golden aura and followed closely behind. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, each detecting a spark of intrigue in the other's eyes, before leisurely morphing into indistinct figures, trailing behind at a comfortable pace. In the vast expanse above a crimson rocky desert, the four figures hovered in confrontation. This shall be the battleground, Krillin declared, suspended in midair. Feeling the surging energy within him, unleashing an aura as fierce as that of an ancient beast, the four descended to the ground, and number 17 cracked his neck, producing a sharp sound. Not bad, Baldy, he remarked nonchalantly, for despite the peculiar and seemingly high quality of Krillin's energy, he perceived its totality to be inferior to theirs. Number 18, arms crossed, floated a short distance away, adopting a stance of detached observation, evidently opting to allow number 17 to gauge the situation first. Uncle Krillin, I'm here to help, Trunks exclaimed, intent on joining Krillin in battle. However, Krillin raised his hand to halt him, his gaze fixed intently on number 17. This is my fight. You can watch from the sidelines. Trunks hesitated, yet his trust in Krillin ultimately quelled his impulse, and he retreated a short distance, remaining vigilant over the battlefield. Number 17 chuckled softly, and in an instant, his figure blurred, reappearing on Krillin's left side, delivering a powerful high kick aimed directly at his head. The astonishing speed evidently caught Krillin off guard. In a moment of haste, he could only raise his right hand to shield his head. A resounding crash echoed as Krillin was forcefully swept to the ground by a whip-like kick, creating a vast crater upon impact. As the dust settled, number 17's pupils constricted in surprise. Although the kick had only utilized a fraction of his strength, given the prowess Krillin had displayed, such an attack could have easily inflicted severe injury. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Krillin emerged from the pit unscathed, appearing as if nothing had transpired. A surge of joy welled within him. The efficacy of the savage sacred body at level 10 had clearly surpassed his expectations. Despite the limited reserves of spiritual energy within him, his physical constitution granted him extraordinary strength across all aspects, immense power, formidable defense, and remarkable recovery abilities. Excluding speed, Krillin sensed that even without relying on his internal energy, he would easily overpower Trunks in combat. However, the velocity of number 17 was daunting. Failing to match, it would render him unable to land a hit. A smirk crept across Krillin's lips. If he couldn't keep up, he would seize the opportunity for close combat. A wave of invisible energy radiated from Krillin's surroundings. The spirit tranquility technique. The energy enveloped him within a 10-meter radius, granting him an almost clairvoyant perception of his environment. To the left, an alarm bell rang in his mind as he suddenly tensed his core, launching his right fist like a cannonball towards the anticipated position of number 17. Indeed, number 17's figure manifested on his left side, his fist barely grazing Krillin's ear, while his own chest bore the brunt of Krillin's well-prepared strike. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The relaxed expression on number 17's face instantly froze, replaced by a flicker of astonishment. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a meteor, uncontrollably hurtling backward until he skidded for several hundred meters before regaining his balance. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint imprint of a fist etched onto his shirt. At that moment, Krillin was momentarily taken aback, not by the sheer strength he had exhibited, but by the realization that in the fleeting instant his fist made contact with number 17. He sensed the ability to subtly alter the thoughts within number 17's mind through mechanical affinity. Though the contact lasted but a moment and the alterations he could make were minimal, this sparked a glimmer of hope within him. If he could influence the thoughts of number 17 and 18 through this battle, the subsequent phases of his plan would unfold with greater ease. This revelation ignited a fiery resolve within Krillin, his gaze once again fixated on number 17. Come again. Number 17's expression hardened, erasing the last vestiges of disdain. With renewed vigor, he surged forward, becoming a flurry of afterimages as he launched a more concentrated assault from all directions. Bang! 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 Lee Kellen was acutely aware that his speed could not match that of number 17. Thus he ceased his evasion, bracing himself to endure the majority of unavoidable strikes. His eyes, ablaze with combat fervor, remained locked on a number 17, seeking every fleeting opportunity for contact with fists and feet. Right shoulder, left abdomen. Adjustment in combat perception, shifting from destruction and conquest toward challenge and enjoyment. Adjustment in perception of humanity, transitioning from mere toys to potentially intriguing subjects of observation. As the battle raged on, number 17 grew increasingly alarmed. He could sense the grotesque power and defense of this bald opponent, realizing that most of his attacks were akin to a drop in the ocean. More unsettling was the inexplicable reduction of his own destructive impulse. What was happening? Lee Kellen's eyes gleamed with determination. I've got you. Chapter 33, The Final Strike. After once again weathering a fierce onslaught from number 17, Lee Kellen discerned a palpable shift. Number 17's attacks had lost their decisiveness and ferocity. This psychological transformation was vividly reflected in number 17's offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Kellen surged forward in an instant, first grasping number 17's left leg that had fallen against his waist, then taking a decisive step forward to envelop number 17 tightly with both arms. This swift transition occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving number 17 no chance to react. Despite Lee Kellen's slower speed, his defensive counteraction surpassed the back-and-forth exchanges of their duel. I've got you. As Lee Kellen's declaration echoed through the arena, varied expressions adorned the faces of the onlookers. Number 17's eyes brimmed with shock, while number 18 wore an expression of grave concern. Only Trunks displayed unmistakable sympathy. For during the recent flurry of attacks, Lee Kellen had suffered far greater injuries than number 17. Indeed, the final lateral kick from number 17 had drawn blood from the corner of Lee Kellen's mouth. Yet undeterred, Lee Kellen embraced number 17. The scene was steeped in tragic grandeur. However, Lee Kellen's visage was suffused with exhilaration. After so long, he had finally seized the opportunity. Such a chance for prolonged and extensive contact with number 17's body was a rare gift for Lee Kellen, who could scarcely match number 17's speed. This would be his ultimate strike. Mechanical affinity. Activate. Core directive adjustment. Highest priority, protect the Earth. A powerful surge of consciousness abruptly flowed into the mind of number 17 at the point of contact between the two individuals. As it relentlessly washed over the nefarious aspects embedded within his original programming, it simultaneously expanded the portion of his awareness that represented goodness. This forceful alteration of his foundational code and core ideology incited a primal resistance within number 17. Yet, how could the rewards of the system be reasoned with? The modification persisted for a full minute. Even number 18, who had initially intended to remain uninvolved, found herself unable to sit idly by upon witnessing her brother endure inhuman torment. Gazing below, she began to gather energy in her hands, preparing to intervene. At that moment, however, Lee Krillin unexpectedly released his firm grip on number 17. Number 17 staggered backward several paces, clutching his head and emitting anguished cries. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, number 18 instantaneously appeared at his side, supporting the suffering number 17. Her eyes blazing with intensity as they fixed upon Lee Krillin. What have you done to him? Lee Krillin smirket, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though it seemed as if he had been subjected to relentless torment by number 17, he alone understood that, in the face of the formidable defenses and recuperative powers of his savage sacred body, he had sustained little actual harm. It merely looked grim. Yet number 17 had been successfully transformed. Once his consciousness regained clarity, he would evolve into a being whose core directive was to protect the Earth, engaging in battles primarily for the enjoyment of sparring with the strong rather than oppressing the weak. Next, it would be number 18's turn. Thus, he gazed intently at her. He will be fine. He will recover shortly. Lazuli, it is now your turn. At this moment, number 17's agonized wails began to subside. Although his eyes remained tightly shut, he was evidently regaining stability. Number 18's expression was grave. In the recent confrontation, it was clear that Lee Krillin's strength was vastly inferior to that of number 17. Yet, he had withstood the brunt of number 17's assaults due to his robust physique. Moreover, in a moment of lowered vigilance from number 17, he had reversed the tide of battle and emerged victorious. This compelled number 18 to treat Li Kulin with caution. Yet at that moment, Li Kulin stoked the flames further. Lazuli, you can see that I am injured, cannot you? Do you lack the courage to engage a wounded opponent? As an artificial human, number 18 possessed her own set of algorithms. Internally, she felt a sense of trepidation toward Li Kulin's remarkable ability to defeat number 17. However, the calculations in her mind clearly indicated that, in his current diminished state, Li Kulin was no match for her. This left her momentarily ensnared in a dilemma. At this moment, Trunks had reverted from his Super Saiyan form to his normal state, suddenly appearing beside Krillin. He looked at Krillin with concern and asked Uncle Krillin, "Are you alright?" Upon seeing the expression on Android 18's face, Krillin felt uneasy. If 18 did not engage him in battle, his mechanical affinity would be rendered ineffective. Thus, he hastily placed a hand on Trunks, feigning weakness. "It's nothing, Trunks. I can still fight." However, to his surprise, 18, seeing Krillin's feigned frailty, did not seize the opportunity. Instead, she subtly remarked, "You're not in great shape either. Lapis has also fallen unconscious. Let us wait until you've recovered before we continue." Krillin glanced at the remaining 40 minutes of his barbaric blood usage time, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Trunks, however, wore a look of delight. Given the current circumstances, regardless of what Android 17 and 18 or Krillin thought, he was undoubtedly the first to agree. Krillin had demonstrated his prowess. Although he had no chance against 17 in a life-or-death struggle, his ability to triumph over 17 in a conventional melee fight indicated that, in certain respects, Krillin's strength had surpassed that of Trunks, the Super Saiyan. Such combat prowess, if lost here, would represent a significant detriment to the Earthlings. A sense of unwillingness lingered in Krillin's heart. He had already utilized the barbaric blood, yet the experience card for his enhanced combat power had not even been fully tapped. If he were to face 18 again, wouldn't that mean he would have to use another drop of barbaric blood? Wasn't that a sheer waste? Lazuli, can't you reconsider? I can still fight. Even if 18 was somewhat dull, she sensed something amiss with Krillin. Her eyes narrowed as she recalled everything that had transpired before the battle, and she soon recognized the discrepancies. As her gaze scrutinized Krillin, she fixated intensely on his eyes. Krillin's heart raced with alarm. If 18 discovered the modifications he had made to 17 during their battle, he would be doomed. Although he had consumed the barbaric blood, he knew he could not defeat an all-out 18. Suddenly, he swallowed hard, his heart rising to his throat. Chapter 34. What? Krillin and 18 are mutually infatuated? Your power has a time limit, doesn't it? 18 gazed at Krillin, a smirk playing on her lips, feeling a sense of triumph at uncovering his secret. Krillin had braced himself for the worst, even considering having Trunks intervene to forcibly restrain 18 and modify her. Yet this was the outcome? No need to hide it. Your eagerness to fight stems from your inability to maintain your combat power for long, right? As she observed Krillin's reaction, 18 became increasingly assured of her hypothesis. Krillin replied, yes, you're absolutely right." Though she thought this in her heart, she feigned defiance and said, "What of it?" Upon learning of Li Kulin's secret, number 18 no longer felt fear towards him. A smile graced her face. "Are we not done? Li Kulin, I find you quite intriguing. Let's converse." The handsome bald man before her evoked a strange sensation within her, a feeling of familiarity she had only previously experienced with number 17, another artificial being like herself. Trunks, upon hearing number 18's words, felt a surge of apprehension. He understood well that the beautiful number 18 possessed strength surpassing that of number 17. Beneath her sweet exterior lay a heart devoid of mercy and compassion. Moreover, it was evident that Li Kulin's acknowledgement of his own enhanced power was time-limited. Trunks had every reason to suspect that number 18 intended to ruthlessly eliminate Li Kulin once his moment of strength had passed. Li Kulin was momentarily taken aback. Spending time alone with number 18? It was no wonder that the original Li Kulin fell for her at first sight. The non-threatening demeanor of number 18 resembled that of a neighborly sister. With her charming appearance, delightful figure, and adorable attire, she was the type of girl who would undoubtedly attract the affections of innocent young boys, if one were to disregard her identity as an artificial being. However, Li Kulin at that moment exhibited no signs of infatuation. It was not that number 18 was unattractive. Rather, the individual before him was the malevolent version of number 18 from Trunks' original timeline, and he had just modified her brother. Consequently, Li Kulin's feelings towards number 18 were tinged with a sense of urgency to alter her, coupled with a hint of guilt. With the opportunity for combat evidently lost, the only course was to take things one step at a time. Very well. Let's find a place to talk. Li Kulin knew he had to send Trunks away, for the earnest young man, though well-intentioned, was of no assistance to his plans and was, in fact, a hindrance. Trunks, you should take number 17 back. I wish to speak with number 18. Li Kulin aimed to converse with number 18 privately, seeking an opportunity to control her, as he had with number 17, to effectuate a significant transformation before sending all three of them 30 years into the future. However, to his surprise, number 18 promptly thwarted his intentions. Trunks, you may return alone. We shall have our discussion here. I can surmise that you would not feel at ease leaving number 17 in my company. Li Kulin glanced at the still-dazed number 17 and the cautious expression on Trunks' face. He suddenly realized that number 18 was not concerned about number 17 unleashing a massacre, but rather feared that Trunks might secretly eliminate number 17. It appeared he had not considered this angle thoroughly. However, it is indeed the case that, at this moment, the presence of Android 17 remains elusive. Thus, Li Kulin concurred, urging Trunks to return. Trunks, on the verge of voicing his thoughts, hesitated as Li Kulin offered him a reassuring glance, prompting Trunks to leave with lingering glances back at the site. As Trunks' silhouette vanished beyond the distant horizon, only Li Kulin, Android 18, and the still unconscious Android 17 remained. Breaking the silence, Android 18 assisted 17 to a relatively flat rock and seated herself beside him. You do not belong to this era, she stated, her first words sending a chill down Li Kulin's spine. Before he could respond, she continued, yet that is inconsequential. What truly matters is why you evoke a sensation within me that is unlike any other. At this juncture, her gaze locked onto Li Kulin's, her eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and an inexplicable emotion. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Drawing a deep breath, he settled onto the rock, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Meanwhile, he activated the Ling, Tai, Jing, Xi and Ju, allowing his mental energy to flow like an invisible stream, calm and persistent. His affinity for machinery surged to its zenith, amplifying the unique resonance he felt towards artificial beings. What is different? He pondered. Is it because I defeated Lapis? He chose not to directly answer Android 18's inquiry, intentionally steering the conversation towards the realm of combat. Android 18 shook her head, her golden locks swaying slightly. You're not the only one who has defeated him. Trunks could as well. Yet, Trunks only incites feelings of disdain and a desire for destruction within me. However, you're different. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, something felt peculiar. Your essence, your energy, even the manner in which you speak, elicits no animosity from me. Li Kulin was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the similar interference of mechanical affinity experienced by Android 17, who exhibited far less emotional complexity, showing no mercy in battle. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he recalled the original plot. The first encounter between Android 18 and Krillin occurred after the entire protagonist group had been vanquished by 17 and 18, leaving only Krillin alive. In that moment, Android 18 had not hesitated to leave a kiss imprint on the face of the diminutive Krillin. Understanding dawned upon Li Kulin. Thus, he realized that the relationship between Krillin and Android 18 was not merely a tale of the underdog triumphing, but rather a shared affection. A wave of nervousness washed over him as he swallowed hard. His affinity for machinery had indeed magnified the sense of closeness within the hearts of artificial beings. Just as one might observe a stray puppy by the roadside, one does not harbor any disdain towards it. Yet, a mechanical affinity can render the little creature quite endearing. However, if one already finds the puppy charming, the outcome mirrors the current performance of Subject 18. Upon realizing this result, Li Kulin's gaze towards Subject 18 shifted in a significant manner. Chapter 35. So, this is the true nature of Subject 18. Of course, Li Kulin did not find himself in agreement with Subject 18. This alternate version of Subject 18, despite bearing an identical appearance to the original from the main timeline, was not the one Li Kulin had initially cherished. He had no desire to alter this narrative. At this moment, Subject 18 continued to observe Li Kulin, awaiting his response. Yet, Li Kulin had already formulated his next course of action. He chose not to answer Subject 18's inquiry, instead opting to voluntarily nullify the effects of the primal blood. In an instant, the wild aura that had enveloped him dissipated completely. From a previously formidable presence, he reverted to a mere shadow of himself, with combat prowess reduced to a paltry few thousand. Simultaneously, Li Kulin directed the energy that had resided in his dantian towards the regions of his body where it was stored. This compression of energy resulted in a noticeable leakage, causing his aura to resemble a sieve, with energy escaping through the pores of his skin. Unsurprisingly, this exertion placed considerable strain on his body, rendering his complexion ashen. All of this transpired in mere moments. In Subject 18's eyes, the once vibrant and fierce Krillin rapidly diminished in presence, his aura weakening drastically while energy leaked from his form, causing his pallor to intensify. Without the need for contemplation, she instinctively understood that Krillin was suffering the aftereffects of overexerting himself beyond his limits. A fleeting expression of concern crossed her face. "Are you all right?" Subject 18 instinctively stepped forward, her hand reaching out as if to offer support. Now was the moment. A flash of determination ignited in Krillin's eyes. As Subject 18 drew near, her hand poised to make contact with his arm, he seized the opportunity. His previously languid right hand shot forth, firmly grasping her outstretched wrist. "You." Subject 18's pupils dilated as she realized the gravity of the situation, her internal energy core surging into a frenzied motion. With her other hand, she formed a blade-like strike, aimed directly at Krillin's throat. However, a sudden recollection struck him. He had indeed dispelled the primal blood. Her strike halted with precision, mere centimeters from his throat. Krillin could even feel the warmth radiating from her hand. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. In the next moment, he heard Subject 18's chilling voice pierce the air. "What are you doing?" On the 18th, she ultimately refrained from delivering a lethal blow, for she realized that a mere combat power of several tens of thousands from Krillin could hardly inflict any harm upon her. Krillin discreetly glanced at the snow-white wrist he held firmly in his grasp. It was evident that the 18th had no intention of retracting it. In that instant, he comprehended that his suspicions were indeed correct. The 18th harbored feelings for Krillin, whether it was a facet of the world's rules or a personal inclination. One thing was certain: the 18th before him held no desire to cause him harm. Seizing the moment, he staggered and fell into the embrace of the 18th, his breath becoming increasingly erratic and weak. To be candid, at a height of 1.80 meters, Krillin collapsing into the arms of the approximately 1.60 meter tall 18th appeared somewhat peculiar, even theatrical, yet in an unspoken understanding. Both Krillin and the 18th dismissed such notions. The 18th exhibited notable rigidity, momentarily rendered unresponsive. Meanwhile, Krillin activated his mechanical affinity. With the activation of his talent, the 18th distinctly sensed something amiss. The once rigid demeanor of the 18th was replaced by a flicker of confusion and alarm in her eyes. After all, mechanical affinity modifies the fundamental code of the androids, directly bypassing the body to alter the soul. In an instant, the 18th sought to comprehend what had transpired. However, Krillin also discerned this shift. With a slight smile, he feigned an attempt to rise from the 18th's embrace, only to suddenly slip, propelling himself forward. His entire being, perhaps excessively, seemed to cling to the 18th's form, drawing them even closer together. The 18th was evidently caught off guard by Krillin's maneuver. The small discomfort she felt was swiftly suppressed, her focus shifting entirely to Krillin. She even purposefully adjusted her seated posture to alleviate any awkwardness for him. This minor adjustment caused Krillin's mechanical affinity to momentarily stall. A wave of guilt washed over him. It was clear that the 18th was someone who genuinely considered the feelings of others. Yet, as his mechanical affinity deepened, Krillin suddenly realized that he had gravely misjudged the 18th. Within her innermost being, he found no traces of malevolence or destructive tendencies. On the contrary, apart from her immense confidence and pride, she possessed a profound sense of indifference and independence. Her greatest yearning was, astonishingly, to be acknowledged. Unlike the 17th, whose thoughts were steeped in destruction and evil, she harbored a desire for respect and understanding. The act of killing held little allure for her, and she exhibited minimal interest in the world at large. However, because number 17 is the only one in the entire world who truly understands her, she is willing to accompany him in his sinister deeds. At this moment, Krillin finally comprehends why in the original narrative, number 18 is able to bond with him. For Krillin is similarly the only member of the protagonist group who regards her not as an adversary, but treats her with equality. Reflecting on this, one might see number 18 as quite pitiable. Her sole desire is simply to be regarded with equality and accorded the respect she rightfully deserves. Although the core program is designed to eliminate the protagonist, Sun Wukong, when faced with him, he does not pursue his objectives with the same clarity as number 17. Instead, He predominantly adopts number 17's ideas and intentions. A sense of realization dawns upon Lee Krillin, accompanied by a sigh of relief. He maintains an appearance of fragility, leveraging the firm grip on number 18's wrist and the closeness of their bodies to gently emanate a mechanical affinity. This time, it is not the forceful imposition of commands, but rather a gentle stream that permeates, resonates, and amplifies. The initial stiffness of number 18's body begins to soften, and the vigilance and coldness in her eyes gradually dissolve like snow melting in the spring, replaced by a complex expression tinged with a hint of confusion. She can distinctly feel the transformation within her heart, as a strange warmth begins to blossom deep within. Lee Krillin, keenly attuned to the change in her gaze, recognizes that the moment has come. He releases number 18's hand and steps away from her embrace. Her eyes reflect a myriad of emotions, but she quickly regains her composure, her gaze shifting to one of potential danger. La BC. Lee Krillin freezes instantly. Chapter 36. Preparing to depart. Back to the future. Through Lee Krillin's recent actions, number 18 has also come to a realization. She understands now why number 17 reacted as he did during battle, and what caused the anguish etched on his face when he was defeated. In that fleeting moment, number 18 distinctly felt Lee Krillin's extraordinary ability penetrate the depths of her soul, instigating some alterations within her essence. It is evident that Lee Krillin has similarly modified number 17. Just then, number 17 finally stirs to consciousness. The awakened number 17 appears somewhat dazed, his handsome and refined features marked by evident confusion. The sound of his awakening captures the attention of both Lee Krillin and number 18. Lee Krillin exhales in relief, having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Number 18, in a swift motion, appears beside number 17. With a look of genuine concern, she gazes at him. As twins, their unspoken connection allows them to intuitively grasp each other's thoughts without the need for words. Upon meeting number 18's caring gaze, number 17's immediate response is not to provide an explanation, but rather to feel a warmth in his heart. Yet, his brow soon furrows deeper, for such an expression of emotion is a first for him since his creation. On the 18th, she sensed the confusion and uncertainty emanating from the 17th. Her gaze shifted to Lee Krillin, her expression unfriendly. What have you done to him? The chill inner voice belied her own complex feelings towards Lee Krillin. Yet, her brother's abnormal state instinctively stirred within her a sense of vigilance and a flicker of anger. The silent 17th was taken aback, discovering that the destructive impulses and urges that had always lingered like background noise had now diminished to an imperceptible whisper. Instead, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped him. Even as he looked at Lee Krillin, the one who had just vanquished his adversary, he found it difficult to summon intense animosity. Rather, a vague sense of identification arose within him. 18th, the 17th spoke, uncertainty lacing his tone as he turned his gaze towards her. I feel quite strange. My mind has quieted considerably. The 18th scrutinized the 17th's expression and aura, sensing the sharpness within him had indeed dulled, his eyes clearer than ever before. By what right do you impose such changes upon us without our consent? She questioned Lee Krillin, her tone still harsh, though the hostility had notably lessened. She recognized that this was a positive transformation, and Lee Krillin appeared devoid of malice. Lee Krillin exhaled softly. Lazili, Lapisai, first and foremost, I am human. Although you are artificial beings, at your core, you are also human. As you can see, I have indeed altered your states. Nevertheless, I respect you. You remain who you are, merely devoid of hostility towards humanity. You are formidable. Even Trunks, a Saiyan, cannot best you. In this world, no one stands a chance against you. I apologize. I merely wish to protect my world. His sincere words did not earn the approval of the 18th. She remained furrowed in thought, recognizing that Lee Krillin's modifications to her were minimal, and thus she essentially remained the original 18th. Unexpectedly, it was the more thoroughly transformed 17th who stepped forward to voice his stance. I quite like who I am now. The 17th's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the stillness of the desert. Lapisai, the 18th found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. She felt the sincerity in the 17th's words, a genuine calmness rather than a result of coercion. The 17th raised his head, looking at Lee Krillin, his gaze complex yet ultimately transforming into a grateful acceptance. This feeling is rather pleasant. Lazili, do you not sense it? It seems as though we have shed some heavy burden. This marked the first instance where the 17th referred to the 18th by her pre-transformation name. The 18th fell silent. She undoubtedly felt the changes within herself, a subtle softening of her worldview and a clearer self-awareness. However, her temperament starkly contrasts with that of Android 17. She exhibits a greater degree of introspection and vigilance, instinctively resisting the changes manifesting within her. At this juncture, Krillin interjected, "You all possess formidable powers, which can be wielded not only to wreak havoc and instill fear, but equally to safeguard life and foster order. Much like Trunks' relentless endeavor to rescue that future world." Within the reprogrammed core of Android 17, the facet of guardianship was stirred by Krillin's words. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes, filled with anticipation for the vision that Krillin had painted. Yet, Android 18 remained markedly pragmatic. "You speak so lightly, even if we wish to rewrite our fates. The future world has already been nearly obliterated by our actions. Moreover, can we truly expect those filled with hatred to willingly accept us?" A smile graced Krillin's face, for he recognized that at this moment, both Android 17 and 18 had acknowledged the transformation they had undergone. "Thus, I shall accompany you back to the future to forge a new destiny." The light in Android 17's eyes intensified, and without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. "All right, I'm willing to try." Android 18, however, remained composed, her arms crossed, scrutinizing Krillin. "You return with us? In your current state?" Her skepticism was direct, even somewhat piercing. Krillin merely smiled lightly. "But you are here, are you not? I have faced off against Robbie's, and I trust you will ensure my safety." Android 17 could not suppress a chuckle, and the tension in Android 18's expression eased slightly as she emitted a soft huff, tacitly conceding to Krillin's assertion. "However, before we proceed, I must first communicate a few matters to my companions. Let us go. Return to the base with me." With that, Krillin took the lead, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the base. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances and promptly followed his form into the sky. Soon, the familiar expanse and the pink villa came into view. As the three figures descended onto the clearing before the villa, Bulma, Piccolo, and Trunks, who had been anxiously awaiting, rushed forward. "Krillin, are you all right?" Bulma was the first to approach, her gaze filled with concern as she scrutinized Krillin. Upon noticing the dried blood at the corner of his mouth and his slightly pallid complexion, she could not help but exclaim, "You are injured." Piccolo immediately directed a wary gaze toward the approaching androids 17 and 18, his body tensing into a defensive posture. Trunks, too, felt a surge of energy, his golden aura flaring back to life. "Everyone, please remain calm." Krillin quickly raised his hand, signaling Trunks and Piccolo to ease their tension. He then turned to Bulma. "Bulma, Piccolo, you both need to return to Earth on your own." "What?" Upon the utterance of those words, Bulma, Piccolo, and Trunks were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with disbelief and confusion. "Trunks, let us prepare to embark on our journey back to the future." Chapter 37, Settling Affairs. Finally departing, Trunks had yet to respond when Bulma, overwhelmed by astonishment, exclaimed, "What? They actually hail from the future?" In truth, she had sensed something amiss earlier. This dashing young man, Trunks, was someone she had never encountered before, yet his attire bore the emblem of Capsule Corporation. Bulma even contemplated returning to Earth to have her father investigate whether someone named Trunks existed within the company. Little did she anticipate that he was indeed from the future. If he were from the future, it signified that Capsule Corporation continued to thrive in that time. This notion filled her with a blend of astonishment and a hint of pride. However, Krillin had no intention of revealing everything to him. Bulma remained the central character of the narrative. Her premature awareness of subsequent events, coupled with her loquacious nature, could potentially jeopardize matters. It was even conceivable that they would need to return to the future for Trunks to reenact a scene with Goku to ensure the development of the plot. But that was a matter for another time. Krillin addressed Bulma. "Upon returning to Earth, please refrain from disclosing to anyone that I traveled to the future. I fear that any alteration of history could yield terrifying consequences." His words to Bulma were both a plea and a precaution against her indiscretion. While Krillin was well aware of the existence of two distinct timelines, Bulma was not privy to this knowledge. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Bulma's eyes instantly transformed into a serious and resolute gaze as she vigorously nodded. "Rest assured, Krillin, I, Bulma Brief, solemnly vow to remain tight-lipped." As the heiress of Capsule Corporation, she possessed a sense of broader perspective. Witnessing this, Krillin felt reassured and turned his attention to Piccolo. "Piccolo, I have acquired 3 new techniques and 1 formation. Upon your return to Earth, please deliver them to the Earth's deity. As he spoke, Krillin retrieved the 5 elements annihilation cannon, calm mind technique, and universal coexistence technique, along with the spirit energy revival formation blueprint, and handed them all to Piccolo. He harbored no intention of imparting the flying sword technique to Piccolo or the Earthlings for the time being, as it was indeed his trump card. Furthermore, the flying sword technique required compatible swords, which Earth currently lacked the means to produce. Piccolo, his face a canvas of astonishment, accepted the techniques and formation from Krillin. He recognized the extraordinary nature of his master. Yet he had not anticipated such a wealth of techniques being procured for Earth in such a brief span. Master this. You must not neglect your own cultivation. When I return, I shall thoroughly test your knowledge, he said, lightly patting Piccolo's bald head. At present, Krillin stands an impressive height of 1 meter 80, while Baku measures only a little over 1 meter 60, making Baku appear like a child in Krillin's presence. Baku swallowed hard, sensing the expectations conveyed in Krillin's words. With a solemn nod, he assured, I understand, Master. On this side of Earth, you can rest assured. After instructing everyone and arranging the necessary matters, it was time to depart. Krillin took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across Bulma's worried face and Baku's resolute eyes, finally resting on Trunks. Trunks, let us proceed. Trunks nodded emphatically, even though Krillin had not elaborated on the events upon returning to the base. Though his heart brimmed with questions, Krillin observed androids 17 and 18 for quite some time. He noted that the previous indifference to life had vanished from their eyes, replaced by a flicker of hope for the future reflected in their mutual gazes. This piqued his curiosity regarding Krillin's methods. Yet he recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. It truly was as Krillin had described. Returning to the future could resolve this matter. This rekindled the long-dormant flame of hope within him. The time machine is ready, Uncle Kellen. Trunks pointed to the peculiar egg-shaped spacecraft nearby. What about yours, Lazuli and Lapis? Krillin turned to face androids 17 and 18. Upon landing on this planet, it accidentally collided with a rock and sustained damage. 17 explained gently, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. However, the news was not particularly favorable. Trunks, Krillin said, turning to him, and Trunks instantly grasped the implication. The original design of the time machine accommodated only 1 or 2 passengers. Fitting 4 of us might be rather cramped. A little squeeze won't be an issue. Krillin replied without hesitation, glancing at 17 and 18. Are you both all right with this? 17 shrugged nonchalantly, while 18 cast a cursory glance at the confined cabin and softly acknowledged with a hum, indicating her agreement. Then let us set forth. Krillin was the first to approach the time machine. Wait, Bulma suddenly called out, rushing to stand before Krillin. Kellen, please be careful, and come back soon. For reasons she couldn't quite articulate, she felt an inexplicable emotion toward the tall, handsome bald man before her. Krillin offered her a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Bulma. I will return. He then turned to Baku. Baku, remember my words. Dei kiskiviko no de solemne. Yes, master. Without further hesitation, Krillin, Trunks, 17, and 18 entered the cramped confines of the time machine in succession. As Trunks articulated, the space was exceedingly limited, with 4 individuals nearly pressed against one another. Number 18 and Krillin occupied the rear seats, while Trunks commandeered the vehicle and number 17 took the passenger seat. Once the hatch closed, the interior lights illuminated, rendering the atmosphere momentarily taut with an unspoken tension. Trunks inhaled deeply, deftly manipulating the control panel to input the temporal coordinates of the future. Upon pressing the ignition button, the time machine emitted a low, peculiar hum. Bulma waved vigorously from outside, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In the next instant, the machine enveloped itself in a brilliant radiance, shuddering violently. Buzz. Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly temple on Earth, Son Goku felt an inexplicable void in his heart as Krillin departed from this timeline. It seemed as if something was drifting away from him, leaving the young Goku utterly perplexed. Inside the cabin, the confines were even more cramped than anticipated. Krillin and number 18 sat side by side in the rear, their bodies unavoidably pressed together. Krillin could distinctly sense the cool temperature radiating from number 18's arm. She, too, seemed acutely aware of their overly intimate proximity. For a fleeting moment, her body stiffened, instinctively urging her to shift aside, yet the narrow space offered no refuge. Furrowing her brow, She turned her gaze towards the swiftly passing scenery outside, presenting Krillin with an elegantly shaped profile. It was evident that she attempted to mask her discomfort with an air of indifference. Krillin, too, felt a tinge of awkwardness. During a pronounced jolt, he instinctively braced himself, inadvertently drawing his arm closer to number 18's. She did not immediately withdraw, still gazing out the window, yet Krillin sensed her previously rigid posture relax ever so slightly. This tacit agreement rendered the atmosphere within the cramped quarters all the more ambiguous. He could even hear her slightly accelerated breaths, a telltale sign of her nervousness. Unable to resist, he cast furtive glances at number 18, her delicate, fair neck, the exquisite line of her jaw, and her long, lush eyelashes casting faint shadows in the dim cabin light. Had he observed enough? Chapter 38, Arrival. After a brief interlude, the subsequent journey unfolded smoothly. According to Trunks, the entire temporal voyage would span approximately 48 hours, 2 days in total. After enduring a prolonged period of tension, Trunks bravely mustered the courage to inquire about the events that had transpired. After all, the two siblings seated beside him were formidable beings capable of great violence. With considerable mental preparation, he finally found the resolve to speak. As number 17 began recounting how Krillin assisted them in enacting change, Trunks listened with a look of astonishment and intrigue. Initially, I harbored skepticism regarding Uncle Klin's ability to save the world. Little did I anticipate that one day I would find myself sharing a time machine with my greatest adversary. Number 17 wore a gentle smile, embodying the world's ceaseless surprises. Wouldn't you agree? Paying little heed to Trunks and number 17's conversation, Krillin felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him. Number 17 and number 18, as artificial beings, possessed boundless energy, requiring neither rest nor slumber. Trunks was piloting the time machine, and given his previous battles and the intricate dynamics with number 17 and number 18, he remained blissfully unaware of fatigue. Perhaps it was also due to the primal essence coursing through him that, despite Klin's formidable power, the burden on his body was considerable. Thus, amidst the time machine's gentle swaying, Klin swiftly succumbed to slumber. After a brief period of awkwardness, the two in front began to engage in lively conversation. Trunks and the modified number 17 found themselves surprisingly in sync. Only number 18, nestled beside Krillin, sensed his descent into a deep sleep. Observing Krillin sur un visage. A subtle smile graced number 18's lips. Following a gentle sway, Klin's head comfortably nestled against her shoulder. Initially apprehensive, number 18's tension dissipated upon realizing Krillin showed no signs of awakening. Concerned that he might be uncomfortable, she tenderly adjusted her position, allowing him to rest more comfortably in the curve of her shoulder. Their heads rested closely together. Having completed this small act of care, number 18 turned her gaze back to the mesmerizing starry expanse beyond the glass shield. As the 48-hour journey swiftly passed, Krillin awakened to discover his head resting upon something soft. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the exquisite contour of number 18's jawline and the gentle rise of her curves. Instantly, he was jolted awake, his eyes widening in surprise, momentarily processing the scene before him. It was only when he noticed number 18's adorable face gradually flushing as she gazed outside the time machine that he fully comprehended the situation. He was, in fact, reclining on number 18's lap. In a flurry, he struggled to sit upright, re-establishing his posture beside her, his cheeks betraying a deep flush. Just as he prepared to utter a word, Trunks, brimming with energy, announced, "We have finally arrived at our destination. Prepare for descent." With those words, everyone's gaze shifted toward the glass shield. As the scenery whirled around them, the earth below came into clear view before each pair of eyes. Number 17's gentle smile returned, but it was soon overshadowed as a wave of sorrow washed over his expression. Although the reaction of number 18 was not as intense as that of number 17, her face still betrayed a silence laced with a hint of regret. The time machine broke through the clouds, beginning its gentle descent. The scenery outside gradually came into focus. The earth below was no longer the vibrant blue planet of memory. Instead, a haunting palette of gray and white unfolded before the eyes. Crumbling walls, charred earth, and abandoned vehicles littered the cracked roads, permeating the air with a chilling stillness. The year 784, the age of AI, had arrived on Earth. As the glass canopy of the time machine opened, a fleeting look of sorrow crossed Trunks' face. Yet, having endured much in this era, his demeanor had hardened. A warm smile of sunlight returned to his features. through their conversations within the time machine. He had come to realize that both number 17 and number 18 had completely shed their former malevolent inclinations. Since the past could not be altered, at least a luminous future was worth anticipating. Number 17, number 18, and Krillin promptly leapt from the time machine. Goodness, you really are ruthless, aren't you? Have you nearly annihilated all the Earthlings? Krillin remarked, glancing around at the desolate surroundings before turning to number 17 with a playful jab. However, he soon noticed that his comment had cast a pall over the faces of the three companions, each wearing a mask of silence and complexity. It then dawned on him that he had neglected to inform Trunks, number 17, and number 18 that the Dragon Balls could resurrect the Earthlings. According to the timeline, the massacre of Earthlings by number 17 and number 18 had transpired after the battle with Frieza. In this timeline, Goku had succumbed to heart disease long ago, and the others had perished early due to the overwhelming force of number 17 and number 18. Thus, very few were aware that the Namekians, originally slain by Frieza, had all been revived and had settled on a new planet. Hastily, he relayed this information to the trio, and upon witnessing their expressions transform into hope and relief, he turned to Trunks and said, "Let us proceed, Trunks. We must first seek Bulma. I require a spaceship to locate the Namekians." Trunks' face instantly brightened with a cheerful smile. "Yes, Uncle Krillin, number 17, number 18, follow me." With that, Trunks transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the sky, evidently eager to return. The three companions wasted no time in trailing behind him, ascending into the heavens. Trunks lowered his flight altitude, expertly guiding them through the more intricate ruins, as familiar to him as his own backyard. Just ahead, Trunks pointed toward what appeared to be the entrance of a massive underground drainage system, cleverly disguised by a metallic gate. He descended and swiftly entered a series of codes on an inconspicuous control panel beside the gate. Buzz! In stark contrast to the desolation and despair outside, the interior of the corridor was immaculate and imbued with a sense of advanced technology, as though were two entirely disparate worlds. "Welcome to our temporary base," Trunks said, gesturing for the three to enter. Just as they stepped into the corridor and the gate behind them began to close slowly, a voice, tinged with worry yet feigning calmness, echoed from the depths of the passage. "Trunks, is it you returning?" Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a figure swiftly emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Chapter 39, Bulma's Rejection. Clad in a white lab coat, with neatly cropped purple hair and a face bearing the unmistakable marks of time, her beauty remained largely intact, defying the ravages of age. Krillin instantly recognized her. It was Bulma. One could not deny that Bulma truly was the daughter of Akira Toriyama. Now nearing 50, despite enduring a multitude of misfortunes and hardships throughout her life, her visage still exuded a captivating charm. It is no exaggeration to say that Bulma stands as the most beloved female character in the Dragon Ball saga, without exception. Upon seeing Trunks unharmed, relief washed over Bulma. Yet, her gaze quickly shifted to Krillin, as well as androids 17 and 18 standing behind him. Particularly, her eyes fixated on 17 and 18, whose faces had brought her countless moments of despair and a yearning for vengeance. In an instant, Bulma's expression transformed. Her face drained of color, her pupils dilated in shock, and her body trembled involuntarily. She instinctively took a step back, bracing herself against the wall, her voice laced with terror. "Trunks, what are they doing here?" As she spoke, her hand instinctively reached for her waist, where it seemed she had concealed a weapon. Trunks swiftly maneuvered to her side, steadying his mother. Witnessing Bulma's palpable fear, his heart ached. As Bulma's only remaining family member in this world, he understood the immense sacrifices she had made to protect him and save this world. With a gentle sigh, Trunks sought to reassure her. "Mom, they have already been saved by Uncle Krillin. They will no longer harm us. They will not hurt anyone again. Mom, please remain calm." Bulma paused, momentarily taken aback by Trunks' words, and only then did she notice Krillin standing beside 17 and 18. "Uncle Krillin, is it you?" 2 decades had passed, and Bulma had long forgotten Krillin's appearance. Yet, this was undeniably not the same visage she remembered. The height was all wrong. Krillin was notoriously short. During the battle against Frieza, he had already been over 18, yet he stood at merely 5 feet 3 inches. The man before her, however, towered at 6 feet. With a ruggedly handsome face, aside from the bald head and the 6 scars atop, there was nothing that could correspond with Krillin. "Bulma, how have you been?" As soon as Krillin's voice emerged, Bulma's long-buried memories were instantly awakened. Indeed, Although Krillin's height and appearance had changed, his voice remained that irritatingly youthful tone. In an instant, Bulma matched the figure before her with her memories of Krillin. Krillin, is that truly you? How have you transformed into this? Moreover, how did you end up here, and with them? Trunks' words did little to alleviate her deeply ingrained fear and animosity. Yet, Krillin offered a slight smile and proceeded to recount the events that transpired in his timeline. After absorbing Krillin's narrative, Bulma's anxious heart found some semblance of calm. So, you were saying that you need me to provide a spaceship to seek out the Namekians, and after reviving Piccolo and the Supreme Kai, you intend to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect all those slain by the androids, correct? Precisely, that is my plan. Bulma glanced at androids 17 and 18. Her gaze still laced with caution, clearly not fully trusting them. Listen, Krillin, your plan indeed sounds flawless, and I am willing to support you. I have recently completed the modification of a spacecraft, originally intended as a Noah's Ark for the last remnants of humanity on Earth. You may use this vessel to seek out the Namekians, but the sole condition is that they must accompany you. Bulma regarded Krillin earnestly, gesturing towards androids 17 and 18 behind him. The two androids exchanged a glance, both reading the unspoken resignation in each other's eyes. Over the past 2 decades, their most formidable opposition had been the Survivor Group, led by Bulma and spearheaded by Trunks. As adversaries for 20 years, it was indeed unreasonable to lay down their defenses based solely on a few words. This is only natural. Ms. Bulma, we understand your concerns. In truth, we too wish to demonstrate our intentions through action. Android 18 remained silent, merely nodding in response to 17's words. Krillin was taken aback. His original intention was for 17 and 18 to remain on Earth, as their boundless energy could significantly aid in its reconstruction. Moreover, he himself needed to commence his extraterrestrial journey. Although Frieza had been vanquished, the planet Frieza remained in this world, along with Yardrat and Namek. Krillin planned to mark these crucial locations during his solitary interstellar voyage. However, should 17 and 18 accompany him, it would be evident that he could not explore the cosmos with the same freedom. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin shook his head. Bulma, I cannot take them with me. Their boundless energy is immensely beneficial for the restoration of Earth. No, they are on Earth, and no one can guarantee that peace will be restored. Bulma firmly upheld her principles, recognizing that androids 17 and 18 were subtly observing the expression of Liklin. Clearly, their decision-making still revolved around Liklin's needs. Consequently, she could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if Liklin departed from Earth, leaving 17 and 18 without oversight. The atmosphere in the hangar became somewhat tense. Trunks stood beside his mother, hesitant to speak. He understood her concerns, but had also witnessed the transformation of 17 and 18 with his own eyes. Liklin found himself in a quandary. He could not immediately convince Bulma that 17 and 18 had become virtuous beings, yet he genuinely believed it was essential for them to remain on Earth. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He stepped back from the underground passage and addressed the group. Everyone, please wait a moment. Observing Liklin's actions, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Yet they tacitly refrained from commenting, eager to see how he intended to resolve the issue. In a short while, 2 figures entered the underground passage. The group noticed this and curiously turned towards the entrance. Before them stood 2 identical Liklins. The one on the left spoke first. What do you think, Bulma? Chapter 40. The voyage through the cosmos begins. The speaking Liklin appeared lively and animated, while the second Liklin stood silently beside him, a smile gracing his face. What is this? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Even 17, 18, and Trunks wore expressions of bewilderment. Clones were not an entirely novel concept in this world. Tien's afterimage technique could achieve a similar effect. In the Dragon Ball universe, there were numerous masters capable of creating clones. Not just Tien. Piccolo could, Goku could, and even those from Master Roshi's school who had learned the afterimage technique could do so. Thus, the group momentarily failed to grasp the purpose behind Liklin's creation of a clone. It is worth noting that a clone is merely a projection of one's energy, requiring the original to maintain control, and it cannot stray too far from the body. Otherwise, the energy dissipates. Liklin was evidently aware of this, as he smiled and explained. My clone is not restricted by distance. Though it is a clone, it possesses its own consciousness and can act autonomously over long distances. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. However, they soon comprehended Liklin's intent. You mean to send the clone in your stead to seek out the Namekians in the cosmos, remaining on Earth to rebuild alongside us? A glimmer of excitement shone in Bulma's eyes. If Krillin's doppelganger could indeed achieve the effects he described, it would undoubtedly be a boon. However, Trunks hesitated before speaking. Uncle Krillin, can you confirm that your doppelganger, having traversed such vast distances in the universe, can still operate independently without vanishing? Krillin scratched his head, uncertainty etched across his face. I have only tested it on Namek, which is several times larger than Earth. While I moved freely there, my doppelganger remained at the base without any adverse effects. Beyond that range, I have yet to experiment. A doppelganger is a manifestation of one's cultivation techniques, fundamentally composed of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy differs from mere chi. A doppelganger created from chi would dissipate without sustenance. In contrast, a spiritual energy doppelganger embodies all of Krillin's cultivation methods, capable of replenishing its own energy to sustain its existence. Theoretically, while traversing the cosmos, a doppelganger should not dissipate or lose control merely due to distance. It would only fade if its host were to perish, and the spiritual doppelganger lost its will to sustain itself, succumbing to external forces. Here's what we'll do. I'll send my doppelganger with Android 18 to navigate the cosmos, while Android 17 remains here to assist us in rebuilding. Initially, surprise flickered in Android 18's eyes, but she quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, 17's foundational code had undergone more significant alterations. His presence on Earth would ensure his active participation in all rebuilding efforts. Conversely, without 17, she might not exert her full effort to aid humanity's restoration, a fact not lost on anyone present. Among the two, it was evident that the more malevolent 17 displayed a greater interest in Earth's reconstruction. Likewise, in comparison, 17 posed a more considerable threat and was more challenging to control. If he could be managed directly by Krillin, the likelihood of unforeseen complications would diminish significantly. All right, let us not delay any longer. I will take you to see the spaceship. As the leader of the current survivor team, Bulma demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. In no time, the group followed her lead to the rear of the underground base. This area was clearly Bulma's research facility, filled with an array of her tools and peculiar machines. At the very back of the space stood a massive contraption draped in white cloth. It was evident that this was the spacecraft Bulma had mentioned. With a swift motion, Bulma pulled down the cloth, revealing the complete structure beneath. It bore a striking resemblance to the spaceship Frieza had used during his invasion of Namek, a fact that elicited a chuckle from Krillin. He couldn't help but wonder whether it was a matter of Birdman's aesthetic preferences or if the advanced technology of that time simply adhered to such a design. In the world of Dragon Ball, all high-tech products are characterized by their round shapes. This spaceship is no exception. It resembles a plump flying saucer more than a conventional spacecraft. The words Hope are emblazoned on its exterior. This is the new vessel I crafted based on the design of the ship I piloted during Frieza's assault on planet Namek. Bulma, with one hand on her hip, gazed at the colossal ship, her eyes brimming with pride. One cannot deny that Bulma, the technological prodigy, possesses remarkable skills. Very well, Bulma. Let's not delay. Please instruct my doppelganger and Lazuli on how to operate the ship so we can set off promptly. Krillin stepped forward, gesturing toward his clone and Android 18. They nodded in agreement, and Bulma, without hesitation, opened the ship's hatch and led them inside. Once aboard, Bulma began to elucidate the various controls of the spaceship. To her astonishment, Krillin's doppelganger exhibited an exceptional capacity for learning, grasping concepts almost instantaneously and posing incisive questions. Android 18 listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with technical inquiries. Before long, Bulma exited the ship, appearing before the group. They had nearly mastered the controls, but the coordinates for planet Namek remained elusive. Thus, I arranged for them to first travel to Frieza's homeworld, where the presence of numerous extraterrestrials might yield information regarding the Namekians. Barely had I finished speaking when the engine roared to life, and the spaceship began to ascend, effortlessly breaking through the ceiling of the underground base, swiftly disappearing into the sky. Watching the departing vessel, Bulma softly inquired, Krillin, are you truly certain this plan is viable? Krillin offered a slight smile, replying, trust me, Bulma. He then turned to Android 17 and Trunks, saying, now, let us commence our work. The Earth requires reconstruction, and the survivors need hope. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, as it broke free from the grip of gravity, the flight grew increasingly stable. In the pilot's seat, Krillin unfastened his seatbelt and stretched, exclaiming, I'm utterly exhausted. Android 18, puzzled by his remark, soon realized the implication. You're the original? She questioned incredulously, a flicker of surprise illuminating her azure eyes. Krillin grinned, displaying a mischievous expression. Chapter 41. Krillin's regret simultaneously. On Earth, Krillin's doppelganger, Android 17, Trunks, and Bulma were diligently discussing the particulars of rebuilding their world. Within a collapsed cavern in the northern region, a sophisticated computer was completing its final task. Beside it, in a colossal incubator, a green biological embryo was gradually taking shape. At last, a creature approximately 2 meters tall, resplendent in emerald green and adorned with irregular black spots, possessing elongated legs and massive membranous wings folded behind its back, emerged within the petri dish. The computer screen illuminated with several lines of crimson text. Warning. Warning. An error has occurred. The cell project is being terminated urgently. Termination in progress. Termination failed. As the final line appeared, the colossal computer erupted with sparks and lightning. Subsequently, a series of explosions resonated from within the machine, culminating in a cataclysmic detonation of the entire apparatus. The shockwave and debris from the explosion struck the petri dish, leaving several conspicuous breaches in the enormous glass container. The viscous nutrient solution began to spill forth through these openings. Inside the dish, the creature, deprived of its thick sustenance, was compelled to awaken from its slumber. Its creation process had evidently omitted several critical steps. The features of its face appeared blurred, its arms were tattered, and a significant gash marred its chest, rendering it even more terrifying. The fully realized form of Cell, a fusion of Son Goku's genetic material, murmured softly, with a subtle twist of his neck. The sound of cracking bones echoed. Then, a surge of energy coursed through him, and the incomplete parts of his body and the indistinct area of his face began to convulse violently. Ultimately, Cell transformed into his initial complete form. The DNA of Piccolo is commendable. I first need to find some humans to restore my strength. Otherwise, I cannot hope to defeat them. With that declaration, Cell's aura surged mightily, and he shot forth like a streak of light, breaking through the confines of the small chamber and soaring into the sky. Inside the spacecraft, Krillin reclined on a plush sofa, cradling a comic book in one hand and indulging in snacks, thoroughly enjoying himself. After experiencing a cosmic journey, Krillin's curiosity about the wonders of the universe had faded entirely. The calm beauty, Android 18, having initially been intrigued too, had gradually lost interest in the vastness of space. She sat a short distance away on the floor, leaning against the wall of the cabin, holding a comic book, a romantic comedy recommended by Krillin. Unlike him, she maintained an upright posture even while sitting, with her golden locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders. The ship's lights bathed her fair profile, accentuating her gentle features, epitomizing the serene elegance of a refined lady. After nearly a month of travel, the initial awkwardness and unfamiliarity between the two had dissipated. As Krillin immersed himself in the comic storyline, he couldn't help but steal glances at Android 18, deriving a dual sense of joy from her occasional smiles or furrowed brows in reaction to the plot. Android 18, well aware of his subtle actions, chose not to acknowledge them, instead secretly wishing that his gaze would linger a moment longer, causing a barely perceptible blush to grace her cheeks. In the serene atmosphere of tranquil time, the spacecraft's control system suddenly emitted a mechanical prompt. Frieza planet will arrive in 30 minutes. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for landing. Number 18 was the first to set aside her comic, rising towards the pilot's seat. While Krillin hastily closed his book, brushed off the crumbs of snacks from his attire, and quickly followed suit. They took their seats beside the cockpit, where number 18 skillfully checked the landing parameters, while Krillin gazed at the increasingly clear silhouette of the planet ahead. Suddenly, the long-quiet sign-in system chimed in with a notification. Ding! The monthly random sign-in count has been refreshed. Please sign in promptly. Krillin felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that just as they were about to reach Frieza planet, the monthly sign-in opportunity would arise. Without hesitation, he mentally responded. Sign in immediately. Ding! Spacecraft sign-in successful. Rewards have been issued. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a temporal anchor point in this timeline. A temporal anchor point? Seizing the moment before the spacecraft touched down on Frieza planet, Krillin quickly examined the reward he had received. The temporal anchor point of the year 784 in the AG era would enable him to enter this timeline from any other, without the need for a time machine. Upon reading this, Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he glanced towards number 18 on his right. The implication of the temporal anchor point system was that it allowed him to treat this realm as his exclusive timeline. If that were the case, it meant that even if he gained number 18's favor in the primary timeline, it would not preclude him from winning the affection of another number 18 in this alternate reality. What a curious situation. Number 18 unwittingly competing with herself. However, he soon came to a realization. In this timeline, the absence of Sun Wukong meant it would not be fraught with the myriad powerful adversaries and dangers that characterize the primary timeline. This realm would be exceptionally conducive to the promotion of cultivation practices. Even establishing a sect and designing a headquarters here would be splendid choices. It was safe, devoid of formidable foes, and all Earthlings had nearly faced extinction due to the actions of number 17 and number 18. Should he promote cultivation in this world, enthusiasm would soar, as every individual would be filled with vigor and fervor towards the art of cultivation. Krillin instantly regretted his earlier decision. Had he known he would acquire this temporal anchor point, he would not have given the Spirit Chi Revival Array blueprint to Bic to take back to Earth. Deploying the Spirit Chi Revival Array in this timeline would yield far greater benefits than in the primary timeline. After all, Earthlings would not be able to cultivate to the strength of the Saiyans overnight. Moreover, there remained a possibility of extinction from powerful enemies in the primary timeline. Just as he lamented this, the spacecraft suddenly began to shake. Krillin snapped back to reality. They were about to land on Frieza planet. He hastily turned his gaze towards the window. The dark purple planet exuded a stifling light, with heavy gray-black clouds floating in its atmosphere, casting a pall over the entire landscape. At that moment, number 18 suddenly spoke up. "Someone is approaching us." Krillin was taken aback and quickly utilized his energy sensing abilities. Indeed, 3 distinct auras intertwined and swiftly made their way toward Krillin and number 18 spacecraft. Chapter 42, A Smooth Arrival at Planet Frieza, A Crisis of the Avatar. Number 18 skillfully maneuvered the spacecraft to land on an open area. By the time Krillin and number 18 exited the ship, 3 figures awaited them at the entrance. They were all clad in the space combat uniforms of the Frieza Force. Although these uniforms were rather unattractive, they had received unanimous praise from the main characters in the original narrative. In fact, during the subsequent battle between Sun Wukong and Cell, Bulma had tailored uniform for each member of the protagonist group. Krillin had noticed the 3 individuals before landing and, while still aboard the spacecraft, altered the shape of his robe to resemble the same combat uniform. As for number 18, whether she possessed a combat uniform was inconsequential. Given her striking features and elongated legs, Krillin was reluctant to have her don such an unappealing outfit. Indeed, when the 3 individuals beheld Krillin's attire, they collectively sighed in relief. Although Frieza had perished a decade ago, the Legion had been concealing this fact. The Frieza Force managed over 100 subordinate planets, and if the news of Frieza's demise spread, it would spell disaster for those who had previously thrived under Frieza's name. Thus, the greatest fear on planet Frieza was the arrival of agents from rival factions seeking information. Upon seeing Krillin dressed in the Frieza Force uniform, their worries were alleviated. However, the necessary protocols still had to be observed. Among the 3, the one with an elongated head and a visage reminiscent of a toad took the initiative to step forward. "Greetings, sir. Please present your Legion badge." The Frieza Force was vast, and many individuals within it were unfamiliar with one another, apart from the genuine high-ranking officials. Krillin pondered this paradox. Despite Frieza's demise, the Frieza Force remained intact and seemingly organized. Nonetheless, he did not betray his thoughts. Instead, he retrieved the badge he had obtained by signing in with the Grand Elder on Namek from the system space. Upon seeing the badge, the 3 immediately stood at attention with respect. "Esteemed Captain Krillin, welcome back." Number 18, hearing this, momentarily displayed a look of surprise on her otherwise composed face, and couldn't he help but glance at the tall and handsome Krillin. Wasn't he a member of those who vanquished Frieza? How had he risen to the rank of captain within the Frieza Force? As the enigmatic android 18 approached, it seemed that this version of Krillin, hailing from 3 decades past, concealed numerous secrets and bore a striking difference from the Krillin of this realm, who had long since perished. Krillin nodded slightly, then turned to stow his spacecraft using the versatile capsules provided by Bulma. He calmly stated, "It has been quite some time since I last returned to the base. Please lead the way." The trio promptly offered a respectful military salute before boarding their respective vessels. Krillin exchanged a glance with Android 18, noting the inquisitive spark in her eyes. He merely raised an eyebrow, offering no explanation, but gestured for her to follow. As their craft descended gracefully into the sky, Krillin and Android 18 floated closely behind. The group transformed into 3 radiant beams of light, hurtling toward the horizon. Meanwhile, on Earth, Cell scratched his head in frustration after an extensive search. He had likely traversed the northern regions of the planet, yet found no trace of humanity. Even at the once thriving metropolis of North City, he encountered not a single soul. All that remained were ruins and remnants, casting him into a state of bewilderment. Cell's genetic makeup was derived from data collected by Dr. Gero's minuscule insect-like robots, which had scoured the battlegrounds of formidable warriors. However, during the extermination campaign orchestrated by androids of 17 and 18, those surveillance robots met their demise amid the widespread destruction. Consequently, the Cell, nurtured in the secrecy of Dr. Gero's lair, remained oblivious to the fact that the protagonists had been eradicated by the very androids he sought to confront. He was equally unaware of the subsequent events wherein 17 and 18 laid waste to the world. Yet, in his current state, Cell was desperate to eliminate humanity and absorb their essence to regain his strength. The system had faltered, bringing forth his existence prematurely, when he was meant to be born 2 years hence. This premature arrival not only cost him a significant reservoir of energy, but also posed the threat of further depletion should he fail to locate humans to replenish it. Such a fate was intolerable for the proud Cell, a being born of the genes of the mightiest. At that moment, his senses detected the presence of an energy signature. It was not overwhelmingly powerful, yet surpassed that of an ordinary individual. If he could absorb it, even if it did not fully restore him, it would at least replenish a considerable amount of energy. Without hesitation, Cell swiftly veered toward the sensed energy. Meanwhile, Klin's first clone was diligently searching the northern regions of Earth, tasked by the original. He had not forgotten that this era still harbored the ultimate antagonist, Cell. In the original narrative, it was this very incarnation of Cell that, following Trunks' return from 20 years in the past, was thwarted in his evolution to perfection when Trunks decisively eliminated androids 17 and 18. Thus, I quietly embarked on a time machine, returning to 2 decades past. The objective of this doppelganger's mission was to locate the still-developing android Cell. Ideally, I would modify his core programming through mechanical affinity. Although Cell requires androids 17 and 18 to achieve his complete form, he possesses considerable strength even without them, sufficient for a planet devoid of formidable foes like Earth. Should modification prove unattainable, I would resort to eliminating Cell. In accordance with the original narrative, Bulma was supposed to glean the location of Dr. Gero's secret lab for newspapers. Android 17 would also be aware of his birthplace. However, 2 decades later, Bulma could no longer locate the relevant papers, and 17 had obliterated the lab upon his creation. Lacking clear references, I found myself at a loss. Hence, my doppelganger, Krillin, had no choice but to search independently, while soaring through the skies, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Krillin remained oblivious to a dark green figure beneath a nearby tree, silently gathering its energy and remaining motionless. It was not until Krillin's doppelganger approached within 30 meters that Cell swiftly appeared behind him. With a battle power of merely 30,000, Krillin's doppelganger stood no chance. Quickly ensnared by Cell's limbs, a spiked tail plunged viciously into the neck of Krillin's doppelganger. Chapter 43. Frieza Planet Sign-In. Yardrat people on Frieza Planet. Krillin and Android 18 followed the remnants of Frieza's army into the base. One must commend Frieza as the cosmic overlord. Had it not been for Goku, the destined Saiyan, Frieza might have successfully conquered the universe, or at least the 7th dimension. Even a decade after Frieza's demise, this vast army continues to operate in an orderly fashion. Krillin was not wandering aimlessly. Through casual conversation with 3 Frieza soldiers, he learned that there was, fortuitously, a Yardrat soldier among them. Allegedly ostracized by his own people due to moral failings, he had sought refuge on Frieza Planet. This revelation filled Krillin with elation. According to the original plot, Yardrat was a remote planet, far from Earth, and its inhabitants, while exceptionally skilled, were notoriously insular. Locating a native would have been an arduous task. Now, having direct access to a Yardrat local significantly eased the burden. In a buoyant mood, Krillin promptly initiated the sign-in process. System, sign-in. Ding. Frieza Army sign-in successful. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, Fragment. Additionally, congratulations on obtaining the intermediate mystical skill, Soul Snatching Art. One can hardly deny that this is indeed the homeland of Frieza. Li Colin's perception of the villainous Frieza has only intensified, as it seems impossible to redeem his reputation. These two rewards do not appear to align with the virtues of a righteous individual. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, products of the system are guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Li Colin harbors no disdain for either righteous or demonic arts, and thus, he delved into the details of the two rewards within his consciousness. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Fragment. It encompasses only the first two levels of the technique. By sacrificing one's own foundational essence, it utilizes disintegration incantations to tear apart the corporeal meridians and ignite the soul's origin, thereby attaining power that transcends one's inherent capabilities. First level, Demon Mark Manifestation. This grants a twofold enhancement of one's combat strength for a duration of 10 minutes, followed by a state of weakness lasting 1 hour, during which 30 of vitality is depleted and recovery occurs after 24 hours. Second level, Demon Bone Rebirth. This amplifies combat strength threefold for 8 minutes, allowing the release of Heavenly Demon Claws. Post-usage, the user experiences a 3-hour weakness with a significant decline in Golden Core Cultivation, dropping 1 realm, and recovery is unattainable for a month. Astoundingly, Li Colin found himself momentarily speechless. Truly, this is the essence of demonic techniques, undeniably sinister. The repercussions of the first level are somewhat bearable, yet the ramifications of the second level, with its dimming of the golden core and the subsequent decline in cultivation, are utterly bewildering. Is this to say that his hard-earned golden core cultivation is at stake? This is merely the second level. He dared not contemplate the contents of the subsequent levels. However, one must acknowledge that the explosive potential of demonic practitioners is indeed formidable. A twofold enhancement, when considering Li Colin's current strength, might not seem significant. 50,000 doubling to 100,000 combat power. But what if it were 5,000,000? The magnitude of such an enhancement explains why many harbor disdain for demonic practitioners. It is nothing short of cheating. Li Colin resolved in his heart that, even at the cost of his life, he would never employ the second level of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. He then turned his gaze towards the second reward. Soul Snatching Art. This technique enables one to search the souls of enemies weaker than oneself or in a weakened state, allowing for destruction or extraction. The extracted soul energy can enhance one's own spiritual essence. Note, excessive soul extraction carries the risk of mental confusion. What a remarkable skill, one that facilitates explosive power and soul absorption. It is evident that Frieza, as the sovereign of the universe, wields considerable authority. Yet, one cannot overlook the versatility of the soul snatching art. The mere act of soul-searching serves as a means to uncover potent weapons and artifacts. This signing-in session has proven to be immensely rewarding. Just as he reveled in his gains, Li Colin was suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp pain in his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Soon after, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. Since departing from Earth, Li Colin had granted his first doppelganger complete autonomy. As the distance increased, Li Colin's ability to control his doppelganger diminished significantly. Even though he could perceive the perspective of his first clone, it appeared hazy and indistinct. To his surprise, it had not been long since he had last checked, yet the first clone had perished. Hastily, Li Colin began to review the memories transmitted by the first clone. The earlier events seemed entirely normal, progressing according to his will. However, the unexpected calamity occurred while on the path to confront Cell, a step Li Colin deemed least likely to encounter unforeseen circumstances. According to the timeline, Cell would not be born for another 2 years. In fact, Trunks had first utilized the time machine to return to the year 764, and only subsequently returned to 784 when Cell was born. Yet, unexpectedly, Cell had been born prematurely. Was it due to the time machine? Did its influence result in Cell's early arrival? Li Colin felt a sudden wave of discomfort. Although Cell was relatively weak compared to Android 17 and 18, as well as Trunks, he possessed a cunning nature. Currently, Android 17 was still in a benevolent state. Should Cell ensnare him, he would indeed become invincible in this timeline. Furthermore, the Yardrats had been located. The Yardrats and their instantaneous movement techniques were within reach. It was evidently implausible for Li Colin to abandon his pursuit at this juncture. 2 months had passed in back-and-forth travel. The primary mission of the Frieza Force was to pillage and annihilate planets. What if the Yardrats had ventured to some distant planet for a task? That would complicate matters greatly. In that moment, Li Colin found himself in a quandary. As he and Android 18, guided by the small soldiers, approached the chamber of the Yardrats, they finally arrived. With pink skin, an oval head, elongated ears, 2 wisps of mustache, no nose, round eyes, wrinkled skin, and a diminutive stature. Li Colin's first impression upon entering the room was that this creature was undeniably unattractive. However, contrary to his unsightly exterior, the Yard Rats possessed remarkable talents. In the Dragon Ball Super series, the Yard Rats even relocated to Earth, integrating into its society. Thus, Li Colin harbored little prejudice against this amiable race. Zappa, was it? The Yard Rat named Zappa looked up at Li Colin, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, exuding an air of tranquility. I wish to learn your skill of instantaneous movement. Would you be willing to teach me? In return, I am prepared to offer you equivalent compensation. Zappa gently raised a finger. Li Colin was somewhat perplexed. A single finger? 10 million zenny. Note, zenny is the universal currency in the Dragon Ball universe, as established by Akira Toriyama, used both on Earth and throughout the cosmos. 1 zenny equals 1 island currency. 10 million zenny is approximately equivalent to 500,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. Chapter 44. A year? No, 3 days. Li Colin also came to understand why Zappa was marginalized by the inhabitants of this planet. The Draterians are renowned in the Dragon Ball universe as a peaceful race. Much like the Namekians, celebrated for their tranquility, wisdom, and enigmatic nature as highly intelligent extraterrestrials. Zappa's philosophy of existence evidently diverges from the harmonious ideals of the Draterians. However, it is indeed true that if he were truly of Draterian descent, he would have been devoured by Frieza's army long ago. After some contemplation, Li Colin nodded. He initially intended to exchange his cultivation techniques from the chi refinement stage with Zappa. However, upon realizing that Zappa was a greedy individual, the situation became more manageable. Compared to the methods of cultivation, wealth is merely inconsequential. 10 million zenny is not an issue, but how long will it take for you to teach me? This question is vital. If the learning duration is excessively long, Li Colin would prefer to refrain from immediate study, leaving a means of contact with Zappa for future correspondence, or even consider abducting Zappa back to Earth. Nonetheless, he recognized that Zappa was his teacher, and such an endeavor should be approached willingly. One cannot afford to deviate from the path of learning. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Colin would still honor Zappa's wishes. Zappa maintained a serene demeanor, his expression as unyielding as a mountain, merely extending a finger once again. Li Colin felt a shiver run down his spine. He was truly entranced by the allure of wealth. You may proceed. Release your energy and entwine it around my finger. Though internally bewildered, Li Colin complied, projecting the energy from his body to wrap around Zappa's finger. After a few breaths, Zappa calmly retracted his finger. 1 year. I can assure you that you will master it. Li Colin pondered this, considering that he had not yet spent a year in this world. Yet, he suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong took an entire year to learn instant transmission after arriving on Drader. Thus, this must be attributed to the nature of Chi on Earth. After some thought, Li Colin spoke again. Extend your finger once more. Zappa, still with an indifferent expression, showed no surprise at Li Colin's request and extended his finger again. This time, Li Colin channeled a stream of spiritual energy from his dantian and directed it to Zappa's outstretched finger. In an instant, Zappa, who had previously been indifferent, exhibited a look of astonishment, his eyes distinctly filled with incredulity. And now, Zappa's throat moved slightly as he took a moment before speaking. 1. 10 days. You can master it in 10 days. Might I inquire what type of energy this is? Why is it so pure and brimming with spirituality? For the first time, an unmistakable fluctuation appeared in Zappa's voice, and the eyes that were usually so placid now sparkled with uncontainable amazement. Li Colin offered a slight smile, refraining from providing excessive explanation. Let us embark on a journey to my spacecraft, where I shall initially provide you with 5 million zenny, and thereafter, we shall settle the remaining balance. Zappa inhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain composure from his astonishment. Should he indeed master the art of instantaneous movement within 10 days, he would possess the ability to return to Earth in the blink of an eye, guided solely by his perception. This skill, in the realm of Dragon Ball, is akin to a glitch in the system. Once acquired, it relies not heavily on the intensity of one's energy, but rather on the ability to perceive locations or coordinates. Theoretically, the range of this perception encompasses the entirety of the universe, devoid of any limitations of distance. At the conclusion of the Namek saga, Goku was capable of sensing Earth's energy from King Kai's planet and could teleport back in an instant. During the Buu saga, Goku, in his quest to fuse and vanquish Buu, teleported directly from the Kaioshin realm back to Earth. The sole constraint of this skill lies in the necessity of a clear perception and locking onto the corresponding energy. In summary, the range is boundless. Yet precision and targeting are paramount. Should he master this ability, signing in would no longer pose a challenge for Krillin. The trio swiftly returned to the Hope spacecraft docked to the spaceport. Upon entering Frieza's planet, Krillin entrusted the Hope to a subordinate for maintenance. As Zeppa beheld the advanced facilities within the ship, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes, though he quickly resumed his indifferent demeanor. He first received the initial payment of 5 million zeni and immediately commenced the instruction. Throughout the ensuing teaching process, Zeppa exhibited an unprecedented enthusiasm. The essence of instantaneous movement lies in perception and positioning. Ordinary energy necessitates extensive training to accurately sense distant targets. However, your spiritual energy, Krillin, following the guidance, expanded his spiritual energy in a unique manner. To his astonishment, the once vague perception became remarkably clear, and he could even faintly discern the familiar energies from faraway Earth. With a grave expression, Krillin closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy to its fullest extent. Empowered by this energy, his perception traversed the vast cosmos, distinctly capturing anomalies on Earth. He could distinctly sense that the energy of Cell on Earth had grown considerably stronger since the time he absorbed his doppelganger, now nearly matching the intensity of Trunks' energy. We must expedite the learning process, Zeppa. If I can master instantaneous movement within 3 days, I shall provide you with an additional bonus of 5 million. Upon hearing this, the usually silent Android 18, who had been a mere observer throughout, displayed a look of astonishment. Bulma had left a total of 50 million zeni aboard the spacecraft, and although 18 did not harbor a significant need for money, the urgency in Krillin's request to master instantaneous movement within 3 days, coupled with the offer of additional funds to hasten progress, made her realize that he had uncovered something significant. There was a possibility that a crisis had emerged on Earth. Zeppa's eyes suddenly sparkled with unprecedented excitement. 3 days? Though challenging, is undoubtedly worth the endeavor, given your ethereal attributes. He promptly adjusted the teaching plan and retrieved several crystals emanating a gentle radiance. These are the legacy crystals from the planet Yardrat, originally intended for use by core disciples. For the sum of 5 million zeni, Krillin unhesitatingly accepted the crystals, feeling the profound spatial laws encapsulated within. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to infuse his spiritual energy into the crystals, which instantly erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Number 18, stationed at the training room's entrance, observed Krillin, who was wholly engrossed in his studies and wisely refrained from interrupting his cultivation. Clearly, in such a moment, inquiring about the situation would be quite inappropriate. Thus, she simply folded her arms and awaited silently at the door. However, her furrowed brow and the gentle bite of her lip betrayed her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Earth, Cell, having absorbed the spiritual energy within his clone, experienced a rapid enhancement of power. He finally discerned the unusual energy fluctuations resonating from Earth. With excitement alight on his face, Cell hastened towards the source of this perception. Chapter 45. Has number 17 disappeared? And Cranks as well? The lessons aboard the spaceship lasted a full 2.5 days, though it was said to be 3 days. The efficacy of the legacy crystals exceeded both Krillin's and Zeppa's expectations. In just 2.5 days, he had completely mastered the technique of instantaneous movement. Krillin dutifully transferred the remaining 10 million zeni to Zeppa, since this was not money earned through his own labor. Krillin felt no remorse in spending it. Zeppa, visibly elated, found this transaction far easier than he had anticipated, earning a staggering 15 million in merely 2.5 days. Even on the entire planet of Frieza, he could be considered affluent. It was only at this juncture, upon witnessing the successful exchange between the two, that number 18 finally inquired about what had transpired. Krillin merely shook his head slightly. It was not that he wished to withhold information about Cell from number 18, but rather that he could not disclose it. If he were to appear before Cell with number 18, it would be akin to delivering her on a silver platter. He was not the naive Krillin of the original narrative. Given Cell's treacherous nature, he could very well seize the opportunity to absorb number 17 or number 18 when they least expected it. If that were to occur, his power would reach terrifying heights. Confronting Cell was a matter he could only face alone, or perhaps with Trunks, though even Trunks' presence posed a significant risk. It was far safer to confront the threat alone. With this thought, Krillin reflected on Cell's power as presented in the original narrative. According to the official data, when Cell first appeared, his battle power in the first stage, without having absorbed any humans, was approximately 600 million, only slightly stronger than Frieza and his father. However, after absorbing a considerable number of humans through his tail, his battle power escalated to around 1 billion. Not only could he effortlessly overpower Android 17, but he could also contend equally with Android 16, although he had yet to attain the level of Super Saiyan 2. However, achieving Super Saiyan 1 was well within his capabilities. Presently, the semi-finished Cell, after absorbing his own duplicates, possessed an estimated combat power of around 400 million. Krillin found himself in a quandary. 400 million in combat power was daunting, especially when he had only 50,000. He could only resort to using the Savage Blood once more, which would elevate his strength to a level slightly inferior to 17, approximately 600 million in combat power. Yet, the drawbacks of the Savage Blood were evident. While his physical prowess would indeed be enhanced, his ki and speed would lag woefully behind that of his opponent. Relying solely on the Savage Blood left him vulnerable. Should Cell maintain distance or engage in ranged attacks, he would be utterly powerless. At that moment of despair, Android 18 suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing that her heart had skipped a beat. Something ominous appeared to be afoot. "I can no longer feel Lapis," she remarked. Her expression contorted with anguish and gravity as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. The bond between Android 17 and 18, being fraternal twins, allowed for a psychic connection, which was not surprising. In the original narrative, even Goku and Krillin shared such a connection, let alone the sibling bond of Android 18 and 17. Upon hearing 18's words, Krillin was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily employed his ki to sense the energy on Earth. Indeed, the energies of 17, Trunks, and Bulma were absent. The only conceivable explanation for their disappearance was that Cell had absorbed them, potentially even Android 17 himself. The thought of Cell having absorbed 17 was unfathomable to Krillin. He was not a Saiyan. A mere burst of ki could propel a Saiyan from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2, easily overpowering a second-stage Cell. A second-stage Cell, having absorbed Android 17, would possess a staggering combat power of 4 billion. Previously, even in a weakened state, Cell's combat power was around 1 billion and under optimal conditions. He might have posed a challenge. However, now with a combat power of 4 billion, even if Krillin and 18 merged their powers, they would stand no chance. In that instant, Krillin was engulfed in despair. He had exerted himself to enhance his speed, mastering instant transmission in merely 2.5 days. Yet, Cell was swifter. It had been but a short time since Duplicate 1 fell, and now 17 and Trunks were gone. Fortunately, as a native species of Earth, Cell did not harbor grand aspirations of annihilating the planet as other supervillains might. Thus, keeping Cell on Earth rendered the situation somewhat secure. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. If Cell remained unchecked, what purpose would Klinton's presence in this timeline serve? It would have been better had I never come here, allowing this realm to languish in despair. Yet now that I am here, the issues must be confronted. Number 18 observed the melancholy and gravity etched upon Krillin's face. Although she was aware of number 17's demise, the specifics eluded her. From Krillin's expression, it was not difficult for number 18 to surmise that he had uncovered the truth of the matter. What calamity had befallen planet Krillin? In that moment, Krillin found himself at a loss regarding how to convey this to number 18. Had Trunks still been alive, as the last Saiyan of the Super Saiyans, he might have transformed into Super Saiyan 2 or 3 to eradicate the menace posed by Cell. But Trunks was gone. The Saiyans of this planet had become extinct, leaving Krillin to shoulder the burden alone. If he were to divulge this information to number 18, her character would undoubtedly compel her to seek vengeance for her brother, unwittingly granting Cell yet another opportunity to evolve into his perfect form, an outcome Krillin was far too astute to allow. With no one left on Earth to rely on, what could be done? The overwhelming power of 4 billion was utterly disheartening. At that moment, Krillin finally grasped the anguish that Gohan, the resolute scholar, must have endured upon witnessing his beloved elder brother's death, as well as Trunks' experience of loss. What manner of life had they lived? Just then, Zepa, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Your Excellency, it appears you find yourself in a predicament." His words successfully captured Krillin's attention, prompting him to turn towards Zepa, who continued, "Why not accompany me back to planet Atladra?" Krillin regarded Zepa with a puzzled expression, recalling the words of Frieza's minion regarding Zeepa's expulsion from his own people due to misconduct. Did Zeepa intend for him to annihilate the Atladrans? Zeepa, evidently understanding the implication in Cullin's gaze, quickly waved his hands. Though I have been cast out by my kin, the Atladrans possess remarkable abilities. You have bestowed upon me a fortune, and in return, I offer you an opportunity. Should you visit planet Atladra, you might uncover a solution. I am confident my people will be intrigued by the powers you demonstrate. Chapter 46, Planet Atladra, Pabala. Now that the reality of Cell having slain number 17 and Trunks had set in, Kullin found himself powerless against Cell for the time being. Thus, following Zeepa's suggestion to explore planet Atladra seemed a prudent course of action. In the original narrative, the Atladrans were indeed extraordinary. While they, like the Namekians, were a peace-loving race, they possessed distinct differences. The Atladrans were renowned for their unparalleled control over energy, as illustrated in Dragon Ball Super. When Vegeta sought to withstand the formidable foe, Moro, journeying to the planet Adratlat, one not only mastered the instantaneous movement that took Sun Wukong an entire year to learn in just a few days, but also acquired an array of extraordinary skills native to Adratlat, including replication, gigantification, and forced energy division. This newfound knowledge enabled Vegeta to elevate his power output from a mere 70% to a complete 100%. It is undeniable that Adratlat is a veritable treasure trove of abilities. In times of peace, it crossed Kullin's mind to perhaps reside on Adratlat for an extended period. If he were to impart his cultivation techniques to the inhabitants, they might reciprocate with remarkable gifts. More importantly, as a significant narrative location, Adratlat offers the possibility of signing in, which is one of the motivations for Kullin's journey there. However, it is regrettable that Adratlat, like Namek, has also been ravaged by the Frieza army, and the two planets have no prior connection. Otherwise, Kullin could have sensed the energy of the Namekians and teleported directly to them, thereby completing a substantial portion of his temporal mission in an instant. Without further delay, Zeepa, let us proceed. Kullin, mindful of the threat posed by Cell, still wreaking havoc on Earth, grasped Android 18's hand with one hand while placing the other on Zeepa's shoulder, a requisite for simultaneous teleportation. Kullin's action of instinctively holding Android 18's hand was rather innocent. Yet she was visibly taken aback. However, upon seeing Kullin's composed demeanor, she quickly set aside her concerns. Zeepa nodded, pressing his index and middle fingers to his forehead to begin sensing. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before Kullin and Android 18 transformed entirely. The living conditions on Adratlat were reminiscent of Earth, as this planet harmoniously blended technology with magic, ensuring a comfortable existence. Zeepa brought them to a space akin to a dojo, where they were met by a throng of guards resembling the inhabitants of Adratlat, along with a peculiar figure with a round head and catfish-like mouth. Kullin immediately recalled a scene from the original narrative. This catfish-like being was none other than the Elder of Adratlat, Pibra, the sole Elder of the planet, holding a status comparable to that of the King of Vegeta. It was this very individual who taught Sun Wukong the art of instantaneous movement. Zeepa, what brings you back? Pibra inquired, his expression neutral and devoid of emotion. Zeepa respectfully bowed in response. Lord Pibra, I have encountered a rather peculiar individual whose spirito is quite extraordinary. He has found himself in a predicament and hopes we might extend our assistance. Upon hearing Zeppa's words, Pibra shifted his gaze towards Kullin and number 18, scrutinizing them intently. However, Kullin, at that moment, was oblivious to Pibra's attention, seemingly too preoccupied to acknowledge it. The instant he arrived on this planet, he sensed his cells pulsating with vigor, and a spark of energy within his dantian stirred restlessly. The concentration of spiritual energy on this planet is astonishing. Kullin felt as though he was inhaling not mere air, but pure spiritual essence. Truly, this environment is unparalleled for a race that has mastered the art of energy manipulation to such an extent. Sir Kullin, might I trouble you to release your energy? Lord Pibra is an elder of our planet, and should he choose to assist you, it may lead to a favorable turn of events. Zeppa, noticing Kullin's hesitation, could not resist offering a gentle reminder. His words successfully rekindled Kullin's focus. He momentarily suppressed his astonishment and turned to regard Pibra, who indeed extended a finger in invitation. Kullin mused, it seems Zeppa's unfortunate habit has been inherited from this elder. Nevertheless, he dutifully directed the energy from his dantian, allowing it to entwine around Pibra's finger. Pibra, previously expressionless, now bore an expression of curiosity, which quickly transformed into shock. This energy felt strikingly familiar. Upon closer examination, he realized it resembled the wondrous spirito that surrounded him. Although the Adralitarians are reputed to be the foremost authorities on energy in the universe, they had never before harnessed the natural energy of their own planet. Much like how Earthlings cannot wield the power of the Destroyer, the Adralitarians had not encountered anyone capable of mastering this force for ages. Now, it seems someone had achieved the impossible. My lord, how do you command such energy? Krillin deduced from Pibra's demeanor that he was unlike Zeppa. He clearly sensed the spiritual essence of his planet. Indeed, it is well established in pre-transmigration literature that those lacking spiritual roots cannot perceive such energy. It was evident that Pibra possessed such roots. Krillin contemplated, and he found himself unperturbed by the prospect of imparting his cultivation techniques to Pibra. After all, the Adralitarians, with their scholarly disposition, relish in research. Should they delve into the study of cultivation techniques, they might, through the local denizens of the Dragon Ball universe, diversify their practices and establish a plethora of methodologies and schools to cultivate the flourishing of the immortal culture. Yet humanity is inherently selfish. Krillin is no Sun Wukong. Amidst the brewing chaos of battle, he is hardly inclined to engage in other pursuits, unperturbed by the prospect of defeat. Krillin prioritizes his own desires before addressing the needs of the Yidlatrians. Thus, with resolute determination, he called out in his mind, System, sign-in. Chapter 47, Alive Again? Ding. Successful sign-in at Yadlatry. Reward have been issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special physique Primal Dao Body, enhanced version of the Innate Dao Body. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the divine ability of shared longevity with heaven and earth. As Krillin beheld the rewards from this sign-in, a perplexed expression overtook his countenance. The first reward seemed reasonable, given that he was in a race devoted to the study of Qi on a planet abundant with spiritual energy. Attaining an upgraded innate Dao body was entirely plausible. However, what did the second reward signify? Shared longevity with heaven and earth? Having been an avid reader of novels prior to his transmigration, Krillin was familiar with the concept of mutual destruction from the heavenly sword and dragon-slaying saber. Who was unaware of that? Was the system suggesting that since he could not possibly defeat Sheru, he might as well embrace mutual destruction? For the first time, Krillin found himself at a loss for words regarding the rewards offered by the system. Your Excellency, is there something amiss? The words of Pabala jolted Krillin from his musings. Although the outrageous rewards from the system had soured his mood, he soon realized that he could no longer rely on the system. His only hope now rested upon the elder with the catfish-like head. Elder Paladu, before we discuss my energy, I wish to know how to defeat a formidable foe with a combat power of 4 billion, while my own power is a mere 50,000. Elder Paladu was momentarily rendered speechless. The combat power of the Yidlatrians was generally weak. Although a Yadlatrian from the second universe had participated in the power tournament, those from the seventh universe were undeniably feeble. Krillin's outrageous query left him momentarily at a loss for an answer. After all, if they possessed such prowess, the Frieza force would not have been relegated to a position of passive defense during their invasion of Yadlatry. Your Excellency, our Yidlatrians possess 4 extraordinary techniques: proliferation, gigantism, forced chi division, and instantaneous movement. Which one would you like to learn? Upon hearing this, Krillin understood. There was no point in hesitating. He swiftly retrieved the chi refining techniques he had prepared from his storage ring. Ignoring the expressions of exuberance on Pabala and Zeppa's faces, he took the hand of Android 18 once more, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Only Pabala remained, cautiously examining the few tomes Krillin had left behind. In a flash, the two reappeared aboard their spaceship. Krillin released Android 18's hand and rubbed his temples. Now, it is imperative to confront Cell, despite the fact that Krillin harbors a deep aversion to this feeling of passivity. However, the time has come to step forward and face the reality. Although he is aware that secluding himself on planet Yardrat for a few years would undoubtedly grant him the capability to challenge Cell, Krillin's nature does not align with the inclination to remain in hiding to cultivate his strength. Otherwise, he would not have proactively proposed to save the world in 784 for Trunks. After some contemplation, Krillin resolved to reveal the truth to Android 18. Android 17 had already been absorbed. Although he was not yet dead, the likelihood of him being separated was exceedingly slim. While he could not allow 18 to join the battle, the thought of keeping the truth from her weighed heavily on Krillin's conscience. Thus, after disclosing the origins of Cell, the absorption of 17, and the deaths of Trunks and Bulma, it was no surprise that Android 18's face was etched with shock, and she promptly expressed her desire to participate in the fight. Listen, 18, he said, I know you are formidable, but Cell has already absorbed Lapis. If you are absorbed as well, there will be no one left to confront him. Android 18 furrowed her brow, gazing intently into Licklin's eyes. But even if he does not absorb me, based on your description, you cannot defeat him. At that moment, Licklin felt a pang of regret for having shared the information about Cell with her. Just as he was about to respond, 18 interjected. What will happen to me if you die? Instantly, Licklin's mind was flooded with 100 reasons to refuse her, all of which were quelled in an instant. Faced with 18's earnest expression, he found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, Licklin let out a deep sigh. Very well, you may accompany me. However, you must remain concealed. You cannot reveal yourself until I am gone. Licklin believed that due to his past deeds in 754 that benefited humanity, he was destined for heaven after death. In the afterlife, he might have the opportunity to visit King Kai, where he could sign in and learn the Kaioken technique. Given his relationship with Goku, he anticipated no issues arising from this. If he could not defeat Cell after this enhancement, he would have no choice but to lie low on King Kai's planet for a time. This was his last resort after exhausting all other options. Yet, if he brought 18 along and emerged victorious, it would be a cause for celebration. Conversely, should they lose, 18 would not perish. She would merely be absorbed into Cell. However, this would significantly increase the difficulty of Licklin's quest for vengeance. Nevertheless, upon hearing 18's words, he found it exceedingly difficult to leave her alone on planet Frieza. With a resigned sigh, Licklin rubbed his temples. Well then, we shall take it one step at a time. The two exited the spaceship, and Licklin stored it away using a universal capsule. Subsequently, number 18 instinctively grasped Li Colin's hand tightly, fearing that he might vanish in an instant if he let his guard down. Li Colin smiled wryly and shook his head, then began to press his fingers against his brow, attempting to sense the essence of the earth. Suddenly, he was taken aback, for within his perception, the energies of Trunks and Bulma, which had previously dissipated from the earth, astonishingly re-emerged. Moreover, several other energies manifested as well: Master Roshi, Oolong, Puar, and one unfamiliar energy. However, recalling from his previous life, Li Colin swiftly recognized the unfolding narrative. During the period when number 17 and number 18 were wreaking havoc upon the world, Master Roshi, along with Oolong, Puar, and the Ox King, had taken refuge in a submarine near Master Roshi's abode, successfully evading detection by number 17 and number 18. It was no wonder that he had failed to sense Trunks and Bulma's presence earlier. They had taken sanctuary in Master Roshi's submarine. A surge of exhilaration illuminated Li Colin's face. Without hesitation, he focused on Trunks' energy and activated instant transmission. Whoosh! With a blink, Li Colin found himself at Master Roshi's house. Chapter 48, Cell. Number 17 has met his demise. Logically, even with instant transmission, he should have materialized within the confines of Master Roshi's submarine. Why was he at Master Roshi's house instead? Li Colin pondered in confusion. Did they not fear Cell's arrival? At that moment, a voice emanating from a nearby television caught Li Colin's attention. Greetings to all the viewers across the globe. I am Cell. Li Colin was momentarily stunned. Cell on television? Was this the Cell games of this timeline? Seizing the opportunity, Li Colin finally took a moment to observe the individuals within the house. Master Roshi, clad in a floral shirt, sat cross-legged on the floor. The Ox King and Trunks occupied the sofa, while Bulma stood to the side with her arms crossed. Oolong and Puar sat on the other side. They all appeared remarkably relaxed and harmonious, utterly devoid of any tension that would typically accompany an impending battle. Their gazes were intently fixed on the scenes unfolding on the television. This sight felt utterly peculiar. I will orchestrate an event at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, a look of realization spread across Li Colin's face. It was identical to the original narrative. He anticipated that even in the year 784, Cell would still seek to conduct the Cell games. However, Li Colin's elation soon gave way to concern. The purpose behind Cell's orchestration of the Cell games was evident even to him. It was to lure number 18 into the open, having already absorbed number 17. Li Colin's gaze shifted toward number 18. Indeed, number 18 furrowed her brow as she gazed at the screen where the murderer of her brother was displayed. Her face was suffused with repressed fury. Just then, Trunks, supported by Krillin, spoke up unexpectedly. Cell is truly a good person, just like Uncle Krillin. If only Uncle Krillin were here. Krillin replied, with a perplexed expression, is Krillin really that great? Although he's always been quite decent. It seems that Cell is a cut above. The one responding to Trunks was Master Roshi, who sat at the front. Krillin turned to number 18, his face a portrait of confusion, only to find that she too wore a look of evident bewilderment. What was going on? The television displayed Cell once more, continuing his announcement. This event is called the Save the Future Initiative. All surviving humans on Earth are invited to participate. Together, we will select capable individuals to form a team dedicated to the reconstruction of Earth. Upon successful rebuilding of the city-states, those who contribute significantly during this event may have the opportunity to become leaders. The time frame is set for 3 days. I hope everyone will actively participate. Krillin, upon hearing Cell's words, could not help but release the hand he had been holding with number 18 and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Where am I? Is this still our homeland? Cell, saving the Earth? What difference is this from Lin Daiyu pulling down the weeping willow? As soon as he uttered these words, Cell on the screen smiled and abruptly cut off the signal. In the small room, someone finally noticed the presence of Krillin and number 18. Bulma, startled by the sudden appearance of the two, quickly recognized them and greeted Krillin. Number 18, you're back. With her words, everyone in the room turned their attention to Krillin and number 18 promptly surrounding them. Those who had previously encountered Krillin, like Bulma and Trunks, displayed little shock. However, Master Roshi, Oolong, Puar, and the Ox King gazed at Krillin with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Particularly Master Roshi. Krillin had grown up beside him, and although they referred to each other as master and disciple, their interactions often resembled that of a grandfather and grandson. Their mannerisms, habits, and even styles of dress were strikingly similar. Even their heights and build seemed alike. Yet now, Krillin stood tall at 6 feet, robust and strong. The attire of the Frieza force, rather than appearing outlandish, accentuated his formidable presence. His face bore no resemblance to the chubby, round visage of his youth. Instead, it was defined and handsome. Had it not been for the 6 prominent scars on his forehead, one might find it challenging to associate him with the small, innocent Krillin of yore. Although the atmosphere in the room was pleasant, Krillin found himself utterly perplexed, lacking the time to engage in idle chatter with others. His piercing gaze was fixed on Trunks. Trunks, what on earth is happening here? Trunks wore a gentle smile, one devoid of any pressure and brimming with hope, before gradually beginning to explain. So, you mean to say that Cell absorbed Android 17, was influenced by his thoughts, ceased his murderous ways, and is now eager to rebuild the Earth? Krillin could not help but feel that this world sometimes resembled a cruel jest. Cell, the one who had tormented the protagonists multiple times and had even vanquished Super Saiyan Goku, was defeated only due to Gohan's extraordinary power, had now become an ambassador for peace? Was it due to the modifications made to Android 17, who was originally meant to shoulder this responsibility? Thus, in this entire narrative, the only ones truly harmed were the unconscious Android 17, who had been absorbed, and Android 18, who had lost her brother. Krillin turned to look at Android 18, who wore an equally dazed expression. During their time on Frieza's planet, Android 18 had maintained a vague impression of Cell based on Krillin's descriptions. After all, they were both creations of Dr. Gero, and she understood the nature of androids. However, upon returning to Earth, it appeared that things were not as they seemed. What, then, was the fate of her brother? Android 17? Cell was now portrayed as a savior of the world. Who would dare to separate 17 from Cell? So, was 17 dead for nothing? Android 18's countenance darkened. Although her base code had been slightly altered by Krillin's mechanical affinity, the changes were minimal. The loss of 17, one of the 2 individuals she held in esteem, weighed heavily on her heart. The crux of the matter was that she could seek vengeance, yet could not. She could resurrect him, yet could not. At that moment, a wave of powerful negative energy surged within Android 18. Krillin, too, was bewildered. Even the system had concluded that only tactics like heaven and earth coexist could be employed against an adversary with a combat power of 4 billion. Was it truly so easily swayed? Just then, Android 18, who had remained silent beside Krillin, suddenly exuded a formidable aura. A powerful energy radiated from her being, and with her hair billowing, she burst through the roof of Master Roshi's house, floating amidst the sky. Her eyes no longer bore the calm demeanor. Instead, they were filled with the intent to kill. Chapter 49. Android 18. Why? Upon witnessing Android 18's transformation, Krillin realized trouble was imminent. He was well aware of the underlying nature of her personality. She could hardly be deemed a villain, yet she was far from a paragon of virtue. The actions she had undertaken in this timeline over the past several years were undeniably reviled by the world. Li Keilang felt a pang of regret. Had he known better, he would not have shown such leniency, only modifying a portion of the content regarding number 18. However, there was still time. As long as he could regain control of number 18 before she succumbed to madness, everything would come to a resolution. He contemplated the idea of employing mechanical affinity to alter her core mechanism, believing that would bring everything to an end. With this thought in mind, Li Keilang hastily rose and turned his gaze towards number 18. At that moment, she was suspended in mid-air, surrounded by a halo of white energy. Her expression was devoid of emotion, exuding an air of both arrogance and danger. Lazuli, calm down. Li Keilang attempted to reach out to her rationality. Number 18 remained unmoved, merely casting her gaze downward towards him. Upon meeting her eyes, a jolt of shock coursed through Li Keilang. He realized that the shy emotions he once perceived in her, reminiscent of their time aboard the spacecraft, were now absent. Instead, her gaze resembled that of a stranger. What could this mean? During the initial mechanical affinity modifications, he had distinctly sensed a budding emotion from number 18 towards him and had, rather shamelessly, amplified that sentiment. Consequently, her behavior towards him had been one of dependence and obedience. Yet now, her eyes reflected the gaze of an unfamiliar person. This unnerved Li Keilang inexplicably. No. 18's expression remained unchanged as she withdrew her gaze, gently rotating her neck. Then, she raised her right hand, aiming it at the dilapidated cane house, which she had pierced with a large hole. What? Li Keilang's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned to Trunks. Trunks, with gritted teeth, had already placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword strapped to his back. The situation was clear. Number 18's intentions were unmistakable. She had evidently lost her original rationality due to Cell's absorption of number 17. Yet, a flicker of hope still lingered in Li Keilang's heart. Although their acquaintance had been brief, barely over a month, the experiences they had shared had evoked unfamiliar feelings in him, a man who had never known love. He was unwilling to accept that the girl who often blushed around him, her proud demeanor softened by a frequent smile, would become so cold and unfeeling. Lazuli, Li Keilang called out to number 18 once more, his face a canvas of complex emotions, striving to awaken her. In response, however, a rapidly coalescing sphere of white energy formed in her hand. Be careful. Trunks' voice rang out beside him. Almost immediately, a golden aura enveloped Trunks. A beam of white light shot forth from number 18's palm. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, followed by a cloud of dust and debris. As the smoke dissipated, the silhouette of android 18 vanished from the sky. In her stead stood Trunks, arms crossed resolutely above him. He panted heavily, his once dashing attire now tattered and torn. Trunks! Exclaimed Krillin, rushing to Trunks' side. Charred and bloodied at the corners of his mouth, Trunks maintained a steadfast gaze. I'm fine, Uncle Krillin. He gritted his teeth, standing tall. Krillin looked skyward, where android 18 hovered at a higher altitude, her golden locks swirling wildly amidst the energy fluctuations. Once more, she gathered a blinding white light between her hands. The intensity of this energy surge surpassing the previous one. Trunks wiped the blood from his lips, and his golden aura flared anew. Without hesitation, Krillin intervened, preventing the defiant Trunks from charging forward. He swiftly consumed a wild blood essence from his system space. Although only 2 remained, it was clearly not a time for restraint. As the essence coursed through him, a formidable aura enveloped Krillin once more. Sensing this renewed power, everyone in Master Roshi's abode, aside from Trunks, gazed at Krillin in astonishment. However, before any words could be exchanged, Android 18 unleashed her second wave of assault. This time, it was not a singular energy blast, but a torrential downpour of numerous small energy spheres raining down like meteors. Prince's battle technique. Krillin stepped forward, shielding Trunks and the others behind him. Activating the Tranquil Mind technique, he spread his arms wide, drawing all the scattered energy spheres towards him. The area erupted in a cacophony of explosions, shrouding it in a thick veil of dust. As the haze began to clear, Android 18 had vanished from sight. In stark contrast, Krillin had consumed all of the energy spheres unleashed by her. Even endowed with the full capabilities of the wild sacred body, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. His clothing, a magical artifact, slowly mended the gaping wound in his chest. His body, bolstered by the strength of the wild sacred body, began to heal rapidly. Gasping for breath, he surveyed the surroundings, yet found no trace of Android 18. He quickly turned to Trunks, who was scanning the area with caution. It seems she has departed, Trunks remarked warily. Krillin closed his eyes, channeling his energy to sense the surroundings. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. She headed towards the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Without delay, the two soared into the air, racing towards the venue. From a distance, they beheld a heart-wrenching sight. Android 18 hovered above what was once a bustling commercial district, arms outstretched, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts like meteors upon the buildings below. Explosions erupted in a series of fiery bursts, while the terrified cries of survivors echoed in the air. The number of survivors left on Earth was already alarmingly scarce. During the years of havoc wrought by androids 17 and 18, humanity had been nearly obliterated. The remaining individuals are those who have long endured a precarious existence, surviving the relentless waves of destruction on the 17th and 18th stop. Lazuli. As Krillin witnessed the unfolding scene, a surge of anger welled within him. At the sound of his voice, number 18 turned, her once clear azure eyes now frosty and devoid of warmth. Will you also seek to thwart me? Why? Krillin inquired, his tone flat as he hovered before her. Yet, number 18 seemed oblivious to the change in him, continuing her lament. Why? Lapis was absorbed. Why did you not protect him? Why? Cell is orchestrating his plans. Why do you not prevent him from separating Lapis? Why? When Lapis and I were transformed into androids, why did you not come to our rescue? Since this world only values the majority and protects the so-called innocents, I shall dismantle this hypocritical world. Let everyone taste the bitterness of losing their loved ones. Chapter 50. Cell is come and gone. The battle begins. Krillin took a deep breath, realizing that words could no longer sway number 18. Clearly, her fixation had reverted her to the cold and unfeeling persona she once embodied. The absorption of number 17 had unveiled the malice that lay dormant within her. Krillin then recognized his earlier misjudgment regarding number 18's nature in this timeline. She was not devoid of evil. Rather, the presence of number 17 had allowed her yearning for acceptance to overshadow her darker inclinations, effectively concealing them. The absence of number 17 had liberated that malevolence. At that moment, a figure swiftly appeared in the sky. A robust, formidable physique with humanoid contours, yet lacking a fully formed visage, resembling an unrefined mask of a human face. The pronounced lips drew particular attention. It was the second form of Cell. Anger etched upon his face, he rapidly approached the trio in the sky. Instantly, Krillin sensed Cell's overwhelming power. A combat capability of 400 million was no mere jest. The oppressive aura made even Krillin's primal form tremble uncontrollably. Who is it? Who is attacking the innocent populace? As he drew closer and discerned the identities of the three, his fury faltered. The sight of number 18 triggered an instinctual reaction within him, as if he were addicted, yearning to absorb her. However, the essence of number 17's personality reminded him that number 18 was an ally, preventing any harm from befalling her. In that moment, Cell's demeanor became increasingly erratic. Rewind to several days prior. Having absorbed Krillin's first avatar, Cell's combat power had reached 400 million, yet fundamentally, he remained underdeveloped due to insufficient maturation in the laboratory. Having lacked a thorough 2 years of cultivation, his foundational code is exceedingly unstable. On one hand, Dr. Gero describes his code as capable of defeating and vanquishing Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong has long since perished, and Cell has failed to detect his essence on Earth, rendering this segment of code ineffective. On the other hand, Dr. Gero's computer has yet to fully articulate the significance of Cell's very existence. At this juncture, Cell is a complex amalgamation, possessing a multitude of powerful genes while simultaneously grappling with the tumultuous impacts of these genes on his thoughts and personality, some benevolent, others malevolent. In this precarious state, Cell successfully ambushes and absorbs Android 17. Consequently, the complete foundational code of 17 instantaneously overrides Cell's originally chaotic code, allowing the new Cell to swiftly discern the purpose of his existence. Thus begins the narrative of Cell repeatedly appearing on Earth to assist survivors, swiftly earning the recognition of humanity at large. Returning to the present, the emergence of Android 18 triggers a pronounced rejection response from Cell as foundational code and bodily instincts, inflicting considerable anguish upon him. In midair, he clutches his head and wails in torment. Observing this, Krillin realizes that trouble is brewing. Should Android 18's foundational code falter, there may still be a chance for combat or salvation, but if Cell S foundational code were to malfunction, it would spell genuine disaster. He hurriedly flashes to Cell's side. Momentarily halted in her emotional outpouring due to Cell's presence, Android 18 senses the bloodline connection they share, causing her to hesitate and refrain from attacking. Krillin, fighting against his trembling body, places one hand on Cell's shoulder and the other, fingers together, on his brow. In the face of urgency, Krillin hesitates little, activating his instantaneous movement. With a whoosh, he reappears in the Elder's chamber on Yardrat. Upon arriving at this location and sensing the absence of Android 18, Cell immediately calms, gradually regaining his composure. He takes a moment to assess Cell's foundational code, confirming it remains that of Android 17, which brings a sigh of relief from Krillin. Pibra, still holding the 5 elements escape technique that Krillin had given him, observes Krillin's sudden appearance alongside the immensely powerful Cell, his expression transforming to one of stunned disbelief. Realizing the implications, he is struck with alarm. It is well known that the Yardrat people are not proficient in combat. Coupled with Krillin's earlier mention of an adversary with a combat power of 4 billion, it becomes evident that this peculiar being is indeed that enemy. Goodness, the Yardrat people may face extinction in this generation. Yet, he has no time to voice his inquiries. Krillin once again brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, pressing them against his brow. Whoosh! He vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, high above the earth, Trunks sighed with relief upon witnessing Krillin's return. At his current strength, he was no match for Android 18. Facing her alone made Trunks feel a twinge of anxiety. What about Cell? Android 18 demanded, her energy surging once more in her palms. Krillin paid her no heed. The Android 18 before him was no longer the same as she once was. There was no need to show her any courtesy. Once he had triumphed over her, he could utilize mechanical affinity to restore her and engage in a more meaningful dialogue. Krillin activated the Tranquil Mind technique, concentrating his spirit and transmitting a thought into Trunks' mind. Trunks, when the battle begins, I will draw her fire. Look for an opportunity to subdue her. If you can restrain her, I am confident I can restore Android 18 to her former self. Upon receiving Krillin's message, a glimmer of determination flickered in Trunks' eyes. He nodded slightly, golden flames swirling around him, his right hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. Only then did Krillin turn his attention to Android 18, his demeanor no longer bearing the gentleness it once had. Lazuli, you must remain calm. Return Lapis to me, Android 18 screamed, her energy surging exponentially in her hands. With unwavering resolve, Krillin launched himself toward her. Boom! A brilliant light erupted in the air. Android 18 swung her arms in rapid succession, unleashing a torrential downpour of blinding energy waves that obscured all possible escape routes for Krillin. Rather than confront the onslaught head-on, he activated the first level of the demonic dissolution technique. Having consumed the primal essence, his combat power surged to approximately 600 million, instantly doubling to 2 billion. Krillin forcefully withstood several energy waves, breaking free from their oppressive coverage and charging directly at Android 18. Simultaneously, a flying sword materialized behind him, swiftly disappearing from sight. When it reappeared, it was already positioned behind Android 18. What? Chapter 51, Android 18. Danger. The flying sword suddenly emerged behind her, causing Android 18 to tense up. This was the first time she had encountered such a method of attack. The sword moved with astonishing speed, soundless in its approach. Yet, as a prized creation of Dr. Gero, Android 18 possessed a formidable combat instinct. Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively shifted her body sideways. Whoosh! The luminous sword zipped past her cheek, severing several strands of her golden hair. This unexpected near miss sent a shiver of apprehension coursing through her. She quickly refocused her gaze on the advancing Krillin. You're asking for death. With a cold smirk at the corner of her mouth, Number 18 resolved to hold nothing back. The infinite energy furnace roared to life, transforming her body into a streak of white lightning as she charged headlong at the oncoming Krillin. The two figures collided violently in midair. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet clashing echoed through the sky. The demonic disintegration technique not only fortified Krillin's physical prowess, but also elevated his strength and speed to unprecedented heights. This enhancement, combined with the tenfold might of the primal sacred body, rendered Krillin's punches and kicks astonishingly powerful. However, Number 18's combat skills and reaction speed far surpassed those of Liquin. Her movements were remarkably succinct, each attack precisely targeting the weaknesses in Liquin's defenses, while the damage she sustained was negligible. Before long, Liquin found himself at a disadvantage in the battle, his body marked with bruises and imprints from the relentless assaults. Were it not for the damage reduction provided by the Rock Fragment 30 and the exceptional recovery from the Iron Bone Fragment, he would have succumbed long ago. Below, Trunks watched the duel, his astonishment nearly spilling over. They were formidable, too formidable. The sheer combat prowess displayed by both Liquin and number 18 was beyond his capabilities to contend with. Especially Liquin, who back in the year 754, had also exhibited tremendous power during his battle with number 17. Yet, he was nowhere near as strong as he was now. He was practically an entirely different person. Despite Liquin's remarkable strength, he remained on the defensive, enduring blows. Above, the flying swords gradually began to take effect, silent and under precise control. The swords launched surprise attacks on number 18 from various angles. This forced her to divide her focus, balancing offense with defense against the aerial assaults. Although Liquin continued to endure punishment, the frequency of his hits lessened with the addition of the flying swords. Trunks, observing from below, grew increasingly anxious. If this continued, Liquin would undoubtedly lose. Moreover, he had yet to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Liquin. Given the current situation, how could he possibly control number 18? Let alone control her. He could be defeated instantly if he joined the fray. An opportunity. Where was the opportunity? Trunks fixated on the battlefield, desperately searching for a chance to intervene and rescue Liquin from peril. Suddenly, the opportunity presented itself. Number 18 in the sky cleaved through a flying sword aimed at her with a swift chop, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to Liquin's chest. The immense force sent Liquin hurtling backward. Now was the moment. Trunks keenly noticed a fleeting awkwardness in number 18's energy flow. With a furious roar, Trunks' golden aura surged once more. He transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, rushing fiercely toward number 18. Simultaneously unsheathing the long sword from behind him, he gripped it firmly with both hands. He believed that this strike, even if it did not incapacitate Android 18, would at least halt her advance. However, to his astonishment, Trunks' full-force attack in his Super Saiyan form did not even elicit a glance from her. Just as the tip of the sword was about to cleave through her body, 18 executed an improbable maneuver, leaning back as her waist propelled her legs, completing a backward spinning kick mid-air. Her toes precisely struck the blade of the longsword. With a resounding clang, Trunks felt an overwhelming force emanate from the sword, causing it to slip from his grasp. In that instant, alarm bells rang loudly in Trunks' mind. He hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, a long and slender leg, encased in denim, came crashing down upon his chest with tremendous force. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Trunks' figure plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, his Super Saiyan form could no longer be sustained and reverted to its original state. A mouthful of blood erupted from Trunks' lips as he collided violently with the ground, creating a deep crater spanning 100 meters. Android 18 smirked coldly, retracting her legs without casting a single glance at the fallen Trunks. Her gaze returned to Krillin. She anticipated witnessing shock, pain, or fury upon his face. Instead, she was met with a pair of eerily bright eyes. There was no anger, no astonishment, no fear, only an exhilarating thrill akin to a hunter witnessing its prey ensnared in a trap. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Krillin moved. He propelled his wind step to its utmost limits. This technique from the Chi cultivation phase displayed remarkable efficacy in his agile movements. His figure appeared before Android 18 in the blink of an eye. Yet, instead of attacking, he spread his arms wide and lunged toward her with fervor. Witnessing this reminiscent scene, Android 18's pupils dilated in alarm. She abruptly recalled the moment in 754 when Android 17 was defeated. The same method, the same intention. She comprehended the dire consequences should Krillin seize her. Instantly, she sought to create distance, attempting to retreat swiftly, but it was too late. Krillin's arms had already encircled her slender waist, holding her tightly. "Let go!" Android 18 shouted in defiance, unleashing the boundless energy within her. A white aura surged violently against Krillin. Thud! He immediately spat out blood. Although this fierce energy alone would have severely injured him in that fleeting moment, the aftereffects of the heavenly demon disintegration technique began to manifest. He fell into weakness for an hour, reducing his vitality by 30. In an instant, the combat power, originally around 600 million, was abruptly diminished to less than 300 million. Number 18 keenly sensed the frailty of Licklin's body. She understood that this was akin to the situation in the year 754, where Licklin's transformation time had come to an end. Seizing the opportunity, the energy within number 18 surged forth with renewed ferocity. Yet, Licklin remained steadfast, unyielding to the tempest around him. He even gently rested his head upon number 18's shoulder. In her ear, Licklin's voice, both frail and resolute, whispered, "I will not let go of Razali." Chapter 52, Number 18. The Transaction with Cell. Why? Number 18's voice, no longer laced with anger, trembled slightly with fear, intermingled with confusion and uncertainty. Because I do not wish to witness the true Razali, who yearns for recognition and the will to live, being consumed by hatred. Though Licklin's voice was weak, each word reverberated within number 18's heart. The frenzied energy core within her suddenly faltered. Razali, the name she bore before her transformation, represented her kindest, most innocent, and blissful moments, now overshadowed by the impending darkness of suffering. It was a name uniquely hers. Aside from Licklin, no one else in the world called her so. Even rabies had grown accustomed to referring to her as number 18. Struggles flashed in her eyes as her breath became increasingly unstable. What do you understand? Her voice quivered, and she unconsciously relaxed her grip. Now is the moment. Mechanical affinity, full power, without reservation. Licklin poured every ounce of his remaining mental fortitude into number 18 through the contact of their skin. Yet, as this mental energy entered number 18's core program, it was remarkably gentle and tender, akin to a pair of soothing hands, constantly comforting her spirit and alleviating her inner turmoil and anguish. Detecting logical core overload. Commencing emotional module rewrite. Eliminating redundant hatred directives. Inserting core anchor points, self-identity, and trust. Licklin did not transform number 18 into a being like number 17, whose core objective was to save all humanity. Instead, while erasing number 18's pain and hatred, he amplified her inner sensations. Instantly, number 18 fell into a profound silence. She felt as if her soul were luxuriating in a warm bath, devoid of the anticipated suffering and torment, akin to indulging her spirit in a delightful spa. The emotions that had once tormented her, fueling her hatred, gradually melted away like the purest spring snow. The animosity in her eyes completely dissipated, revealing her azure gaze, which regained clarity and even bore a softness she had never known before. The once tense body instantly relaxed, collapsing helplessly into Li Colin's embrace. With eyes brimming with grievance, "You scoundrel!" Li Colin let out a long sigh of relief. However, the after-effects soon engulfed him, leaving his mental strength depleted, his body weak, and his vitality diminished. Overwhelmed by these residual effects, he nearly faltered on his legs. "Oncle, qu'est-ce qui vit, Colin?" At that moment, Trunks emerged from the deep pit. Observing the two in each other's arms from below, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Super Saiyan form coalesced once more, a golden aura surging towards them. Li Colin shouted urgently, "It's resolved. Trunks, stand down." Trunks halted before them, his golden energy blazing fiercely. Eyes warily fixed on Android 18 nestled in Li Colin's arms. "It's all right, Trunks." Li Colin quickly gestured for Trunks to lower his sword. He then looked down at Android 18. "Do you still wish to annihilate the world, Lazuli?" Android 18 pushed Li Colin away, smoothing her disheveled golden hair, letting out a cold huff as she turned her head aside. "Not interested. I am tired." Though her demeanor remained haughty, Trunks discerned that the suffocating aura of lethal intent had dissipated from Android 18. "What shall we do next, Uncle Colin?" Li Colin suddenly recalled Cell, who was still on planet Yardrat. He turned to Android 18 and said, "I need to visit planet Yardrat to resolve this matter completely." Android 18's body stiffened. Her eyes filled with complexity. Her abnormality, rooted in the evil control of her thoughts, was tied to Cell. Although she had been thoroughly modified, the discomfort lingered in her heart. Li Colin smiled gently, playfully tapping the bridge of her slender nose. "Rest assured, I will find a way to release Lapis from Cell." Li Colin's words ignited a spark of hope in Android 18's eyes, as she recalled his miraculous method of mental reformation. "Trunks, go back and inform Bulma and the others. The situation has been resolved. As for those innocent humans, rest assured, I will find a way to resurrect them." Seeing Trunks nod in agreement, Li Colin retrieved some senza beans he had long stored in his ring. Both he and Trunks consumed one each. Trunks instantly regained his full strength, while Krillin distinctly felt that, despite having eaten the Senza bean, his own weakness and depleted vitality persisted. The effects were not as pronounced, aside from his mental state and injuries being nearly restored. Krillin sighed involuntarily, realizing that the system had its limitations. He then pressed his index and middle fingers together against his forehead. With a swift motion, he vanished from the spot. On planet Yarrat, in the Elder's residence, Elder Pabala trembled, hiding behind a colossal stone pillar. In the center of the hall, the second phase of Cell sat cross-legged, meditating. The genes and persona of Android 17 were fervently influencing his behavioral patterns, leaving him in a state of confusion. On one hand, his primal instincts urged him to absorb Android 18, to achieve his perfect form and become the strongest in the universe. On the other hand, the benevolent vision of Android 17 echoed incessantly in his mind. This internal conflict agitated him, compelling contemplation. Just then, the air shimmered, and Krillin materialized before him. Cell abruptly opened his eyes, yet it was evident that the essence of Android 17 still predominated within him. "I have come to propose a transaction," Krillin stated. "What transaction?" Cell's eyes were filled with skepticism. "I am aware of your current instability. Dr. Jero's code is fragmented, and your genes are intertwined with excessive conflict, the Saiyans' belligerence, Frieza's savagery, the Namekian's rationality, and the kindness of Android 17. Cell's brow furrowed. Krillin's words resonated with truth. "I can assist you in untangling these codes, optimizing your foundational logic, and even imparting a novel method of evolution." Upon hearing this, Cell grasped Krillin's intent. "You wish for me to release Android 17? Krillin smiled in response. Cell fell into silence. Android 17 within him not only bestowed the opportunity for evolutionary advancement, but also provided a stabilizing essence that harmonized his chaotic form. Moreover, the most significant factor was that absorbing Android 17 had led to a geometric enhancement in his power. Relinquishing such a perfect host was not an option he desired. Krillin did not press for an immediate decision. Instead, he extended his hands with a smile. "Why not give it a try? Experience the leverage of this transaction. Consider it a down payment?" Chapter 53. Untangling Transaction Cooperative Endeavor. Cell listened to Krillin, his gaze filled with doubt. Yet, the logic in Krillin's words was compelling. Achieving a higher realm without absorbing Androids 17 and 18 would indeed be advantageous for him. He neither acquiesced nor rejected, simply observing Krillin chuckled, understanding Cell's stance. Undeterred by the overwhelming aura emanating from Cell, he approached him at a leisurely pace. Stopping before Cell, radiating confidence, he gently placed his hand on Cell's shoulder. From a distance, Elder Pabala peeked out from behind the stone pillar, watching Krillin's actions with a trembling beard. The entire conversation between Cell and Krillin unfolded before Pabala's eyes. He could hardly fathom how Krillin possessed the courage to confront a monster far mightier than himself. Cell, on the other hand, regarded Krillin with an air of calm, his absolute power rendering him devoid of any concern for the human before him. To him, this fragile being could be obliterated with merely a single hand, rendering any sense of caution utterly unnecessary. Krillin's hand rested upon Cell's shoulder on the green, mottled exoskeleton. There was no energy fluctuation, it simply rested there quietly. This scene not only perplexed Cell, but even the concealed Pabala in the background wore a face of confusion, utterly bewildered by Krillin's intentions. However, in the moment of their contact, Krillin's mental energy gradually seeped through his palm and entered Cell's body. Mechanical affinity. Activate. Cell's expression momentarily froze. He could sense an energy piercing his mind, delving into the depths of his soul. This act of exposing one soul to another incited an instinctive feeling of resistance within him. Relax. I mean you no harm. A gentle yet peculiar energy flowed within Cell, imparting a sense of comfort that gradually eased his wariness, causing his eyes to narrow in unexpected enjoyment. Yet, Krillin was not at ease. The internal structure of Cell's being resembled a chaotic battlefield. The Saiyans' fearless, battle-thirsty genetic memories roared with fervor. The evil, dominative memories of Frieza howled in fury. The calm, restorative memories of the Namekians frantically sought to maintain order. This chaotic amalgamation of conflicting wills shattered and reassembled his original foundational code. It was a miracle that Cell had not succumbed to madness, given such disarray in his genes. Li Kulin could only strive to utilize his mechanical affinity to continuously soothe and organize the tumultuous order within Cell. He did not attempt to eradicate any genetic codes, but rather acted as a tuner, endeavoring to rearrange the cacophony of discordant sounds into a harmonious symphony. What power is this? Cell felt an overwhelming shock, a profound astonishment emanating from within. He abruptly opened his eyes, clarity and tranquility reflected within them, devoid of malevolence or the compassionate undertones of the 17th's essence. Instead, there emerged a calmness imbued with his unique style. At this moment, Cell's foundational code was no longer that of the 17th, which cherished peace and guardianship. It had been refined and perfected into a code uniquely his own. The way Cell gazed at Li Kulin had irrevocably transformed. Li Kulin's extraordinary method seemed to grant him a new lease on life. While preserving his consciousness and thought process intact, he was instantly captivated by the novel evolutionary approach proposed by Li Kulin. Shall we discuss the transaction now? Li Kulin retracted his hand, his complexion slightly pale. The meticulous refinement of Cell was far more challenging than the modifications made to androids 17 and 18, resulting in a tremendous expenditure of energy. Cell remained silent for a moment, slowly rising to his feet. The restored essence of Cell's personality appeared even more formidable and striking. Yet, he consciously subdued the aura emanating from his being. I must concede, your methods are indeed impressive. However, I must decline. Li Kulin inquired. Are you suggesting I am akin to a jester? After I have painstakingly refined your genes, you refuse my offer? Yet, before he could articulate his question, Cell continued. I have faith in your abilities, but regarding evolution, I require evidence. If you can truly substantiate your claims, I will release Android 17. Li Kulin was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Cell's intention, a desire to verify the goods before the payment was made. With a slight furrow of his brow, he readily acquiesced. Following the genetic refinement, the malevolent aspect of Cell's character had been substantially eradicated. As a being infused with the genes of numerous powerful entities, Li Kulin was confident that the proud Cell would honor his word. The pride of a strong individual carries significant weight. Thus, Li Kulin turned to Cell and retrieved a tome titled Turtle Breathing Technique from his storage ring. Subsequently, employing the Ling Tai Tranquility Technique, he gently imprinted the contents of the Turtle Breathing Technique into Cell's mind through a soft wave of spiritual consciousness. Upon absorbing this technique, Cell immediately closed his eyes in contemplation. With the amalgamation of various geniuses' genes and wisdom, Cell's innate talent was, without doubt, exceptional. Within mere moments, Li Kulin sensed a faint surge of spiritual energy manifesting within Cell. He has reached the first tier of chi refinement. Incredible. Such a method of harnessing power exists. Cell, feeling the unique energy within him, was utterly astonished. This was merely an introduction. The upper limits of this cultivation system were astoundingly high. Now, do you still refuse this transaction? Li Kulin thought confidently. The quality of spiritual energy in the cultivation realm is a far superior energy system compared to that of this world. For a powerhouse like Cell, what he needed most was a means for continuous progress and enhancement. No strong individual could resist the allure of perpetual growth. Very well, I accept your terms. With that, Cell inhaled deeply, his body arching dramatically as his abdomen convulsed violently. With a retch, accompanied by a disconcerting contraction, a figure enveloped in mucus was expelled from Cell's gaping mouth. It was none other than the unconscious Android 17. Li Kulin let out a sigh of relief, feeling that he had managed to provide an explanation for Android 18. Without hesitation, he imparted all the cultivation techniques he had mastered at this stage, including the art of flying swords, to Sheru in one go. As for how Sheru would create the flying swords, that was no longer his concern. A pleasant collaboration indeed. Chapter 54. The Sealed Android 18 and the Return. A pleasant collaboration indeed. Sheru nodded at Li Kulin, expressing satisfaction with the transaction. He was now filled with interest and curiosity regarding the cultivation techniques residing in his mind. Li Kulin did not linger any longer. He bent down to lift the unconscious Android 17. The slime from Sheru on 17 made Li Kulin feel somewhat nauseous. After employing a basic spell to evaporate the liquid from 17's body, he felt justified in tucking 17 under his arm. Unintentionally, Li Kulin caught sight of Elder Pabala, who was peeking from behind a stone pillar, observing the proceedings. He chuckled lightly. Elder Pabala was somewhat pitiable, as a Yataratrian capable of instantaneous movement. The clan's traditions forbade them from using such abilities on Yadarat. Thus, he was compelled to remain with Sheru. Elder Pabala, this fellow here is Sheru. My friend, I hope you will look after him well on Yadarat. Upon hearing this, Pabala was momentarily taken aback. What? He had been the first witness to the formidable aura exhibited by Sheru. Such overwhelming presence was a cause for concern. Pabala feared that should Sheru turn over in his sleep, he might inadvertently obliterate the already sparse Yadaratrian population. Just as he was about to seek Lee Kullin's assistance, he saw Lee Kullin press his finger to his forehead and, in a flash, vanish from sight. Sheru's gaze had now settled upon him. On Earth, at the Kame house, Lee Kullin, with Android 17 in tow, suddenly materialized within the house. Inside, Trunks, Bulma, Master Roshi, and two pets were gathered around a round table, engaged in a serious discussion. Lee Kullin's abrupt appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. The astute Trunks had even drawn the sword from his back. Upon recognizing the visitor, his face lit up with surprise and excitement. Oncle, qu'est-ce que Kullin? Lee Kullin had completely won over Trunks during the previous battle. The Dragon Ball world was inherently a realm where strength reigned supreme, and despite Trunks appearing mature, he was merely a young teenager. The admiration for strength was a natural trait of youth. Standing at 180 centimeters, Lee Kullin towered over Trunks by a head. Observing the excited and handsome Trunks, Lee Kullin couldn't help but ruffle Trunks' neat lavender hair. However, as Lee Kullin glanced around the room, a sense of confusion washed over him as he realized he could not find Android 18. In principle, he had arrived at the Turtle Hermit's abode drawn by the essence of Android 18, where Trunks and Lazuli. However, upon entering, Lee Kullin soon observed the awkward expressions on the faces of several individuals within the house, as well as the pink rice cooker positioned at the center of the round table. Confusion washed over him, but he quickly pieced it together. The Mafobo? Lazuli is inside? After receiving affirming nods from the three, Lee Kullin remarked, though Trunks has informed us that you have restored Android 18 to her normal state, she remains rather formidable. Indeed, Uncle Lee Ku, we were fearful in your absence. Lee Kullin slapped his forehead, but soon understood. After all, Android 18 had a history of volatility. It was entirely reasonable for them to be concerned about her potentially losing control again, but considering her immense combat power of 1 billion, it was likely that this young lady willingly, perhaps even eagerly, sought the Turtle Hermit's seal. What a foolish girl she is. Upon her release, Android 18 immediately noticed the unconscious Android 17 sprawled on the sofa. With a flash, she appeared beside him. Himmerelu fainted. Eli kiskivikolin murmured softly. A look of relief washed over 18's face, yet she remained quietly by 17's side. With Cell's threat resolved, he likely had no desire to return to Earth. Now that 17 was freed, they could revisit the plans for Earth's reconstruction. Upon hearing Lee Kullin's words, Trunks, Bulma, and the Turtle Hermit exhibited little reaction. But 18 was deeply moved. During the previous battle, she had distinctly sensed Cell's overwhelming power and his insatiable desire to consume her. Lee Kullin not only compelled Cell to relinquish this almost instinctual craving, but he had also driven him to actively steer clear of Earth. Unwilling to return to this place, she realized that Lee Kullin had taken these measures to prevent Cell from being unable to resist the temptation of devouring them if they shared the same planet. A multitude of thoughts flooded 18's mind as she felt a surge of emotion, simultaneously curious about how Lee Kullin had achieved this. Yet, Lee Kullin refrained from elaborating further, his expression turning serious. Trunks, Earth is now devoid of danger. With Lapis and Lazuli guarding it, it will be exceedingly safe. I need you to board the spaceship and seek out the Namekians for resettlement. Initially taken aback, Trunks hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts. But upon meeting Lee Kullin's resolute gaze, he simply nodded. Seeing Trunks acquiesce, Lee Kullin couldn't help but ruffle Trunks' soft purple hair affectionately. He then retrieved a universal capsule containing the spaceship from his storage ring. Lazuli, once Lapis awakens, I hope you will collaborate with him to oversee the efforts of Earth's reconstruction. You both possess boundless energy and are the strongest beings on this planet. Earth shall be entrusted to you. Number 18 stared at Lee Kullin in a trance for a moment before finally speaking. Are you leaving? Lee Kullin smiled at number 18, but offered no response. Instead, he turned his attention to Bulma. Bulma, how much energy does the time machine currently have? Upon hearing this, everyone except Trunks and number 18 was taken aback. Everyone, I must also take my leave. As Lee Kullin announced his departure, a sense of reluctance swept over the group, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Although Lee Kullin had been in this timeline for a brief period, his contributions were evident to all. He genuinely strived for the well-being of Earth and sincerely wished for the happiness of everyone in this timeline. Number 18 rose from her seat and approached Lee Kulin, her azure eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Will you return? Lee Kulin's heart raced. Yet he forced himself to maintain a composed expression, deliberately avoiding eye contact with number 18. This timeline already possesses its own heroes among you humans. It is time for me to return to my rightful timeline. Once again, Lee Kulin directed his gaze towards Bulma. She retrieved a capsule from her work uniform pocket and tossed it to the ground. The egg-shaped time machine materialized within the room, and fortunately, the large hole created by number 18 had yet to be repaired. Otherwise, the machine size would have surely torn the roof apart once more. There's enough energy for a round trip, Bulma succinctly stated. Lee Kulin understood her implication, smiled, yet chose to remain silent. He took a deep breath, casting a final glance at everyone, his gaze lingering on number 18's face for a brief moment. Without uttering another word, he turned and stepped into the time machine. He input the coordinates for the year 756 of the Age of the Universe, marking the time for registration for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The hatch slowly closed. Chapter 55, Return and Reunion. Amidst the complex and reluctant gazes of the crowd, the time machine that Lee Kulin occupied emitted a resonant roar. It gradually ascended, transforming into a brilliant beam of light before vanishing into the ether. Number 18 watched the rapidly dissipating exhaust in the sky, biting her lip. She sensed Lee Kulin's unwavering resolve to return and understood that he did not belong to this timeline. Yet, the tumultuous emotions within her remained unresolved for a long time. In the year 756 of the Age of the Universe, in the southern region of Earth, at the venue for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the island was abuzz with excitement and activity. Exceptional martial artists from across the globe had gathered, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the registration for this grand event. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, in a secluded and uninhabited jungle, the fabric of space twisted, and a fissure suddenly appeared in the air. The egg-shaped time machine burst forth from the rift, promptly decelerating before landing smoothly on the grass. The shell of the time machine opened with a resounding pop. A tall young man, standing at 6 feet, with a ruggedly handsome visage and a bald head, leapt forth from the time machine. It was none other than Lee Kulin, having traversed through time. Upon witnessing the verdant mountains and vibrant waters of this world, Lee Kulin could not help but inhale deeply. In stark contrast to the desolate, gray wasteland of the future Earth, this temporal realm appeared nothing short of paradise. At long last, he had returned. A relaxed smile graced Lee Kulin's face as he closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. Indeed, Sun Wukong and the others had already arrived at the venue. Stowing the time machine within a multi-functional capsule, he strode towards the registration area of the martial arts tournament. By this time, a lengthy queue had formed at the registration desk. However, Lee Kulin did not rush to join the line. Instead, he sought out the familiar figures of his old friends amidst the crowd, employing the Ling, Tai, Jing, Xine Ju technique for focus and clarity. His frequent practice of this technique had enhanced his mental acuity, allowing him to adeptly scan a 20-meter radius with precision and speed. Soon enough, he spotted a familiar silhouette in the competitor's lounge, clad in an orange martial arts uniform adorned with the turtle symbol. A youthful figure, now standing at 5 feet 9 inches, was animatedly conversing with a beautiful girl beside him, her long blue hair cascading elegantly and dressed in a fitted skirt. It was none other than Sun Wukong and Bulma, having grown accustomed to Bulma's middle-aged appearance. Seeing her now as a youthful maiden was indeed refreshing. Not far off, a tall young man with green skin, adorned in a white cloak and hat, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, maintaining an air of cool detachment. The grown-up Piccolo remained as aloof and striking as ever. Master Rashi, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and Launch were all present, animatedly discussing amongst themselves after 3 long years apart. Witnessing the scene brought a smile to Lee Kulin's face. After swiftly registering and securing his participation, Lee Kulin approached the group. His arrival did not immediately capture their attention until he stepped forward. "Everyone, it has been a long time." His voice bore a hint of youthful exuberance, yet resonated with a mature essence, instantly silencing the once boisterous crowd. All eyes converged upon Lee Kulin. "Lee Kulin." Sun Wukong was the first to exclaim, his eyes wide with disbelief. The bald young man before them, apart from his voice and the scar atop his head, bore no resemblance to the diminutive, noseless Lee Kulin they had known 3 years prior. "Lee Kulin, where have you been these past 3 years?" Sun Wukong rushed forward, circling around Krillin with a face brimming with astonishment. Subsequently, he deliberately compared the heights of the two, and upon realizing that Krillin was indeed a head taller, he felt a surge of joy for his good friend. Kiskivi Krillin, we thought you had perished, exclaimed Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, excitedly patting Krillin on the shoulder. Only Piccolo remained leaning against the wall, his arms crossed before him, trembling slightly. There was an unmistakable glimmer of moisture in his eyes, but seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, he turned his head away, forcefully suppressing his emotions. Krillin gazed at his numerous companions, his face alight with joy. It seemed that Bulma and Piccolo had honored their promise, refraining from divulging his journey to the future. I merely ventured to a distant place for unique training. As these words escaped his lips, the group began to animatedly recount their experiences over the past 3 years. Krillin smiled, quietly absorbing their stories. Yet, his gaze frequently drifted toward Piccolo, who, seemingly aware of Krillin's scrutiny, snorted dismissively and turned his head aside. Krillin chuckled and approached Piccolo. You've grown, Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's body stiffened slightly. He did not turn around, yet his voice betrayed a discernible emotional tremor. Humph, you vanished for nearly 3 years. I thought you had perished out there. Although it was an accusation, Krillin detected the unmistakable undertones of grievance and concern within Piccolo's words. But I have returned. Haven't I? Krillin replied lightly, attempting to pat Piccolo's bald head as he used to. However, he soon realized that Piccolo had grown to nearly his height. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand and instead patted Piccolo on the shoulder. Over these 3 years, your training has advanced well, my friend. Excellent. Receiving affirmation from his master, Piccolo's taut form relaxed slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he quickly regained his stoic demeanor. At that moment, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles approached. Krillin, welcome back. Due to the bond between Krillin and Piccolo, he no longer needed to hide from everyone, and could now appear openly among them. The Supreme Kai was aware that Krillin had been beyond Earth during this time, though he was unaware of the specific planet where the training had occurred. Krillin bowed respectfully. Supreme Kai, Mr. Bubbles. Much has changed on Earth over these 3 years, thanks to the training methods you provided. The Supreme Kai's face was filled with sentiment. Krillin felt a stir within him, as this was also a matter of concern for him. Hearing the conversation, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Yamcha approached. Indeed, Krillin, we have also been cultivating our skills. A look of satisfaction sparkled in the Supreme Kai's eyes. The cultivation methods you provided, along with the spirit revival formation brought back by Piccolo, have yielded results beyond imagination. Presently, the martial arts community across the globe is engulfed in a fervor for cultivation. Many martial artists have experienced a qualitative leap in their abilities, and the overall strength of Earth has multiplied significantly compared to 3 years ago. A remarkable number of exceptionally gifted cultivators have emerged, who may shine brightly at the upcoming martial arts tournament. Upon hearing this news, Krillin felt a surge of joy within. In the year 784 of the future, he had witnessed humanity's frail and pitiful state. His primary concern was the progress of human cultivation in this timeline. A powerful Earth is essential for better self-preservation amid the relentless crises to come. It is often said that the first step is the hardest. And now that the initial stride has been taken, the path ahead promises to be much smoother. As everyone reminisced, Master Roshi raised his voice to capture their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I have booked a hotel. Let us first drop off our luggage and then enjoy a hearty meal. His words ignited jubilant cheers among the disciples. However, Bulma seized Launch's arm, suggesting, let us girls have our own place. I have a villa on this island. Noticing the group preparing to disperse, the divine Piccolo discreetly addressed Krillin. I shall not intrude upon you. See you at the martial arts arena. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, gripping his staff, and strolled away with Bubbles. Krillin had initially intended to accompany his friends to the hotel, for they were all good brothers, and he had much to share after their long separation. Yet, upon seeing Piccolo still standing alone in the corner with an air of aloofness, he shook his head and abandoned that plan. Although Piccolo had followed him since birth, the time they truly spent together amounted to merely a few months. During Krillin's absence in the future, Piccolo had developed the proud demeanor characteristic of his original storyline. Yet, this was also a positive development for Krillin, as Piccolo's pride would be key to Gohan's growth in the future. Krillin held a deep affection for Gohan, and was reluctant to disrupt their genuine master-student bond. With a resigned shake of his head, Krillin approached Piccolo. Come, Piccolo, let us find a place to stay. Taken aback by Krillin's words, Piccolo replied, What? Have you forgotten your master so soon? Kellen's comment prompted Piccolo to hastily shake his head, only to realize that such a reaction did not align with his identity as the Demon King. He turned away, letting out a huff. I never said that. Kellen chose not to expose Piccolo's facade. Smiling, he wrapped his arm around Piccolo's shoulder, guiding him forward. At that moment, a sudden exclamation pierced the air from behind. Halt! Both Krillin and Piccolo turned swiftly. Before them stood the youthful and striking Bulma, one hand placed defiantly on her hip while the other pointed accusatorily at Krillin, her demeanor exuding an unmistakable air of entitlement. Krillin's memory flickered back to a time before he departed with Trunks in the year 754, when he had shared a brief yet tender sentiment with Bulma. However, having traversed to the year 784 and endured his experiences with Android 18, he had long since cast aside any lingering affection for Bulma. Shaking his head internally, Krillin smiled at Bulma. What seems to be the matter, miss? Yet Bulma, with indignation etched across her face, jabbed her finger at him. Are you not going to offer me an explanation? Taken aback, Krillin stammered. Explanation? What explanation? I'm just trying to get by. I owe no one an explanation. Bulma, her frustration mounting at Krillin's bewildered expression, bit her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. You've been gone for so long. Didn't you promise to return soon? And what has the deal with Trunks dressed in Capsule Corporation attire? Are you not going to explain that to me? Gazing at Bulma, whose fierce demeanor was softened by a veil of grievance, Krillin swallowed hard, feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He had departed hastily with Trunks, leaving Bulma and Piccolo stranded on Namek to find their own way back to Earth, without so much as a word of explanation. Reflecting upon it now, he recognized the moral lapse in his actions. Observing the unfolding drama, Piccolo discreetly extricated himself from Krillin's grasp, crossing his arms and striding forward with an air of aloofness. Without looking back, he remarked, I shall wait ahead. You owe me an explanation too. Krillin watched Piccolo walk away, wearing a perplexed expression. However, before he could voice his confusion, he heard a faint sound of sobbing ahead. Turning, he saw Bulma's large, glistening eyes as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. With a resigned sigh, Krillin acknowledged the consequences of his actions and approached her. He retrieved a few tissues from his storage ring and offered them to Bulma. Is it just an explanation you seek? Why are you crying? You're a grown woman, not a child. But I'm still a girl. Bulma retorted softly. All right. I concede. Let us find a suitable place to discuss this, Krillin suggested. Please, no more tears. Mississippi Bulma ceased her weeping, casting a timid glance at Krillin. A blush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze and murmured, Then shall we go to my house? Krillin. Li Keilang was momentarily taken aback, clearing his throat. Not the young lady? Did you not invite Lan Chi to your home? Bulma's cheeks flushed, and her voice dropped to a whisper. Lan Chi sneezed, stating she had to go out for a robbery and would not return with him. Li Keilang found himself at a loss for words, yet upon realizing it was Lan Chi, everything made sense. The first Super Saiyan, terrifying indeed. However, he soon felt a tinge of embarrassment. Setting aside the awkwardness of a man and woman alone in a room, there was the matter of Bulma still being Yamucha's girlfriend. Yamucha was currently lounging in a hotel room. Was this behavior not a tad unethical? Seeing Li Keilang's indecisiveness, Bulma became incensed. I'm not afraid as a girl. Why are you, a grown man, being so coy? Are you even a man? With such words spoken, to refuse again would indeed be quite awkward. Li Keilang could only urge himself to focus on the matter at hand. This was a serious discussion, devoid of shame. Very well then, he reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, a thought struck him. What about Piccolo if he followed Bulma? Let us hurry. You can fly me there. I'll guide you. Bulma's expression shifted like a barometer, turning from overcast to clear. Li Keilang silently chastised himself. What was he thinking? Piccolo was an adult. He could take care of himself. Thus, in a half-hearted manner, he allowed Bulma to pull his large hand to her waist, leaning against him. Together, they floated slowly into the sky. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a corner, Piccolo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation, mentally rehearsing the questions he would soon pose to Li Keilang. Chapter 57. He flees, she pursues. He has nowhere to escape. Piccolo se fury. Under Bulma's guidance, Li Keilang, in a reluctant embrace, descended onto the balcony of a villa on the western side of the island. The villa's specifications were not far removed from Bulma's residence in West City. It was evidently a custom-built abode. Li Keilang couldn't help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the Earth's wealthiest heiress. Once on the balcony, Bulma freed herself from Li Keilang's grasp, skillfully sliding open the floor-to-ceiling windows to enter her home. Observing the vivacious Bulma, a smile crept upon Li Keilang's lips. Following her into the villa's first-floor living room, he casually settled onto the sofa, bracing for the impending interrogation. However, Bulma remained unfazed, first retrieving 2 bottles of juice from the refrigerator, handing one to Li Keilang while opening the other for herself. She then sat beside him. "Pray tell, how has the progress been over these past 3 years?" Bulma inquired, a hint of melancholy lacing her tone as she settled down and opened the conversation. "I heard from Piccolo that you went off to save the Earth. Were you successful?" Just as Li Keilin was about to respond, she continued, "The training methods you left behind are truly remarkable. Many people on Earth are now practicing. Tianjin and Yamcha have grown so much stronger." As she spoke, she unconsciously leaned closer to Li Keilin, a delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He swallowed hard, mentally reminding himself, she is a married woman, and straightened up, shifting slightly away. Noticing Li Keilin's subtle movements, Bulma's lips curled into a smile, feigning ignorance as she leaned in even closer. Li Keilin had always known Bulma to be somewhat of a superficial admirer. At least in the early chapters of their tale, it was a widely recognized truth. Yet, Bulma's audacity was something he had not anticipated. He hastily interjected, Yamcha has been doing quite well lately, hasn't he? What level has he reached? He must be incredibly strong now, right? Huh. The sudden elevation in his voice startled Bulma momentarily, but upon grasping Li Keilin's words, a smile blossomed on her face, and she shifted her position to sit even closer to him. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I've long since broken up with that scoundrel Yamcha." Li Keilin, initially resisting, found himself frozen at this revelation. "You broke up?" he echoed, taken aback. "Yes, we ended things after returning from Namek," Bulma replied softly, her voice imbued with an unexplainable nuance. Her large, sparkling blue eyes gazed intently at Li Keilin, seemingly filled with the essence of an entire spring. Li Keilin felt a subtle stirring in his throat, suddenly aware of the warmth enveloping the room. An ambiguous atmosphere subtly permeated the living room. Clearing his throat, he attempted to dispel the awkwardness. "So, you wanted to know about the future world, right? Allow me to elaborate." He looked at Bulma, hoping to discern curiosity, inquiry, or even a hint of indignation on her face. However, the outcome was a disappointment. Bulma merely stared at him with her enchanting eyes, unblinking, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Li Keilin felt overwhelmed, yet Bulma chuckled softly, pushing him away and straightening herself. "All right, I was just teasing. Now, tell me, who is that purple-haired handsome fellow named Trunks? Why does he look at me so strangely? And what has become of the Capsule Corporation in the future? How is everyone? Am I still as enchanting as ever?" A barrage of questions struck like bullets, leaving Li Keilin momentarily bewildered. For a moment, he was at a loss for where to begin his responses. Observing the lively curiosity etched on Bulma's face, he realized that failing to clarify matters today would lead to complications. Thus, Li Keilin gathered his thoughts and began to recount his experiences to Bulma. Meanwhile, Piccolo, forgotten in a corner, had been waiting for nearly half an hour. Even the most patient Namekian was beginning to feel a tinge of irritation. Upon glancing back, he discovered that Li Keilin and Bulma had vanished without a trace. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. They had agreed to search for a place to stay together. Where could they be? How infuriating! With fury boiling in his heart, Piccolo shut his eyes and concentrated, seeking out Li Keilin's energy across the island. Before long, he pinpointed his location. Indeed, Li Keilin's energy was closely entwined with Bulma's. They were in the same vicinity. You bald-headed fool. Prioritizing romance over comradeship. Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with rage. His energy erupted, transforming him into a streak of light as he sped towards the villa. In the villa's living room, Li Keilin was engrossed in recounting his journey to planet Yardrat, where he had learned new skills from Pibra. Caught up in the excitement, he was unable to contain his narrative. Bulma listened intently, her curiosity piqued by the stark contrast between the future world he described and their current Earth. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the floor-to-ceiling window shattered under the force of an immense power. A green figure, seething with fury, stood on the lawn outside, fists clenched. Both Li Keilin and Bulma were startled by the commotion. Bulma let out a shriek, clinging to Li Keilin in fright. Outside, Piccolo wore a cold expression, arms crossed, his gaze filled with indignation as he fixed his stare on Li Keilin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Keilin swallowed hard, feeling suddenly parched. He awkwardly stammered, "That Piccolo. Has he eaten yet?" With a sardonic smirk, Piccolo replied, his words dripping with sarcasm. "You still remember me, do you? I thought you had vanished again, master." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Krillin chuckled nervously. "Ha, look at you. We were just about to search for you. By the way, Bulma, could you contact Master Roshi? I think it's time for dinner. I'm feeling a bit hungry." As he spoke, he exchanged frantic glances with Bulma. She, too, was sweating profusely and rushed to find the landline to call Master Roshi. However, Piccolo interjected with a chilling smile. "No need to rush. It has been precisely 3 years since we last met. It is only fitting that I witness my master's prowess, is it not?" As he spoke, Piccolo removed his hat and his white cloak, revealing the robust muscles beneath. Chapter 58, Battle with Piccolo. Krillin regarded Piccolo with a demeanor that suggested he would not be allowed to depart without a satisfactory explanation today. Instantly, he felt overwhelmed. At that moment, Bulma, who had been clinging to Krillin, finally grasped the situation. She promptly leaped off him, glancing at the furious Piccolo on the lawn outside the villa, then at the awkward and helpless Krillin beside her. A look of amusement spread across her face, entirely devoid of remorse for her role in the matter. However, neither Krillin nor Piccolo paid Bulma any heed. After taking a deep breath, Krillin shook his head, realizing that today's confrontation was unavoidable. Yet, he found solace in the fact that he was eager to see how Piccolo had progressed in his training over the past 2 years. "Let us proceed outside to fight," Krillin declared, refraining from any further unnecessary words. He stepped through the shattered glass window and took his position on the lawn opposite Piccolo. Observing this, Piccolo snorted disdainfully, assuming a battle stance with his feet firmly planted. Yet Krillin shook his head. It was not that he was afraid to fight, but the current environment was indeed unsuitable for a confrontation. Not only would he feel guilty about damaging Bulma's villa, but also there were others on the island, like Sun Wukong and Tianjin Han, who could sense the energy. Krillin was reluctant to prematurely reveal the extent of his and Piccolo's abilities to everyone. Spoiling the plot would render it rather dull. Thus, he approached Piccolo, who bore a look of confusion, and pressed his fingers to his forehead. In an instant, they vanished from their location, leaving Bulma in a state of bewilderment, staring at the empty lawn and the shards of glass scattered across the living room. "Bulma, what just happened?" On Namek, in the chamber of the Grand Elder, Krillin and Piccolo materialized unexpectedly. The already elderly Grand Elder nearly choked in shock at the sudden appearance of the two, feeling as if he might depart for the afterlife in that very moment. In the room, Nail immediately assumed a defensive posture, watching the two newcomers with heightened alertness. Only upon recognizing them, as Krillin and Piccolo, did he finally relax. Krillin greeted the visibly tense inhabitants of Namek with a smile. "Grand Elder Nail, it has been a while. We will not disturb you. We merely wish to engage in a brief spar before we take our leave." With that, he seized Piccolo and dashed out of the chamber, soaring towards the sky. It was only once they were airborne that Piccolo, still bewildered, came to his senses. What had just transpired? Was he not on Earth moments ago? How had they suddenly arrived on Namek with a mere whoosh? "Master," although he had naturally addressed the Master just moments ago, it was in a state of anger that Piccolo had done so, without much attention to the implications. Now, however, in the solitude shared between the two, Piccolo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To refer to Krillin simply felt disrespectful, yet the term master was difficult to utter. Krillin, noticing Piccolo esse discomfort, chuckled heartily. "Just call me Krillin, you rascal. You've grown up and become quite proud." Piccolo, unusually flushed, quickly adopted a defensive stance. "Who is being proud? It's just Krillin." Krillin laughed again, unperturbed by whether Piccolo would formally refer to him as master. After all, considering the true span of years and Piccolo's life experiences and memories, he was over 800 years old. The notion of an elder of such age referring to him as master was simply untenable for Krillin. The two found a tranquil clearing to land in, standing several meters apart. "Come on," Piccolo declared first, his tone regaining its usual proud and icy demeanor. Krillin smiled, casually placing his left hand behind his back while beckoning Piccolo with his right. A flicker of indignation sparked in Piccolo's eyes at this perceived slight. Back on Namek, after the Elder S enhancement, Krillin's power had escalated from around 5,000 to approximately 50,000. Yet, Piccolo's enhancement remained a mystery to Krillin, as he had been too hasty at the time to inquire. Consequently, Piccolo's current power, particularly after more than 2 years of training, likely far surpassed his previous capabilities. Nevertheless, Li Krillin remained unfazed. The strength of the dark arts was beyond the imagination of righteous practitioners. Suddenly, Piccolo's figure became indistinct, ultimately vanishing from sight. Windstep, Piccolo reappeared at Li Krillin's side, delivering a fierce elbow strike aimed directly at his temple. Yet, Li Krillin seemed to anticipate this move. His expression unchanged as he effortlessly raised his left hand to block the attack with precision. A dull thud echoed as Piccolo's strike met resistance. Undeterred, Piccolo continued his relentless assault on Li Krillin, but the latter remained composed, easily deflecting every attack. It dawned on Piccolo that this was the effect of the Spirit Platform Tranquility technique. Evidently, Li Krillin's mastery of it surpassed his own significantly. With a snort of realization, Piccolo understood that close combat would not yield fruitful results against Li Krillin. He quickly retreated, establishing a distance of 10 meters between them. With both hands swiftly forming seals before his chest, spiritual energy rapidly converged into the triangular void created by his gestures. 5-star Annihilation Cannon. Yet amidst this formidable surge of spiritual energy, Li Krillin was unexpectedly struck by a faint trace of the energy fluctuation from the solar finger technique. The amalgamation of two distinct martial arts? How intriguing! An immediata curiosity enveloped Li Krillin. Such innovative fusion often leads to a significant enhancement of power. Thus, for the first time, he earnestly began to defend himself. A low growl escaped Piccolo's lips, as a beam of pure white intermingled with crimson energy erupted from his seals. Li Krillin instantly sensed the ferocity of the energy within. The attack, a fusion of the 5-star Annihilation Cannon and the Solar Finger, undeniably possessed astonishing might. He did not dare to underestimate it. Extending his hands, he shaped them into a sphere, directly receiving the onslaught of that fierce energy wave. For a moment, he found himself unable to withstand such force, being thrust back several dozen meters. However, as Piccolo's attack gradually waned, the energy wave eventually dissipated. Upon seeing Li Krillin unscathed from such a distance, shock filled Piccolo's gaze. What? Although Piccolo had yet to unleash his other technique, the Demon Flash, its power was not significantly different from this enhanced version of the 5-star Annihilation Cannon. Witnessing Li Krillin effortlessly absorb his ultimate move, a wave of frustration surged within Piccolo. Chapter 59, A Good Place? Not going. Li Krillin was also drenched in cold sweat. After withstanding Piccolo's 5-star Annihilation Cannon, his hands still throbbed with lingering pain. It was a close call. Piccolo nearly breached his defenses and struck him directly. Fortunately, Piccolo's strength indeed surprised Li Krillin. The current Piccolo was undoubtedly far more powerful than during their time on Namek. Based on Li Krillin's estimates, Piccolo's combat prowess was likely nearing 50,000. An urgent feeling welled up inside him. Though Li Krillin possessed numerous defensive and offensive techniques, he understood that in the face of absolute strength, these were mere tricks. The combat capability of his disciple was almost on par with his own, which left the master feeling quite humbled. With this thought in mind, Li Krillin resolved that after this martial arts tournament, he must diligently enhance his own strength. Otherwise, when the Saiyans arrive, he would be wholly unprepared for such a cataclysmic escalation in power. Returning to his senses, Li Krillin observed the unmistakable sense of defeat etched on Piccolo's face, which struck him as somewhat amusing. This young man had nearly brought him to embarrassment. Nevertheless, the dignity of a master must be upheld. Thus, Li Krillin soared back to Piccolo's side, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, and said, "You have exceeded my expectations, Piccolo. Do not be too disheartened. Consider me your target and strive to cultivate diligently. I have faith in you. One day, you shall surpass me." Upon hearing the encouraging words from Li Krillin, Baiku's fighting spirit was rekindled. Indeed, although he had diligently trained over the past 2 years, his master, Li Krillin, had also earnestly devoted himself to cultivation in another realm. It was only natural that he found himself at a disadvantage. With this thought, Bikis mood lifted considerably. "All right, let us go. It's nearly time for a grand feast," Li Krillin exclaimed with a smile as he placed his hand on Baiku's shoulder, activating his instantaneous movement. Whoosh! In an instant, the figures of the two vanished from the beautiful Namek star. On Earth, in the lush lawn of Bulma's villa, a ripple in space heralded the sudden appearance of Li Krillin and Baiku. You have finally returned." A voice filled with both irritation and a hint of surprise echoed from the balcony of the second floor. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, gazing down at the two. Li Krillin awkwardly rubbed his bald head, about to speak when, suddenly, the phone rang inside the villa. Oomph. Bulma shot them a glare before swiftly retreating into the living room to answer the call. Hello, is that Master Roshi? Yes, we'll be there shortly. After hanging up, the anger on Bulma's face dissipated, replaced by palpable excitement. Stop standing around like fools. Master Roshi is treating us to dinner. Hurry. Inside a luxurious private dining room of a restaurant on the island, the atmosphere was already abuzz with chatter. At a massive round table, the Z fighters had gathered. Krillin, you finally made it, exclaimed Son Goku, his mouth full of food, his words a jumble. Krillin greeted everyone with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the room. Son Goku's strength had surged the fastest, thanks to his divine contract. Although he had not practiced cultivation, the innate power of his Saiyan bloodline and the careful guidance of the two esteemed elders from the Heavenly Temple had significantly elevated his prowess, surpassing that of several other main characters present. Tianjin Fan ranked second, having successfully established his foundation through the Ling, Tai, Jing, Xi and Ju. However, his combat ability remained an enigma. Beside him, Yamcha appeared to be at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refining, showing considerable improvement compared to his previous lackluster performance in the original narrative. Most surprising to Krillin was Jiaozi, the diminutive figure, pale as a ghost, resembling a zombie doll attached to Tianjin Fan. Remarkably, Jiaozi had also reached the foundational stage, even surpassing Krillin, the inheritor of the cultivation legacy. In terms of cultivation realm, Krillin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. By the way, where's Baiko? Bulma glanced around, noticing his absence. Krillin gestured towards the corner of the private room. Everyone turned to see Baiko standing alone by the window, arms crossed, coolly observing the night scenery. Seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion, the young man remains as aloof as ever. Master Roshi took a sip of his drink and shook his head. Yet, Krillin understood that it was not a matter of Piccolo being antisocial. Rather, the Namekian simply had no need for sustenance. However, Piccolo offered no explanation. And to put it plainly, the members of the main cast were reluctant to engage with him, a sentiment that he too harbored. The atmosphere of the banquet gradually reached its zenith amid laughter and joy, as everyone anticipated the forthcoming match, eager to engage in a spirited battle with their former allies. After indulging in food and drink, the guests began to disperse. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan returned to the hotel reserved by Master Roshi, while Krillin and Piccolo were naturally picked up by Bulma. Fortunately, the imagined scene of being caught in a compromising position by Yamcha or teased by the others did not materialize. It seemed that Yamcha and Bulma had indeed parted ways. You two can occupy the guest rooms. It's just right, one for each of you, Bulma yawned, gesturing towards the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Tomorrow's the match, so make sure to rest early. With that, she retreated to her own bedroom. Krillin cast a glance at the lively and utterly alert Piccolo, and a plan suddenly blossomed in his mind. Hey, I'm taking you somewhere special. Are you in? Upon seeing Krillin raise an eyebrow with a cheeky expression, Piccolo felt a wave of disdain wash over him. The Namekians not only required water for survival, but also lacked any distinction of gender, reproducing solely through the process of egg-laying. Moreover, the entire Namekian race was devoid of the concept of love. However, this did not imply that Piccolo was ignorant of human customs. Observing Krillin's lewd expression brought certain thoughts to his mind. Thus, he crossed his arms, turned his back to Krillin, and coolly declared, "I'm not interested." With that, he intended to retreat to his room for some meditation. However, Krillin swiftly wrapped his arm around Piccolo's shoulder from behind. "You must come. You wouldn't believe the exquisite delicacies I've been enjoying lately." Ignoring Piccolo's struggles, Krillin pressed his fingers to his forehead and activated instant transmission. Whoosh! Upon arriving at their destination, Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This is where you brought me?" Krillin mimicked Piccolo's stance, crossing his arms and raising his chin slightly, nodding with pride. Chapter 60, A Night of Comparison? This is where you brought me? Piccolo stood frozen in place, his mouth, agape, ample enough to fit a fist. The sky was an eerie shade of purple, and they found themselves within a city adorned with high-tech architecture, distinctly different from the styles found on Earth. Yet, what truly astounded Piccolo was the very air itself. The air here can scarcely be deemed air at all. Each breath feels akin to swallowing a pure essence of spiritual energy. Within Piccolo, the cells of his Namekian heritage seemed to awaken instantaneously, causing every cell in his body to leap with vitality. He senses that merely standing in this place gives him the illusion of breaking through his cultivation bottleneck. What do you think? This place is remarkable, isn't it? Korin's voice carries a hint of pride. He had been utterly astonished upon first arriving here. Let alone Piccolo, this little Namekian. Piccolo struggles to swallow, pulling himself back from his state of astonishment. What is this place? The concentration of energy here surpasses that of Namek by dozens of times. Korin beams with satisfaction. What does Namek compare to this? I shall tell you. This is called Yadalat Star. The surroundings are not only extravagant, but so too are the inhabitants of Yadalat. Before he could finish, several figures emerged from a nearby structure. At the forefront was a stout, catfish-faced creature, flanked by several uniformed Yadalat beings with pink skin. The moment they appeared, Piccolo immediately became vigilant, entering a defensive stance. However, Korin gestured for him to remain at ease. Elder Pabala, it is good to see you again. Upon hearing this, the catfish-headed leader displayed an expression of confusion. Elder Pabala scrutinized Korin carefully, ultimately affirming that he had never encountered this bald figure before. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, as Korin's form vanished without a trace, only to reappear before him in an instant. Instantaneous movement. Not only Pabala, but all the Yadalat beings behind him gasped in astonishment. Although this skill is not exclusive to the Yadalat, they are renowned throughout the cosmos as the race that has perfected and popularized the art of instantaneous movement. As the universe continues to evolve, the number of individuals capable of such movement has dwindled to a mere handful, aside from the native Yadalat. Soon after, they felt another astonishing sensation emanating from Korin, a serene, harmonious aura, deeply connected to nature. This essence instinctively endeared them to him, reminiscent of the spiritual energy that has long surrounded their Yadalat star. Who exactly are you? Korin offered a gentle smile without elaborating further. I have brought my disciple here for a unique form of training. I shan't intrude upon you for too long. Elder Pibala regarded Korin, then glanced at the similarly pure yet unfathomable young man with green skin behind him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. Please proceed. On the planet Yadralat, the benevolent and strong-hearted are warmly welcomed. The inhabitants of Yadralat are inherently a peace-loving race. As long as one harbors no intentions to infringe upon their territory or disrupt their interests, they are likely to receive a gracious reception. Even Vegeta, that impolite individual, was greeted with warmth upon his arrival on Yadralat, where the locals even imparted numerous skills to him. With permission granted, Korin ceased his idle chatter and, accompanied by Piccolo, ventured beyond the city to a secluded clearing in the wilderness. Dare to compete with me and see who reaps greater rewards tonight? Upon hearing these words, Piccolo, who had been somewhat bewildered and still processing the sights and experiences around him, was instantly ignited with fervor. His competitive spirit and pride as a powerful being compelled him to stand tall without hesitation. Korin chuckled lightly and found a clean spot to sit cross-legged. Ever since signing in on Yadralat in the year 784 and acquiring the original Dao Body, he had not once harnessed its full potential. In truth, he had scarcely utilized his innate abilities at all. This realization filled Korin with a touch of embarrassment. He had indeed squandered the rewards bestowed by the system. The two ceased their conversation and settled into a meditative posture, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. The moment the primordial unity Qigong was activated, Piccolo felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of energy. The pervasive and rich spiritual essence surged fervently into his being. Having never experienced such abundance before, he seized every moment to commence his training without wasting a second. Meanwhile, Korin relinquished all control over his body, allowing the original Dao Body to operate at full capacity. If Piccolo was swimming in the ocean of energy, Korin was the ocean itself. He became one with the surrounding environment, transforming into an invisible vortex that relentlessly drew in the spiritual essence of Yadralat. The primordial unity Qi-Gong operated at an unprecedented speed, as the spiritual energy and Qi within him fused, refined, and compressed with unparalleled efficiency. A night passed in silence, when Korin, attuned to his biological clock, sensed it was nearing 6 a.m. on Earth. He was the first to open his eyes. Noticing Korin's transformation, Piccolo followed suit, awakening with a start. Boom! Two distinctly different, yet equally formidable auras erupted from them simultaneously, soaring into the heavens. Piccolo, feeling the significantly strengthened reservoir of spiritual energy within him, was filled with disbelief. Remarkably, a single night of cultivation equaled a year of arduous training on Earth. However, when he turned his gaze to Krillin, the joy on Piccolo's face vanished instantly. 4. Despite his near mid-foundation strength, he could not discern Krillin's level of cultivation. Certainly, the enlightened Piccolo was acutely aware that this peculiar shift was attributable to the evident elevation of Krillin's prowess, which had surpassed his own. Yet, just yesterday, Piccolo had distinctly sensed that Krillin's cultivation was comparable to his, both at the nascent stage of foundation establishment. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to challenge Krillin to combat. Astonishingly, within the span of a single night, Krillin had seemingly transcended him. How remarkable, indeed, Krillin remarked as he rose, stretching his limbs with a look of contentment gracing his features. Piccolo opened his mouth, but ultimately emitted a heavy grunt of acknowledgement. Time was of the essence. It was time to return. Krillin approached Piccolo, resting a hand upon his shoulder. Upon our return, do remember to seek out Bulma regarding the broken glass. In a flash, Piccolo had not even grasped the meaning of those words before he found himself back in the familiar confines of the villa's living room. Outside, the dawn was just beginning to illuminate the sky. Meanwhile, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was abuzz with preparations, readying itself for the imminent battles set to unfold. Chapter 61. The Martial Arts Tournament commences, unleashing unique talents. As the announcement heralding the official commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament resonated with the first rays of morning light gracing the island, it enveloped the entire vicinity. This awakening drew forth both the eager martial artists, who had been itching for a confrontation, and the fervent spectators, who were filled with anticipation. Within the villa where Bulma resided, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged a glance, both their eyes ignited with the fervor of battle. The night of rigorous training had invigorated them, and the enhancement of their abilities demanded validation through combat. Even Krillin had to concede that despite his journey to the year 784, which had exposed him to numerous grand spectacles, the instant the announcement of the tournament rang out, an exhilarating surge of excitement welled within him. Bulma, having awoken from a long slumber, emerged from her bedroom, her face marred by dark circles, a stark contrast to the energy of her companions. After the trio had gathered their belongings, they proceeded to the tournament venue. There, familiar faces awaited in the preparation area, including Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi, all eagerly anticipating the commencement of the preliminary rounds. Upon their arrival, the preliminary matches officially began. Unsurprisingly, the principal characters of the story successfully advanced to the top 16. Among the remaining contenders, 6 members of the main cast occupied the coveted spots in this elite group. Aside from these 6, Krillin also recognized several old acquaintances from the original narrative, namely, the youthful and vibrant son's wife, Chi-Chi, and the revamped braided masked man, Tao Bai. However, the World Martial Arts Tournament also showcased an array of unfamiliar faces, igniting Krillin's anticipation towards these new competitors. Coupled with the remarks made by the Celestial Piccolo the previous day regarding the significant enhancement of martial artist strengths on Earth, Krillin found himself brimming with eagerness for the unfolding contest. Attention, competitors! The exhilarating draw ceremony for the quarterfinals is now commencing. The host stands at the center of the arena, his voice resonating with fervor. Soon, the athletes who have advanced to the top 16 approach the draw box one by one to select their opponents. The matchups are immediately displayed on the grand screen. The first match, Tianjin Fan versus Tao Bai. Observing from the spectator seats below, Master Roshi's expression turns peculiar upon seeing the name of Tao Bai. 3 years prior, Tao Bai met his demise at the hands of Sun Wukong, and now he has inexplicably returned to life. Surely this arrival bodes ill. Yet, Krillin chuckles. For the current Tao Bai is hardly worthy of even carrying Tianjin Fan's shoes. The second match, Sun Wukong versus an anonymous contender. This is indeed Sun Wukong's fateful encounter. The third match, Yamcha versus a mysterious martial artist known as the Master of Beast Control. The fourth match, Krillin versus Piccolo Jr. The announcement of the draw sends a wave of astonishment throughout the crowd. All eyes converge on Krillin and Piccolo. The terror instilled by the original Piccolo 3 years ago still lingers in the hearts of many. Now, his son is to face the hero who vanquished his father. This dramatic turn of events instantly ignites the atmosphere in the arena. As for Yamcha and Jiaozi, they find themselves pitted against ordinary martial artists, individuals with whom Krillin is not particularly familiar. The first match is about to begin. Tianjin Fan steps onto the stage first, his demeanor unperturbed. On the opposite side, a half-human, half-machine figure leaps up, Tao Bai Bai. Tianjin Fan, you traitor. I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Tao Bai Bai proclaims, his eyes brimming with a chilling fury. He harbors deep resentment towards Sun Wukong, who took his life, as well as towards Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who betrayed the Crane School. Today is the day he seeks vengeance. Such excessive banter. Tianjin Fan can hardly be bothered to assume a fighting stance. Having practiced the ways of cultivation, he possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, and through the serenity meditation technique, he can discern the strength of Tao Bai Bai. As the match commences, Tao Bai Bai swings his arm, unleashing a fierce energy wave, simultaneously propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Both Tianjin Fan and the audience are momentarily taken aback. It appears that Tao Bai Bai has also grasped the principles of cultivation. However, Tianjin Fan soon chuckles. Tao Bai Bai's movements seem laughably slow. With a slight shift of his figure, he activates his wind step technique, effortlessly evading the energy wave. In the blink of an eye, he materializes behind Tao Bai Bai, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. Tao Bai Bai's eyes roll back as he collapses, mechanical parts emitting wisps of black smoke. A decisive victory. The arena falls into a profound silence. Is this truly the power of a cultivator? The audience below could not help but murmur, their eyes filled with awe and yearning at such formidable prowess. In the second match, Sun Wukong faced an anonymous female contestant. The two exchanged blows on stage. The girl's movements graceful and agile, revealing her rudimentary understanding of the mystical arts. Yet, in the presence of Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength, it was insufficient. Ultimately, she was forced to the edge of the platform, and with a misstep, she tumbled off. The defeated girl's face was a picture of anger, incensed by Sun Wukong's merciless approach. Wukong, do you not recognize me? Sun Wukong appeared perplexed, genuinely lacking any recollection of her. I am Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Ah, it is you. We made a betrothal when we were children. When will you come to marry me? Marry you? Is that something to consume? Yes. Very well. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Sun Wukong found himself inexplicably entangled in a lifelong commitment. In the third match, Yamcha fought against the Beastmaster. Now, a practitioner at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement, Yamcha possessed considerable strength. His opponent, a middle-aged man with an unusual attire and a massive gourd on his back, was unfazed as the match commenced. The Beastmaster leisurely patted the gourd behind him. Come forth, my companion. With a resounding pop, the gourd opened, and a colossal creature resembling a giant ape with wings roared forth. What on earth is that? The audience erupted in astonishment. Even the seasoned master Rashi widened his eyes. Is this the universal symbiosis technique left by Krillin? Someone has actually mastered it. Yamcha was taken aback, but soon ignited with fighting spirit. He formed hand seals, reciting incantations. A surge of water energy emanated from his fingertips, coalescing into a massive wolf composed of aquatic energy. This was a new spell, an evolution of the Wolf Fang Fist and basic water techniques. The giant wolf instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the flying giant ape. The spectacle transcended the boundaries of traditional martial arts tournaments. Ultimately, Yamcha proved to be the superior combatant, as he maneuvered the giant wolf to entangle the giant ape. He swiftly darted in front of the Beastmaster and struck him out of the ring. Yamcha emerged victorious. The arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone was awestruck by this novel combat style. Indeed, this era has transformed. Master Rashi reflected deeply, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the calm-headed young man with a bald head in the contestant seats. Next up, at long last, it was time for the highly anticipated fourth match. The hero Krillin, who had vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, faced off against Piccolo's son. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the arena. Chapter 62. Forgive-me, Piccolo. Krillin slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the equally resolute Piccolo beside him, whose eyes burned with fierce determination. A faint smile graced his lips as he stepped forward, making his way to the center of the arena. Piccolo followed closely behind, and the two of them came to a halt 10 meters apart. At that moment, the breath of the entire audience seemed to suspend in the air. The terror instilled by the Demon King Piccolo 3 years prior lingered vividly in their memories. Despite the collective awareness that the present Piccolo was no longer the malevolent fiend he once was. Yet, the sense of destiny surrounding their confrontation filled the spectators with palpable anticipation. However, on the stage, the atmosphere was not as charged with tension as the audience had imagined. Piccolo, Krillin initiated the conversation, his voice soft yet clear enough for Piccolo to hear. If we were to unleash our full strength here, this island would likely not withstand our might, and innocence could be harmed. This was not an exaggeration. In the original narrative, Vegeta, with a combat power of 18,000, possessed the capability to obliterate an entire planet. Not to mention that both Krillin and Piccolo had now surpassed a combat power of 50,000. Piccolo paused, quickly grasping Krillin's intent, his brow arching slightly. How about we restrain our powers to the level of the chi refinement stage and engage in a pure contest of techniques and skills? The suggestion elicited astonishment not only from Piccolo, but also from Goku and Tien Shin Han in the audience below. Such confidence was remarkable. While it was well known that Krillin and Piccolo shared an apparent master-disciple relationship, the actual duration of Krillin's tutelage had not exceeded 5 months. After vanishing for 3 years, Krillin's absence contrasted sharply with Piccolo's evident growth, which was evident to all members of the main cast. Was this not a rather dismissive view of his own disciple? Piccolo's eyes reflected surprise, his expression shifting gradually from bewilderment to a hint of indignation at being underestimated, finally settling into a knowing smirk. Although their battle the previous day had concluded with Piccolo's defeat, he was acutely aware that neither he nor Krillin had fought with their true capabilities. Krillin's victory was significantly attributed to his superior training progress, while Piccolo had not employed his most formidable techniques. Their previous encounter had merely served as a review of the cultivation methods he had studied over the past 3 years. Yet the Namekian was far from limited to just those practices. That suits me perfectly, Piccolo replied decisively. As his words fell, the previously profound and powerful aura surrounding both combatants receded instantaneously. In an instant, their presence diminished to that of ordinary martial artists. The audience, unaware of the conversation transpiring above, perceived a weakening of the two fighters' energies, which seemed to transform into something rather commonplace. This situation has led many to express their grievances, feeling that the anticipation for this fateful battle was excessively heightened. However, the expressions of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, who overheard their conversation, were grave. They understood that the true excitement of the battle lay in the fact that both combatants were deliberately suppressing their strength. Yet, they also realized that once they faced the victor between the two, it would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Let the match begin, the host proclaimed. In an instant, Piccolo's figure vanished from sight. Utilizing the wind step technique, he propelled himself to the pinnacle of speed achievable in the chi refinement stage, reappearing beside Krillin in the blink of an eye, his arm elongated in an eerie manner, delivering a hand strike imbued with penetrating force aimed directly at Krillin's soft rib. However, Krillin seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning his head, he casually sidestepped to the left. Smack! Piccolo's determined strike merely grazed the edge of Krillin's clothing, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Too slow, Krillin's flat voice echoed in Piccolo's ear. Startled, Piccolo swiftly retreated, his hands forming seals in front of his chest as a pure energy began to coalesce. Magic flash. Despite being at the same chi refinement level, this technique, developed personally by Piccolo, was not to be underestimated. A beam of golden energy shot forth, aimed straight at Krillin's face. Yet, in response to this formidable attack capable of threatening even foundational cultivators, Krillin made an unexpected decision that astonished everyone. He stood still, neither dodging nor blocking, allowing the dramatic energy beam to strike solidly against his chest. Boom! A violent explosion erupted on the stage, shrouding the area in dust and obscuring everyone's view. Qu'est-ce Colin? Bulma cried out instinctively from the sidelines. Fool! How could you not evade? Piccolo was equally shocked. He had not anticipated Krillin's reckless display. However, as the dust began to settle, the scene on the stage left the entire audience in stunned silence. Krillin remained standing, utterly unmoved. The martial arts uniform, transformed from the main character's attire adorned with the turtle school insignia, showed no signs of damage whatsoever. The warm-up is over, Krillin smiled, his gaze calm as he looked at Piccolo. How is this possible? The host commentary finally broke the silence, echoing overhead. He withstood Piccolo's attack and emerged unscathed. Is his body made of steel? In an instant, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers as they witnessed this strikingly dramatic scene. All previous biases against Krillin and Piccolo were instantly cast aside. Such a battle surpassed the previous competitors by leaps and bounds, embodying the spectacle they yearned to witness. Goku, Tien, and others felt their pupils constrict. In their perception, Krillin had undoubtedly withstood that ferocious magical flash. Even if they had reigned in their powers, not even Tien and his companions could emerge unscathed under such circumstances. Piccolo's expression froze in shock. He sensed that while enduring his attack, Krillin had not unleashed any energy or spiritual power beyond his own cultivation level. He merely relied on his physical prowess to successfully absorb Piccolo's ultimate move. Piccolo realized that no matter how fiercely he fought, he could not even breach Krillin's defenses. Victory was utterly unattainable. "I have lost," Piccolo murmured, lowering his arms with palpable disappointment in his voice. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and elegantly leaped off the stage. The host stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining composure and swiftly grasping the microphone. "The victor is Krillin." After a brief silence, thunderous cheers and applause resounded throughout the venue. A sly smile crept across Krillin's lips. The fragments of the primal holy body conferred a substantial enhancement to his physical form. Under the condition of constrained power, no one the same caliber could penetrate his defenses. Alas, his dear disciple had suffered another blow to his confidence. Yet, Krillin had no intention of humiliating Piccolo. Rather, he was preparing to decisively demonstrate his strength to all the main characters present. With the Saiyans looming in 5 years and Frieza's impending invasion of Namek in a mere 6 years, it was imperative that they comprehend the formidable foes they were destined to confront. Otherwise, the harrowing scenes of loss depicted in the original story could very well repeat themselves. My apologies, everyone. Chapter 63, The Semifinals. With the conclusion of the battle between Krillin and Piccolo, the subsequent matches became rather mundane. In the quarterfinals, Krillin faced off against Chaozu. Initially, Krillin had hoped for a magical showdown with Chaozu. However, after witnessing the clash between Piccolo and Krillin, Chaozu had lost all desire to fight. Indeed, he surrendered without contention. After nearly an hour of waiting, the quarterfinals finally concluded, and the 4 semifinalists were determined: Goku, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin. Unlike the legendary confrontation between a youthful Piccolo and Goku depicted in the original story, this martial arts tournament featured a lineup that, aside from Goku, consisted entirely of the main characters due to Krillin's involvement. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhilarating draw for the semifinals is about to commence. Under the guidance of the staff, the 4 contestants ascended the stage once more. Tien and Yamcha wore expressions of gravity, their gazes oscillating between Goku and Krillin's faces. Sun Wukong has always been unfathomable. Despite his inability to cultivate immortality, the prowess he exhibits is truly astonishing. Neither Tien Shinhan nor Yamcha comprehends the full extent of Sun Wukong's combat capabilities at this moment. In previous battles, there has been no opponent formidable enough to compel Wukong to unleash his full strength. As for Krillin, it goes without saying. The power he demonstrated in his battle against Piccolo is simply on an entirely different plane. The pressure is overwhelming. Soon, the draw results appear on the large screen. The first match, Sun Wukong versus Yamcha. The second match, Krillin versus Tien Shinhan. The moment these matchups are revealed, the atmosphere among the audience ignites once more. Many spectators are devoted fans of the World Martial Arts Tournament, having watched previous events. They are well aware that this year's finals are essentially a clash among the disciples of the Turtle School. Moreover, the second match features the previous champion facing the hero who defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Anticipation is at an all-time high. Thus, the first semi-final match begins now. Yamcha takes a deep breath and steps onto the arena. He gazes at Sun Wukong, who approaches from the opposite side, his eyes devoid of any fear, instead burning with fierce fighting spirit. "Wukong, I know I'm not your match, but I wish to see just how far apart we are after 3 years of training." "Very well, Yamcha. Show me the full extent of your strength." Sun Wukong exclaims excitedly, assuming his stance. The match commences. Both combatants spring into action. Yamcha channels his energy, his form becoming elusive and unpredictable, launching a newly learned technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, imbued with a fierce momentum straight towards Wukong's face. A gleam flashes in Wukong's eyes as he does not flinch or evade, instead meeting the attack with a punch. The sound of fists and feet colliding reverberates wildly across the arena as their figures seem to blur, appearing only as fleeting shadows. Their speed has reached such heights that it is beyond the perception of ordinary observers. How astonishing! Are the disciples of the Turtle School this powerful? Gasps of amazement arise from the audience. In the front row, Master Roshi, who had been observing intently, suddenly hears the audience praising the Turtle School, and his face flushes with pride, his sunglasses reflecting his satisfaction. However, the balance of combat is soon disrupted. As Sun Wukong acclimates to Yamcha's rhythm, his aura surges dramatically. He forces Yamcha back with a single punch, his hands coming together at his waist. Kamehameha, a robust, concentrated sphere of white energy, swiftly coalesces between Wukong's palms. Then, as he utters the final syllable, a colossal beam of light hurtles towards Yamcha. Yamcha's expression shifts dramatically, and he channels all his energy, thrusting his hands forward with great force. Spirit Bomb. The two waves of energy collide with a thunderous roar. However, Yamcha's 5-star extinction cannon was utterly overwhelmed by the Kamehameha wave, sustaining barely 2 seconds before being decisively shattered. Struck head-on by the Kamehameha, Yamcha was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall at the edge of the arena. Yamcha fell to the ground. Son Goku émergait victorieux. Witnessing Yamcha's defeat, Son Goku promptly ceased his fighting stance, darting to Yamcha's side to assist him. Are you alright, Yamcha? You were incredible. Yamcha managed a wry smile and shook his head, acknowledging the vast disparity in strength. After their descent from the stage, staff hurriedly began to clear the arena for the next event. Next up was the second semifinal match, featuring our reigning champion, Tien Shinhan, against the dark horse of this tournament, Krillin. As the announcer introduced them, Tien Shinhan and Krillin ascended the stage together. Strictly speaking, Tien Shinhan is actually Krillin's first disciple within the entire Dragon Ball universe. Prior to their fierce battle against King Piccolo, Krillin had already imparted the secrets of martial arts to Tien Shinhan. Now, living up to expectations, Tien had achieved a foundational level of mastery. Krillin gazed at Tien, whose 3 eyes burned with combat fervor. The bell signaling the start of the match rang. Tien Shinhan wasted no time testing the waters. Unleashing his full might from the onset, he formed a triangular shape with his hands at his chest, channeling all his energy and spirit into the attack. New Kamehameha. A devastating aura enveloped the entire venue, sending shivers through the hearts of all present with its terrifying energy fluctuations. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, Krillin merely shook his head. Old Hebit's die heart. Teen. He slowly raised his right hand, the tip of his index finger glowing faintly with a crimson light. With a swift motion, a slender red beam shot forth, barely noticeable amidst Tien's cataclysmic Kamehameha. There was no grand explosion, not even a sound. The colossal energy of the Kamehameha was entirely dismantled upon contact with the red beam, dissipating like a punctured balloon. Tien Shinhan remained frozen in his firing posture, his chest bearing a finger-size hole, perfectly smooth around the edges, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Krillin's figure had mysteriously appeared behind him. I told you, your path has grown narrow. As the words left his lips, Tien's body went limp, collapsing backward into Krillin's embrace. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was left speechless by this unfathomable spectacle. The victor is Krillin, the announcer exclaimed, nearly straining his voice to declare the result. Li Kolin shook his head and retrieved a magic bean from his storage ring, feeding it into Tianjin Fan's mouth. Earlier, prior to the decisive battle against the Demon King Piccolo, Li Kolin had pointed out the deficiencies in Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha. Unexpectedly, this fellow seemed to remember only the indulgences but not the lessons learned. Although the modified Kamehameha had significantly increased in power, its fundamental issues remained unaddressed. After handing over the still incredulous Tianjin Fan to Jiaozi, Li Kolin chose not to elaborate further. Thus, the final list for this year's World Martial Arts Tournament was finally unveiled. Li Kolin lifted his gaze, his eyes traversing the bustling crowd, locking onto another figure among the contestants. Chapter 64. The finals commence. The finals. Commence. The announcer's voice resonated through the microphone, elevating the emotions of the audience to a fever pitch. On the stage, Li Kolin and Sun Wukong, once the best of companions, stood in opposition. Both donned the same orange martial arts GI emblazoned with the Turtle School insignia, yet their auras were worlds apart. Sun Wukong's face radiated unbridled combat fervor, with white energy swirling around him like a fiery halo. Even the spectators could sense the immense power concealed within his form. In stark contrast, Li Kolin wore a serene smile, exuding a tranquil aura devoid of the violent energy fluctuations characteristic of Sun Wukong. He resembled an elderly gentleman one might encounter in a park. Yet this calm and unassuming demeanor rendered Li Kulin all the more extraordinary. Watching from below, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It seemed that Sun Wukong and Li Kulin were merely vying for the title of the world's strongest in this martial arts tournament. However, this scene also symbolized the struggle between the old and the new systems of cultivation. Sun Wukong, unable to cultivate in the modern sense, relied on traditional methods, honing his body and enhancing his control over energy. Conversely, Li Kulin was the pioneer and inheritor of a new cultivation paradigm. Instantly, the stakes of this battle grew more profound and laden with significance. The bell tolled. In unison, the two figures vanished from their starting positions. Boom! A deafening clash reverberated through the center of the arena. Their fists collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that staggered even the distant spectators. Yet, in the blink of an eye, when the audience's gaze returned to the stage, the two combatants had resumed their original stances, as though the preceding battle had never transpired. Zulfust, what just happened? I saw nothing. Did they even move? Ordinary spectators wore bewildered expressions, while those seated among the contestants revealed looks of astonishment. They had barely caught glimpses of the fleeting shadows in that momentary exchange, yet the speed displayed had evidently surpassed their capacity for comprehension. Is this truly your genuine strength? As Tianjin Fan, now restored to his former glory, murmured to himself, his three eyes brimmed with astonishment. Back in the arena, Sun Wukong shook his somewhat numb wrist, and his smile radiated even more brightly. Klin, you have indeed grown formidable. However, this makes it all the more interesting. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong's figure vanished once again. Klin, undeterred, activated his wind step, his form becoming equally blurred. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound of collisions reverberated throughout the arena, with the two figures continually flickering in and out of view. As the battle escalated, its intensity surged dramatically. The sturdy arena began to show cracks under the relentless impacts of the two combatants, soon deteriorating, fracturing, and collapsing. In mere moments, the entire arena transformed into a pockmarked wasteland. Hey, competitors! The arena is on the verge of collapse. The host, clutching the microphone, spoke with a quivering voice. The expression of the divine being Piccolo grew grave as he observed the fierce clash below, solemnly stating they can no longer continue fighting on the ground. This island will sink. As if to confirm his words, Sun Wukong and Klin collided fiercely once more. The two retreated simultaneously, creating distance between them. Sun Wukong clasped his hands at his waist, striking a pose that was instantly recognizable to all. Kamehameha. A dazzling blue light converged in his palms, its gathering speed and might far surpassing his previous encounter with Yamcha. Not to be outdone, Klin summoned his energy with fervor. With determination, he shaped his hands into a triangle before his chest, rapidly coalescing a beam of white light. 5 elements obliteration cannon. Boom! The blue energy torrent clashed violently with the white spiritual beam above the arena. Unlike the standoff between Sun Wukong and Yamcha, the two energies detonated with an explosive force upon contact. A ferocious shock wave radiated from the epicenter of the clash, sweeping outward in all directions. The arena was instantly obliterated, and even the surrounding audience barriers were twisted and deformed by the tremendous impact. The audience erupted into screams, startled by the scene unfolding before them. The attention of the two fighters was drawn to the chaos. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. I got a bit too serious. I didn't pay attention to my control. Klin, realizing he too had been somewhat reckless, especially with a battle maniac like Sun Wukong, suggested, let us take this fight to the sky. We can unleash our full power. Sun Wukong readily nodded in agreement. In unison, the two figures soared into the sky. Pausing midair, the spectators on the ground could only gaze upwards, watching the distant silhouettes of the two warriors. In the next moment, two streams of light collided once more in the air. This time, neither combatant held back any longer. Sun Wukong's innate talent for battle was extraordinarily high. It was no surprise he was a Saiyan. Initially, he found it challenging to counter Li Kellen's attacks. However, he had now managed to achieve a perfect equilibrium with Li Kellen. This realization made Li Kellen acutely aware of the necessity for vigilance. He fervently operated the Ling, Tai, Jing, Xi, and Ju, his consciousness meticulously enveloping a 10-meter radius. With every strike from Sun Wukong, he could sense it through his mind. Yet, Awareness did not guarantee action. The Huang-level technique, wind step, which he had mastered during the Chi refinement stage, was beginning to lag behind his current demands. Their battle had escalated into an intense phase of mutual offense and defense. The struggle persisted for nearly half an hour. Sun Wukong panted heavily, his aura still vibrant. Yet the toll on his energy was immense. Li Kellen's condition was not much better. His combat attire bore multiple tears, and his breathing had quickened. They both understood that a conventional battle would hardly yield a clear victor. Kellen, Sun Wukong's voice echoed from across the arena, imbued with gravity and seriousness. The next move is the most powerful strike I've developed over the past 3 years. If you can withstand it, I will concede. Li Kellen remained motionless, but within his mind, he was already subtly maneuvering the first stage of the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Sun Wukong was formidable as a Saiyan. After forming a contract with the celestial deity, his innate combat talent and mastery over energy propelled his power beyond 80,000. It was worth noting that even Piccolo, a genius exceptionally suited for cultivation and who had received enhancement from the Elder, had not achieved such a terrifying rate of improvement and strength as Sun Wukong. He needed to prepare himself to withstand this strike, at the very least, ensuring he did not suffer defeat. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having heard no response from Li Kellen, paid no mind. He slowly raised his hands above his head, his entire body enveloped in a swirling white aura, with energy rapidly converging at the crown of his head. Is that a spirit bomb? Chapter 65, Victory and Separation. Soon, Li Kellen realized that this was not a spirit bomb. Rather, Sun Wukong was compressing all his energy to the utmost, a desperate final strike. The energy within this orb sent shivers through the spectators below. Taking a deep breath, Li Kellen understood that the moment of truth had arrived. He crossed his arms over his chest, channeling his primal energy to surge into his arms for defense. Simultaneously, he unhesitatingly activated one of his trump cards, the first stage of the heavenly demon disintegration technique. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted around Li Kellen, instantly doubling his combat power to approximately 160,000. Concurrently, this enhancement amplified the effects of the two fragments of the primal sacred body he possessed. An invisible aura instantaneously enveloped the entirety of Krillin's being. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong propelled the colossal energy sphere forcefully towards Krillin. The very fabric of space seemed to contort under the impact, as the immense blue orb surged forth, trailing a long tail of flames, swiftly engulfing Krillin's figure. On the ground, everyone held their breath, with Bulma anxiously covering her mouth. At that moment, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. The radiance rapidly dissipated, revealing Sun Wukong hovering above, gasping for breath. Exhausted, his body trembled, barely maintaining an upright posture. It was evident that he had exerted all his strength in that last attack. As the light faded, Sun Wukong momentarily froze, then shook his head in resignation. For there, directly opposite him, a figure remained suspended in the air. Krillin. His turtle-style GI was tattered and torn, exposing his scarred yet still robust physique. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and his breath was labored. Yet he appeared far better off than the utterly spent Sun Wukong. He had withstood that blow. This undoubtedly pronounced the death knell for the battle. A bittersweet smile crept across Sun Wukong's face as he could no longer bear his weight, plummeting towards the ground. With a focused gaze, Krillin swiftly appeared beneath him, catching him securely. The two descended slowly to the ground. As their feet touched the battered arena once more, the venue remained shrouded in silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the outcome that surpassed all expectations. Was this the extent of power that martial artists could unleash? Could it be that the two celestial beings above were truly not reincarnated deities? After a prolonged pause, the MC seemed to awaken from a dream. Trembling as he raised the microphone, summoning all his strength to bellow, "The victor is Krillin, champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Krillin." Following a brief silence, a roar of applause erupted like a tidal wave. "Krillin, Krillin, Krillin." The main cast rushed forward, encircling the two. Krillin smiled, dispelling the effects of the Kaioken technique, and instantly his energy waned as well. Master Roshi gazed at his two nearly unsteady disciples, his eyes filled with pride. The champions and runners-up of this martial arts tournament, no, the top four, were all disciples of his turtle school. Although as a master, Roshi had imparted far less than their own diligence. He believed that such a glorious display of turtle school would surely please his long-departed master. Master Matedo, who must be smiling down from the heavens, praising his accomplishments. To celebrate this most thrilling battle and our new champion, tonight I shall treat everyone to a banquet. In an instant, a chorus of cheers erupted from the group of protagonists. The raucous celebration of the martial arts tournament concluded with Master Roshi's lavish banquet. The wedding of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi unfolded as scheduled, ushering in a period of tranquility. For the next few years, a serene phase would ensue, and Krillin had no intention of disturbing the joyous atmosphere. Sun Wukong would be preoccupied with starting a family, while Tien and Kaiatsu, having witnessed the offensive techniques of the cultivators of the tournament, resolved to diligently specialize in their own cultivation practices. Yamcha found himself in a rather intriguing position. After observing the true strength of his peers at the martial arts tournament, he recognized the disparity between himself and the others. Turning around, he locked eyes with his opponent from the top 16, the Beastmaster, and decided to focus on mastering the art of beast taming. Indeed, from the very beginning of the story, Yamcha had been accompanied by Puar, the shape-shifting cat, making his interest in beast mastery entirely natural. After Sun Wukong's wedding, the members of the protagonist group briefly reunited before parting ways once more. Such was the nature of the Z warriors. When gathered, they blazed like a fire. Yet when dispersed, they scattered like stars across the sky. Following Sun Wukong's wedding, Krillin prepared to depart with Piccolo. He intended to settle into a period of focused training to elevate his cultivation level. One day, as Krillin and Piccolo packed their belongings in preparation for their journey to planet Yardrat for training, aiming to swiftly reach the Golden Core realm, Bulma appeared at the villa's entrance. Hands on her hips, her blue hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Clad in her signature white skirt, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Krillin, she inquired, "What is the matter, Miss Bulma? Didn't we agree you would see us off?" "I do wish to see you off, but I have a request," Bulma declared, stepping closer and gazing up at him. "I want to accompany you to planet Yardrat." Krillin felt a headache brewing. Recently, the relationship between Bulma and him had progressed rapidly. Following a brief misunderstanding before the tournament, they had developed a bond that hovered somewhere between friendship and romantic interest. Thus, Bulma was well aware of their plans. Although it had been agreed she would only bid them farewell, she had unexpectedly changed her mind. "I'm eager to study the technology of planet Yardrat. Besides, I can help repair your spaceship. Surely I wouldn't be a burden." Krillin, gazing into Bulma's sparkling blue eyes, understood her intentions. Just as he prepared to decline her request, Bulma grasped his wrist and gently shook it. "You can protect Piccolo, but you can't protect me? And if danger arises, I can always find a way to hide, can't I?" Krillin instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, yet Bulma grasped it more tightly. A delicate flush had unexpectedly graced her cheeks, her gaze revealing a stubbornness intertwined with a hint of anticipation. "It was not a matter of protection. My journey with Piccolo to Yardrat was aimed at transcending to a higher realm, leaving me with no energy to attend to your concerns." Bulma gradually released her grip, a fleeting shadow of disappointment flitting across her eyes, yet she stubbornly retorted, "I knew you would find an excuse. All men are like that, wanting to shoulder everything alone." She took a step back, unaware of the step beneath her, her body swaying precariously. Quick as lightning, Krillin caught her around the waist. Bulma's slender and soft form radiated warmth even through the thin fabric. The proximity between them was so intimate that they could discern the flutter of each other's eyelashes. The air seemed to solidify. Bulma's face turned crimson, even her ears blushing a delicate pink, as she hurriedly pushed Krillin away. He too felt a twinge of discomfort, scratching his head as heat crept to his ears, just as he was about to speak to alleviate the awkwardness. "Remember to return early. I will miss you," she said. Krillin swallowed hard, momentarily reluctant to depart. Ultimately, he nodded earnestly, casting a deep glance at Bulma, before placing his hand on Piccolo's shoulder. With 2 fingers pressed to his brow, he initiated instant transmission. Their figures vanished in an instant, leaving Bulma standing alone, a gentle breeze caressing her, as her lips slowly curved into a tender smile. Chapter 66, Kill Me. Yardrat, a year later. Krillin and Piccolo simultaneously opened their eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant air. They had achieved a perfect foundation. In merely a year, both had reached this level. The nearly liquefied spiritual energy of Yardrat, combined with their innate Dao physique and the formidable talent of the Namekian bloodline, propelled their cultivation at a pace that was astonishing. "It's come to an end." Piccolo rose, feeling the surging yet stagnant power within him, his brow furrowed tightly. Without further techniques, they found themselves on a broad avenue, abruptly confronted by an imposing wall ahead. This sensation was more distressing for a martial arts fanatic like Piccolo than death itself. Krillin also stood, brushing off the dust from his attire, yet his countenance bore no hint of discouragement. Instead, it was graced with a mysterious smile. "No, this is merely the beginning." "What do you mean?" Piccolo turned, confusion clouding his features. "Would you like to visit a place where we can continue to grow stronger?" Krillin remarked casually, as if proposing a leisurely outing. Piccolo paused, his eyes suddenly ignited with determination and curiosity. Where? Could there be a planet more suitable for cultivation than this one? Indeed, there is, but the ticket to that place is rather unique. Observing the bewilderment on Piccolo's face, Krillin chose not to keep him in suspense and began to elaborate. "The ticket is my life." The anticipation on Piccolo's face instantly froze, replaced by a gaze reminiscent of madness. "Have you lost your mind?" He instinctively took a step back, warily observing Krillin. The caution and analytical prowess of the Namekian were brought to their zenith at this moment. Had he succumbed to madness? Or was this some sort of trial? "Didn't you wish to rid me of my malevolent thoughts?" "I am not mad." Krillin shook his head, his smile unwavering. "To reach that place, one must first die." Piccolo was utterly bewildered. Having witnessed countless extraordinary events alongside Krillin, he believed his resolve to be as steadfast as rock. He thought he had acclimated to Krillin's unconventional methods. Yet, this proclamation shook the very foundation of his worldview. What kind of cultivation technique is this? A suicidal practice? Piccolo swallowed hard, beginning to doubt whether Krillin had damaged his own mind through training. There's a legend on Earth that after death, one enters the underworld, which connects to a special realm inhabited by an unfathomably powerful being. Piccolo's brow, devoid of eyebrows, furrowed deeply. As a divine avatar on Earth, he realized he had never encountered such memories. For a moment, he could not ascertain the truthfulness of Krillin's words. "Do you even want to continue your training?" Krillin remarked, noticing Piccolo's hesitation, his tone slightly irritable. Piccolo glanced at Krillin, his brow still knit in concern. He was tempted. "But what if you truly died?" Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you foolish? We have Dragon Balls, don't we?" In an instant, Krillin's words unraveled Piccolo's mental knot. Of course, the Dragon Balls can resurrect him. Suddenly, Piccolo felt no psychological burden about killing Krillin. In fact, he felt a surge of eagerness. His hand was nearly raised. Krillin quickly called out to him. Wait. Are you out of your mind? This is Planet Yarat. If you wish to kill me, we must return to Earth first." Upon hearing this, Piccolo paused, retracting his hand. Yet, Krillin could clearly see a glimmer of disappointment on his green face. "Then let us go back to Earth." Krillin smiled, placing a hand on Piccolo's shoulder. With his two fingers pressed together, he touched his forehead. In a flash, their figures vanished from Planet Yarat. On Earth, at a remote coastal cliff, the radiant sun spilled its light over the azure sea, shimmering like diamonds. Seagulls soared freely in the sky. Everything appeared so tranquil and beautiful. The figures of Krillin and Piccolo materialized out of thin air. "This will do. The scenery is splendid, perfect for our journey." Krillin stretched lazily, a look of contentment gracing his features. Upon witnessing this scene, Bit couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. However, he soon found himself consumed by a subtle excitement. "Let us get started." Krillin turned around, his back to Bic, and spread his arms wide. An evil smile crept across Bic's face as he slowly raised his right hand, palm directed at the back of Krillin's heart. Initially, Krillin appeared calm and unruffled. Yet, upon sensing the crackling energy converging behind him, a wave of tension washed over him. "Hurry up, Bic." Bic's smile widened, and the energy in his palm surged dramatically. "Master, take care." A brilliant white beam of light erupted from his palm, without warning, instantly engulfing Krillin's form. Krillin's body stiffened abruptly before he collapsed weakly onto the grass at the edge of the cliff. Life extinguished. "Every time you press me down, I finally have the chance to take revenge. How exhilarating." In the depths of an endless darkness, Krillin's consciousness gradually stirred. Before him lay an interminably long road of yellow clouds and an immense desk, large enough to block out the sun. Behind the desk sat a giant with red skin, adorned with an official cap, his face a mass of flesh, staring at him with eyes as round as copper bells, a look of sheer astonishment etched upon his countenance. "Who are you? Where's your guide?" The voice of King Yenluo brimmed with disbelief. Krillin scratched his bald head, revealing a signature, endearing smile. "Hello, I am Krillin. I specialize in suicide and am on my way to King Kai's planet. A look of bewilderment, reminiscent of a questioning expression, appeared on King Yinluo's flushed face. In all his years of reign, he had never encountered anyone who committed suicide to seek out King Kai. Truly, the world is vast, and all kinds of people exist. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he perused Li Kellen's soul and reviewed his life. A good person indeed, and a benefactor to all humanity. You certainly have the qualifications to meet King Kai. After a moment's thought, he pointed toward the serpent path behind him and instructed Li Kellen, "Walk this way." A smile immediately brightened Li Kellen's face as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to King Yinluo before turning to head toward the serpent path. Simultaneously, he called out to the system, sign in." Instantly, the long-awaited system notification echoed in Li Kellen's mind. Ding! Successful sign-in at the Underworld's Yinluo Palace. Sign-in rewards have been distributed. Chapter 67, Golden Core. Achieved. Million Battle Power. Ding! Successful sign-in at the Underworld's Yinluo Palace. Sign-in rewards have been distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique 9 transformations of the primordial spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special item, Serpent Path Fast Pass. A series of system notifications resounded in his mind, and a satisfied smile spread across Li Kellen's face. The 9 transmutations of the primordial spirit, a profound technique dedicated to the cultivation of the soul, is indeed a remarkable treasure. Yet, it was evidently not the moment for a meticulous examination of the rewards. His gaze was drawn to the second prize, the Slytherin Pass. Prior to his arrival, he had mentally prepared himself to race along the snake path for a month or two, akin to Sun Wukong, in order to reach King Kai's planet. To his astonishment, the system had kindly spared him this arduous journey. A stroke of great fortune. How did you come to know of King Kai's existence? The voice of King Yinluo was laced with profound perplexity. However, Li Kelin paid him no heed and strode directly towards the yellow cloud pathway. Hey, stop right there. King Yinluo, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared, but Li Kelin had already stepped onto the snake path, waving his hand without looking back. Farewell, Your Majesty Yinluo. Until we meet again. As he watched Li Kelin's figure gradually recede into the distance, King Yinluo slammed his fist on the table, yet found himself powerless to intervene. Stepping onto the snake path, Li Kelin did not hesitate and promptly utilized the Slytherin Pass. Whoosh! His body transformed into a streak of light, dashing at an unfathomable speed along the narrow cloud route. Along the way, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful snake princess adorned in ancient royal garb, preparing to groom herself. Before she could register his presence, Li Kelin had already zipped past, leaving a gust of wind that tousled her hair. In mere moments, Li Kelin had traversed the entirety of the snake path and landed steadily upon a petite green planet. The moment his feet touched the surface, the gravity, 10 times that of Earth, instantly enveloped him from all directions. At once, he felt as though his entire being had been weighed down by lead, rendering movement arduous. A small monkey clad in a blue vest and a fluttering green grasshopper were startled by Li Kelin's sudden appearance. He recognized them as Baburus and Gureguli, both cherished pets of King Kai. King Kai, too, swiftly became aware of this unexpected visitor. Greetings, Your Majesty King Kai. Li Kelin directed his gaze toward the blue-skinned being adorned with sunglasses, short and stout, with 2 antennae atop his head. King Kai was poised to share a dry joke to lighten the mood, but found himself stifled by Li Kelin's forthrightness. Cough, cough. Indeed, I am in North Kai. How did you, little rascal, come here? I do not recall extending an invitation to anyone for a visit to King Kai's planet. I came here by my own volition. Indeed, King Kai wore an expression of utter astonishment, akin to that of King Yinluo. What did you just say? I wish to learn the Kaioken technique from you. Li Kelin stated plainly, without any circumlocution. King Kai was utterly flabbergasted. In all his years, he had never encountered such an absurd soul. Not only did this newcomer know of his existence, the snake path, but he was also aware of his most treasured skill, the Kaioken. How do you know of the Kaioken? That is of little consequence. Li Kelin waved his hand and then closed his eyes, silently reciting in his mind. Ding! Check-in location detected. Planet King. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Ding! Check-in at Planet King successful. Rewards have been issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Golden Core Cultivation Technique Primordial Golden Core Method. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 3 Breaking Realm Pills. The Golden Core Technique is finally within reach. A surge of ecstatic joy welled up in Lee Kellen's heart. He opened his eyes and grinned at the still-stunned king. "Your Excellency, I shall borrow your splendid territory for a moment." Without heeding the king's bewildered expression, he immediately sat cross-legged. He retrieved a breaking realm pill from his storage ring, which exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, and swallowed it whole. "What are you doing?" The king stammered, pointing at Lee Kellen, his voice trembling. In the next moment, his expression transformed into sheer horror. Suddenly, a terrifying energy vortex formed around Lee Kellen. The spiritual energy of the entire planet King, along with that from the surrounding universe, seemed irresistibly drawn towards Lee Kellen's body. The powerful gust swept the king, Baburus, and Gulegri off balance. The three of them, one human and two beasts, could only cling desperately to the ground to avoid being blown away. Under the dual operation of the primordial golden core method and the original Dao Body, Lee Kellen greedily consumed all the surrounding energy. Within him, the primordial chi was catalyzed by the immense potency of the breaking realm pill, constantly being compressed, purified, and compressed again. The bottleneck of his perfected foundation establishment was as fragile as thin paper before this force, easily pierced. The liquefied spiritual energy spun wildly in his dantian, gradually coalescing into a glowing duct. As more and more energy surged in, the duct became brighter and more solid. Crack! A sound seemingly resonating from the depths of his soul echoed as the luminous point in Lee Kellen's dantian suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. A perfectly round golden pill, radiating an aura of immortality, quietly hovered at the center of his dantian. The golden core is formed. Boom! Far exceeding that of a perfected foundation establishment by dozens of times, erupted from Lee Kellen, sweeping across the entire planet King. The king, witnessing this spectacle, stared with wide eyes beneath his sunglasses, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an apple. What kind of monster is this? Lee Kellen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within. Transitioning from foundation establishment to golden core represents a qualitative leap. Previously, his combat power at the perfected foundation establishment was approximately 140,000, and now his combat power at the golden core level starts at a minimum of 1 million. He rose to his feet, feeling the transformative power coursing through him, his face alight with excitement. 1 million combat power. Even in the face of Frieza's second transformation, he possessed formidable strength. However, Lee Kulin soon regained his composure. After all, he was not like Frieza, nor was he from the Saiyan race, known for their explosive power. A battle power of 1 million was merely Frieza's second stage. Yet it represented the entirety of Lee Kulin's current capabilities, which felt rather feeble. Without a power level exceeding 100 million, he could not lay claim to being a true warrior. If he could not achieve such strength within 5 years for the ultimate confrontation with Frieza, he would merely serve as cannon fodder destined for sacrifice. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Now, it is time to take stock of his resources. In a year on the planet Adrat, Lee Kulin had not signed in even once, all for the moment of attaining this golden core achievement. He had accumulated a total of 12 random sign-in opportunities. System, utilize all 12 of these random sign-ins. Chapter 68, Ecstasy, Learning the King of World's Fist. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Underworld Yamahal. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Underworld Yamahal. Rewards have been issued. A series of 12 notifications echoed in Lee Kulin's mind. A look of euphoric bliss instantly graced his face. 12 months. Do you know how I have endured these 12 months? Each month, I had to forcibly suppress the urge to click and claim the rewards from random sign-ins. It had nearly become a mental demon for Lee Kulin. At last, the moment of joy had arrived. Ignoring the puzzled gazes of the King of Worlds and the two strange animals around him, Lee Kulin rubbed his hands together and swallowed hard. His gaze fixated on the rewards section. An exhilarating heart. Trembling hands. Let us see what today holds. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the fragment of the savage holy body, boiling blood. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Earth-level advanced technique, flowing light sword technique, golden core edition. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Earth-level intermediate movement technique, shadow step. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the secret art, all spirits fusion pill technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the golden core level spirit gathering array disc. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the spirit artifact, savage dragon scale armor. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the spirit artifact, dimensional storage ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving perfection in the 5 elements escape technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient alchemist inheritance jade tablet. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient smith's inheritance jade tablet. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the secret art, improved version of the heaven and earth coexistence golden core. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient array master's inheritance jade tablet. 12 rewards illuminated the space, nearly dazzling Li Kulин's eyes. These 12 rewards were, in essence, an upgrade to all the previous rewards he had obtained. Fragments. Offensive techniques, movement skills, secret arts, assistance, escape techniques, and legacies. Equivalent to an entire phase of advancement. Li Kulin firmly believed that once he fully assimilated the rewards from this experience, his prowess would undoubtedly surge to new heights, akin to a stroke of good fortune. However, prior to that, he finally returned to reality from his reverie, casting a glance at the king of the realm, who appeared utterly bewildered. The king was equally perplexed by the enigmatic and dashing bald youth who had exhibited such eccentric behavior since his arrival on the King-S planet. He had initially expressed a desire to learn the King-S fist and, without hesitation, commenced his training on the ground. Following his practice, he had been rubbing his hands together and grinning foolishly, leaving the king to question the sanity of this individual. Ahem, Your Majesty the King. I wish to learn the King-S fist. Please instruct me. Li Kulin rose to his feet, bowing respectfully before the King of the North, his voice imbued with sincerity. According to the original narrative, the King-S fist first made its appearance after Raditz arrived on Earth. Following a magical flash from Piccolo that ensnared both Raditz and son Goku, Goku endured countless hardships to reach the King-S planet. It took him several months to learn the King-S fist and adapt to its enhancements. One cannot deny that this technique represents one of the most formidable powers in the Dragon Ball universe, particularly for Li Kulin, who could not transform into a Super Saiyan. To forego learning this technique would be a gross misallocation of opportunity. Though the king was unaware of how this towering bald figure had come to learn of the secret of the King-S fist, he found Li Kulin's demeanor quite pleasing. Well, wishing to learn the King-S fist is not out of the question, but it requires passing my test. A smile crept onto Li Kulin's lips. A fat man fell from the 12th floor and became a dead fat man. Upon hearing Li Kulin's words, the King-S expression momentarily froze. However, his countenance soon turned crimson, and his lips curved into a broad grin. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and erupted in a hearty laughter, covering his mouth with both hands. Li Kulin understood that the king, being a playful old man, required him to tell a corny joke to amuse him. The less humorous the joke, the more delighted the king became. Thus, Li Kulin mimicked the king's laughter, even going so far as to conjure a few tears using his ki for dramatic effect. After a considerable time, the king finally regained his composure from the raucous laughter. Observing Li Kulin, who was still laughing heartily, a satisfied expression emerged on his face. An amusing lad, indeed. Very well. I shall impart to you my most treasured technique, the King-S fist. Upon hearing this, Li Kulin immediately ceased his laughter. First and foremost, the gravity on King-S planet is 10 times that of Earth. You must first acclimate to this gravity and be able to sustain an offensive for 10 minutes under such conditions before progressing to the next stage. Li Kulin nodded. Fully aware of this requirement, he swiftly commanded the flow of spiritual energy throughout his body, allowing the energy from the fragments of the savage saint body to circulate within him. What had initially felt somewhat alien to him now became second nature, as if he were effortlessly wielding it. Thus, amidst the astonished gaze of the king of the realm, Li Kulin demonstrated a series of authentic boxing techniques. The king of the realm was momentarily taken aback, for a physique capable of adapting to tenfold gravity was a rarity in the cosmos, with the Saiyans being among the few. More significantly, even the most exceptional physiques could not adapt to such an increase in gravity so swiftly. So, my lord king, are we ready to commence the next phase? Li Kulin inquired with a smile, casually glancing at the dim-witted little gorilla standing beside the king. The king of the realm, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts by Li Kulin's words, cleared his throat and turned to Baburis. Ahem, indeed. Since you have acclimated to the gravity, we shall initiate the second phase. Baburis is my pet, and you must race and chase him on King Kai's planet. If you manage to catch him, you will have completed this stage of the trial. Li Kulin, already brimming with anticipation, cast a mischievous glance at Baburis, who immediately displayed a look of fear. With a swift whoosh, Baburis darted away, prompting Kulin to give chase. However, he soon realized that despite his body having adapted to the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, his naturally sluggish speed had been remarkably suppressed. Running there felt akin to a casual jog in a park, appearing quite ordinary. Yet, in stark contrast to Baburis, who swiftly circled the planet, Kulin's pace seemed almost tortoise-like. Undeterred, he diligently focused on enhancing his control over his spiritual energy while continuously adapting, having just ascended to the Golden Core stage, where his mastery was still somewhat imperfect. The king of the realm, hands clasped behind his back, observed the slowly running Kulin, eventually nodding in acknowledgement, regaining a sense of equilibrium. Yes, this is more like it. Chapter 69, Easy. The King's Astonishment. Beck, revive me. On King Kai's planet, a rather comical chase was unfolding. Kulin trudged forward with heavy steps, pursuing the remarkably agile little gorilla, Baburis. As he continued to run on King Kai's planet, Kulin gradually achieved a state where his physical capabilities matched his cultivation level, solidifying his realm. Yet, the tenfold gravity still impeded any significant acceleration. For this gravity was not merely a simple multiplication of his weight from 180 pounds to 100 pounds. Every cell within the body, every muscle, must endure a burden tenfold its original strength. As a result, it becomes exceedingly challenging for Kulin to enhance his speed merely through innate talent and spiritual energy. Observing Baburis ahead, who appeared at ease and even occasionally turned to make silly faces, Kulin inhaled deeply. With a focused intent, he multitasked. One part of his consciousness struggled to chase Baburis, while another delved into the newly acquired reward. Shadow Step. The intermediate Earth-level technique was indeed extraordinary. Even Kulin found it rather perplexing as he practiced. However, as his understanding deepened, he sensed a profound transformation in the flow of spiritual energy beneath his feet. Gradually, each step became not merely an integration of spiritual energy, as with the wind step, but began to resonate mysteriously with the surrounding space. In an instant, Kulin's figure became indistinct, his speed surging exponentially. Baburis, who had been leisurely over a dozen meters away, suddenly perceived a blur before him, followed by a fierce gust of wind. Before he could react, a large hand seized the nape of his neck and lifted him. "Got you, little fellow," Kulin declared, presenting a bewildered Baburis to the equally astonished king of the realm. The king, seated in a reclining chair outside, sipping hot tea while enjoying the scenery, momentarily forgot to swallow, causing him to erupt into a fit of violent coughing. "How long has it been?" "From the start of the chase to capturing Baburis, merely 2 hours." "My lord, does this mean I passed the test?" Kulin inquired, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His satisfaction stemmed not from his own performance, but from the quality of the reward he had received. The Shadow Step, considered the least impressive of this batch of rewards, yielded unexpectedly potent results. He could hardly wait to explore the other rewards thoroughly. The king involuntarily swallowed hard, reminiscing about his own experience upon arriving on this planet as a king. How long did it take him to acclimate to the gravity of this planet? A month? Half a year? Or a year? The details had faded, but it was certainly not 2 hours. This was unreasonable. This defied logic. Cough, cough. "Well, I suppose you have passed." The king insisted on maintaining his dignity, setting down his tea, adjusting his sunglasses, and gesturing toward a leisurely flying green grasshopper nearby. "For your next challenge, use this hammer to strike the head of a Gregly," he announced, producing a seemingly ordinary small wooden mallet from behind and handing it to Kulin. Kulin accepted the hammer, weighing it in his hand. Although it was not particularly heavy and somewhat unwieldy, it was still manageable. Gregory's speed surpassed that of Baburis by an unfathomable magnitude. Furthermore, his physique was quite diminutive. Attempting to strike Gregory with a hammer was a task of considerable difficulty. Gregory's swiftness was such that even I could not keep pace with him. "If you manage to land a blow, I shall impart my knowledge to you." Before the words had fully escaped, a faint yet distinct clink resonated in the distance. Though the sound was subtle, it instantly captivated the attention of both the king and Baburis. They turned to behold Kulin, wielding a small wooden mallet, poised in the act of striking. Beneath the mallet, Gregory appeared utterly horrified, his body clearly adopting a posture of retreat. It was evident that Gregory had realized the impending danger, yet his body lagged behind his awareness. He emitted a mournful wail. a visible lump forming on his head as he woozily plummeted from the air. The king stood frozen in place, observing Gregory, who was now rising from the ground. Clutching his head, tears welling in his eyes, as he flew over to report the incident. He then glanced at Krillin, whose demeanor was one of serene indifference. As if he had merely performed an inconsequential task, the king felt as though his worldview had been shattered repeatedly and then ruthlessly ground into the earth. "What manner of creature are you?" The king's voice trembled. "Your Majesty, may I now learn the king fist?" Krillin inquired, extending the hammer back to the king. The king mechanically accepted the tool, his mind a blank slate. After a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply, gazing at Krillin with a reverence reserved for rare treasures. "Very well, I shall teach you." Under the king's meticulous tutelage, Krillin swiftly grasped the principles of the king fist. This technique involved compressing and igniting the energy within one's body to unleash a power exponentially greater than one's own, placing immense strain on the physical form. Yet, Krillin soon realized that this principle bore a striking resemblance to his own demon dissolution technique, albeit with considerably fewer side effects. "Huh!" Krillin exclaimed, channeling the primordial energy within him according to the King Fist doctrine. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his being, the formidable aura prompting the king to instinctively retreat a step. King Fist 1 time, 2 times. The energy intensified further, distorting the surrounding air. 3 times, 4 times. "Stop! Stop! Please cease!" The king bellowed in terror. "If this continues, my planet shall explode." Upon hearing this, Krillin gradually retracted the energy, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The King Fist had been mastered, and this was far from his limit. The king gazed at the extraordinary being before him, who had completed all his trials in merely half a day and had coincidentally acquired the King Fist. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. In the end, he could only let out a deep sigh. "You, my boy, are the most absurd individual I have ever encountered." Krillin bowed once more to the king of the world. "There is one more matter I wish to trouble you with." "What is it?" "I require your assistance in relaying a message to someone named Piccolo on Earth." The Earth, a desolate expanse of barren desert. Piccolo sat cross-legged atop a massive rock, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Is this Piccolo?" Startled, Piccolo opened his eyes wide, scanning his surroundings with caution. "Who?" "Of course. It is your master. Go borrow the dragon radar from Bulma. You can resurrect me now." Taken aback for a moment, Piccolo quickly regained his composure. Krillin. This is it. Chapter 70. Preparations and Departure. The allure of enhancing his power left Piccolo despondent over the quest for the Dragon Balls. In less than half a month, utilizing the borrowed dragon radar, he successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe. He promptly revived Krillin with the Dragon Balls. "Well done, Piccolo." After fulfilling its duty, the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. Piccolo hurried to Krillin, his expression brimming with excitement, his yearning almost spilling over. Krillin understood the source of Piccolo's exhilaration. For martial artists in this world, being stuck at a particular level without the ability to progress is a deeply frustrating experience. In the original tale, Vegeta struggled for a long time, trapped at the first stage of Super Saiyan, even during the later Majin Buu arc, failing to surpass the second stage and attain the third. This was one of the reasons he willingly transformed into evil Vegeta. Seeing Piccolo in such a state, Krillin wasted no time. He raised his hand and, through his thoughts, transmitted all the martial arts techniques he had acquired on King Kai's planet to Piccolo. The 9 transformations of the primordial spirit, the Hunyuan golden elixir technique, the flowing light sword technique, the instant shadow step, and the universal fusion elixir technique. These advanced techniques were all invaluable assets. For a moment, Piccolo stood frozen in disbelief. He had considered the possibility of Krillin bringing back advanced cultivation techniques, perhaps even offensive methods beyond mere martial arts. Yet, he had never expected so much. Spirit cultivation, level progression, sword techniques, footwork, and beast mastery. After what felt like an eternity, Piccolo emerged from his shock and bowed deeply to Krillin. "Master." "Enough with the formalities," Krillin said, patting his shoulder. With that, Krillin pressed his fingers together against his forehead. "I shall take my leave first." Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished from sight. The heavenly temple. Heavenly being Bick and Bobo were leisurely watering the flower bed when the figure of Krillin appeared out of thin air. "Great Lord, Mr. Bobo, long time no see." "Krillin, you have returned," exclaimed heavenly being Bick in surprise and joy. Krillin smiled and nodded, foregoing pleasantries, and pointed his finger at the center of Bik's brow. Almost simultaneously, heavenly being Bik experienced a supernova impact, much like what Bik had just undergone. As he processed the vast information flooding his mind, he stood frozen in place, oblivious to the watering slipping from his grasp. Are you intending to elevate all of humanity on Earth? Krillin chuckled, for what he bestowed upon heavenly being Bik was assuredly different from what he had given to Bik. This time, Krillin imparted not only cultivation techniques and offensive spells to heavenly being Bik, but also the most crucial inheritance jade slips of ancient alchemists, ancient blacksmiths, and ancient array masters. These treasures shall be entrusted to you, great lord, for promotion and preservation, he concluded before activating his teleportation once more, vanishing without a trace, leaving heavenly being Bik and Bobo as statues, unable to shake off their astonishment. In Zinger village, the pristine white snow still blanketed the serene land. Krillin's figure appeared at the village entrance, his gaze landing on a small figure not far away. Sinuo had grown considerably, blossoming into a graceful young lady, her wine-red hair tied into a playful ponytail, exuding vivacity and charm. She was busy constructing a massive snowman alongside android number 8. Sinuo. At the sound of that familiar voice, Sinuo spun around abruptly, and upon seeing that both familiar and unfamiliar figure, the snowball in her hand fell to the ground with a soft thud. "Brother Krillin," she exclaimed, joyfully leaping into Krillin's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. "You finally came back to see me." Krillin smiled warmly as he affectionately tousled her hair. Seeing Sinuo reminded him of her innocent self when he first arrived in this world. Just as he had imagined, Sinuo had been endearingly lively as a child. Now, as she had blossomed into a young woman, it was easy to envision her future beauty reflected in her features. Krillin took a moment to assess Sinuo's physical condition and discovered that, without any guidance in cultivation techniques, she had instinctively absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth, showing early signs of entering the realm of chi refinement. Quite the talent, Krillin thought with admiration. Before retrieving several foundational cultivation manuals he had prepared from his storage ring and handed them to Sinuo. "These are gifts for you." As Sinuo accepted the books, her big eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed up at Krillin. "Brother Krillin, does your return mean you won't leave again? I must depart for a while. Please take me with you, won't you?" Sinuo tugged at Krillin's sleeve, her eyes brimming with hope and reluctance. "I want to see the world beyond." As she gazed at him with pleading eyes, Krillin's face was adorned with a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Once you have mastered the techniques I bestowed upon you, you may venture beyond the village to seek your brother." Sinuo tilted her head, her understanding of the connection between the techniques and Krillin somewhat nebulous. Nevertheless, undeterred, she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I shall certainly strive to do my best." After bidding a heartfelt farewell to Sinuo, Krillin completed all his arrangements on Earth. The members of the protagonist group were now enjoying their own blissful lives, and Krillin wished not to intrude upon their happiness. As for Bulma, should they meet, she would undoubtedly insist on accompanying him. Regrettably, the destination he intended to visit could not accommodate her presence, so he resolved to meet her again on a future occasion. He found Piccolo diligently immersed in the study of new techniques. "Let us return to Planet Yardrat," he proposed. In an instant, the two were transported back to Yardrat. "Absorb the knowledge I have imparted to you, and strive to attain the pinnacle of the golden core before my return," Krillin advised, patting Piccolo on the shoulder. Piccolo, initially taken aback, could not help but inquire, "Where are you off to this time? Is there truly a place more suitable for cultivation than here?" Krillin merely smiled, offering no extensive explanation, and proceeded to arrange a golden core-level spirit gathering array around Piccolo. He then closed his eyes, delving into the depths of his soul, connecting with the temporal coordinates of the year 785. Indeed, Krillin harbored lingering concerns about the developments of the past year since his departure. He also needed to fulfill his promise to Cell. Otherwise, should Cell return to Earth, all his efforts in the future would be in vain. Activating temporal anchor point for the year 785. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, nor did a rift in space materialize. Krillin's form merely flickered beneath the violet starlight, vanishing as quietly as if he had never been there, leaving Piccolo bewildered, staring vacantly at the spot where Krillin had just stood. Chapter 71. Number 18 has fallen for you. When Krillin opened his eyes once more, the familiar sea breeze, laden with a briny essence, enveloped him, accompanied by the crisp calls of seagulls. He had returned to the turtle hermit's abode. After a year away, Stepping once again onto this land filled him with profound emotion. A marked transformation was evident in this temporal realm. The subtle, oppressive stillness that had pervaded the air had dissipated entirely over the course of a year. The surroundings now appeared remarkably fresh and vibrant. At that moment, the door of the hut creaked open abruptly, and the turtle hermit, clad in a floral shirt and flip-flops, emerged holding a ladies' magazine, his expression one of utter astonishment. Krillin? The old man's eyes widened behind his sunglasses, and the magazine in his hand fell with a thud onto the sandy beach. You actually returned. A smile broke on Krillin's face as he respectfully bowed to this version of his mentor from another time. Master Roshi, it has been a long time. How is Earth faring? Master Roshi hurried over, circling around Krillin several times, sniffing the air with fervor. You vanished for a whole year without a word, leaving us in a frenzy. As he grumbled, the old man pulled him into a small room. Inside, a television was playing an energetic aerobics program, featuring several women in revealing outfits swaying to the music. Over the past year, thanks to Bulma, Trunks, and Android 18, they had tirelessly tinkered with high-tech machines and had nearly restored the devastated city. Master Roshi set a glass of water on the table before continuing. Oh, by the way, there's news about Android 17. He recently reported that he has located the new Namek. However, he's still on his way back, so it may take some time. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Krillin's heart. He sipped the water, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. His efforts had not been in vain. It seemed that the androids were all working hard for the reconstruction of Earth. I wonder if Android 18 has changed in any way. Just thinking of her golden-haired silhouette caused Krillin's thoughts to drift, especially the look she had given him when he left. He closed his eyes, his consciousness expanding effortlessly to locate that familiar and unique presence far away in West City. I must go see her. Krillin opened his eyes, his fingers instinctively coming together at his brow, preparing to initiate instant transmission. Wait, Krillin paused, unsure of what further instructions Master Roshi might have, and turned to look at him. Master Roshi leaned in with an air of mystery, his eyes sparkling with intrigue beneath his sunglasses. What's the rush? You can't go empty-handed like that. Huh? Krillin was taken aback, not grasping Master Roshi's meaning. Master Roshi lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Do you know that while you were gone this past year, Android 18 was constantly talking about you? She now considers you the savior of all humanity. Can you guess what she has done? Noticing Krillin's bewildered expression, Master Roshi triumphantly slapped his thigh. She teamed up with Bulma and mobilized all the resources of Capsule Corporation to erect a massive statue of you in the bustling central square of West City. A statue? Krillin was utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, Master Roshi grew increasingly animated as he spoke, gesturing enthusiastically. It towers over the decrepit fountain at the center, many times its height. Standing prominently in the city's heart, it bears a name of formidable grandeur. The statue of the savior of humanity, Clinton. Ah, what a spectacle it is. Clinton could not help but twitch his lips. Although he was eager to save the Earth, he certainly did not wish to be subjected to such public display. Such acts of self-commemoration could only be attributed to the likes of Satan. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The turtle sage, with a mysterious smile, leaned in closer. Bulma confided in me that whenever number 18 has a moment to herself, she sneaks off to sit beneath that statue. She spends hours on a bench, gazing up at your effigy in silence, lost in thought, leaving everyone to wonder what occupies her mind. At this juncture, the turtle sage paused deliberately, observing Clinton's bewildered expression with satisfaction as he stroked his beard. Then, with an air of someone who has seen through it all, he delivered his final verdict. I have lived for centuries. I have seen it all. She is enamored with you, my boy. Do not doubt it. Upon hearing this, Clinton was momentarily taken aback. It was only natural for number 18 to harbor feelings for him, considering he had augmented that aspect of her emotional programming. Yet, her behavior was something he had not anticipated. Images of the golden-haired number 18 flooded his mind, seated on a park bench, gazing at his statue in solitude. A soft spot within him was unexpectedly stirred. Thus, you cannot simply approach her empty-handed, the turtle sage remarked, observing Clinton lost in contemplation. With hands clasped behind his back, he hummed a little tune and ambled over to the television, engrossed in a fitness program. Indeed, although the turtle sage's words often lacked decorum, he recognized his abrupt departure a year ago had been rather unfair to number 18. But what gift could possibly satisfy the artificial being? Cultivation? She possessed an infinite core within her. There was no need for further enhancement. Spells and martial techniques? Would such gifts not seem inappropriate between girls? For a moment, Krillin found himself at a loss. After some reflection, he resolved to set aside thoughts of number 18 for the time being and first check on Cell. After a year, Cell should have completed the foundational techniques he had provided. After all, he was a genius with combat power exceeding 1 billion. One could only hope he had not gone mad in the cosmos. With this in mind, Krillin pressed his fingers to his brow, beginning to sense Cell's position in the universe. Still on the planet Yardrat, and the aura of Pibra lingers as well. It seems Cell is behaving himself after all. As he pondered, Krillin's hands were unceasing in their motion. In an instant, he activated his teleportation. Whoosh. Chapter 72. Shalu. Master? A gift. Whoosh. Krillin's figure reappeared, now at the distant Adralat star, on the far side of the universe. The moment he set foot on this celestial body, a dense aura, almost tangible, enveloped him. His consciousness expanded, quickly locking onto a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar presence. Familiar. For was Shalu. Unfamiliar. For this presence emanated a serene tranquility that transcended worldly concerns. Evidently, due to his cultivation practices, Shalu's aura had become remarkably pure and natural. A subtle smile graced Krillin's lips as he blinked out of sight once more, materializing outside a floating temple. In the temple's courtyard, beneath an ancient, unnamed tree, two figures sat leisurely at a stone table, savoring tea. One was Shalu, whose appearance was unappealing, yet whose stature was upright and whose aura was contained. The other was a stout figure with a catfish-like head, known as Pai Bala. Krillin's arrival did not startle Shalu. He seemed to have sensed it beforehand. Gently placing his teacup down, he rose, his face alight with genuine joy as he respectfully bowed to Krillin. Master, you have arrived. Krillin's eyes widened in surprise. What did you just call me? Master, Shalu replied. This year of cultivation has immersed me entirely in the profound world of immortality. It has deepened my understanding of the techniques you imparted, which are truly vast and intricate. Addressing you as master is not at all an exaggeration. Observing Shalu's respectful demeanor, Krillin could not help but swallow hard. Though Shalu was merely at the initial stage of his powers, his combat strength was already in the hundreds of millions. A Shalu with hundreds of millions in power addressing him, a mere Karami with 1 million. As master, it appeared Shalu had indeed transformed. Feeling a bit awkward, Krillin straightened his back and cleared his throat, begrudgingly accepting the title of master. He then turned to Pai Ba, Elder Pai Ba. My primary purpose in visiting this time is to inquire if you have made any new advancements in the study of cultivation techniques. A smile instantly spread across Pai Ba La's face. The cultivation techniques provided by Krillin had indeed brought him much surprise and direction for research. For the inquisitive and research-driven inhabitants of Adralat Star, this was undoubtedly the finest gift. Indeed, esteemed Krillin, the cultivation techniques you provided have led us to develop numerous branches of study. Furthermore, through the 5 elements mentioned in the techniques, we have formulated various methods of cultivation and spell application. At this point, Pai Ba shook his head in mild regret. However, it is unfortunate that these techniques appear rather elementary. After reaching the limits of our research, we have not discovered a path for further advancement. A look of delight suddenly illuminated Krillin's face. To his astonishment, he had merely handed over a few manuals on chi refinement and foundation establishment to Pibra, yet it had genuinely inspired him to make significant progress. Without hesitation, he promptly retrieved a collection of various manuals and ancestral texts that he had meticulously prepared from his storage ring. These included cultivation techniques for progressing from foundation establishment to the golden core stage, along with some ancestral knowledge related to cultivation. As for the findings you have developed, could you kindly prepare a copy for me? I need to take it with me. Both Pibra and Shalu displayed expressions of delight. The heap of items that Krillin produced was indeed more substantial than what he had previously revealed. It was evident that Krillin had made considerable gains over the past year. Pibra was thrilled, seeing a new direction and content for his research, while Shalu was equally excited, knowing that his own strength could further advance. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the text for you, Pibra stated. Without any hesitation, he turned and hurried towards the city behind him. Meanwhile, Shalu's gaze was fixated on the pile of books in Krillin's hands. Observing Shalu's anxious demeanor, Krillin smiled. This is a gift for Elder Pibra. Your portion has already been prepared. As he spoke, Krillin raised his right hand and touched Shalu's forehead with his index finger. Among the teachings he imparted were the 9 transformations of the primordial spirit, Hunyuan Golden Core Technique, Flowing Light Sword Technique, Golden Core Edition, and Shadow Step. He excluded the nefarious Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique and the morally questionable Soul Snatching Technique. Krillin generously bestowed upon Shalu all the cultivation secrets he had acquired on the King of Realms planet. Shalu closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly as he absorbed the vast knowledge flooding his mind. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with gratitude and astonishment. "Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings." He deeply bowed to Krillin once more. Krillin waved his hand, indicating that no further courtesy was necessary, and then awkwardly spoke up. "Ahem, Shalu, may I ask you something?" "Please, Master, go ahead. What do artificial beings generally like?" Krillin's gaze wandered, avoiding direct contact with Shalu. Shalu, being exceptionally astute and a fusion of many powerful beings' genes, naturally possessed a high emotional intelligence. He immediately grasped Krillin's intent, and a knowing smile played upon his lips. Without directly addressing it, he pondered for a moment before replying. "From the fragmented memories within my genes, it appears that whether human or artificial, females do not value the gift itself, but rather the unique symbolism it represents. For instance, a ring? A ring?" Krillin was taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to gaze at the low-tier storage ring adorning his finger. Indeed, during his time on the King of Realms planet, he had acquired a brand new dimensional storage ring, boasting a larger capacity and enhanced functionality. The old storage ring has indeed become idle, has it not? Bestowing a ring not only aligns with the form of a ring itself, but also embodies the unique and practical function of storage. If one could fill this ring with the favorite flowers of the 18th, it would be utterly perfect. A smile instantly illuminated Krillina's face. "Thank you, Shalu. You have been immensely helpful," he expressed gratefully. "It is the disciple's honor to alleviate the master's burdens," Shalu replied with a smile. With a significant concern resolved, Krillin felt a surge of elation as he gazed at the abundant spiritual energy and serene environment of the Adralat star. An idea struck him. This was the perfect opportunity to meticulously organize his lavish possessions. Ever since he had signed in 12 times at the King planet, he had yet to thoroughly account for the multitude of rewards he had amassed. Additionally, the techniques acquired from previous sign-ins had merely been glanced at without further attention. Thus, while Elder Piccolo was occupied retrieving the rubbings, Krillin settled at the tea table to commence the enumeration of his rewards. Chapter 73. Organizing Rewards, Hundreds of Tomes. Among the 12 rewards from signing in at the King planet, aside from the obvious benefits of the Radiant Sword Technique Golden Core Edition, Shadow Step, and the Golden Core Level Spirit Gathering Array Plate, there were rewards like the Fragment of the Savage Sacred Body Blood Boil, Universal Fusion Elixir, the Spirit Artifact Savage Dragon Scale Armor, the modified version of the Secret Technique Heaven and Earth Coexistence Golden Core, and the 9-turn Primordial Spirit Technique gained from signing in at the Hall of Yama. These were rewards whose effects and purposes Krillin was not entirely sure about. This time, he intended to thoroughly investigate these rewards. Naturally, he did not neglect his cultivation. Krillin instinctively employed the long-unutilized 5 elements clone technique. He resolved to dedicate 1 clone to cultivate on the Adralat star, allowing for rapid advancement while simultaneously keeping an eye on Shalu. Although Shalu currently seemed devoid of any threat, one must remain vigilant. The heart that seeks to harm should not exist, yet the heart that guards against others must always be present. At this moment, Shalu had no time to concern himself with Krillin's activities, as he had immersed himself in his own cultivation. Much like Baiko, the strong are irresistibly drawn to breakthroughs in their power, particularly after Krillin had been absent for a full year. Both Shalu and Pabala had been diligently researching how to advance to the next realm, yet they had failed to find the correct method. Now, with the awaited follow-up techniques from Krillin finally arriving, Shalu could hardly spare a thought for anything else. Krillin, too, began to systematically open the details of the rewards in his mind, reviewing them one by one. The Fragment of the Savage Sacred Body Blood Boil enhances the flow rate of physical vitality by 5 times, amplifies the effects of other fragments of the Savage Sacred Body by 50, lasts for 3 minutes, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. The Universal Fusion Elixir and Universal Coexistence Technique are advanced secret arts that allow one to merge the core power of a contracted spirit beast into a golden elixir, temporarily borrowing the innate talents of the beast without harming its essence. The Primal Dragon Scale Armor, crafted from the fragments of the Sacred Body and the scales of a divine dragon from the Dragon Pearl world, is a golden elixir-grade artifact capable of defending against physical and energy attacks up to 300,000 combat power. the improved version of the Heaven and Earth Longevity Golden Elixir. An advanced form of the original divine communication allows a designated target to share a state of life and death. During this period, if either party suffers a fatal injury, the other can absorb 50 of the damage and has the option to terminate the effect with no risk of self-detonation. Additionally, there exist the 9 transformations of the primordial spirit, a remarkable creation. This is an evolved version of the calm mind technique, transforming the basic consciousness into a primordial spirit. The 9 transformations of the primordial spirit is paired with a comprehensive method of cultivation that encompasses both offense and defense. At its pinnacle, one can even project their primordial spirit, traversing the world with their consciousness. Its functionality is extraordinarily formidable. Thus, without hesitation, Krillin instructed his first clone to begin cultivating the 9 transformations of the primordial spirit. After the rewards were organized, Krillin donned the astonishingly defensive primal dragon scale armor. This spirit artifact, much like the previous one he wore, could also change its form at will. Subsequently, he removed the former artifact. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Although the artifact's defensive capabilities were not particularly impressive, its ability to alter its design according to one's desires, along with its self-cleaning and self-repair functions, was remarkable. Inspired by the thoughts of Shala, Krillin envisioned how delightful it would be to gift this attire to the beauty-conscious Bulma. If she were to practice just a bit, reaching the first layer of chi refinement, she could use this outfit at her whim. Instantly, various scantily clad garments adorned with exquisite designs came to mind, perfectly complementing Bulma's alluring figure, even capable of morphing mid-use. Lord Krillin, these are the various cultivation methods and spells we have researched pertaining to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Elder Pabala's voice jolted Krillin from his reverie. Turning to face the source, he was left speechless. Elder Pabala was not alone. He was accompanied by 2 Yad relations, all 3 approaching with towering stacks of books in their arms. Each tome, though not thick, contributed to an impressive sight, suggesting they bore at least several hundred volumes of cultivation scriptures. Krillin felt a swell of admiration. He had long known the Yad relations were dedicated researchers, but he had never anticipated their fervor for study to be so profound. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in having identified the most suitable race for the exploration of cultivation techniques amidst the multitude of species in the universe. Pabala, accompanied by the 2 Adralat aliens, placed the ancient texts upon the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. These are the techniques we have developed during this period, and a portion is still under research, Elder Pabala remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Krillin chuckled softly, shaking his head, and without hesitation, waved his hand to collect all the techniques into the newly acquired dimensional storage ring. It is worth noting that the upgraded ring now boasts a capacity of 200 cubic units, allowing for ample storage. Although the previous ring had never been filled to its capacity, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder. I will bring you the new techniques I acquire as soon as possible. With nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. Should any matters arise, my avatar can relay messages." With that, he gestured towards his avatar meditating beside Shalu and pressed his fingers to his forehead. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Pabala, accustomed to Krillin's impetuous nature, paid no mind to his sudden departure and instead reveled in the few new techniques he had just received. Meanwhile on Earth, in West City South Central Park, the city had been meticulously restored by the multitude of robots manufactured by Bulma, along with a handful of humans. It had been beautifully revitalized, even surpassing its former glory prior to the devastation. The city appeared exceptionally tidy and vibrant. At that moment, Number 18 sat on a bench in the park, gazing intently at the colossal statue in the central square. With the reconstruction of Earth now firmly on track, West City and North City had both been completed. The remaining cities and villages would simply require Bulma to oversee the robots for their restoration. There was little left to worry about. They merely awaited the completion of the reconstruction and for Trunks to return with a new Supreme Kai, which would enable the revival of all humanity on Earth. Yet, Number 18 found herself reminiscing about the busier days of the past year. The stillness of the moment inevitably conjured thoughts of the handsome, sunlit bald figure who always wore a smile. As she gazed at the towering statue in the square, a barely audible sigh escaped her lips, just as she prepared to rise and seek Bulma, to inquire if there was anything else she could assist with. Despite this being her third visit today, she was suddenly interrupted. A soft whoosh resonated behind her. Number 18, clearly caught off guard, remained transfixed by the statue, Lost in thought. What are you so entranced by? A teasing voice suddenly chimed in her ear. On the 18th, her body suddenly stiffened, and she slowly turned her head, her azure eyes filled with disbelief. Cultivation stood right behind her, a gentle smile adorning his face as he gazed at her with tenderness. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. 18th's lips trembled slightly, yearning to articulate something, yet no words escaped her mouth. In the next instant, crystalline tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, tracing down her fair cheeks. She abruptly rose to her feet and plunged into Cultivation's embrace. You scoundrel. 18th's voice was thick with sobs, her hands clinging tightly to his waist, as if expending all her strength to prevent him from vanishing once more. Do you know how much I've missed you? Her fragmented confessions, interwoven with long-suppressed cries, sent a tremor through Cultivation's heart. He sighed softly, extending his arms to cradle her trembling form, gently stroking her silky golden hair with tender caresses. I'm sorry, I have returned. There were no elaborate explanations. Just a simple promise. 18th's sobs gradually subsided, yet she kept her head buried in Cultivation's chest, inhaling the reassuring scent that brought her solace. After some time, she slowly lifted her head, her cerulean eyes brimming with grievance and melancholy. I thought you wouldn't come back. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Cultivation felt a pang of discomfort within him, reaching out to gently wipe the traces of her tears from her cheeks. So, if I hadn't returned, would you have been prepared to wait for me your whole life? Upon hearing this, 18 nodded resolutely without a moment's hesitation. Cultivation was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt towards her. They were not of the same timeline. The 18 before him belonged to the year 785 of the AI era, clearly already enamored with him. Yet Cultivation hailed from the year 755. In his own timeline, he was destined to encounter the original 18. This realization weighed heavily on his heart. Unaware of Cultivation's inner turmoil, 18 sensed a shift in his emotions. After a brief hesitation, she gently extricated herself from his embrace, wiping away her tears and restoring her previously aloof demeanor. Cultivation snapped back to reality, surprised by her actions, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Future matters could be addressed in due time. Before him stood a pitiable woman he had long cherished. How could he allow himself to dwell on anything else? He quickly enveloped 18 once more in his arms and retrieved an antiquated black ring from his dimensional storage ring. Grasping her left hand, he delicately slid the ring onto her ring finger. This is a gift for you. On the 18th, she gazed down at the unassuming ring adorning her finger, a flicker of perplexity crossing her eyes. What could this be? A storage ring, capable of holding an abundance of items. Cultivation grasped her hand, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the ring, guiding 18 to perceive the space within. A slight tremor coursed through her body as she sensed a wondrous, independent realm that transcended her scientific understanding as an artificial being. Try to open it with your mind, he encouraged. With a hint of skepticism, 18 closed her eyes and focused intently. In the next moment, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before her. A cascade of vibrant, diverse blossoms surged forth from the ring like a torrent unleashed. These flowers were not of earth. Some resembled flickering flames, others sparkled like translucent crystals, while some radiated a dreamlike starlight. Each exuded the unique fragrance of its home planet, instantly enveloping the two in a sea of blossoms. 18 was utterly astounded. She stared, entranced, at the enchanting landscape formed by an array of exotic flowers, inhaling the intoxicating aroma, her mind blank. She had never imagined that a gift could be so romantic, so ethereal. Cultivation observed her delightful expression, mesmerized and lost in wonder, his smile deepening. These are flowers I gathered from across the universe, just for you. Little did anyone know the lengths he had gone to collect these blooms. He first ventured to the Frieza force, leveraging his position as a squad captain to inquire among the members about planets with beautiful flowers, and then enlisted various individuals to teleport him to the corresponding worlds for collection. It was an arduous endeavor, yet the results were undeniably spectacular. Gradually, 18 returned to her senses. She lifted her gaze, tears welling once more in her azure eyes. But this time, they were tears of joy. Rising on her toes, before Cultivation could react, her soft lips brushed gently against his. A fleeting touch, and she withdrew. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Yet, despite her shyness, her spirited nature would not allow her to lower her gaze like a bashful girl. Instead, she defiantly met Cultivation's eyes. Thank you, I truly adore it. Cultivation touched his lips, savoring the lingering warmth, a flutter of emotion stirring within him. He knew that this version of 18 belonged to him entirely. After relishing the moment's tenderness, he promptly steered his thoughts back to the task at hand. He gently took 18's hand. "Let us go. We have more pressing matters to attend to." "What matters?" she inquired sweetly. "Rappies has discovered a new Namek, and he should be returning with a new deity soon. We must seek them out and have a new deity restore the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect all those who have perished." Upon hearing this news, joy illuminated the eyes of number 18. Although she and number 17 were once harbingers of destruction, she now sincerely yearned for the restoration of peace and vitality in this world. Krillin pressed his fingers together against his brow, beginning to keenly sense No. 17's presence within the vast cosmos. Soon, a familiar aura emerged within his perception. "Found him." Krillin smiled at number 18 and gently embraced her waist. In an instant, their figures vanished amidst the sea of flowers. The next moment, they materialized inside a spacecraft navigating through the universe. In the cockpit, number 17 sat idly, gazing at the star map, while beside him, a diminutive, green-skinned Namekian child with 2 antennae atop his head curiously observed the wonders outside the ship. It was Dandy. Chapter 75. Rise Up. Humanity. Krillin. Number 17 abruptly turned around, startled by the unexpected appearance of Krillin and number 18. But his face soon broke into a genuine smile. "Qu'est-ce que vit, Krillin? Número 18. What brings you here?" Krillin offered no elaborate explanations. Instead, he turned to Dandy, his expression softening. "You must be the new Earth deity." Dandy, somewhat timidly, nodded in response to the towering figure before him. "Without further ado, I shall escort you back to the temple." Krillin gestured to number 17 and number 18, then placed a hand upon Dandy's shoulder. Dandy felt a fleeting sensation, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a magnificent plaza of a temple, floating amidst the clouds. A peculiar figure clad in Arab attire, with ebony skin, was watering flowers at the edge of the plaza, holding a watering can. Upon noticing the arrival of Krillin and Dandy, a look of confusion crossed his face. Deprived of divine powers, he could no longer freely probe the affairs of the lower realms. He was rather unaware of the changes occurring on Earth and did not even recognize the hero who had saved it, Krillin. After all, despite sharing the same bald hairstyle, the physique and appearance of this individual were hardly reminiscent of the original Krillin. Seeing Bobo, Krillin first bowed respectfully before speaking. "Mr. Bobo, greetings. I am Krillin from another timeline. This is our planet's new deity, and I kindly ask you to summon the dragon so we may revive humanity on Earth." Mr. Bobo appeared taken aback, but upon glancing at the innocent, curious face of Dandy, he pondered for a moment before nodding and turning to retrieve the dragon from the divine quarters. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin turned to Dandy and inquired, "Has Lapis informed you of the situation?" Upon Dandy's nod, Krillin also acknowledged with a gentle nod of his own. Dandy was well aware of the circumstances and thus understood what needed to be done, rendering any further reminders from Krillin unnecessary. Soon, Bobo brought forth a shard of the divine dragon, encased beneath a glass dome atop a metallic tray. Dandy, with remarkable swiftness, took to the task. It seemed the Namekian possessed an innate celestial essence within. Through his divine prowess, he swiftly restored the dragon, which, upon its revival, was now capable of granting 2 wishes in one instance. Dandy let out a gentle sigh, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and then turned his gaze towards Krillin. "Your Excellency, I shall have the dragon grant your wishes directly this time, without the need to gather Dragon Balls. However, this opportunity is limited to this singular occasion." Dandy, perceptive as always, noticed the presence of the 2 androids, number 17 and number 18, who were clearly under the leadership of the bald man before him. Thus, a small act of goodwill was indeed warranted. Krillin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of all humanity." He stepped forward where 7 Dragon Balls lay meticulously arranged. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. "Arise, Shinron." Boom! In this moment, after 2 decades, darkness once again enveloped the world. All living souls still on Earth gazed skyward in unison. Ordinary humans might not comprehend the implications of the sky, shrouded in darkness, but those who had encountered or experienced the Dragon Balls, Bulma, Master Roshi, Trunks, Oolong, and Puar, watched the sudden shift in weather with tears glistening in their eyes, united in silent understanding. 20 years had passed. The hope of Earth had returned. They had endured 2 decades of despair and suffering, and at long last, today marked an end to it all. Bulma, who had maintained her composure before Trunks, could no longer restrain her emotions. She buried her head into Trunks's broadening shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. This calamity had not only robbed the world of hope, but had also taken her friends, her husband, and her parents. Trunks, too, could no longer hold back. His beloved brother and mentor, Gohan, had perished. Gohan's death was at least partly due to Trunks's own blind confidence. Countless nights he had spent reflecting on Gohan's resolute and comforting visage, consumed by regret that had kept him awake. At last, it was over. Gohan would return to his side. Meanwhile, in the celestial sanctuary, Krillin addressed Shenron, articulating his first wish. I wish for all beings who were slain by the androids number 17 and number 18 over the past 21 years to be resurrected. I understand, came Shenron's resonant voice, followed by a moment of contemplation. Your wish has been granted. You now have one remaining wish. Please, tell me your desire. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Casting his gaze around, was it truly that efficient? Yet, it seemed he could not spot the figure of the old deity Bic. Just as he pondered, a silhouette emerged, leaning on a cane, stepping out from the divine temple. Who else could it be but the old god Bic? A smile spread across Krillin's face. Bic had returned to life. This meant that others should have been revived as well. Without further hesitation, he turned to the dragon and made his second wish. For my second wish, I request that you cloak the existence of Earth, rendering it imperceptible to all extraterrestrial beings. The dragon pondered for a moment before slowly responding. I'm afraid, my lord, I cannot fulfill that wish. Please choose another. Krillin was unfazed, having anticipated the potential failure of this desire. He quickly continued, then let everyone in the universe, except for myself and the Saiyans, forget the existence of the Saiyans. Surely, that can be accomplished? Understood. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again, the dragon declared before swiftly vanishing, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions. Krillin exhaled softly. He recalled a phrase from the original storyline. All calamities on Earth stemmed from the Saiyans. His reasoning was straightforward, since he could not entirely obscure the existence of Earth. He would rather have everyone forget about the Saiyans. The Saiyans had already been nearly exterminated in Frieza's recent assault, thus making it significantly easier to erase the memory of a nearly obliterated race. It appeared that he had succeeded. Turning to gaze at the old god, now standing beside Bobo, he then glanced at the new deity Dondi. For a moment, Krillin was uncertain how to navigate this situation. He had sought to revive everyone and found a new deity, yet the old god had also returned. Chapter 76, It's Mine. Observing the two gods before him, Krillin felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was not that he doubted the strength of the old god. After all, he had been a deity for many years. However, Krillin genuinely required Dondi as the new god to realize his plans. Dondi had the capacity to grant 2 wishes from the Earth-S dragon. There was no alternative. Krillin had to venture to make an unreasonable request to the old god about merging with Bic. In the original narrative, the old god's fate was to amalgamate with Bic, transforming him into a complete Namekian. To better safeguard Earth, this was the most prudent course of action. To Krillin's surprise, the old god did not exhibit much astonishment upon hearing this request. From a moment Krillin had summoned the new deity, the old god had understood that it was time for him, the deity of the old era, to step aside. For the future of Earth, he readily consented. However, Bobo, standing nearby, wore a sorrowful expression. Having accompanied the supreme deity for centuries, the sudden departure left him momentarily in disbelief. Yet, the fusion of the deity and Bic was unavoidable. After some contemplation, Krillin decided to act swiftly, opting for action over delay. Utilizing instant transmission, he directly sought out Bic, who had just revived in the desert. Upon seeing Krillin's appearance, Bic was initially unaware of the identity of the striking bald figure before him. Nevertheless, he instinctively sensed no malice emanating from Krillin. Just as he was about to inquire, Krillin firmly placed a hand on Bic's shoulder, and before Bic could react, instant transmission activated once more. In a flash, they materialized behind the temple of the deity, where Bic immediately disregarded Krillin, his gaze fixated on the supreme deity. In this time and space, the original narrative had Bic and the deity at odds, yet Bic swiftly grasped the understanding in the deity's eyes. They were intrinsically one, effortlessly comprehending each other's thoughts. Confusion and shock flickered in Bic's eyes, but before he could respond, the supreme deity placed a hand on Bic's shoulder, proclaiming, from now on, Earth shall be entrusted to you. With a resounding boom, a radiant light enveloped the scene, and the deity's figure vanished entirely. Bic remained, a powerful aura emanating from him. Having merged with the deity, Bic's strength far surpassed his former self, now rivaling even the second form of Frieza in the saga on Namek. His power level had reached 1,000,000, comparable to that of Liquin. As Bic absorbed the deity's essence, he closed his eyes, beginning to harness his newfound strength. After witnessing this transformation, Liquin chose not to linger, confident that Dandy Bobo would elucidate matters to Bic. With a smile, he bid farewell to the gathered individuals in the temple of the deity, aware that his tasks in this timeline were largely fulfilled. It was time to return to his own dimension. However, before doing so, he had one more matter to attend to. He brought his fingers together, pressing them to his forehead. In a flash, he reappeared at Master Roshi's humble abode. Inside the cottage, a lively atmosphere prevailed, as all those slain by the android had been revived. Vegeta, Gohan, Yamcha, Ten, Kaiatsu, and a version of Krillin from this timeline were all present. In this dimension, Goku had succumbed to heart disease and had departed for the afterlife early, leaving his narrative absent from this tale. Upon seeing Liquin, everyone surged forward, encircling him with joy. After their revival, Master Roshi and Bulma eagerly began recounting the events that had transpired over the past 21 years. It is well known that during their absence, a figure from the past, Krillin, defied the odds and ventured into this time-space continuum. Not only did he single-handedly subdue the formidable 17th and 18th androids, who had instilled fear for 2 decades, but he also expelled the potential threat of Cell from Earth. He emerged as a true hero of the planet. This inspired a wave of admiration among the younger Krillin. He longed to witness his counterpart from another dimension while fantasizing about his own heroic deeds in saving the world. However, the arrival of the new Krillin brought forth immense surprise among everyone. Standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with a robust physique and striking features, he bore little resemblance to the diminutive 153-centimeter version of himself from this world, save for the 6 scars upon his head. After elucidating the events of the past year, gratitude and reverence filled the hearts of all present. Although Vegeta maintained an air of aloofness, his eyes clearly reflected appreciation. While conversing with those around him, Krillin found himself somewhat distracted, his gaze intermittently drifting towards the window. The perceptive Bulma noticed his unusual demeanor and approached him, gently inquiring, "What troubles you, Krillin? What are you pondering?" "I prepare to depart," Krillin sighed softly. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the reality. Krillin did not belong to this timeline. He had his own life, his own world. Thus, she forced a smile and replied, "I wish you a safe journey." Krillin smiled in return, but said nothing further. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Within the spaceship, the 17th and 18th androids remained enveloped in the joy of reunion. Suddenly, Krillin's form materialized behind 18. Yet, she seemed to have anticipated his arrival, not turning around. "You're here," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight and vivacity. Krillin could sense her exuberance resonating deeply. With a sigh, he mustered a smile and addressed them. "Allow me to escort you back to Earth. The ship is set to autopilot, so there's no need for concern." Noticing their joyful nods, Krillin placed a hand upon each of their shoulders. With a swift motion, they returned to Master Roshi's abode. Ignoring the recently revived onlookers who gazed at him with trepidation, he turned to 18 and softly remarked, "I have something to discuss with you." With that, he instantly transported them to Central Park in West City. "What is it?" 18's voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Krillin settled onto a park bench, and 18 sat closely beside him. They remained in tranquil silence, neither daring to disrupt the serene atmosphere. After a considerable time, it was the 18th who first broke the silence. "Are you leaving?" Lee Colin's body stiffened momentarily, before he managed a bittersweet nod. "Yes." Instantly, tears welled in 18th's azure eyes as she turned to face him, her gaze piercing and unwavering. "Take me with you." Though her voice was barely above a whisper, Lee Colin could discern the conviction underlying her words. "La Zili, I do not wish to remain here alone. La Baisi can take care of himself, and I can return to see him. But you, I do not want to part with you." Lee Colin fell silent, momentarily at a loss for how to refuse her. "I cannot take you with me. We do not belong to the same timeline, and I cannot alter your future." His voice faltered, lacking the confidence even he felt in his own reasoning. "I do not care." The intensity of 18th's emotions surged as she stood. Looking down at Lee Colin, he too rose, attempting to soothe her. Yet, 18th suddenly smiled, a mixture of poignant beauty and resolute determination in her expression. She stepped closer to him until their proximity was nearly intimate. With tender hands, she embraced his neck, her face drawing near to his ear. "Since you cannot take me with you," her voice trembled yet resonated with clarity. Then take me. Li Kolin's entire being jolted, astonishment filling his gaze as he looked at 18th in his arms. Her cheeks flushed a soft crimson, yet her resolve remained unwavering. Leave me a child. Chapter 77. 3 days and nights for years. Leave me a child. Her voice trembled, yet rang with unmistakable clarity. In that moment, Li Kolin, a man untouched in 2 lifetimes, felt his feeble composure crumble before the weight of her earth-shattering request. He gazed into the tear-glimmering depths of her steadfast azure eyes, and the last bastion of his resistance fell away. To hell with temporal paradoxes, to hell with narrative trajectories. In this moment, all he desired was to hold close this woman who regarded him as her sole anchor in the universe. Li Kolin spoke no further. He simply lowered his head and sealed her lips with his own, silencing any further words she might have uttered. 18th trembled at first, but soon responded with fervor. Li Kolin swept her into his arms, his feet barely grazing the ground as he transformed into a streak of light, charging into a nearby hotel that appeared grand, yet remained unclaimed and unoperational. The following 3 days felt like stolen moments to both Li Kolin and 18th. They cherished the opportunity to be together, fully aware that after this fleeting time, it would be a long while before they could meet again. Li Kolin has also come to realize for the first time the proud and aloof exterior of number 18, which conceals a surprisingly passionate side. He has never before perceived the infinite energy furnace as excessively overpowered within the realm of Dragon Ball. Even with his body fortified by the fragments of the barbaric sacred body, he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed by the intensity of this limitless energy. On the 3rd night, gazing at number 18, who sleeps soundly beside him with a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips, the lingering turmoil and internal conflict within Li Kolin finally dissipate entirely. 2 timelines, after all, remain distinct and separate, akin to 2 parallel lines that never intersect. The version of himself in the primary timeline can still encounter, come to know, and fall in love with the yet-to-be-born number 18. Meanwhile, the no. 18 of this dimension is not one he can simply forsake. The existence of the temporal anchor point signifies that he can return to this moment in time whenever he wishes, reuniting with her. This is not merely a choice, but rather a dual responsibility he must shoulder. Having comprehended this, Li Kolin feels a profound clarity, as if the state of his mind has stabilized significantly. He gently presses a kiss upon number 18's smooth forehead, a smile gracing his lips as he gazes at her serene and sweet visage, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. The following morning, when Li Kolin expresses his intention to depart once more, number 18 neither weeps nor causes a scene. She simply watches him quietly, her azure eyes brim with trust and reluctance. I will wait for your return. I promise to come back often. Li Kolin nods earnestly, finally enveloping her in a deep embrace. Without lingering any further, he turns and strides toward the time machine stationed in the heart of the park. As the hatch closes, the egg-shaped time machine emits a low hum under number 18's watchful gaze, transforming into a beam of white light that soars into the sky, vanishing in an instant. The sensation of traversing through time flickers away when Li Kolin opens his eyes again. The familiar violet sky and rich spiritual energy of planet Audrat seem to transport him to a different realm, due to the synchronization of time flow. Only a few days have elapsed in the primary timeline during this passage. With a thought, he expands his consciousness, pinpointing the familiar aura of someone meditating nearby. In la flèche, Li Kolin appears busy de Piccolo. He can distinctly sense that, although Piccolo's energy has become considerably more robust since his departure, it is currently stymied at a certain threshold, fraught with restlessness, evidently encountering a bottleneck. Is it the initial bottleneck of the Golden Core stage? Has this young man cultivated so swiftly? Li Kolin cannot help but marvel. In the span of merely 10 days, Piccolo has progressed from the completion of foundational cultivation to the brink of the Golden Core's initial stage. Subsequently, he introspects, attuning himself to the spiritual energy cultivated by his doppelganger during their time on planet Audrat in the year 785. The disparity between them was indeed vast. One must recognize that he too possessed an original Dao body, which should theoretically endow him with superior speed, possibly even surpassing that of Bic. It seems that I ought to cultivate with greater diligence. Li Kolin cast a glance at Bic, who was still fervently striving to break through his bottleneck, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Without disturbing Bic, who was engrossed in his training, Li Kolin employed the 5 elements cloning technique to create 3 avatars. At the Golden Core stage, he was capable of manifesting 3 clones, one more than those at the Foundation establishment stage. After assigning each clone their respective training tasks, Krillin settled into a meditative posture to commence his practice of the primordial golden core art. With the presence of a golden core-level spirit gathering array, he could almost tangibly perceive the acceleration of his spiritual power's growth. A smile graced Krillin's lips as he immersed himself deeply in his training, his mind undistracted. For fleeting years passed. The challenges of cultivation at the Golden Core stage far surpassed those encountered during the Foundation establishment phase. Even someone as formidable as Krillin, endowed with an original Dao body, found himself stymied during the early and middle stages of the Golden Core. Bick, in contrast, had been left behind, his progress eclipsed by Krillin's advancements. After 4 years, Krillin had ascended to the late Golden Core stage, though he still had some distance to cover before achieving complete mastery. Meanwhile, Bick remained ensnared at the mid-Golden Core bottleneck. Krillin had no effective solutions for Bick's predicament. Despite his own stagnation, he continued to make slow, yet steady progress. Bick, however, was truly stuck, unable to find a way forward. Throughout these 4 years, Krillin had shared all the ancient texts he had brought back from 785 with the celestial beings on Earth. He had also made 2 brief returns to the year 785 during this period. The year 785 was flourishing, with Earth thriving and its inhabitants enjoying a renewed sense of hope for their lives. Unfortunately, the few formidable beings there had no worthy opponents, each becoming engrossed in their mundane existence. Regrettably, despite numerous attempts, there were no signs of pregnancy from number 18, thwarting Krillin's aspirations of embracing a daughter. The progress of cultivation on Earth was accelerating rapidly. With a substantial supply of foundational techniques, many ordinary Earthlings who previously possessed mediocre talents now had the opportunity to cultivate, discovering paths suited to their own abilities. Furthermore, thanks to Elder Paiba LA's dedicated research in 785, the first batch of Foundation establishment stage cultivators had emerged on Earth. Considering the passage of time, Raditz would soon arrive on Earth. Thus, Krillin was compelled to conclude his 4-year seclusion for cultivation, returning to Earth alongside a discontented Bick.